In the 18th year of Shunhe, in a slightly shabby room, a serene young maiden in a slightly worn lake blue Chinese jacket stood by an old desk practicing calligraphy. Her hair was neatly tied back, exuding an atmosphere of tranquil grace. At this moment, a thumping sound came from upstairs as if someone was walking or something fell to the floor. The young maiden remained motionless, not even furrowing her brow. A maidservant holding a hand warmer lifted the door curtain and entered, bringing a trace of cold air. "Miss, you should take a rest and warm your hands with the hand warmer. I wonder what the sixth miss is doing again, banging about every day, disturbing your calligraphy practice," the maidservant said, handing the hand warmer to the woman who had put down her brush, then turned to add 2 pieces of charcoal to the brazier, continuing to grumble. "They don't give us enough charcoal. We have to scrimp every day, and it's still not enough." "Bailu, you repeat yourself every day? My ears are about to grow calluses." The young maiden's tone was affectionate without a trace of anger. Bailu pouted. "It's just because you're so good-tempered, miss. You don't argue with her, which only makes her more arrogant. The 8th miss cried and made a fuss and swapped rooms with you. Listening to that noise every day is driving me crazy." The young maiden smiled and said, "All right, your lips could hang an oil bottle. You know that 6th sister and 8th sister are more favored by father than I am. Why bother contending with them? 6th sister has a hot temper since childhood, but it's just noise, nothing serious. I don't understand how the master thinks. Miss, you are so clever, beautiful, refined, and well-mannered. How could he not favor you, and instead spoil 2 willful girls?" Bailu continued to speak indignantly, while the young maiden just smiled without replying. "This silly Bailu favor is not about these things. Her mother was originally an embroiderer. The lady of the house bought her as a concubine to secure favor. After giving birth to her, she was promoted to secondary wife. Her mother was beautiful but too dull, so her father only cherished her for a short while before abandoning her. Unlike the mothers of 6th and 8th sisters, who were both from good families, charming and good at pleasing others. Miss, the lady asks you to go to the main hall." Another strikingly beautiful maidservant lifted the door curtain and entered the warm room. The young woman frowned slightly and asked instinctively, "Is she calling only me? Do you know what it's about?" The strikingly beautiful maidservant shook her head. "No, all the young ladies are going. It might have something to do with the eldest miss. Someone delivered a letter from the eldest miss this morning." Bailu lightly patted her. "Lidong, can you not pause mid-sentence? It's scary." Their young miss had always been cautious in the mansion, afraid of causing trouble, so pausing like that, who was she trying to scare? Lidong looked at the young maiden apologetically, and seeing no displeasure on her face, stuck out her tongue and said playfully, "Sorry, miss, I'll be careful from now on." The young maiden chuckled gently and said softly, "All right, quickly find me a set of clothes." Lidong quickly opened the trunk and took out a pink short jacket with a light purple skirt. The woman looked at it and gently shook her head. "Match it with the blue skirt instead." Bailu chuckled. "Lidong, after all these years with the young miss, you haven't improved at all. Your taste in matching clothes is far behind hers." Lidong quickly put away the light purple skirt and took out the blue skirt, saying with a show of defiance, "You're the same. Our miss has known how to match clothes since childhood. It's not something you can learn just like that." The 2 maids helped the woman change into her clothes. Bailu took out the only gray cloak and wrapped it tightly around her. "Miss, it's cold outside. Wrap up well and don't let the wind in." The woman's face nestled into the gray cloak, making it look even smaller and more delicate. She smiled and said, "I understand. You 2 should also take a hand warmer so you don't catch cold later." According to the rules, they could not follow the young miss into the main hall, especially since their miss was an unfavored concubine-born daughter. They could only wait in the corridor. When the woman arrived at the main hall, everyone except her 6th sister was already present. Even her father Yunzheng, who rarely appeared during the day, was in the hall. "Father, mother, your daughter has arrived late." The woman bowed gracefully and spoke apologetically. Lady Yun laughed heartily. "Little 7, quickly find a seat and sit down. You live farther away, unlike these others who are just 2 steps away. Naturally, you would be a bit later." The woman was precisely the little 7. Lady Yun referred to Yun Qiniang. Her father Yunzheng was the prefect of Tongting County, and he was rarely seen during the day. "Yes, thank you, mother." Qiniang bowed obediently, and then sat down on the chair beside 8th sister. Her birth mother Concubine Shun stood behind her. 8th sister snorted and looked at her with contempt, not speaking. "Mother Yao, go see why 6th hasn't arrived yet. The roads are icy and slippery. I hope nothing has happened." Lady Yun instructed the stewardess beside her. Just as Mother Yao was about to leave on her orders, Yun Liunyang lifted the door curtain and entered, bowing respectfully. "Father, mother." "6th, you're here? I was just about to have Mother Yao look for you," Lady Yun said with a faint smile. Among all the children, she disliked Yun Liunyang and her mother the most, and was always coldest to them. Little 6 does live a bit far. Little 7 just arrived too. Quickly find a seat and sit down," Yun Zheng said with a beaming smile. "Thank you, father." Yun Liunyang obediently sat down beside her birth mother Concubine Lin. Lady Yun's eyes flickered, but her expression remained unchanged, still wearing a smiling and amiable look. Lady Yun gave Yun Zheng a tender look and said with a hint of pride, "I called you all here today to announce something. Your father has just received an appointment as a 5th-rank official in the Ministry of Rights, and he will soon be serving in the capital. We will move the entire family to the capital as well." But your father has to leave in a hurry, so we cannot wait for everything to be packed. Some of us will go ahead with your father to the capital, while the rest will follow later. Yunzheng nodded, and said with a smile, your mother is right. I will set off the day after tomorrow. Sun and Kim will go ahead with me. Yun Sun and Yun Kim were both legitimate sons born to the first lady ranking second and third. There was also a legitimate daughter Yun Ling, who had married the second son of the capital's prefect. Just right, your eldest sister said she misses you and wants two of her younger sisters to come and accompany her for a couple of days. Little 5 and little 7 will go along this time. Lady Yun said with a beaming smile as she looked at the two concubine-born daughters. Yun Wunyang was born to Concubine Yi, who had an older full brother ranking fourth named Yun Nan. Concubine Yi had been quite favored during her lifetime, but unfortunately died of hemorrhage after giving birth to Yun Wunyang. Yun Wunyang was thus raised under Lady Yun's care and developed a timid, submissive personality. At this moment, Yun Liunyang's birth mother Concubine Lin looked pitifully at Yunzheng, her beautiful eyes seemingly conveying her grievances. Yunzheng couldn't help but feel compassion and said after deliberation, little 5 is timid and Linger's household often has distinguished guests. Why not let little 6 go? My lord, you know 6's health. How can she endure the fast-paced travel by horse and carriage? After all, we are all going to the capital. We can visit big sister then. What's the point of this one day earlier or later? Lady Yun was furious at the seductress in her heart, but her face still wore a benevolent look. Yunzheng thought of how Yun Liunyang was always calling for a doctor, so he gave up and stopped mentioning it. Xiao Wu Xiaoqi, you two must pack up promptly within these 2 days and journey to the capital with your father. Bring plenty of warm clothes, the road will be bitterly cold, and with your father's haste to travel you are bound to endure some hardships. Madame Yun's tone was exceedingly gentle. Upon hearing her words, Yunzheng's guilt over favoring his two concubine-born daughters vanished entirely. Indeed, he would have no time for rest along the way. How could two delicate young girls bear such a journey? Yes, mother. Yun Wunyang and Yun Qiniang promptly acknowledged the order. Seeing their obedient demeanor, Madame Yun nodded in satisfaction and addressed the gathering. All right, everyone may disperse. The rest of you may begin packing as well. Once your father's arrangements are settled, we too shall depart for the capital. Everyone rose to take their leave. As they exited the main hall, Yun Liunyang and Yun Banying shot venomous glares at Yun Qiniang. Wunyang had grown up under Madame Yun's care. Though not favored, she still held some affection. But what right did this Yun Xiaoqi have? Their father had never even deigned to look at her directly. Unwilling to invite further trouble, Yun Qiniang bid farewell to her siblings and led her two maids back to her quarters. Yun Liunyang refusing to walk with her hurried ahead. However, when Qiniang reached the small building they shared, Liunyang was already waiting at the door, her expression hostile. Sixth sister, is something the matter? Yun Qiniang asked softly, though she already knew the reason for her sister's ill temper. Yun Liunyang put on an air of superiority and spoke arrogantly. Go tell mother that you are unwell and cannot accompany father to the capital. Yun Qiniang sighed inwardly. Mother had already made the decision, to refuse now would be to slap her face. Offending the matriarch was hardly a wise course of action. She replied gently, Sixth sister, if you wish to leave with father you should speak to mother directly. I have no objection provided she agrees. Do you dare to disobey me? Yun Liunyang's tone carried a threat, making the 13-year-old girl seem rather sinister. I am not ill, so how could I deceive mother? Yun Qiniang refused to relent. Yun Liunyang snorted coldly. This girl thought that just because she was about to leave with father she was beyond reach. You may be leaving, but your mother is still here. Are you sure you want to oppose me? And I will go to the capital sooner or later. Sixth sister, it is truly mother's command. I dare not defy it. Why do you make this so difficult for me? Yun Qiniang felt helpless. The haughty sixth sister had no more patience to listen. She stepped close and asked in a low voice, will you go tell mother or not? Qiniang looked at her sister, then shook her head firmly. Before the surrounding maids could react, sixth sister suddenly shoved her. Caught off guard, Qiniang stumbled backward. But behind her were steps, and neither maid was prepared. She missed her footing, her body twisted, and she fell sideways, her head striking the railing beside the steps with a dull thud. Miss! Lidong and Bailu rushed to help her up. Yun Qiniang shook her dizzy head, unable to stand for a long time. Yun Liunyang, startled by the fall, stammered. It's not my fault. She fell on her own. Seeing Qiniang's pale face and the rapidly swelling lump on her forehead, Bailu handed her to Lidong. Watch, miss. I'll go find madam and fetch a physician. With that she ran toward the main courtyard. Only then did Yun Liunyang feel afraid, but she still stubbornly insisted, don't pretend. I know you want mother to punish me, but I tell you father hasn't left yet. Yun Qiniang sat on the ground for a while to recover, then slowly stood up with Li Dong's help. Sixth sister, this decision wasn't mine. Why do you take it out on me? If I knew you were fine. Yun Liunyang, her conscience pricking her, fled with her maids to find her own mother. Bailu had already gone to Madame Yun. If Madame caught her in the wrong, she would not be lenient. She needed to discuss countermeasures with her mother. Seeing sixth sister beat a hasty retreat, Qiniang had Li Dong help her into her room. Her head was still spinning. Madame would surely send a physician. She wouldn't miss this chance to discipline Concubine Lin. It was best to lie down and play the part. No matter what, Madame's position was unshakable. The inner court was ultimately under her control. Sure enough, before long, she heard a commotion outside. Madame Yun's anxious voice rang out. How is Xiaoqi? Is she injured anywhere besides her head? A group of people entered through the curtain. Madame Yun, playing the part of a loving mother, hurried to the bedside. Before Qiniang could even greet her, she said with concern, My dear child, how did you get such a bump? What are you too good for? Couldn't you support your mistress? Concubine Qin stood at the back of the crowd, craning her neck with worry. Seeing the large bruised lump on Qiniang's forehead, her eyes grew moist. It was all her fault for being weak, bringing shame upon her daughter. Forgive us, madam. We never expected Sixth Miss to lash out so suddenly. We were too slow to react. It was our fault. Lidong and Bailu knelt to beg forgiveness. Mother, it's not their fault. Sixth sister and I were talking, and they were standing a bit far away. They simply couldn't reach us in time. I was also unsteady on my feet. Yun Qiniang spoke softly, pleading for her maids. Madame Yun's expression darkened upon hearing this. Where is Xiaolu? Why is she not here? She pushes her sister down the steps, and then runs off without knowing how badly she's hurt. Qiniang remained silent. Lidong interjected. Sixth Miss did not return to her room. We don't know where she went. Madame Yun instantly guessed her destination. She had gone to seek reinforcements. Humph. Did she think she could just brush this off as she had before? Yao Mama, go to Concubine Lin's quarters and bring everyone here. Madame Yun instructed the elderly nanny beside her. Yao Mama stepped out, called upon two capable matrons, and headed towards Concubine Lin's residence. Xiaoqi, bear with it a little longer. I've sent for a physician. He will be here soon. Tell me if there's any other discomfort. Do you understand? Madame Yun gently brushed the stray hairs from Qiniang's forehead. I am sorry to have troubled you, mother. I am fine elsewhere. I only hit my head. Qiniang answered meekly. Concubine Shun watched anxiously from behind the crowd. With Madame present, she dared not approach. Qiniang, unnoticed, gave her a reassuring glance, which only made Concubine Chin's eyes well up with tears again. Yun Qiniang sighed inwardly. Her mother was kind in every way, but far too weak. Fortunately, with Madame Yun in charge of the inner court after father left, Concubine Lin and her daughter could not stir up much trouble. She could leave with peace of mind. Soon Mother Yao brought Yun Liunyang and Concubine Lin over. When they arrived at Qiniang's room, they knelt before Lady Yun. Madame the 6th Miss and 7th Miss were playfully scuffling when the 7th Miss accidentally fell down the steps. The 6th Miss was terrified and dared not disturb you, so she came to me to ask for a physician. I have already sent for one. Concubine Lin knelt on the ground, her head bowed, as she spoke softly in explanation. Scuffling. Is that what little Six told you? Lady Yun's tone was laced with sarcasm. This mother-daughter pair certainly had a way with words. Yun Liunyang's voice was pitiful. Mother, I was just playing with little Seven. I didn't notice the steps behind her, which is how I hurt Seven's sister. I beg Mother's forgiveness. Bailu, tell me what happened. Lady Yun ignored the pair and looked up at Bailu. Bailu immediately knelt, answering respectfully, but with a note of anger in her voice. Reporting to Madam, when we arrived at the courtyard with the young lady, the 6th Miss was blocking our young lady's door. She ordered our young lady to tell you she was unwell and couldn't accompany the master to the capital. Our young lady refused to lie, which angered the 6th Miss, and she pushed our young lady down the steps. You lie? 7th sister, are you just going to let your maidservant slander me like this? Yun Liunyang lifted her head, staring at Qiniang with a grievance-filled expression, her face full of accusation. Yun Qiniang sighed inwardly. She was usually cautious and reserved, always trying to avoid trouble that might implicate her mother. Yet now she had been thrust into the eye of the storm. 6th sister, you know in your heart whether Bailu is lying. Mother is here now. Why don't you plead your own case? Why must you make things difficult for me? Qiniang understood that she could not back down this time. She had to stand with Madam. Lady Yun's face was stern as she looked at Yun Liunyang, her voice cold. Yun Liunyang, is this how I have taught you? I made myself perfectly clear in the main hall, yet you still dare to defy me. And to achieve your own ends, you would not hesitate to harm your own sister. Concubine Lin immediately prostrated herself. Madam the 6th Miss would never dare. She has always been respectful and obedient to you. She would not dare to defy you. Madam cannot condemn her based solely on the 7th Miss's account. Concubine Lin gritted her teeth inwardly. This old harpy was too ruthless. With one word, she had accused Liunyang of defiance. If this got out, Liunyang's reputation would be utterly ruined. Just then the door curtain was lifted again, and Yunzheng strode in, his voice laced with concern. What's going on here? How did little Seven get hurt? He then saw the cramped room packed with people and his beloved daughter and concubine still kneeling on the floor. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Lady Yun was the first to rise. Husband, why have you come? Little Seven shouldn't be too badly off. She hit her head, and I've already sent for a physician. This mother-daughter pair was quick. They had already summoned their savior. But so what? The inner court was still her domain. She had caught them red-handed this time, and she intended to strip a layer of skin off them. Everyone get up. What does it look like kneeling on the floor? It's disturbing little Seven's rest. Yunzheng spoke gently. Lady Yun did not undermine his authority. She merely watched as the mother and daughter rose delicately, their faces wearing expressions on the verge of tears. Yunzheng approached Qiniang's bedside. Qiniang called out softly, "Father, I am fine. I am sorry to trouble you to come personally. You are to accompany me to the capital in a few days. There must be no mishaps, understand. The journey is arduous. If you cannot bear it, it would be just as well for you to travel to the capital with your mother." Yunzheng spoke softly. Qiniang lowered her eyes and obediently murmured assent. Yunzheng nodded, then turned his attention to Bailu and Li Dong. "How did the two of you look after the young lady? You will each receive 10 strikes on the palms later." Frightened Bailu and Li Dong immediately knelt, not daring to plead for mercy. At that moment Lady Yun spoke coolly. "Husband, I have already asked. The two maidservants are truly innocent." Little 6 pushed Little 7 without warning. They simply couldn't react in time. Hearing this, Qiniang knelt again, her voice soft and delicate. "Father, I was just playing with Little 7. I never meant to hurt her. Please forgive me. You have no sense of restraint even in play. Come and apologize to your sister at once." Yunzheng scolded lightly. "Yes, 7th sister, it was all my fault for not controlling myself. Please forgive me this once." The words of apology flowed easily from Qiniang's lips. Before Qiniang could speak, Lady Yun chuckled softly. "Husband, shouldn't you at least ask what happened? I know you don't want Little 6 to feel wronged, but they are both your daughters. You can't let Little 7 be wronged either." Yunzheng gave an awkward cough. "It's normal for two young sisters to play and scuffle. Just be more careful about boundaries in the future." "It's not just about boundaries. Our Little 6 has a mind of her own." After the decision was made in the main hall, she was resentful. She came to Little 7 and asked her to lie about being ill so she couldn't go to the capital with you, hoping to take her place. Fortunately, Little 7 is a good child who knows not to deceive her parents and refused. That's when Little 6 in her shame and anger pushed Little 7 down the steps. Lady Yun narrated the events calmly. "Madam, the 6th Miss was truly just playing with the 7th Miss. There was none of what the 7th Miss described. If you burden the 6th Miss with such a serious crime, what will become of her?" Concubine Lin wailed and cried injustice, while Qiniang knelt beside her weeping silently, as if she were the one deeply wronged. Yunzheng frowned as well. "This concerns the reputation of our daughters. How can we jump to conclusions so easily?" "Indeed, husband is right. The reputations of both daughters are at stake, so we must investigate thoroughly and not wrong anyone. So let's do this according to what you've said." After Little 7 fell down the steps, Bailu came to my courtyard to report, and Little 6 went to Concubine Lin's. The incident was urgent, so there certainly wasn't enough time to collude. Let's interrogate the maidservants present separately to see what the two young ladies actually said, and how Little 6 pushed Little 7. If the details match, doesn't that prove no one is lying? Lady Yun spoke calmly, then turned to Mother Yao. "Mother Yao, take these 4 maidservants away and have the tight-lipped women interrogate them separately. Husband, they are just young girls. They were terrified at the time. How could they remember every detail so clearly? Their answers are bound to have some discrepancies." Concubine Lin spoke urgently. They had been so focused on finding Yunzheng to save the situation that they hadn't had time to coordinate their stories. Bailu and Li Dong also answered knowingly. "We are willing to be interrogated." Seeing the reactions of both sides, everything was clear. Yunzheng's expression darkened and Qiniang was so frightened she dared not lift her head. "Madam, do we have to make such a big fuss? Spreading the word won't be good for either daughter." Yunzheng hesitated before speaking. "Rest assured, husband. They are all tight-lipped people. Not a word will leak out. Only when things are clear can no one be wronged." Lady Yun did not back down. Yunzheng's expression had grown somewhat serious. It was evident that he was displeased with the Lady Yun. In his view, the conflict was merely a trivial spat between young girls. Why not resolve small matters with minimal fuss? Master, today's 7th Miss was fortunate to only sustain a forehead injury. What if her luck was not so good? Have you considered what would happen if a young girl were to be scarred on her face? If word got out that the Yun household lacked proper discipline and tolerated siblings harming one another, what then? The Lady Yun comforted him softly, as she need not say more, for Yunzheng would eventually understand. After all, their son would soon pursue official success, and Linger's reputation as she married into a prominent family in the capital was paramount. Once Yunzheng realized this, he stood up and quietly stated, "Matters within the inner quarters should be decided by the lady. Whatever she deems appropriate is fine. Once the doctor has examined 7th Miss, send word to me. I have official duties to attend to. Please take care of the family matters, my dear." Though he favored the mother and daughter duo, Yunzheng valued the reputation of his Yun family more than anything. The Lady Yun understood him well. "Master," Concubine Lin called out in a gentle yet sorrowful tone, but Yunzheng turned a deaf ear. The Lady Yun also stood up. "Master, you go about your business." As soon as Yunzheng left, the Lady Yun returned to sit beside Qiniang's bed and asked Concubine Lin and her daughter in a cold voice, "Will you confess now, or should I interrogate the two maids first?" Seeing that Yunzheng had already left, Concubine Lin knew her cause was lost. She knelt on the ground and repeatedly bowed. "My lady 6th Miss is merely a child in temperament. After pushing 7th Miss, she felt extremely remorseful and wished to apologize to you. It was I who was blinded by greed and taught her to lie. Please punish me." Yunzheng also knew when to be prudent. Kneeling and crawling toward the Lady Yun, she said, "Mother, I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again." At this moment the expressions in the room became somewhat subtle. Concubine Yang, who had always vied with Concubine Lin for favor, could not hide her joy. Yun Banyang looked at Yun Liunyang with schadenfreude, while Wu Yang cast a sympathetic glance toward Qiniang. They were all but pawns in a larger game, while Concubine Chen watched her daughter with sorrow. The Lady Yun surveyed the room with an imposing voice. Concubine Lin, you have incited the young ladies within the family. You shall be confined to your quarters for half a year. Liunyang, you have disobeyed your elders, harmed your younger sister, and attempted to shift the blame. You shall kneel in the ancestral hall for 1 day, then be confined to your quarters for half a year. During this period you must copy the teachings on female virtue, and conduct 100 times daily. My lady Sixth Miss is still young, the ancestral hall is cold and damp. She cannot endure kneeling for a whole day. My lady, I beg you have mercy. I am willing to take Sixth Miss's punishment. Concubine Lin crawled before the Lady Yun, pleading through tears. Seeing that the Lady Yun remained unmoved, she turned to Seventh Miss. Miss Seventh, Sixth Miss knows she was wrong. I beg you please forgive her. You are sisters after all. Qiniang looked at her calmly. Concubine Lin had already lost her composure upon hearing Sixth Miss's punishment, and came to beg her. She was merely a pawn used to suppress them. How could she possibly have any say? The Lady Yun watched the wailing Concubine Lin and the tearful Liunyang with satisfaction, though she outwardly displayed a heartbroken expression. Mother Yao, take them both to where they belong. Mother Yao took orders, summoned several capable housemaids, and forcibly carried the mother and daughter out of the room. At that moment the doctor arrived. The Lady Yun quickly invited him to examine the injuries. The doctor with his white beard carefully inspected and asked questions. Standing up respectfully, he bowed to the Lady Yun and said, My lady, the young mistress should not suffer serious injuries. Though the forehead wound may require several days to heal, even with ointment applied you need not worry. It will not leave a scar. That's good, that's good. As long as no scar remains, doctor, my daughter is planning to travel far in 2 days. Could this injury affect her journey? The Lady Yun placed a hand over her chest, as if a caring mother, and asked with concern. The young lady was frightened, but it is nothing serious. A 2-day rest will not delay her journey, the doctor replied honestly. Very well then, please prescribe 2 more doses of tranquilizing medicine for my daughter. The Lady Yun gave Concubine Yang a cold glance. As long as Seventh Miss was unwell, all others should abandon their schemes. The doctor wrote a prescription for tranquilizing medicine on Qiniang's small desk, then took out the ointment and handed it to Fong mother, who served the Lady Yun before the young maidservant took him out of the mansion. All right, Seventh Miss needs to rest quietly. None of you should linger here. Go back to your rooms. The Lady Yun gently waved her hand. Concubine Yang and her daughter, as well as Wu Yang, understood the cue and took their leave. Concubine Chen also stood up reluctantly, seemingly unwilling to go. Concubine Chen's Seventh Miss still requires care. The maids serving her are too young. You may stay and take care of her, the Lady Yun said in a gentle tone. At that moment, she looked favorably upon the mother and daughter duo. Overjoyed, Concubine Chen knelt and bowed. Yes, thank you, my lady. Qiniang, lying in bed, also obediently said, Thank you, mother. The Lady Yun took Concubine Chen's hand and helped her stand. Kachin, we have been master and servant for so long, we should be close and intimate without such formality. You have borne a wonderful daughter, Qiniang. Do not worry. Once you accompany your father to his new post, I will ensure your safety here. No one shall harm you. Qiniang sensed the Lady Yun's goodwill and could not help but internally scoff. She merely wished for herself and her mother to live peacefully within the Yun household, avoiding such entanglements, yet fate seemed to have other plans. Thank you, mother. Once I reach the capital, I will accompany my elder sister and strive to ease her burdens, Qiniang said, expressing her loyalty. The Lady Yun gently patted her hand and smiled. Your elder sister will be content with your company. You, however, should rest well. For the next couple of days, stay in bed. I will have someone send your meals to your room. When you gather your strength, you will face many hardships on the road ahead. Yes, thank you for your concern, mother, Qiniang replied softly. All right, you rest well. I will not stay here any longer. You two should talk to each other, get maybe a long time before you meet again. The Lady Yun also rose to return to her quarters. Seeing that Qiniang wished to rise to see her off, she quickly held her down. You need not stand up. Take good care of yourself. Yes, mother, farewell, Qiniang said in a compliant manner. The Lady Yun was pleased by her obedience and nodded at both before leaving the small room. Only then did Concubine Chen sit beside Qiniang's bed, looking at the injury on her forehead, hesitating to touch it. She took the ointment the doctor had left and gently applied it to the wound, her voice trembling. Does it hurt? Qiniang endured the stinging pain on her forehead and softly replied, Do not worry, concubine. It does not hurt. The green ointment applied to her forehead seemed comical, yet Concubine Chen looked on with deep affection. It is all my fault that I am unable to protect you, causing you to suffer such mistreatment because of me. Concubine, it is fine. After today, we are firmly on the lady's side. Once we leave, the lady will surely take better care of you. Besides, with father away, that mother and daughter duo will not be able to cause much trouble, Qiniang calmly analyzed. But you are so young, yet you must endure hardships alongside your father, traveling through wind and rain, and when you reach the capital, who knows what awaits you. Concubine Chen's eyes filled with tears. Qiniang playfully blinked her eyes. I wish to see the splendor of the capital even sooner than you do. Over the next 2 days, seventh sister Qiniang followed her mistress's instructions and did not go out. Neither Bailu nor Li Dong was punished. They were busy packing their trunks daily, and Aunt Chen could not bear to leave Qiniang's side for even a moment. Seventh sister, if you need any help, just let me know. Fifth sister sat beside Qiniang's bed with concern. They were both traveling to the capital, so fifth sister felt a deep kinship with her. Thank you, fifth sister. I've almost finished packing. I'll be able to travel with you on the departure day. Qiniang smiled gratefully, while Aunt Chen organized the trunks nearby, anxious about leaving anything behind that might cause hardship on the road. Fifth sister watched with envy. As the two sisters were chatting, a voice came from outside. Miss Qi, the second master, asked me to deliver something. May I come in? Am I in the way? It was Chun Tao, the chief maid in Yunsun's service. Bailu quickly moved to lift the curtain. Sister Chun Tao, please come in quickly. The misses are talking. Chun Tao entered carrying a large black cloak and greeted the two sisters with a bow. Greetings to both misses. I imagine the second master is very busy at this hour. It's quite a bother for you to come deliver this. Qiniang politely spoke to Chun Tao. Chun Tao was a cheerful girl slightly older than Bailu and her companions, 15 years old. She laughed brightly. The second master's preparations are nearly complete. While packing, we found this brand new cloak. It was too small for him before he could wear it, so I thought Miss Qi might fit it and send it over. Qiniang understood immediately. On the day they went to the reception hall, she had only worn a thin cape, and the second master had kept it in mind. On such a cold day, traveling would be bitterly cold, so he sent the cloak via Chun Tao. But fifth sister was also here. I wonder if she has something similar. With that thought, Qiniang's eyes turned toward fifth sister. Having grown up under the mistress's care, fifth sister was cautious, yet perceptive, naturally understanding her intent. She covered her mouth and laughed softly. Seventh sister, take it quickly. Recently, mother sorted through eldest sister's old belongings and found a gray cloak and a pink cape, both still quite new. They were given to me, and they are very beautiful. Upon hearing this, Qiniang signaled Bailu to accept them quickly and smiled at Chun Tao. Please thank eldest brother on my behalf. I'll be able to wear this on this trip. The second master is truly a lifesaver. Truly, the second master was a model of brotherly affection. Though usually reserved, he was very attentive to his younger siblings, though he did not favor the spoiled sixth sister and eighth sister. Seeing how grateful Qiniang was, Chun Tao became even happier. The second master also said that since fifth sister has mother with her, he worried Miss Qi might be overlooked. He asked me to be sure to inquire if anything else was needed. Thank you, second brother, for your concern. Please tell him that mother usually takes care of my needs. I lack nothing here. Qiniang leaned against the bed, a genuine smile on her face. Then I won't disturb the two misses any longer. I'll return to report to the second master. Chun Tao clasped her hands and bowed slightly before leaving. Seventh sister, rest for now. I'll head back too to check on the packing. Though mother is overseeing things, it wouldn't be right to let her work too hard. Fifth sister also stood up to take her leave. Qiniang knew she had no intention of showing off. It was merely polite conversation. Lady Yun was busy with affairs and would not expend much energy on a concubine daughter's luggage. Fifth sister, please return quickly. Starting tomorrow, we sisters will be together day and night. We'll have plenty of time to talk properly then. Fifth sister nodded to Aunt Chen before returning to her quarters. Aunt Chen meticulously reviewed the few trunks. She had feeling that something was still missing. Annie, don't worry too much. If anything is forgotten, it can be bought along the way. Even if it can't be found on the road, the capital certainly has it. Qiniang saw that Aunt Chen had been worried all day. Oh, can one simply buy things along the way? One should prepare everything thoroughly beforehand. In reality, Aunt Chen was reluctant to see Qiniang travel far and was trying to distract herself with these preparations. Qiniang said no more. Perhaps things would feel better once she departed tomorrow. Finally, the day of departure arrived. The trunks were loaded onto the carriages. Yunzheng and his 3 sons each took 2 servants. Fifth and seventh sisters each took 2 maids plus 6 household servants and 2 maids for heavy labor. 6 carriages lined up outside in a grand procession. Everyone from the mansion came to see them off under Lady Yun's guidance, except for Lin Yingyang and her daughter, who were still under confinement. Lady Yun gently advised Yunzheng, who bowed his head repeatedly in agreement. Aunt Chen followed obediently behind, occasionally glancing at Qiniang. Qiniang gently tugged her hand and whispered, Annie, don't worry. I'll take care of myself. Aunt Chen nodded gently, her eyes slightly reddened. Well, it's getting late. Everyone please get on the carriages. Yunzheng gave the order. Only then did Lady Yun turn to her children, addressing her 3 sons. Take good care of your father and your younger sister on the road, understood? Yun soon bowed to his mother. Mother, rest assured. I will certainly take good care of father and my younger siblings. Lady Yun nodded with satisfaction. This eldest son was her greatest source of reassurance. She then turned to 5th and 7th sisters. You two must also take care of yourselves. As daughters, you are different from your brothers. If you need anything, be sure to tell your brothers, understood? 5th and 7th sisters bowed deeply. Thank you, mother, for your concern. We will remember that. Hurry up and get on the carriages. Once you reach the capital, be sure to send word back. Lady Yun gave her final instructions. The two concubines and eighth sister followed closely behind Lady Yun with lowered heads. Aunt Chen focused solely on Qiniang, while Concubine Yang occasionally glanced at Yunzheng, her eyes shifting, trying to catch his attention. However, Yunzheng was about to depart and had no mind for such things. Thus Yunzheng and Yun Sun boarded one carriage, Yun Can and Yun Nen another, each accompanied by two servants. Fifth and seventh sisters shared a carriage with Bailu and fifth sister's personal maid Xiao Yao attending to them. The others boarded the rear carriages. 6 household servants rode horses alongside. Fifth and seventh sisters lifted the carriage curtains to bid farewell. Lady Yun concernedly said, "Quickly lower the curtain. It's cold outside, be careful not to catch a chill." The carriages gradually moved away. As the figures at the gate grew smaller until the mansion itself disappeared from view, they finally lowered the curtains. "I suppose we won't be coming back, right?" Fifth sister said with a sigh. "Yes, once mother and the others arrive in the capital, we'll be settled there. Our brothers may return to the village to visit, but we may not have the chance." Qiniang felt a complex mix of emotions. As a daughter, one was often at the mercy of others. If initially the two little girls were immersed in the excitement of traveling, now they could only endure it. The 5 days of jolting carriage rides made their bodies feel as if they no longer belonged to them. All they longed for was mealtime, not because they were particularly hungry, but because the carriage would stop, then allowing them to step out and stretch their limbs slightly. "Seventh sister, how much longer do we have to walk?" asked fifth lady with a tired tone. At first both girls had sat upright, but now they slumped against the carriage walls without any decorum. Second brother said, "We must first take a carriage to Qiniang Prefecture, then proceed by waterway to the capital. The land journey will take about 7 days, and the water route roughly 8 days. Seventh lady also seemed listless. She had never ridden a carriage for so long, and felt equally worn out. "So we're only about 2 days away from Qiniang Prefecture, right? After that we won't have to ride carriages again, will we? I swear I never want to ride in a carriage like this again for the rest of my life. I haven't been on a ship yet, but I imagine it should be far more comfortable than this jolting carriage ride." Fifth lady finally seemed to catch a glimpse of hope. Seventh lady looked at her with pity and said, "Maybe riding a boat won't be any better than this carriage." Just then, as the two girls commiserated over their shared plight, the carriage came to a stop. "Young ladies, please get off the carriage to rest. It's freezing outside. I'll have the servants prepare some hot porridge so you can warm yourselves up." It was Yun Sun's voice from outside. The two pale faces instantly brightened with hope. This was precisely what they had been looking forward to every day. "Yes, thank you, second brother. We'll come down right away." Fifth lady responded cheerfully. "Make sure you wear plenty of warm clothes, it's very cold outside." A gentle voice came from outside. Both girls put on their thick cloaks. Stepping out was somewhat cumbersome, but Yun Sun did not leave. Instead, he waited patiently outside the carriage, helping both younger sisters descend carefully. "Thanks to second brother's cloak, it's truly incredibly warm," seventh lady said gratefully, leaning on Yun Sun as she stepped down and feeling surprisingly unchilled despite the cold. Yun Sun watched as the two younger sisters pulled their hats tightly down, leaving only their pale little faces exposed. He gently stroked both their heads with a tender expression. "I've had the servants light a fire. Go warm yourselves by it soon, a hot porridge will be ready shortly." The two girls looked toward the fire where Yunzheng and 2 other brothers were seated nearby. Yunzheng sat upright and dignified while the other 2 brothers crouched like quail, daring not to relax even slightly. Following Yun Sun to the fire pit, the 2 girls bowed respectfully to Yunzheng. "Father, we hope you are well." Yunzheng's stern expression softened slightly. "Come sit close and warm yourselves properly. Don't catch a chill." The 2 girls obediently sat beside him, listening as their father questioned their brothers about their studies. Servants and maids busily prepared meals. Seventh lady curiously surveyed their surroundings. They had stopped in a wooded area. The surrounding trees were thick as wastes, and since it was winter their branches stood bare and desolate. It would have been fitting if bandits had suddenly emerged at this moment, seventh lady thought to herself, amused by the thought. But how could there be bandits in broad daylight? Fifth lady noticed seventh lady's smile, and was about to ask quietly when a sudden shouted voice boomed. "Humph. You're quite relaxed, aren't you?" "Robbery." Seventh lady's body stiffened instantly. Was this what she had just been thinking about? Coincidence or fate? Everyone sprang to action, instantly gathering closely around Yunzheng. Servants rushed forward, forming a protective barrier around their masters. Only then did seventh lady calm down enough to look toward the voice. She saw a dozen burly men, their mouths covered with black cloths, brandishing large knives and glaring at them menacingly. Yunzheng steadied himself and shouted sternly, "I am a government official appointed by the imperial court, traveling to the capital to assume a new post. Do you know what crime this is? Leave at once, and I will pretend I never saw you." The bandit leader with a long scar running across his right eye laughed recklessly upon hearing Yunzheng's words, his scarred face twisting grotesquely. "If we were afraid, we wouldn't be doing this business. I've never tasted a noble lady before. These 2 girls may be young, but they're beautiful. Today my brothers and I will finally get to try something new. Ha ha ha." Fifth lady and seventh lady's faces turned pale at his lewd remarks. Though they were concubine-born daughters, they were still proper ladies of the house. They had never heard such vulgar talk before. "I've never tasted a noble lady before. These two girls may be young, but they're beautiful. Today my brothers and I will finally get to try something new. Ha ha ha. I am a government official of the Imperial Court. How dare you insult me? If anything happens to me here, the Imperial Court will never forgive you. We will utterly destroy your hideout. Think carefully. You must consider your fate carefully. Yunzheng glared furiously at the bandits. Upon closer inspection, his hands were also trembling slightly. He only hoped these bandits would be scared off, though otherwise how could he, merely a scholar with a few servants, protect these ladies and maids? All the male members of the Yun family might perish here. The bandits on the opposite side burst into laughter. These were desperate men, what did they have to fear? Yunzheng felt a chill in his heart at their reaction. So Kinner, you two must find a chance to mount your horses and ride away as far as possible, understand? Yunzheng whispered to his two legitimate sons. Father, I won't leave. I will stay to protect you and our sisters. Yun Sun's face was filled with determination. Yun Kan quietly echoed his words. Foolish. If you cannot escape, the Yun family line will end. Yunzheng scolded softly. Let the younger brother go. I won't leave. Yun Sun's expression remained unchanged while Yun Kan was about to say more when the bandit leader interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Brothers, let the officials see just how brave we are. Charge. Be careful not to hurt the young ladies. The servants drew their defensive swords ready for battle. Yunzheng and his sons quietly picked up wooden sticks from the ground, placing them between themselves and the two little girls for protection. Seventh lady remained relatively calm, pulling a hairpin from her hair and gripping it tightly. She well understood that in this era a woman's chastity was worth more than life itself, losing her honor would be harder than death. Though fifth lady was trembling all over, she copied seventh lady's action and pulled out a hairpin, clutching it firmly. Their maids also positioned themselves protectively beside the two young ladies. The bandits charged forward, immediately engaging the servants in combat. The servants, who usually only protected their own estates, were no match for these hardened criminals. Yunzheng and his sons struggled desperately to defend themselves with wooden sticks, looking utterly disheveled. Only Yun Kan had some martial arts skill, but compared to these seasoned fighters his moves were nothing more than flashy flourishes. Within moments they were scattered apart. The maids and servants protected the young ladies as they retreated backward. The bandits had no intention of harming the girls, instead they surrounded them, leering and teasing. The two maids suffered greatly, losing their lives in the process. The unworldly young girls, witnessing this bloody scene, were left completely helpless and terrified. Yunzheng was wounded on his arm. He desperately pulled his two sons behind him, roaring, "Run!" completely disregarding the fact that a bandit's large knife was already descending toward his head. Just as Yunzheng believed his life was about to end, a piercing sound of breaking air pierced his ears. He looked up to see a bandit in front of him, who had an arrow protruding from his chest, clearly impaled. His eyes widened in disbelief as he fell heavily toward Yunzheng. Yun Sun and Yun Kan immediately pulled their father backward, saving him from being crushed beneath the bandit. The sound of breaking air continued to ring out as bandits fell one after another. The bandit leader frantically dodged arrows while other bandits closed in on him. Within moments, only 5 of the initial dozen bandits remained, struggling desperately. The bandit leader attempted to take the Yun family hostage, but incoming arrows deliberately blocked his path, preventing him from approaching even a single step toward the Yun family. Yunzheng gathered his children together, hiding beneath a large tree. Who's there? Come out. What kind of coward hides behind such underhanded tactics? You cowardly turtle. The bandit leader cursed vehemently. The arrows ceased to fly and 6 figures dressed in black martial arts attire leaped down from the tree, remaining silent. Who are you? The bandit leader asked warily. They remained silent, but turned their gaze behind them. At that moment 3 individuals on horseback leisurely appeared before them. The 3 bowed respectfully to the approaching figures. The leading man, appearing to be around 25 years old, was not particularly handsome, but exuded a cold, killing aura that made him seem unapproachable. Do these rabble deserve to know my identity? The man asked coldly. He waved his hand toward his companions. Kill them all, no survivors. The 3 men obeyed, quickly dispatching the remaining bandits. Yun Sun positioned himself in front of his 2 younger sisters, shielding their eyes from the bloody scene. Once the chaos subsided, Yunzheng, supporting his injured arm, bowed deeply to the man on horseback. Thank you, noble savior, for saving my life. I am Yunzheng, a Ministry of Rights official about to take up a post in the capital. May I ask your esteemed name? I shall surely repay this kindness in person. Upon learning that the man was a government official, the leader's killing aura softened. He replied calmly, Lord Yun need not be so formal. I merely happened to be passing through and acted accordingly. These men need not concern yourself with me. I will have the authorities come to handle the matter. Yunzheng immediately recognized the man as also being an official and asked softly, May I ask, sir, your name? The man replied softly, I am Xiaozhan. Yunzheng was startled. It was him. He bowed deeply once more. Thank you, Marquis of Dingwa, for saving my life. Xiaozhan waved his hand. Lord Yun need not observe such formalities. I am in a hurry to meet the emperor in the capital, so I cannot linger to chat with you. Farewell. He pulled the reins to mount his horse. Marquis of Dingwa, please wait. I have an audacious request. I am also traveling to the capital. May I accompany you? Yun Zheng asked with a touch of shame. Xiao Zhan looked at the Yun family. 2 maidservants had been killed by the bandits, only 2 of the 6 retainers remained standing, and the rest were scholars and young women. After a moment's thought, he said softly, I am pressed for time, and cannot travel with you, Lord Yun. I shall leave 4 of my personal guards to protect you. Is that acceptable? Yun Zheng was overjoyed. The Marquis's personal guards were elite experts. He bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, Marquis of Dinghua. Xiao Zhan signaled to the 4 guards, then nodded slightly to Yun Zheng farewell. He mounted his horse and rode away, leaving the 4 guards behind. Yun Zheng bowed to them in respect. Thank you for your trouble. The guards remained silent, standing guard at attention. Yun Zheng, without an answer, rubbed his nose and returned to his children. Father, who was that man? The master didn't even dismount his horse, and his servants are too proud to speak. Yun Can whispered to his father. Shut your mouth. How dare you speak ill of the Marquis of Dinghua, you young whelp? Yun Zheng scolded sharply. Yun Can's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing the Marquis's name. He had no complaints now. He was honored to have been saved by the Marquis of Dinghua. Useless creature. Get up on your feet immediately. You are worse than your 2 younger sisters. How could I have such a useless son as you? Yun Zheng was furious to see Yun Nan cowering under the tree. Yun Nan stood shamefully nearby. Father, 4th brother was just terrified. Yun Sun interjected softly. And you? How did you learn martial arts? Where did you learn it? Yun Zheng turned his anger toward his 3rd son. Yun Can shrank back, seeking help from Yun Sun. Father, now is not the time to discuss this. We must bury the dead retainers and maidservants. Even fallen leaves return to their roots. Yun Sun shifted the topic. Yun Zheng nodded and called over 2 uninjured retainers. 2 retainers had also been killed. The injured 2 had their wounds bandaged simply. Yun Zheng took out his money pouch and handed it to them, instructing them to hire carts and help in the nearby village to take the injured and the dead retainers and maidservants home. Yun Sun approached 5th sister and 7th sister, asking softly, my 2 younger sisters, were you frightened? Take your sisters back to the carriage. Don't worry, we are safe now. We will rest briefly before setting off. After speaking gently to her 2 sisters, Yun Sun frowned at Yun Nan. If you are fine, help with the packing. You are the older brother. How can you be so inept? Yun Nan murmured in submission, without a word. Yun Sun sighed softly, choosing not to scold him further. 7th sister helped her older sister onto the carriage, and only once seated did the sisters seem to come back to life. 7th sister, please take the hairpin from my hand. My hands are stiff. 5th sister looked at 7th sister with a pitiful expression. 7th sister reinserted her own hairpin into her hair before gently removing 5th sister's hand. 5th sister's hand was still tightly clenched, her knuckles turning white. 7th sister tugged at the hairpin in 5th sister's hand, unable to budge it, so she began gently massaging 5th sister's fingers to help her relax. 7th sister, weren't you afraid? I thought we were doomed to die. 5th sister recalled the earlier scene and felt like crying. Of course I was afraid. How could I not be? 7th sister spoke softly, her gentle tone soothing 5th sister's troubled heart. Being afraid is useless. You must calm yourself, only then might there be a chance. If you lose your composure, you are truly doomed. 5th sister looked at the gentle and quiet sister before her, as if seeing her for the first time. She was far weaker than she appeared at home. With such composure, if she were a legitimate daughter, she might even surpass her eldest sister. As they spoke, 5th sister's fingers slowly opened. 7th sister took the hairpin from her hand and gently reinserted it, lightly touching the mark left by the hairpin's pressure. She whispered softly, 5th sister, in most cases we can only rely on ourselves. 5th sister fell silent. Indeed, they were concubine-born daughters. In times of crisis, father had only thought of having the 2 brothers escape. No, even if they were legitimate daughters, they were still inferior to their 2 brothers. That was the fate of women. The remainder of the journey was far more tranquil. With the presence of the Duke of pacifying the nation's men, they felt considerably more at ease. Yet having just endured such a harrowing ordeal, their hearts were laden with a somber weight. When they next stopped for a meal, Yun Can was noticeably more deferential towards the guards. Qiniang, curious, asked Yun Sun, second brother, who is this Duke of pacifying the nation? Third brother seems to hold him in such high esteem. Yun Sun glanced at the sycophantic Yun Can and gently enlightened his 2 younger sisters. This Duke of pacifying the nation is named Xiao Zhan. His elder sister is the current empress. He has practiced martial arts since childhood and secretly joined the army at the age of 14. Now he is not only the Duke, but also the Grand General of pacifying the nation. For the past 2 years, he has been stationed at the northern frontier, repelling the barbarians countless times, striking fear into their hearts. I heard there was a great victory in the north recently. Encountering him here now must mean he has military affairs to report to the emperor. Wunyang chuckled softly upon hearing this. No wonder third brother admires him so much. Qiniang also smiled. The family knew that Yun Can had never been fond of studying since he was a child. Born into a scholarly family, he revered martial prowess and yearned to learn combat. However, Yun Zheng had sternly forbidden it. Now he had picked up some superficial skills from somewhere for which Yun Zheng had severely punished him. Yun Sun, both exasperated and amused by his studious brother, also pursed his lips in a smile. You two must have found the carriage ride exhausting these past few days. We'll reach the Qiniang mansion docks this afternoon, and you'll finally be free of the carriage. Having never been on a boat, Yun-sun was optimistically naive. Wunyang let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, no more carriage rides. I wonder if being on a boat feels like walking on cotton. Qiniang covered her mouth with a light laugh. Isn't the deck very hard? How could it feel like walking on cotton? Wunyang asked, intrigued. Yunzheng approached them at that moment. Your seventh sister is right. The deck is hard, but the boat floats on water. The swaying and bobbing is even less comfortable than a carriage. Sooner, when you reach Qiniang Mansion, buy your sisters some thirst-quenching plums to help them feel better. Wunyang was dumbfounded. After finally escaping the carriage, could the boat be even worse? Father, let me go. I know which plums taste the best. Yunkin chimed in. Yunzheng shot him a fierce glare. You're better than anyone at everything except academic studies. Yunkin, having invited trouble, dared not utter a word and sat aside with a foolish grin. Upon arriving at the Qiniang Mansion docks, Wunyang and Qiniang did not alight first, but waited quietly in the carriage. Bailu and Xiao Yao stood by while Li Dong and Wunyang's other maid Bai Tao supervised the porters moving the trunks. They were to instruct the boatmen to place the young ladies' daily necessities into their cabins on the ship. Miss, there are so many boats here. Bailu stealthily lifted the curtain for a peek and couldn't help but exclaim. Qiniang laughed softly. Silly Bailu, this is a dock. All passing vessels stop here, so of course there are many boats. The boatmen are also very skilled. To be able to dock such large ships so neatly, I wonder how they control these behemoths, mused Wunyang, who had never witnessed such a spectacle before. Little sisters, your belongings have been moved onto the ship. Come with me to the cabins to rest, came Yun-sun's voice from beneath the carriage. All right, second brother will be right there, the two young girls replied. Having left home, even Wunyang seemed more animated, stepping out of the carriage with a face full of eager curiosity. As the two young girls stepped onto the deck, a nearby vessel happened to set sail, its wake causing their ship to rock. Wunyang stumbled, and Xiao Yao immediately steadied her. She looked at Qiniang in astonishment. Seventh sister, it really does feel like walking on cotton. Will it be like this every day from now on? How are we supposed to walk? Yun-sun reassured her. Don't worry, fifth sister. I just asked, once the ship is sailing normally, it won't be this rocky. Wunyang felt a little relieved. They still had 7 or 8 days to spend on the boat. Yun-sun led them to the temporary cabin prepared for them. It's not very convenient while traveling, so please make do, little sisters. You'll have to share a room. The two of them looked around the room. It was a small space of less than 30 square meters containing 2 small beds and 2 simple tables. It could only be described as Spartan. However, neither of them showed any displeasure. Qiniang said gently, second brother, it's better that fifth sister and I share a room. We can chat and pass the time. Otherwise, staying cooped up all day would be unbearably dull. Wunyang nodded in agreement. I would be a bit scared staying alone. Having seventh sister for company is perfect. Yun-sun was pleased to see his sisters so understanding. It's just that the conditions are a bit rough. It will be better once we reach the capital. Then second brother will buy you lots of delicious food. All right, we'll be waiting for the treats you promised, second brother, Qiniang said with a laugh covering her mouth. I wonder if father has settled in. Don't worry about us, second brother. We have Bailu and the others here. You should go and check on father. Yun-sun was also concerned about his father and nodded in agreement. I'll go to father then. If you need anything, send a maid to tell me, understand. Yes, we will. Please go and attend to father, second brother. Wunyang quickly added. After Yun-sun left, the two sisters sat on the small beds. It's a good thing we brought enough bedding. Otherwise, I don't know how Xiao Yao and the others would manage to rest, Wunyang remarked, looking at the humble room. It seemed the maids would have to sleep on the floor for a few days. Miss, we can make do with anything. We're not that delicate, Xiao Yao said with a smile. It's just hard on the two young ladies. This room is cramped and damp, truly an ordeal. Qiniang sighed helplessly. We are on the water, so it's bound to be a bit damp. Fortunately, it's only for a few days. Li Dong opened the door and came in carrying 2 hand warmers. She gave one to each young lady. Hold these to warm your hands, missus. We can't light a stove on the boat, and it's freezing cold. Wunyang was optimistic. She looked around and said, everything here is made of wood, so I suppose we can't light a stove. We wouldn't want to accidentally burn the whole place down. She chuckled at her own joke. Little sisters, I've bought you the plums. There are several pastry shops near the dock. I found out which one is the best and chose it. I also bought you lots of snacks, came Yunkin's cheerful voice from outside the door. Third brother, come in quickly. You'll freeze out there. Wunyang said, asking Xiao Yao to open the door for Yunkin. Yunkin entered carrying 2 bundles wrapped in oiled paper, which seemed to contain 7 or 8 kinds of pastries. Third brother, why did you buy so much? Share some with everyone. Seventh sister and I can't possibly finish all this, Wunyang said cheerfully. I've already sent a portion to father. We men don't need to eat pastries, Yunkin declared, boldly handing the paper parcels to Bailu. The very next day, however, he was proven spectacularly wrong and had to send his servant to ask for the plums. At the beginning of the voyage, Wunyang had not yet realized the severity of the situation and continued to tease Qiniang, seventh sister, I didn't expect the boat to be so stable. There's only a slight sway, and it's actually quite fun. Qiniang smiled, hoping you'd still feel that way later. Since the departure was close to nightfall, the two young girls were so excited they couldn't sleep. After dinner, they lay on the bed, chatting aimlessly. Seventh sister, is there something wrong with tonight's dinner? I feel nauseous. Are you alright? Qiniang sat up with an uncomfortable expression. The maids all sat up from the floor, and Qiniang sat up, as well, letting out a bitter smile. Sister 5, I feel a bit dizzy too, but I don't think it's the food. We must be seasick. Upon hearing that the young ladies were unwell, the maids quickly sprang into action, some fetching tea, others helping with clothing. Lidong, go get the plums bought by third brother, and have sister 5 suck on one, it might help. Qiniang softly instructed. Lidong agreed, and brought the plums. Qiniang picked one up, and put it in her mouth, her expression gradually easing. Seeing the plums worked, Lidong also offered one to her own young lady. The plums could only provide temporary relief. The two girls felt better for only a short while. In the latter part of the night, Qiniang suddenly vomited in the small room, filled with a foul odor. Qiniang felt even worse, and forgetting the cold, opened the small window to ventilate. They tossed and turned until dawn approached, finally drifting off drowsily. Only Lidong appeared normal among the maids, the others looked pale and listless. Shortly after sunrise, a gentle knock came at the door. A young servant's muffled voice called out, Sister Bailu, are you awake? Lidong glanced at the listless few and gently cracked the door open a sliver. Oh, it's Sister Lidong. I apologize for disturbing you so early. Third brother was seasick last night and couldn't bear it any longer, so he sent me early to ask the two young ladies for some plums. The servant whispered an explanation to Lidong. Qiniang had already woken up with the knock. She softly instructed Lidong. Lidong, quickly gather some for third brother. Father probably has some at home. Pack 2 extra bags and ask Chongqing to deliver them to the other two brothers as well. Lidong agreed and whispered to Chongqing outside the door. I'll pack them, I'll wait here for a moment. Chongqing nodded, and Lidong closed the door to prepare 3 small bags of plums. At that moment, Qiniang also woke up, sitting up with discomfort. Xiaoyao, her face pale, placed a pillow behind her to make her more comfortable. She was surprised to see Lidong's actions, so Qiniang quietly explained what was happening. Qiniang frowned slightly. I didn't expect third brother to be seasick too. I wonder how father and the other two brothers are doing. Miss, I'll go find out for you later. Lidong finished packing the plums, opened the door, and handed them to Chongqing. As dawn broke, the two young ladies no longer slept. With the maid's help, they dressed listlessly and slumped on their beds. Lidong, the only one not seasick, went out to gather information. Neither had the appetite to speak, but felt like opening their mouths might make them vomit. Soon Lidong returned with the food. Miss, second brother isn't seasick. Father feels a bit unwell, but it's not serious. Second brother is attending to him. Upon hearing how badly the two young ladies are seasick, he specifically instructed you to rest and not worry about father. Third and fourth brothers are seasick as badly as you are. Lidong said while placing the food on the table. The kitchen made some light rice porridge. Please have some, missus. I also brought some appetizing side dishes. Seventh sister, I really have no appetite, you eat it. Qiniang spoke weakly. Sister 5, not eating will only make you worse. At least have some porridge. Qiniang forced herself up and sat at the table. She knew having an empty stomach would only worsen her seasickness. Xiaoyao tenderly held a small bowl of rice porridge and came to Qiniang's bed, feeding her spoonful by spoonful. As the warm porridge slid into her stomach, she truly felt a bit better. Qiniang sat at the table sipping slowly and also called out to the other 3 maids. You all sit down and eat. We're away from home. There's no need for so many formalities. You must be suffering too. The maids didn't sit with Qiniang, but instead picked up their bowls of porridge and stood nearby to drink. After the long night, they finally had a chance to enjoy some hot porridge. For the following days, the two young ladies only went to see Yunzheng when they felt slightly better, otherwise they stayed in their rooms. Over several days, their emaciation became visibly apparent. Just as they felt they could no longer endure, the ship finally docked. When Yun Sun came to tell the two younger sisters they could pack to disembark, he saw their haggard faces and felt deeply sorry. He insisted they must replenish their strength once on land. When the two sisters stood firmly on the ground behind Yunzheng, they were so moved they nearly burst into tears. Father! A voice filled with emotion rang out. All turned to look, seeing 2 carriages just arriving. A pair of slender, delicate hands impatiently lifted the carriage curtain to peek out. It was their eldest sister Yunling, whom they hadn't seen in 3 years. Yunzheng also missed his eldest daughter deeply. As his first child, their bond was naturally strong. He hurried forward, helping the eager Yunling down from the carriage. Behind Yunling stood a 2-year-old toddler dressed in a round, puffy outfit with wide, sparkling eyes that darted about, utterly adorable. Yunling turned and picked up the boy. Quan call your grandfather. Grandpa. The boy's sweet infantile voice made Yunzheng ecstatic. Wanting to hold him, but fearing the child might be shy, he gently stroked the boy's head and said softly, This is Quan. He's grown so big. Yun Sun brought his younger brother and sisters to stand behind Yunzheng and called out, Eldest sister. Yunling turned to look at them. Qiniang and Qiniang bowed slightly. Eldest sister. Eldest sister, I've finally seen you. I'll never ride a boat again in my life. Yunkin lamented. Yun Nua meekly called out, Eldest sister. Yunling looked at them in shock. 3 years have passed, and my younger siblings have all grown up. I nearly didn't recognize you. Her voice trembled with emotion. Hearing his daughter's words, Yunzhong felt the same pang of sorrow and comforted her gently. Wait until your mother arrives, and our family will be reunited. From now on we'll all live in the capital. We can see each other whenever we wish. Upon hearing this, Yunling composed herself, looking apologetically at Yunzhong. Father's second brother should have come to welcome you personally, but since I didn't know when you'd arrive, I didn't want to keep asking for leave. However, he specially arranged a servant to keep watch at the pier, which is why I could come so quickly. He will come to see you as soon as he finishes his duties. Yunling was married to Li Shizhao, the second son of the Jingzhao Yin, who now served in the palace as a fifth-rank close bodyguard. Second master is occupied with official duties. Oh, why bother with such empty formalities? Yunzhong waved his hand dismissively. We've just arrived. Take us to find an inn to stay temporarily. Once we've purchased a residence, we'll move. Yunling pouted coquettishly. Father, how could I let you stay at an inn? Second master has arranged everything. He has a small 2-courtyard residence already prepared. Father and brothers can go directly there. Buying a house won't happen overnight. Let my 2 younger sisters come with me to the mansion. We haven't seen each other for years, and we sisters can catch up. Yunzhong felt it was inappropriate. How can we stay in our son-in-law's house? What would people say? Father, it's just temporary. What's wrong with that? Even ordinary relatives help each other, let alone father and son-in-law. Yunling gently persuaded. Yes, father, you are still injured. It's better to go to brother-in-law's place to recuperate. Staying outside is inconvenient, Yunsun added in a low voice. Yunling was alarmed. Father is injured. How is he now? It's nothing. We encountered bandits on the road. I only suffered a minor injury to my arm, and it's almost healed now. Fortunately, we were rescued by the Duke of Dinghua, who also left guards to protect us, allowing us to reach the capital safely. Yunzhong felt a sense of having narrowly escaped death. Where are the guards? I would like to thank them for their escort. Yunling looked around, but saw no one else. Yunsun explained softly. They returned to the Duke of Dinghua's mansion as soon as the boat docked, saying they needed to report back. Once we are settled, we'll prepare generous gifts and go to the Duke of Dinghua's mansion to express our gratitude. Yunzhong murmured. With this life-saving grace, he might be able to cling to the powerful Duke of Dinghua. Father, let's go back and rest quickly. We should also call a physician to examine you. You have to report to the Ministry of Rites the day after tomorrow, right? You need to recuperate well these 2 days. Yunling urged anxiously. Don't worry, it's no longer a problem. Yunzhong comforted his daughter. Sun'er helped father into the carriage. Let's go back first. My 2 younger sisters can ride in the carriage behind me. Yunling had brought 4 carriages, barely enough to accommodate everyone. Listening to the lively hawking sounds outside, the 5th miss and the 7th miss sat upright, showing no desire to lift the curtain and look. Yunling nodded, inwardly observing that these 2 seemed sensible. This way, if they stayed with her at her husband's home, they wouldn't disgrace the Yun family. The carriage twisted and turned into a quiet little alley before finally stopping. The 7th miss obediently alighted after her 2 elder sisters. Father, this courtyard, though seemingly remote, is very close to the Ministry of Rites. It takes only the time it takes an incense stick to burn by carriage. I'll leave a carriage for you to use for now. Yunling explained gently. How can we use your carriage? What would your in-laws think? Xiaoxi can go buy one later. We'll need one anyway. Yunzhong didn't consider such a small expense significant. Their family's standing was already inferior to that of the Jingzhao Yin's household. Precisely because of this, he had to be clear-headed and not cause his daughter trouble in her marital home. Father, it's just a carriage. Yunling pouted. Yunzhong waved his hand, indicating there was no need for further discussion. Yunling had no choice but to drop the matter. Opening the courtyard gate, the front courtyard housed the servants' quarters, 3 bedrooms, a storage room, and a small room near the gate for the doorkeeper. Passing through the decorative gate, there was a square little courtyard. Facing the gate was the main house, which consisted of 3 rooms, a bedroom, a parlor, and a study. Flanking the main house were 2 side rooms. To the left and right were the east and west wing rooms, which could accommodate Yunsun and the others. Father, this courtyard is a bit small, but with my 2 younger sisters coming to stay with me, there's enough space for you. Yunling had the servants bring in the luggage. With just us father and sons, it's more than enough. Besides, this is just a transition. Once we find a suitable house, we'll move. By then your mother will also come. Yunzhong was quite satisfied with the house. Though small, it was decorated with a fresh and elegant taste. Moreover, in the capital where land was precious, even if he bought a residence, it wouldn't be very large. When the whole family arrived, they would be cramped anyway, so it was better to get used to it in advance. The 7th miss and the 5th miss sensibly stood to the side, playing with little Qiniang, who was well brought up and a very polite child. Haven't you been away from home for quite a while? Is everything all right at the mansion? Don't neglect your duties. We can tidy up here ourselves. Yunzhong constantly worried about his eldest daughter, fearing she might face difficulties from her in-laws because of him. Father, you've finally come to the capital. What matter could be more important than this? Don't worry, I informed my mother-in-law before I left. She's not an unreasonable person. Yunling was reluctant to leave. She hadn't seen her family in years. Even if your mother-in-law is reasonable, you must always remember your duties as a daughter-in-law. Yunjung now appeared as a completely doting father, which reminded the seventh miss of when they encountered kidnappers. Yunjung had unhesitatingly told Yun Sun and Yun Can to flee without a thought for what might happen to her and her sister if they fell into the kidnappers' hands. Yet the seventh miss did not resent him. In that situation, even if their eldest sister had been there, Yunjung would have unhesitatingly prioritized protecting Yun Sun and Yun Can. At the very least, he had shielded them behind him at the time. Father-in-law, I am late. A clear male voice came from the direction of the decorative gate. It was Li Shizhao, still in his guard uniform. Shizhao, you're here. Weren't you on duty? Why did you come running? Yunjung asked in confusion. Yun Sun and the others addressed him as brother-in-law. The fifth miss and the seventh miss also performed a half-crouch bow and obediently called him brother-in-law. How could I not come when my father-in-law has arrived? I took half a day off from my superior. When I went to the dock, you had already left, so I hurried here. Is there anything else to tidy up? I can lend a hand. Li Shizhao was very respectful to Yunjung. It seemed he deeply valued their eldest sister, extending his affection to her family. Otherwise, given his family background, he could have simply used the excuse of being busy with official duties. How can I trouble you with such rough work? Let the servants do it. But the urgent matter is to hire 2 cooks. The 2 I brought with me were killed by the bandits on the way. Linger helped me find a slave broker. Having just arrived, Yunjung was indeed at a loss about such matters. All right, I'll have a slave broker bring a few cooks for father to choose from. Yunling beckoned her maidservant over. Why go through all this trouble? We can simply summon 2 maids from our residence, Li Shizhao remarked, eyeing Yunling with puzzlement. How could that be acceptable? We've already imposed upon your hospitality by staying here. How could we add to your burdens? It's better to summon the slave trader. It's no great effort. Yunjung was the first to respond, deeply touched by his son-in-law's kind intentions. Let us heed father's wishes, Yunling said, waving for the maidservant to hasten on her errand. Li Shizhao glanced at the time. The midday meal was approaching, and waiting for the maids was clearly impractical. Honored father-in-law, how about we proceed to the tavern first? Allow me to host a welcoming banquet in your honor and for my younger sisters-in-law. Husband, I believe it would be better to have a feast delivered from the tavern. Father is still nursing his injuries. Yunling was constantly worried about her father's wounds. Father-in-law is injured? Li Shizhao asked in astonishment. Yunjung was compelled to offer an explanation once more. My lady, please send someone to summon a physician to examine father-in-law. Also have them order a feast from the Rui Tavern and charge it to my account. Li Shizhao was on duty and had no attendant with him, so he had to rely on Yunling to dispatch someone. Very well. Yunling nodded compliantly and instructed the servants to carry out the tasks. Observing his daughter and son-in-law treating each other with mutual respect, Yunjung felt a measure of satisfaction. The physician arrived promptly and examined Yunjung thoroughly. Lord Yun's wound has healed. There is no need for further medication. Gradual convalescence will suffice. Learning that her father's injury was no longer serious, Yunling finally relaxed. Yun Sun escorted the physician out. The slave trader brought 6 coarse-featured maids. Yunjung, uncertain how to choose, delegated the task entirely to Yunling. Yunling asked them a few simple questions and selected 2 with unblemished backgrounds and honest appearances. After the midday meal, Li Shizhao had to return to duty. Honored father-in-law, my father is currently occupied with a major case and cannot get away. He instructed me to convey that once this busy period passes, he will invite you for a drink. As for the veracity of this statement, none could ascertain. It had to be accepted as truth. Yunjung nodded courteously. Your father is busy. There is no need to concern himself with such formalities. When your mother-in-law arrives, we shall pay a visit together. Father, I shall also take my 2 younger sisters back with me now. Please rest well. You must be exhausted after traveling for so many days. Yunling spoke with gentle deference. Yunjung was indeed fatigued and did not insist on them staying longer. Both of you go with your elder sister. Conduct yourselves properly in another's household and do not bring shame upon her. Yes, father. 7th miss and 5th miss respectfully bowed and took their leave. At my residence you will meet my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Be courteous in their presence. My mother-in-law is a reasonable woman and will not make things difficult for you. There is also my elder brother and his wife. My brother spends most of his time studying in the library, so you will seldom see him. My sister-in-law rarely ventures out. There is also a younger sister named Li Wan-er who is somewhat willful. Avoid conflict with her. Seated in the carriage returning to the mansion, Yunling softly explained the household's interpersonal dynamics. The wife of the Jingzhou prefect held Yunling in high regard, for her eldest son was devoted to pursuing scholarly honors. After passing the imperial examination at the age of 20, he had failed to advance further and confined himself to his study in diligent study. This had caused his wife to adopt a detached, unworldly demeanor, perhaps also because her husband's lack of achievement left her without confidence before her sister-in-law. This Li Wan-er was the youngest daughter of Lady Li, doted upon since childhood and possessed a somewhat spoiled nature. Additionally, Lady Li had 2 concubine-born sons and 1 concubine-born daughter, all of whom were unassuming and nearly invisible within the household. The higher the walls and deeper the courtyards, the more intricate the interpersonal relationships. Yunling's own family background was quite simple by comparison. Seventh Miss gained some understanding, believing that as long as she kept to herself, she could pass her days peacefully in the Li residence. Fifth Miss, however, felt uneasy. She was rather intimidated by Li Wanner. Such high-born legitimate daughters always carried an air of superiority. She could only hope they would not be harassed. Mother, these are my two younger half-sisters from my father's side, Fifth Miss and Seventh Miss. Since father has just arrived in the capital and is still searching for a house, it would be inconvenient for them to accompany him, so they are staying with us for a short while. Yunling first brought the two sisters to meet Lady Li. Lady Li had a round, full face that gave her a somewhat portly appearance. Greetings, Aunt Li. Fifth Miss and Seventh Miss quickly knelt and performed the formal bow. Lady Li had already received word of their arrival and waved for servants to bring forth two exquisitely crafted boxes. Welcome, welcome. Make yourselves at home. Oh, do not stand on ceremony. These are small tokens for you. Trifles really. Do not disdain them. Lady Li spoke with great politeness, as she always made a point of showing respect to her daughter-in-law. Fifth Miss and Seventh Miss glanced at Yunling, who gave them a slight nod. Only then did they accept the boxes and bow once more in gratitude. Thank you, Aunt. Has everything been arranged for your father? Lady Li gazed at Yunling with maternal affection. This second daughter-in-law had won her heart completely. Tactful yet unobtrusive, filial, and impeccably mannered. Even when the eldest daughter-in-law proved unreliable, Yunling never showed any disrespect. Truly, she was a rare find. Everything is settled. Father and my three younger brothers are staying at Mauer Hudong, which is also convenient for the Ministry of Rights. Father said that once he finds a suitable house and brings mother over, he will come to pay a visit. We should have been the ones to call on you, but your father-in-law has been so busy lately that he's hardly home. Once he has some free time in a few days, he will seek out your father for a drink. Lady Li explained gently, as Lord Li was indeed swamped with work. Now you should take your sisters to rest. You must be exhausted from your travels. It will take a few days to fully recover. I haven't yet taken them to pay respects to sister-in-law, Yunling said hesitantly. Etiquette dictated that they should call on her. It is not necessary, Lady Li replied with a serene expression, though inwardly she was displeased. The eldest daughter-in-law knew full well that the second daughter-in-law would be bringing her sisters today, yet she deliberately feigned illness to avoid meeting them. Truly lacking in decorum. Oh, is sister-in-law unwell? Has a physician been called? Yunling inquired with concern. It's nothing serious, just women's troubles. It will pass. Once she feels better, I will introduce you properly. With that explanation, Yunling understood and felt somewhat exasperated. This sister-in-law was truly. After bidding Lady Li farewell, Yunling led Fifth Miss and Seventh Miss to her own courtyard. Fifth Miss's eyes occasionally wandered to take in the surroundings, while Seventh Miss followed Yunling without diverting her gaze. The Li residence was indeed vast. The garden was elegantly arranged with a small artificial lake at its center. In the depths of winter it lay barren and empty. Beyond this garden lies my courtyard, Tingxiang Yuan. If you find yourselves at leisure, you may come here to stroll. Passing through the festooned gate of the garden led to Yunling's Tingxiang courtyard, which was closest to Madame Li's Xinyuan courtyard. The Qingping courtyard occupied by her eldest son, Li Shiqing, was more secluded, a choice he himself had requested because he needed to study. Mother Qin, have the rooms for the two young ladies been prepared? Yunling asked the attending Mother Qin upon arriving at the main hall of her residence. Mother Qin replied respectfully, Second young madam, you instructed us long ago to prepare rooms for the two young ladies. They have been ready for some time, waiting only for their arrival. They are in Tingyun Xiaozhu, not far from the main hall, and quite tranquil. Yunling nodded. You two have traveled a long way and must be weary. Go and rest for a while. We will hold a welcoming dinner for you this evening. Mother, won't Fifth Aunt and Seventh Aunt play with me? Quaner asked, tilting his little head with an innocent expression. Quaner, Fifth Aunt and Seventh Aunt have traveled for many days and are tired and need rest. When they are well rested, they will play with you all right. And besides, Quaner needs his afternoon nap, doesn't he? Yunling said to her son with great tenderness. Quaner nodded like a little adult. Yes, Fifth Aunt, Seventh Aunt, please rest well. Only after a good rest will you have the strength to play with me. Both Fifth Nyang and Seventh Nyang were amused by the adorable Quaner. All right, Quaner must also take a good nap. When you wake up, you'll have plenty of energy to play. Fifth Nyang gently patted Quaner's little head, while Seventh Nyang stood by with a tender smile. Young ladies, please follow me. I will take you to Tingyun Xiaozhu. Mother Qin treated them with considerable respect, showing no neglect due to their status as concubine-born daughters, which was surely a testament to their elder sister's excellent guidance. Adjacent to Tingyun Xiaozhu was a bamboo grove that rustled in the wind, creating a uniquely charming ambience. Young ladies, Tingyun Xiaozhu has 3 guest rooms. We have prepared 2 adjacent rooms for you, each with a smaller adjoining room for your 4 maids. The 4 maids Mother Qin referred to were Bailu and the others. Thank you, Mother Qin, Fifth Nyang and Seventh Nyang said in unison. You are 2 kind young ladies. It is my duty. There are a few maids here for rough work. Should you need anything, simply instruct them. Mother Qin led them to Tingyun Xiaozhu and then departed, leaving the 2 to decide on their sleeping arrangements themselves. Is everything settled? Back at the main hall, Yunling asked Mother Qin. Mother Qin stood respectfully below. The young ladies' luggage has been delivered, and their personal maids are unpacking. Well, how did my 2 younger sisters behave? Yunling asked with an air of nonchalance as she hadn't seen them for years and needed to gauge their character. Both young ladies conducted themselves properly throughout the journey. Though the fifth miss was curious about our estate, she only stole a few glances. The seventh miss, despite being younger, appeared more composed, following me to Tingyun Xiaozhu without looking around. Mother Chen had been observing fifth Nyang and seventh Nyang along the way. Madame Yun indeed had keen insight. Both young ladies who had come were well behaved and content with their lot. A smile touched Yunling's lips. So far it seemed quite satisfactory. Fifth Nyang chose the eastern side room, while seventh Nyang took the western one. Their rooms were separated by the maid's small chambers, affording them some privacy. Exhausted from the journey, fifth Nyang did not stand on ceremony, and after bidding farewell, the seventh Nyang returned to her room to rest. Miss, the estate of the eldest miss is so vast, and the servants are far more disciplined than those in our house. What an eye-opener. Bailu said with a lingering sense of awe, afraid of saying or doing the wrong thing and bringing shame upon her mistress in this grand household. Li Dong chimed in, indeed, but the eldest miss is truly formidable. The servants are all very respectful to her, and Madame Li is very amiable. The grander the household, the more rules there are. Remember to observe more and speak less, and don't cause any trouble for our elder sister. Seventh Nyang gently admonished. Yes, miss, we understand. Please lie down for a while. Isn't the eldest miss hosting a dinner for you tonight? There isn't much time left. Bailu stepped forward to arrange the bedding for seventh Nyang. Seventh Nyang nodded slightly, removed her lined jacket, and slipped into the bed covers in her undergarments. Remember to wake me in an hour. She needed to rise a bit early to avoid any breach of etiquette. When seventh Nyang awoke, her maids helped her dress and arrange her hair. With time to spare, she sat by the window embroidering a pouch. This was something she did in her idle moments to calm her mind. Her embroidery skills were a true inheritance from her mother, the finest among all the women in the household. Even Madame Yun would occasionally ask her to embroider small trinkets. Seventh sister, you're already awake. Fifth Nyang's voice came from the doorway. Fifth sister, are you ready as well? Seventh Nyang asked with a light smile as she stood up. Yes, I couldn't sleep soundly in a new place. Not being in one's own home always left a certain unease in the heart. Seventh Nyang smiled faintly, but said nothing. Seventh sister feels the same, doesn't she? I wonder when father will finish buying a house so that mother and the others can come and we can be reunited. Seventh Nyang felt somewhat indifferent. Even if father bought a house, she would have no sense of belonging there, just as she had never felt at ease in all the years she had been in this world. They were concubine-born daughters, their fates in the hands of their legal mother. Whom they would marry in the future was merely a word from her. This feeling of having one's destiny controlled by another was utterly disheartening. Young ladies, the young madam has prepared a meal in the main hall to welcome you. You may go there now for dinner. It was Mother Chun who came to summon them. To avoid making his sisters-in-law feel awkwardly, Shi Zhao did not attend the dinner and instead ate with Madame Li. Only Yunling and Quaner accompanied them for the meal, which made them feel much more at ease. With Quaner's childish prattle, the entire dining atmosphere was filled with warmth. You need not be overly constrained here. Every morning, I go to pay my respects to my mother-in-law and then handle household affairs with her. I won't have much time for you, so you can explore on your own, Yunling explained softly. Mother, I can play with fifth aunt and seventh aunt, Quaner said after swallowing his food. Very well, our Quaner is the most sensible. He can help mother entertain the two aunties, Yunling said, happily stroking Quaner's head. Quaner blushed with embarrassment at the praise. We will surely have a wonderful time with Quaner keeping us company, fifth Nyang said, smiling at him. Rest assured, fifth, and I know many games. I guarantee you'll have a splendid time. The young boy, who had not yet begun his formal education, still lived a life free of worries. Even seventh lady was amused by this. Can seventh aunt play along too? Of course, the three of us will play together. Quaner patted his little chest. After dinner, the two did not linger long at Yunling's place. They sat for a short while before taking their leave. Returning to Tingyun Xiaozhu, the two said little more, utterly exhausted. At last they could sleep soundly. The next morning, just as the sky was turning light, seventh lady awoke. The unfamiliar surroundings had not defeated her drowsiness. She had gone straight to bed upon returning the previous night, so she rose especially early. Lying in the warm bed for a while, she heard the sounds of Bailu and Li Dong getting up. They had not intended to disturb her rest, but she still called them over to help her rise. In a strange place, it was truly unsuitable to laze in bed. After getting up, she did some light exercises in the room, a habit she had maintained over the years. She had just picked up her needlework and embroidered for a while when she heard the maidservants bringing the meal. Bailu and Li Dong received the dishes and set them on the small dining table in the outer room. Breakfast was simple: a bowl of meat congee, 2 small buns, 2 small vegetable pancakes, 2 kinds of pickled vegetables, and an egg. Seventh lady had a small appetite and ate only half. Shortly after breakfast, fifth lady arrived. The two did not go out for a stroll. Instead, they sat in seventh lady's room doing needlework and chatting about domestic affairs. In this regard, seventh lady was quite satisfied with fifth lady. She was not ostentatious. If it had been sixth lady, she would have long gone wandering around the mansion. Around midday, Mother Chen appeared once more. 2 young ladies, our madam has prepared a meal in the main hall. She wishes to introduce you to the ladies of the household. Please prepare yourselves and come with me. The Madam Mother Qin referred to as naturally Lady Li. Fifth lady and seventh lady exchanged a glance. Fifth lady quickly rose. Seventh sister, I will return to my room to change clothes first. All right, fifth sister, I will prepare as well, and we will go together. Mother Qin tactfully went to the porch to wait. Bailu rummaged through the trunk for clothes. Miss, which outfit should we wear so as not to embarrass the eldest young lady? Their young lady barely had 2 presentable garments. The matter had been decided hastily, and Lady Yun had not had time to make new clothes for them, otherwise she certainly would not have let her eldest daughter lose face on this matter. Just dress appropriately. Take out that light green lined jacket, and pair it with the slightly darker skirt. Seventh lady's expression was calm. The ladies of the capital were well-traveled and discerning. Even if new clothes were made, they would likely look down on them. After changing, seventh lady sat before the dressing mirror and instructed Li Dong, help me style a side bun. Li Dong agreed and stepped forward. Her fingers moved swiftly, and soon the bun was done. Bailu had already fetched a light gray cloak as it was still cold outside. Once seventh lady was fully ready, she went to fifth lady's room. Mother Qin was still waiting outside. As she stepped out, she saw fifth lady also emerging. Fifth lady had similarly chosen muted colors, neither flashy nor improper. The two exchanged a smile and walked together toward Mother Qin. Seeing their attire, Mother Qin nodded inwardly. The second young madam had worried they might dress too brightly, but the 2 young ladies clearly had good judgment. Young ladies, please follow me. Mother Qin led the way. The 2 had only walked this path once before, and it was fortunate she guided them, otherwise they would surely have gotten lost. Upon arriving, Mother Qin entered first to announce them. Madam, the 2 young ladies are here. Quickly invite them in. It is still cold outside. We must not let our honored guests catch a chill. Lady Li's tone was gentle. Fifth lady and seventh lady entered together and curtsied to Lady Li, who sat in the center. Greetings, madam. Ah, good. I called you here to introduce you to the household. Please do not stand on ceremony. Linger, introduce your 2 younger sisters. Yes, mother. Yun Ling walked over to her 2 younger sisters and introduced them one by one. Fifth lady was a little nervous, unconsciously clenching her fingers, a hint of discomfort on her face. Fortunately, she was still young, and such shyness was harmless. Seventh lady, however, remained calm and composed, responding as usual. This is my eldest sister-in-law. You may call her eldest sister-in-law as well. Yun Ling first led them to a slightly slender woman. Greetings, eldest sister-in-law. Fifth lady and seventh lady curtsied. The woman opposite responded perfunctorily with a slight bow. I was unwell yesterday and could not meet you 2 younger sisters. Please do not take offense. Fifth lady was too nervous to speak, so seventh lady had to respond. Your health is the most important, eldest sister-in-law. This is our 4th young lady, Li Warner. Warner, these are my 2 younger sisters from my maternal family, fifth lady and seventh lady. Greetings, 4th young lady. Fifth lady and seventh lady once again curtsied with a standard bow. Li Warner's expression was indifferent. If not for her second sister-in-law Sake, she would not even be sitting here. She did not even bother with the 2 concubine-born daughters in her own household, let alone these concubine-born girls from a humble family. Oh, greetings to you too. Her tone was equally perfunctory. Lady Li's brow furrowed slightly, but she refrained from saying anything in front of everyone. These are our 5th and 6th young ladies, Qing Feng and Minghua. Fifth lady and seventh lady bowed again. The 5th and 6th young ladies opposite quickly returned the courtesy. The mansion would likely be under the second young madam's management in the future, and though young, they had been advised by their own concubine mothers not to cause trouble for their second sister-in-law. Greetings, 2 elder sisters. Fifth lady and seventh lady were slightly older than them. Seeing their behavior, the eldest young madam curled her lips imperceptibly. As for the concubines, they were not qualified to attend such occasions. This was what constantly worried seventh lady. She was terrified that Lady Yun might give her away to someone as a concubine, where she would have no rights at all. What's with the buttons on your lined jacket? They look different. As soon as Yun Ling finished the introductions, Li Warner asked seventh lady, not addressing her by name, just staring straight at her. Seventh lady was slightly startled, but showed nothing on her face. She only explained softly, I mixed in some gold and silver threads. She had always enjoyed studying such things. That was a little personal touch of hers. Normally one would not notice unless paying close attention. She had not expected Li Warner to be so observant. The pattern of this button loop is also quite unique. I've never seen it before. Was it made by a master from your area? I just fiddled with it myself. Seventh lady replied with a light laugh. Oh, then make some for me. I'm planning to have new clothes made, and they would come in handy. Li Warner spoke without any pretense of courtesy. The eldest young madam almost laughed out loud. How wasn't this treating Yun Ling's sister like a maidservant? Warner. Madam Li's tone was somewhat stern, seeking to preserve Yun Ling's face, while also sparing her own daughter from embarrassment. Yun Ling was indeed slightly discomfited, yet it was no great matter, so she could hardly make a scene. Sensing the tension in the air, seventh lady sighed inwardly, and spoke with a smile. Very well. At home, I often craft little trinkets for my sisters, and they are always delighted. I am flattered that you find them to your liking. Fifth lady, now catching on, chimed in. Indeed. Even the buttons on my jacket were designed by seventh sister. Her hands are so skilled, everything she makes is a novel creation we've never seen before. Admonished by her motherly Wanner realized her words were amiss. She cast a quick glance at Yunling, and seeing no change in her expression she said, "Yes, your buttons are indeed quite special." Yet her gaze did not truly examine them. It was merely a pretext to step down gracefully. "I have acquired some new handkerchiefs from Yunjin Workshop. How about I give you 2 as a token of thanks?" Seventh lady feigned delight, her voice brightening. "Then I am the one getting the better deal. Allow me 2 days and I will surely design a new pattern for you." Seeing the atmosphere warm again, Madame Li smiled, and added, "Seventh lady is truly ingenious. How many would think to weave silver thread into a button? The color coordination is exquisite as well. Such an eye for beauty. No wonder this girl was bold enough to ask for it." Yunling laughed joyfully. "Our Wanner has high standards, ordinary things never catch her fancy." With one remark, she had praised both Li Wanner and Seventh lady. The eldest young mistress's brow twitched. Always playing the gracious one. Li Wanner, proud and aloof, looked down upon her own family's 2 concubine-born sisters, let alone 5th and 7th ladies. Seeing the matter resolved, she sat beside Madame Li and fell silent. "You 2 please sit. We'll dine shortly. Ling have your sisters take their seats." 5th lady and 7th lady obediently sat below Yunling. 7th sister from the Yun family, with such nimble fingers your needlework must be exceptional. "I happen to have a piece of shoe brocade I wish to make into a spring garment. Could you assist me?" The eldest young mistress spoke as if in casual conversation. Even Madame Li frowned. Had her eldest daughter-in-law gone mad? Li Wanner had merely asked for small items harmless enough, a gesture of friendship among young ladies. But this request was outright trampling on Yunling's dignity. Yunling's expression darkened instantly. "Sister-in-law, I have only just arrived in the capital and must still craft some little gifts for my elder sister and nephew. I fear I won't have the time." 7th lady refused, coolly puzzled as to how the Li family had chosen such a match. This eldest young mistress was truly lacking in judgment. "Sister-in-law, my 2 sisters have traveled a great distance to the capital. They mentioned making clothes for Quanner. I wouldn't even dream of imposing on them. This is an aunt's heartfelt gesture, a privilege reserved only for Quanner." Yunling spoke with a smile, but her meaning was unmistakable. "You, go cool your heels elsewhere." The eldest young mistress's face fell, and Madame Li offered no rescue. Hadn't she brought this upon herself? "It seems I was presumptuous." None of the 3 Yun sisters replied. "Indeed you were." Just then Tian Mama, Madame Li's trusted servant, entered and announced that the feast was prepared. Li Wanner helped Madame Li to her feet. "Very well, the feast is ready. Let us take our seats. We mustn't starve our little honored guests." As Madame Li rose, the others followed suit. 5th lady and 7th lady teased bowed their heads in feigned shyness. Yunling took her sister's hands affectionately and said, "Mother is so considerate. You 2 should thank Auntie." 5th lady and 7th lady immediately curtsied, "Thank you, Auntie." Madame Li shot Yunling a playful glare, so many formalities. Mother and daughter-in-law were in perfect harmony, leaving the eldest young mistress conspicuously aside. Ordinarily Madame Li would not have acted thus. No matter how tactless the eldest daughter-in-law was, she had to consider her eldest son's face. But today the woman had been utterly disgraceful. Madame Li led the way to the flower hall. Yunling calmly waited for the eldest young mistress to proceed, who walked out with a sour expression. A faint smile touched Yunling's lips. She instructed Aunt Shun beside her, "Go find Quanner and tell him to come have dinner with his grandmother." Aunt Shun nodded and went to the garden to look for Quanner. Yunling did not leave. Qingfeng and Mingwei were waiting there. She took her 2 sisters' hands. "Come, let's go eat." This 7th lady, impressive. When they arrived, Madame Li was already seated in the place of honor with Li Wanner and the eldest young mistress on either side. "Come sit down." "Yes, mother." Yunling sat below the eldest young mistress. 5th lady and 7th lady wisely left the seat next to Yunling empty for Quanner. Grandmother, I'm here to eat too." Quanner came running in, his face flushed from exertion. Quanner, slow down. Take the young master to wash his hands." Madame Li's eyes crinkled with joy at the sight of him. She had only this one grandson now, and the eldest branch had yet to produce even a daughter. This was why the eldest young mistress was perpetually sour. Her husband was unambitious, and she herself was unlucky. She constantly felt looked down upon, and strove to prove herself only to make a fool of herself each time. A vicious cycle. Madame Li wished to have Quanner sit beside her, but glancing at her neighbors on either side, she abandoned the idea. Make her daughter give up her seat. Her daughter, spoiled and indulged, would never stand for it, and would surely kick up a fuss. Ask the eldest daughter-in-law to move. Better not. Who knew what she would imagine? Quanner obediently sat beside his mother with Yunling on his left and 5th lady on his right. 5th and 7th, "Aunt, why didn't you come play with me?" he asked, tilting his little head. 5th lady was at a loss. They were in the Li residence, and could not wander freely, nor did they know if their elder sister wished Quanner to be close to them. "Because we want to make beautiful clothes for Quanner. Your 5th and 7th aunts haven't given you a welcome gift yet," 7th lady replied with a smile. "Can it be dark blue?" "I like dark blue," Quanner declared, already having his own preferences. "All right, we'll make it dark blue for Quanner," 7th lady agreed with a smile. She had some private savings, sending Bailu out to buy fine dark blue fabric would be enough. All right, seventh aunt has agreed. Now you must eat properly. Yunling interrupted their conversation with a smile. Quan'er sat obediently and nodded. Yes, mother. Madame Li nodded in satisfaction. Aside from her slightly humble origins, Yunling was truly impeccable in every way, and she had raised the child well. It was not in vain that Madame Li had made extensive inquiries before arranging the marriage. The fifth and seventh Misses rarely even dined with their own mother at home, let alone attended such an occasion. The fifth Miss could not help but feel ill at ease. The delicious food tasted like ash in her mouth. The seventh Miss, however, appeared far more composed. I wasn't sure what you two like to eat, so I asked the kitchen to prepare some local specialties of the capital. Please try them and see if they suit your taste. Madame Li was exceedingly warm. Yet the warmer she was, the more uncomfortable the fifth Miss became, nodding submissively in agreement. Observing this, Madame Li smiled faintly. A concubine's daughter was after all a concubine's daughter. She lacked experience. The younger one, however, was somewhat more intriguing. Throughout the meal, the fifth Miss ate, as though chewing wax, while the seventh Miss savored every bite. After eating, the two accompanied Madame Li for a brief chat in the parlor before retiring to their quarters, as most ladies were accustomed to an afternoon nap. The fifth and seventh Misses each returned to their rooms for a rest. Shortly after waking, Madame Chen arrived, with two maidservants carrying 3 bolts of cloth. Fifth Miss, seventh Miss, the young madam was concerned you might not know Quan'er's preferred colors, so she sent this fabric. She requests that you make clothes for Quan'er. The other 2 bolts are gifts for the 2 young ladies. The young madam said you may sew them yourselves, or if you'd like to have garments made in the latest capital styles, I will bring someone to take your measurements. Yunling had been very considerate. Knowing her younger sisters likely had little money of their own, she sent fabric, not only for Quan'er, but also a piece of bright red and a piece of light green for them. Both bolts bore exquisite patterns. The seventh Miss enjoyed sewing her own clothes, as she liked to add her personal touch. She looked at the fifth Miss. Fifth sister, I'd like to make my own. What about you? The fifth Miss, too embarrassed to trouble Madame Chen, replied, then we'll do it ourselves. Madame Chen left reassured. Fifth sister, please choose the color you like first, the seventh Miss said, offering her the first pick. Both are so beautiful, though I can't decide. Perhaps you should choose first, seventh sister. The fifth Miss hesitated between the 2 bolts. Fifth sister, your skin is fair, the bright red would suit you better. The light green was elegant and pale, and on fair skin it would make one appear delicate and frail. The bright red was more vibrant and flattering. The seventh Miss was not as fair as the fifth. The fifth Miss knew the seventh was right, but she was truly fond of the light green. However, she could not claim both for herself. Even if the seventh Miss generously agreed, their eldest sister would be displeased, so she had to reluctantly give it up. Then I'll take the bright red one. Seventh sister, please call for me when you start sewing so I can learn from you. She was well aware that her needlework was no match for the seventh Misses. She hoped for her sister's help, though she didn't intend to offload all the work only to seek guidance at critical moments. Fifth sister, we are sisters. There's no need to speak of learning from me. People would laugh at my presumption, the seventh Miss said with a light smile. The fifth Miss pursed her lips in embarrassment. What about Quan'er's clothes? Leave Quan'er's clothes to me. I took on this task, and you mustn't steal it from me. Hearing this, the fifth Miss finally relaxed. She wouldn't dare to touch Quan'er's clothes, for that would truly be a laughingstock. The 2 bolts of fabric Yunling had sent were fresh and elegant, perfect for spring attire, so there was no rush. The seventh Miss decided to make Quan'er's clothes first. The fabric Yunling had sent was shoe brocade, a precious material suitable for an outer robe. It was likely meant to show that her 2 younger sisters had made clothes for their little nephew. This material would be most beautiful as a long robe. The thought of the little one in a shimmering long robe with a sash was utterly adorable. She would also make him an exquisite cord. Her skill at making cords was extraordinary. Even Madame Yin often asked her to make them. As for the button knots promised to Li Wan'er, in addition to the style she had chosen, she would give her a few new patterns to complete the gift. When Yunling learned that both sisters had declined the tailor's services, she nodded in approval. The seventh Miss's performance that day had truly surprised her. Her mother's letters had described her as simple and dull, but it seemed the assessment was mistaken. There's no need to visit them for now. Continue sending their meals 3 times a day. Say that I have been busy these past few days and haven't had time to catch up. Yunling decided to keep her distance for a while and observe her sister's behavior. The fifth and seventh Misses clearly sensed Yunling's coldness. Was she truly so busy she couldn't spare a moment to see them? Had they done something wrong? The fifth Miss grew increasingly anxious. After every meal she would come to the seventh Miss's room. Seventh sister, do you think we offended someone in the Li family that day, and that's why our eldest sister is angry with us? The seventh Miss looked at the fifth Miss's restless state with some resignation. Still, she was only a girl of 12 or 13, having rarely left the inner chambers. Having never experienced such things, her reaction was only natural. Fifth sister, don't overthink it. If we had done something wrong, our eldest sister would surely have corrected us. She must be busy. Let's just stay out of trouble and not add to her burdens. Really? The fifth Miss asked, uncertain. Yes. Think about it. If we had made a mistake in the Li residence, our eldest sister would have pointed it out to prevent us from repeating it. Since she said nothing, there's nothing wrong, the seventh Miss said gently. But that day we did displease the eldest daughter-in-law. Could she be causing trouble for our sister? The seventh miss sighed inwardly. The fifth miss was letting her imagination run wild. Could she not see that their eldest sister was favored by her mother-in-law and respected by her husband in the Lee family? The eldest daughter-in-law was clearly no match for her. Fifth sister, stop worrying. We just need to stay here peacefully. Remember, our eldest sister gave us fabric. Would she do that if she were angry? The fifth miss finally remembered the 2 bolts of cloth Yunling had sent the very same day. If they had done nothing wrong, she could finally relax a little. The two began to focus diligently on their sewing, and in their spare time, they would sit by the bamboo grove and sip tea, living a life of leisurely contentment. You say the fifth miss was unsettled at first, but only found peace after being comforted by the seventh miss, say. Yunling watched Chen Mama with keen interest feeding pastries to Quangur. She had let the 2 women wait for 7 or 8 days, and indeed the fifth miss had been visibly flustered in the first few days. It was only after speaking with the seventh miss that she had calmed down. Chen Mama respectfully bowed her head and replied, "Yes, young mistress." The seventh miss has been very composed, focusing entirely on making clothes for Quangur. She also sent over the frog buttons she made for the fourth miss. The eldest miss was very pleased and gave her 2 handkerchiefs from Yunjin Fong in return. Upon hearing that Li Wanner had indeed given the seventh miss 2 handkerchiefs, Yunling nodded. The fifth and sixth misses visited Ting Yun Xiaozhu to play with them. The 2 young ladies were very proper and courteous. They all drank tea together in the bamboo grove, and the seventh miss even taught the other 2 how to make frog buttons. They got along quite well. Yunling nodded slightly, a faint pang of regret stirring within her. If only this seventh miss were her own full-blooded sister. With her conduct, she could be maneuvered into a good marriage benefiting the Yun family. But alas, she was merely a concubine's daughter. Young mistress, the seventh miss has sent her maid Bailu to deliver clothes for the young master. Bai Tao, Yunling's personal maid, entered to report. "Oh, let her in." Bailu entered Yunling's flower hall carrying a set of dark blue clothes. "Greetings, young mistress. The seventh miss has finished the young master's clothes and specifically ordered me to deliver them. She said if there are any fitting issues, she will alter them." After performing the proper bow, Bailu handed the clothes to Bai Tao and stood respectfully to the side. "Seventh aunt made clothes for me after all." "Mother, it's my favorite color. Can I try it on?" Quan Gur's eyes sparkled as he looked at the clothes in Bai Tao's hands. "Of course, come, let mother help you change." As Yunling reached for the clothes, she noticed 2 small, exquisitely crafted braided cords on them, clearly meant for a child. "What are these?" In reply, Madame our Miss enjoys making braided cords, so she made 2 for the young master. Yunling picked up the 2 cords. One was dark brown, the other a brilliant blue. The blue one was even fashioned into the shape of a small goldfish, looking very charming. "Wow, so beautiful. Seventh aunt is so skilled." Quan Guker couldn't take his eyes off them. "Mother, can I wear the blue one tomorrow?" "Yes, and it will look lovely with the jade pendant your grandmother just gave you." Yunling agreed with a smile. Quan Gur nodded vigorously, expressing his delight. Setting the cords aside, she saw that the clothes also came with a belt in the same color embroidered with a lively little tiger. The embroidery was exceptionally fine. Unfolding the garment, Yunling saw it was otherwise unadorned. She nodded, relieved that the seventh miss hadn't embroidered it all over to show off her skill, which would have been a waste of the precious shoe brocade. As she helped Quan Gur change, Yunling realized that it wasn't entirely without embroidery. There were subtle patterns on the cuffs and hem, which kept the garment from looking too stiff and added a touch of childlike whimsy. It was quite an ingenious touch. The clothes fit perfectly, and once dressed, Quan Gur urged Yunling to fasten the little tiger belt. Mother, can you help me put on the blue braided cord and the jade pendant grandmother gave me? I want to wear them to show grandmother." Quan Gur's reaction was the best testament to his liking for the clothes. Yunling would naturally indulge her son, as it also brought credit to her. "All right, let's get you dressed up properly to show grandmother." She waved for Bai Tao to bring the jade pendant. Carefully dressed Quan Gur, and he promptly scurried off. Yunling watched her son run off with a smile, then turned to Bailu. "Go back and tell seventh sister that I appreciate her hard work. Quan Gur loves it." Bailu bowed respectfully. "Yes. Oh, and we are going to Wanfu Temple to offer incense in 2 days. Tell the 2 young ladies to prepare to join me." Bailu almost wanted to run back. For a while now, the eldest miss had been indifferent to them. Though the seventh miss remained composed, she and the other maids were secretly anxious. Now that the eldest miss was inviting the 2 young ladies to Wanfu Temple, it meant she had truly been busy before. Really, big sister is letting us go to the temple with her. The fifth miss felt a great weight lift from her heart. Though she had appeared calm these past few days, she had been uneasy. Now all was well. "Yes, fifth miss, the eldest miss told me herself." Bailu was visibly happy too. "Seventh sister, we can go out." The fifth miss took the seventh miss's hand excitedly. "Now that the weather is warmer, we can wear our new clothes to the temple." "Fifth sister, won't it still be a bit cold then?" the seventh miss said helplessly. "Shouldn't one dress more plainly for a temple visit?" "It's fine, we can just wear a cloak." Seeing the fifth miss's exuberance, the seventh miss didn't want to dissuade her further and risk causing offense, so she simply smiled. On the day of the temple visit, the fifth miss did not wear the spring dress she had made. Whether her maid had persuaded her or she had come to her senses was unclear. When she saw the seventh miss, she smiled sheepishly. You were right, seventh sister. The weather is still too cold for such thin clothing. Indeed, we can't sacrifice comfort for style. The seventh miss covered her mouth with a light laugh. Both of them had dressed in plain, simple attire. By the time they followed the maids to the main gate, Lady Li was already in her carriage. Yunling beckoned to them. You two can ride with me. The two quickly walked over to Yunling. She smiled and said, the three of us sisters will share a carriage. I've been busy these past few days and haven't had a chance to chat with you properly. The fifth miss nodded happily. The seventh miss looked around and asked curiously, Big sister, isn't Quan Gur riding with us? Him? He's with his grandmother. His grandmother prepared a lot of snacks for him, so he wouldn't want to come here. Yunling spoke with a smile on her lips. The fifth and seventh misses couldn't help but cover their mouths and giggle. All right, let's get in the carriage quickly. We'll be leaving soon. At her words, the two supported Yunling on either side, letting the eldest sister board first, followed by the fifth miss, and then the seventh miss. The carriage of the Jingzhou Prefecture Magistrate's residence appeared simple and unadorned from the outside, but its interior was arranged for great comfort. Leaning against the soft cushions, even the jolts of the road seemed to lessen. Wanfu Temple was the most flourishing temple in the capital, visited by both high-ranking officials and commoners alike, for the temple's Huiji monk had been personally designated by the emperor as a Buddhist saint. The emperor had once invited him to cultivate within the imperial temple, but the Buddhist saint declined, stating that cultivation transcends location. It lies within one's true heart, for the Buddha saves all beings. The Li family arrived at the foot of the temple and halted. Yunling was the first to step down from the carriage, followed by her two younger sisters, who then proceeded to Lady Li's carriage. Mother, did this little rascal disturb you? Yunling gently held Lady Li's left hand, while the eldest son-in-law's wife supported her right side, together helping Lady Li descend from the carriage with care. Hearing Yunling's words, Lady Li scolded affectionately. Our Quaner is so well-behaved, how could he possibly be a rascal? Mother, Quaner is so good. Quaner's small head peeked out from behind Li Waner. Yunling opened her arms warmly and smiled. Yes, our Quaner is the best. Come here, mother will pick you up. Only after Li Waner had stepped down from the carriage did Quaner stretch out his arms toward his mother's embrace. Fifth aunt, seventh aunt, are you here too? Yes, we came with Quaner, fifth aunt replied with a gentle smile. Seventh aunt, your hands are truly skillful. Look at the clothes you made for him. He refuses to take them off even for a moment. The golden fish charm is so lifelike, I can't help but admire it. That's why he insisted on wearing it today when we came to offer incense. Lady Li praised with a warm smile. You're too kind, auntie. In my free time I enjoy crafting such things. If you like a certain style, I'll make a couple for you to play with. Seventh aunt quickly interjected. No, you're here as a guest, not to work. Let your sister show you around. Such beautiful flowers shouldn't always be confined indoors. Lady Li patted seventh aunt's hand affectionately. Meanwhile, the eldest son-in-law's wife lowered her head, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. Let's go offer incense as well. The scenery behind the temple is wonderful, and they even serve vegetarian meals at noon. You can enjoy yourselves freely. Lady Li led the way up the steps. Shen Mama had already taken Quaner from Lady Li's side. Li Waner held Lady Li's left hand, while Yunling, noticing her eldest sister-in-law's in action, stepped forward to gently hold her right hand. Lady Li paid no mind to it. After all, her eldest daughter-in-law had always been so carefree. Fifth aunt and seventh aunt walked alongside the two concubine daughters of the Li family, following closely behind the eldest son-in-law's wife. After imitating Lady Li and offering incense behind her, the group arrived in the back courtyard. The temple provided them with guest rooms, but Quaner couldn't stay still. He longed to go outside and play. Li Waner had been here many times before and had already taken her maidservant somewhere unseen. Fifth sister, seventh sister, why don't you accompany Quaner outside to play? Yunling sensed her son's longing and spoke with a smile. Lady Li rested in the guest room, so she couldn't leave. You all may go, I don't need company here. Once I've rested, I'll go listen to the master lecture on Zen. Mother, I'm tired too. Let me stay here and rest with you. Yunling sat closely beside Lady Li affectionately. The eldest son-in-law's wife could never show such closeness. She merely mumbled, I'll stay here with mother too. Very well, you two stay with me. Little 5, little 6, you may go too. You can show fifth aunt and seventh aunt around Wanfu Temple. Lady Li had thoughtfully arranged guides for fifth and seventh aunt. The four girls, accompanied by Quaner, set off with great excitement, followed by several maidservants and attendants. Why are there so many red silk ribbons hanging on this tree? Fifth aunt asked, curious upon seeing the massive peach tree adorned with countless ribbons. Li Qingfeng's face flushed slightly as he whispered, this is the tree of fate. The red silk ribbons are hung to pray for love and marriage. Fifth aunt felt a bit embarrassed, bit her lip, and shifted her gaze elsewhere. Fifth aunt, seventh aunt, can we go feed the fish at the pond ahead? The fish there are big, fat, and beautiful. Quaner, though young, still remembered the fish Yunling had fed him on a previous visit. Seventh aunt hesitated. Was it proper to take Quaner to the water's edge? Fifth aunt hadn't considered such matters. She was simply relieved that Quaner had spoken up just in time, interrupting their conversation. All right, Quaner, will you lead the way? Of course. I know the way. Quaner happily started running toward the pond. Seventh aunt quickly grabbed his small hand. Quaner, don't rush. We'll walk slowly. When we reach the pond, don't be in a hurry. You must hold my hand, understand? Yes, I know. Seventh aunt mother also said the pond is dangerous. Hee mother held my hand like that last time. Quanner obediently did not pull away. Seventh aunt sighed with relief. He was so well behaved. Fifth aunt suddenly realized her oversight and glanced nervously at seventh aunt, who gave her a reassuring look. As long as they held Quanner's hand, everything would be fine. Li Qingfeng and Li Mingyue were also quite anxious. What if something happened to Quanner? Such responsibility was beyond their capacity to bear. Fortunately, Quanner behaved well, letting seventh aunt hold his hand. After playing by the pond for a while, he obediently left with them. Back at Lady Li's guest room, Quanner nestled comfortably in Lady Li's lap, drinking water and eating snacks. Then as usual, he reached for the small golden fish tucked at his waist, but his hand touched only air. Grandmother, seventh aunt's little golden fish is gone. His voice trembled with the hint of tears, revealing how much he cherished it. Did it fall somewhere? Shall we send people to look right away? Don't worry, Quanner. Lady Li had never seen Quanner care so deeply about anything before. She immediately ordered someone to search. Auntie, I'll go with you. I remember where we just went. Quanner, don't worry. If we can't find it, seventh aunt will make you another one just like it. Seventh aunt stood up and gently reassured Quanner. His eyes dimmed, but it wouldn't be the same fish. Yunling couldn't bear to see her son upset. She said to seventh aunt, then please seventh sister go look. Baotai, you take 2 maidservants to accompany seventh sister. Fifth aunt also stood up. Sister, I'll go too. You all rest for now. Seventh sister is fine with these maidservants. Yunling waved her hand at fifth aunt and the still rising Qingfeng and Mingyue. Qiniang began searching along their trail, having already checked the marriage tree without success. Now only the pond remained. Her eyes continuously swept the roadside, thinking that a blue cord should be quite conspicuous. Arriving at the pavilion by the pond, Qiniang spotted from afar an elegantly dressed elderly woman carefully examining a small blue object in her hand. The color matched that of the cord. Qiniang approached slowly and confirmed it was indeed the cord lost by Quan Gur. She stepped forward and performed a proper bow. Greetings, esteemed madam. The elderly woman was accompanied only by a matron of considerable age who inquired on her behalf, Miss, who might you be? Qiniang curtsied again and said softly, the cord in your hand was accidentally lost by my young nephew. He is now crying in distress. Fortunately, you have found it. The elderly woman examined the cord, nodding. It was indeed a child's trinket. This cord is well made, suitable for a child's play. Since the little one is still crying, Wang Mama, please return it to this young lady. Her words were kind, yet carried the authority of a superior, clearly indicating she was no ordinary person. Wang Mama took the cord, approached Qiniang, and placed it in her hands. Miss, please keep it safe. Thank you, esteemed madam. Qiniang bowed in gratitude. My nephew is still distressed, so I shall not disturb you further. The elderly woman nodded. As Qiniang turned to leave, a tall figure approached from the opposite direction. It was him. Mother, what brings you here? Xiao Zhan walked over without diverting his gaze, displaying perfect decorum. A few steps away, Qiniang quickly knelt and bowed. Greetings, Marquis Dinghua. Xiao Zhan had no choice but to stop, curious as he glanced at Qiniang. Having been away from the capital for so long, few young ladies in the capital had seen him, let alone such a young girl. Oh, you know him? The elderly woman grew intrigued. Qiniang turned and bowed deeply. I was unaware of your identity earlier. I was presumptuous. The elderly woman became even more curious. A young girl from the inner chambers, unfamiliar with her, yet acquainted with her son. No matter. How do you know this young man? Hearing her question, Qiniang replied respectfully, I am the daughter of Yun Zheng, the newly appointed director of the Ministry of Rights. On our journey to the capital, we encountered bandits, and were fortunate to be rescued by Marquis Dinghua, who also sent an escort to ensure our safe arrival. The elderly woman then recalled that 2 days ago the gatekeeper had reported a visit from the director of the Ministry of Rights to express gratitude. She had paid it no mind and simply sent him away. Indeed, a 5th-ranked director of the Ministry of Rights could not even meet the steward of the Dinghua Marquis Manor and was dismissed by the gatekeeper. My father has always been grateful for the Marquis's great kindness, saying he must visit to pay his respects. Qiniang was uncertain whether Yun Zheng had indeed gone to express gratitude, but she could only convey her family's appreciation in this manner. Oh, your father did come, but he was not at the residence at the time. Tell your father not to worry, this is nothing to him. The elderly woman said courteously. She had taken a liking to Qiniang. Though the girl came from a family of only a 5th-rank official, she could express herself with neither servility nor arrogance. Her courage at such a young age was truly rare. This may be nothing to the Marquis, but to the Yun family, it is a life-saving grace. We will always remember the Marquis's great kindness and never dare to forget it. Qiniang could not make promises on her father's behalf, but she had to express their gratitude. Ahem. A slight breeze by the pond caused the elderly woman to cough gently twice. Mother, the wind is strong here. You should rest in the side chamber. Xiao Zhan quickly came to his mother's side, took the cloak from Wang Mama, and draped it over her shoulders. Very well, I shall return now. Young lady, you should go back as well. The elderly woman stood. Qiniang bowed. Yes, I bid you farewell. Only after Xiao Zhan helped the elderly woman leave did Qiniang lead her maids back to the side chamber where Madame Li was. Quangura, look, your seventh aunt found it for you. Entering the room and bowing, Qiniang produced the little goldfish cord for Quangura to see. His little face immediately lit up with joy as he wriggled out of Madame Li's embrace. Thank you, seventh aunt. You're the best. Sweet words flowed freely. You actually found it. Where was it lost? Yunling asked with a smile. Qiniang hesitated, then answered honestly, in the pavilion by the pond. It was found by the elderly madam of the Dingwa Marquis Manor. The entire room fell silent. Even Madame Li asked in astonishment, who did you say? The elderly madam of the Dingwa Marquis Manor. Qiniang repeated respectfully. How did you know it was the elderly madam of the Dingwa Marquis Manor? Madame Li's question was understandable. The Yun family had just arrived in the capital. Yunzheng could barely recognize all the officials, let alone a young girl who rarely left her chambers. I didn't know at first. I only found out when Marquis Dingwa came looking for her. Qiniang glanced at Yunling. It truly is fate. Yunling murmured, Mother, you don't know. On our father's journey to the capital he encountered bandits, and was saved by Marquis Dingwa. That's how my sister recognized him. Only then did Madame Li understand the circumstances. After a moment of contemplation, she said, half a month from now the elderly madam of the Dingwa Marquis Manor has invited the capital's noble women to view the flowers. You should both come along. With this connection, they might be able to exchange a few words with the elderly madam. Moreover, the flower viewing banquet was not merely for admiring flowers. Given the Li family's status, they were unworthy of the Dingwa Marquis, even as a second wife, and Li Wanner was still too young. However, the Marquis also had a younger brother 2 years older than Wanner. If they could make a favorable impression on the elderly madam, now it might prove useful in a couple of years. The Dingwa Marquis Manor was the Empress's maternal family, the target of many envious eyes. Her family was currently a third-rank official. The Marquis himself was beyond their reach, but the legitimate second son was worth striving for. Yunling immediately understood her mother-in-law's intention and saw no impropriety. If the Li family prospered in officialdom, the Yun family could also benefit from their influence. Marriage alliances were precisely about this. Excellent. Fifth sister, seventh sister, why not thank our aunt quickly? Thank you, aunt. Indeed, they owed their thanks. Without Madame Li's guidance, their status would never have allowed them entry through the gates of the Dingwa Marquis Manor. It could be said that all those attending the banquet were legitimate daughters of various families, and essentially all from official households of the third rank and above. Daughters of humble families need not even think about it. They were simply not qualified. Wu Nyang's heart fluttered with excitement. After all, it was the Marquis of Dingwa's residence. Qiniang, however, felt a pang of bitterness. She had no desire to go at all. One could well imagine the stature of the Marquis of Dingwa's household. The guests would surely be high-ranking officials and nobles, while they were merely daughters of a minor fifth-rank official and concubine born at that. They would undoubtedly be out of place there. How many disdainful glances would they have to endure? Qiniang silently calculated, wondering if she might plead illness and stay behind. On the carriage ride back, Yunling addressed them with a serious expression. Do you know why mother is taking you to the banquet at the Marquis of Dingwa's residence? Wu Nyang looked utterly bewildered while Qiniang kept her head lowered in silence. It concerns the future of both the Li and Yun families. I know you will face some hardships there, but for the honor of our clans these are trifles. Only then did Wu Nyang grasp the gravity of the matter, and her face paled. Yunling let out a soft sigh. Qiniang, I know your embroidery is exceptional. When we return, I will give you fine fabrics and threads. You must complete a garment for the old madam of the Marquis' residence within half a month, so we may have a chance to speak with her. Qiniang docilely nodded. Yes, elder sister, I understand. Seeing Qiniang's composed demeanor, Yunling once again lamented silently. If only she were her own blood sister, how wonderful that would be. With just this one garment, she could make a name for herself in the capital. What a pity she was merely a concubine's daughter. No matter how exquisite the clothes, the matriarchs of noble houses would still look down upon her. Upon returning to the Li residence, Yunling, indeed, sent over some fine fabrics in deeper hues. Unsure which color Qiniang would choose, she sent a variety. Word quickly reached Lady Li, who summoned Yunling. Are there any colors that catch Qiniang's eye? If not, I have some in my storeroom. I'll let her come and pick. This showed how much she valued the matter. Mother, I will go ask seventh sister. Yunling personally went to Qiniang's room. Elder sister, I think this dark red suits the old madam, dignified and grand. I plan to embroider 2 Rui patterns on it. Could you provide me with some gold and silver threads? Qiniang had also been meaning to find Yunling, as gold and silver threads were beyond her means. Good, I'll have them sent over. I'll trouble you during this time, seventh sister. Yunling agreed at once. Given the preciousness of the fabric, adding gold and silver threads was only fitting. But do not make it too ostentatious. Yunling was unsure if Qiniang understood her meaning. If the garment was too ornate, it might seem overly ambitious and contrived. Elder sister, I understand. Qiniang obediently nodded. Yunling breathed a sigh of relief. Conversing with an intelligent person was truly effortless. Half a month was neither long nor short. Making the garment was simple, but the embroidery, that was what consumed the most time. Qiniang began her embroidery at dawn each day and worked until late into the night. Even Wunyang dared not disturb her and stayed shut in her own room. Finally, the day before the flower viewing banquet, the garment was finished. Qiniang wasted no time and brought it to Yunling first, so any flaws could be corrected. Yunling was very pleased with it, but dared not make the final decision alone. She took Qiniang to Lady Li's room. Lady Li carefully unfolded the garment. Yunling, this sister of yours is truly remarkable. I have never seen such exquisite embroidery in the capital. The rui patterns looked almost real with gold threads subtly shimmering beneath the surface, a technique she had never encountered before. Mother, you may not know, but Seventh Sister's mother was born at Shunhe, a descendant of Suzhou's most renowned master of double-sided three-dimensional embroidery. This technique likely originates from that art. Yunling explained considerately. No wonder. I've heard that double-sided three-dimensional embroidery is divinely crafted, but I've never seen it. Today my eyes have been opened. Lady Li couldn't help examining it closely again. Auntie flatters me, though I have only learned a fraction of it. Qiniang replied humbly. Exactly. If even a fraction yields such skill, the art is truly miraculous. Qiniang did not know how to respond. Apart from the rui, the front placket cuffs and hem of the garment were adorned with subtle patterns embroidered with threads nearly matching the fabric's color, lending an understated elegance. Marvelous. The embroidery of these patterns is exquisite. Lady Li gently stroked them, and Yunling leaned in to look. Oh, she had not noticed them earlier. Then she picked up the dark green cord from the tray and placed it against the front placket. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law exchanged a glance. This was the finishing touch. Qiniang, you have worked hard these days. I have no rare trinkets, but take this bracelet to play with. Do not disdain it. Lady Li carefully folded the garment and placed it on the tray. She slipped the bracelet off her wrist, took Qiniang's hand, and slid it onto her arm. Qiniang looked at the shimmering dark green bracelet and quickly refused. Auntie, I cannot accept this. It is too precious. It is not precious. You have done me a great favor. Lady Li insisted. Auntie, I also had my own motives. Regardless, the Marquis of Dinghua saved our lives. This is merely a small effort to repay that debt of gratitude. I do not deserve such a generous gift. Seeing Lady Li's persistence, Yunling stepped forward and patted Qiniang's hand. Since mother insists, accept it. A gift from an elder must not be refused, understand. Hearing this, Qiniang stopped resisting and allowed Lady Li to slip the bracelet onto her wrist. She bent in a bow. Thank you, Auntie. There's a good child. The garment remained with Lady Li. When Qiniang returned, Wunyang was waiting eagerly at the door. How was it? Was elder sister satisfied? Qiniang nodded slightly. Satisfied. Wunyang let out a long sigh of relief. I knew it. With your embroidery skills, elder sister would surely be pleased. Qiniang couldn't help but smile. If she knew that, why was she so nervous? Wunyang gave an embarrassed laugh, her gaze inadvertently drifting to Qiniang's wrist, where a hint of green peeked from beneath her sleeve. Did Seventh Sister get something nice? Wunyang assumed it was from Yunling, and a strange feeling stirred in her heart. Qiniang quickly explained, Fifth Sister, this is from Auntie Li. She was so pleased with the garment I made that she took off her bracelet and gave it to me. Hearing it was not from Yunling, Wunyang felt somewhat relieved and teased. If I had known, I wouldn't have been lazy as a child, and would have learned embroidery from Concubine Shun. In the Yun residence, all the young ladies were taught embroidery. Naturally, as the master instructor Concubine Shun had guided them all. The 6th Miss and 8th Miss paid no heed, while the 5th Miss truly lacked talent. Only the 7th Miss had fully absorbed her skills. Of course, when teaching her own biological daughter, Concubine Shun was especially attentive. Thus, when the 5th Miss made such remarks, the 7th Miss only covered her mouth with a smile, and the matter was eventually dropped. Early the next morning, Yunling sent Nanny Chen over to instruct the 2 young ladies to dress properly. With tacit understanding, they both changed into their newly made clothes. The 5th Miss looked truly stunning in vermilion, appearing radiant and charming. 7th Sister, your dress looks so exquisite. The 5th Miss gazed at the 7th Miss's attire, her eyes filled with admiration. At first glance, this aqua green dress seemed unremarkable, merely giving off a fresh and clean impression. But upon closer inspection, one would discover many delicate details. At the hem of the skirt, there were inconspicuous water plants that swayed with movement. At the lapel, a few elegant little flowers were embroidered, not overly intricate. The buttons were rose red with a faint hint of pale yellow inside, resembling the pistils of a flower. The cuffs also featured some simple, unfamiliar patterns. Though these were all ordinary decorations, they gave a refreshingly novel impression. 5th Sister, your dress is truly beautiful, making your face look like peach blossoms, the 7th Miss quickly praised. 7th Sister, your embroidery skills are superb. Even simple patterns you stitch have a unique charm. 5th Sister, let's not flatter each other anymore. The 7th Miss covered her mouth with a suppressed giggle. The 5th Miss, feeling a little embarrassed, dropped the topic. 2 young ladies, please wait in the young madam's room for a moment. The young madam has further instructions. Nanny Chen stood respectfully beside them, head bowed in waiting. Very well, Nanny Chen. We are already ready and can go over now. Nanny Chen nodded and accompanied the 2 to Yunling's courtyard. Yunling saw the 2 arriving together, their clothes fitting well, but their heads were a bit plain. She picked out 2 hairpins from her own jewelry box. Come here, I'll put them on for you. The 5th miss stood before Yunling with a blushing face. Yunling inserted the silver hairpin adorned with a ruby into the 5th miss's bun, then beckoned to the 7th miss. The 7th miss walked over and Yunling placed a uniquely shaped unadorned silver hairpin into her bun, perfectly complementing the elegant simplicity of her dress. Thank you, elder sister. The 2 performed a curtsy and expressed their gratitude. Yunling nodded and gently instructed 5th miss stay close to 7th miss. If there's anything you don't understand, watch how 7th miss doesn't understand. Although 7th miss is the younger sister, she is composed in her actions. You should learn from her. The 5th miss obediently nodded in agreement. Though she knew Yunling spoke the truth, she still felt a twinge of discomfort. Today the 5th and 6th young ladies of the household are not qualified to attend this banquet. I put it this way, do you understand? Even the Li family's concubine-born daughters are not qualified, let alone you. You are only clinging to the life-saving grace to show your faces before the nobles. Yes, elder sister, we understand. The 2 replied respectfully. Yunling nodded with satisfaction. Once inside the marquis' residence, you 2 stay by my side. Even if I am not around, I will tell Warner to look after you. Don't worry. The 7th miss smiled bitterly inwardly. Would Li Warner actually take care of them? Alright, it's almost time. Let's go to the carriage. We mustn't keep my mother-in-law waiting. Yunling rose and walked outside, the 2 following closely behind. Each brought only one maidservant. The 7th miss brought Bailu and the 5th miss brought Xiao Yao. Without a word along the way, the party soon arrived at the Dingwa marquis' residence. The carriage did not stop at the main gate. The servants opened the side gate, allowing the carriage to enter directly into the compound. This Dingwa marquis' residence is much larger than other marquis estates. There is a special area inside for parking carriages. If we got off outside the gate, who knows how long it would take to walk to the banquet hall. Yunling explained to her 2 younger sisters, her voice tinged with a hint of awe. This Dingwa marquis' residence was truly that of imperial relatives. Across from them, Lady Li nodded gently and said, indeed, this is the only one of its kind among all the officials in the capital. This mansion was bestowed by the previous emperor to the old Dingwa marquis. Li Warner's eyes flickered. She was old enough to understand her mother's intentions. To say she was not tempted would be a lie. All the marriageable, legitimate daughters of the capital's noble families were probably eyeing this place. The 5th miss and 7th miss sat upright. Though extremely curious, they did not lift the curtain to peek. Lady Li nodded with satisfaction. After traveling for about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the carriage came to a stop before the drooping flower gate of the banquet hall. Madam, young ladies, please alight. The voice of the receiving matron from the marquis' residence came from outside. A maidservant lifted the carriage curtain. Lady Li stepped out first, followed by Yunling, Li Warner, and then the 5th miss and 7th miss. The receiving matron paused for a moment upon seeing the 5th miss and 7th miss, but quickly regained her smile. Madam, young ladies, please come in. The old lady and the other ladies are currently enjoying the flowers in the garden. Follow this path straight ahead, and you will reach the garden. Very well, thank you, matron. Lady Li thanked her, and then led the group towards the garden. They had not arrived particularly early. Many people were already there, and the garden was bustling with activity. Elder sister, it's only early spring. How can there be so many flowers? The 5th miss asked in a low, curious voice. The flowers in the garden were all in full bloom. Large households all have greenhouses. Our estate has one too, just a bit smaller. Li Warner's tone dripped with disdain. Truly such an unsophisticated pair. The 5th miss's face flushed a little, and she murmured, falling silent. Yunling patted her hand and said, when we return home, I'll take you to see the greenhouse. The flowers in our greenhouse are about to bloom too. Second sister-in-law, we can just listen to that. Don't let them lose face in front of the nobles. Li Warner's tone was somewhat unfriendly. She couldn't let them ruin their own reputation. She really couldn't understand why her mother insisted on bringing them along. Couldn't they just give the clothes directly to the old lady, claiming them as a gift for saving their lives? Wasn't that the same? There was no need to be embarrassed along with them. Lady Li shot her a glare. What kind of occasion was this? How could she say such things so casually? If some malicious person overheard, what would become of their reputation? The 5th miss looked at Yunling uneasily and apologized in a low voice. Elder sister, I'm sorry. It's nothing. Just remember to speak less later. Yunling's tone was somewhat indifferent. Anyone would be in a bad mood after being scolded by their sister-in-law. The 5th miss grew even more anxious. Beside her, the 7th miss gently patted her hand to comfort her. Ah, Lady Li has arrived. A familiar noblewoman came forward to greet Lady Li. Lady Wang, you have arrived earlier than we have. Lady Li remarked with a teasing smile. As Lady Wang drew near, Li Warner and Yunling both curtsied in greeting. And these are it? Lady Wang inquired, her gaze curious as she looked upon the 2 unfamiliar young ladies. These are 2 younger sisters from my daughter-in-law's family, the 5th miss and the 7th miss. This is Lady Wang, wife of the Minister of War. Lady Li introduced them, her tone familiar and warm. Greetings, Lady Wang. The 5th and 7th misses curtsied in unison. I was just thinking how much they resemble the second daughter-in-law, both as lovely as celestial maidens. Lady Wang, a woman of forthright disposition, spoke without restraint. The 5th and 7th misses blushed deeply at the compliment. Well, I shall not tease you further. I must first pay my respects to the old madam. We shall chat later. Lady Li's gaze fell upon the old madam of the Dingwa Marquis Manor, surrounded by a crowd near the pavilion. Present were also the wife of the Grand Tutor, the Princess of Shun, and the old madam of the Yong'an Marquis Manor. Now was the opportune moment to make an appearance. Very well, go on ahead. I shall wait for you here. Lady Wang graciously allowed her to depart. Lady Li made her way over, exchanging pleasantries with several other ladies she knew, using the same excuse to brush them aside. She arrived at the pavilion without further hindrance. Lady Li led the group in paying respects to the esteemed ladies. The seventh miss remained composed, mimicking Li Wanner's gestures, while the fifth miss was tense, her movements somewhat clumsy. These were figures of such stature she had never dared to dream of meeting. The old madam narrowed her eyes, observing the seventh miss behind Lady Li. This young girl. Why did she seem so familiar? Old madam, these are the two younger sisters of my daughter-in-law. Their father has recently arrived in the capital to report for duty and has yet to find a suitable residence, so they are temporarily staying at my home. We had the fortune of seeing you at Wanfu Temple half a month ago. The young ladies have been most earnest in their desire to express gratitude for the Marquis of Dingwa's life-saving grace, so I took the liberty of bringing them along. Lady Li explained gently. The old madam's expression cleared as realization dawned. So that was why the girl seemed so familiar. Oh, it is you, child. Did I not tell you not to dwell on it? The seventh miss curtsied once more. Old madam, what was a simple gesture for the Marquis was a true life-saving grace for us. The Yun family can never forget this immense kindness. I have no means to repay the Marquis save for some skill with a needle and thread. I have made a garment for you, old madam, as a small token of my gratitude. I pray you do not disdain it. Lady Li signaled to the maid behind her, who stepped forward with the garment. The old madam, who had worn every conceivable silk and satin, saw that the young girl had brought the gift and could only accept it. Very well, I shall accept it this time. The gift is light, but the sentiment is heavy. Consider this debt of gratitude repaid, do you understand? The old madam instructed Nurse Wang to take the garment. Seeing that the old madam had no intention of examining the clothes, Lady Li stepped forward with a smile. This girl is far too modest. She is a renowned inheritor of the Suzhou double-sided three-variant embroidery technique. She was quite anxious, fearing her embroidery might not be presentable. She has no idea of the true value of her craft. Lady Li spoke in a teasing tone, yet she highlighted the garment's unique quality. Oh, double-sided three-variant embroidery. Old madam, you must let us feast our eyes. It is said this technique is a closely guarded secret, making it exceedingly rare. The Princess of Shun appeared very intrigued. The old madam was also somewhat surprised. She had heard of this embroidery method. Double-sided embroidery was incredibly laborious. Last year an official from Suzhou had presented a piece to the emperor, and it was truly a masterpiece of exquisite craftsmanship. Her gaze fell upon the garment held by Nurse Wang. Nurse Wang understood immediately, handing the tray to a nearby maid and gently unfolding the garment for all to see. The wife of the Grand Tutor even rose from her seat to examine it closely. So this is double-sided three-variant embroidery. It is indeed extraordinary. See how the gold thread shimmers subtly, the layers are so distinct. Truly marvelous. Indeed, there is no embroiderer in the capital with such skill. The Princess of Shun added her praise. The old madam of the Anning Marquis Manor even reached out to touch it. Elder sister, does this garment fit you well? I find it fits my figure perfectly. Why not give it to me? I have a bolt of fine gauze from the western regions, iridescent and shimmering. I shall trade it with you. The old madam cast a sidelong glance at her. What nonsense was this? This was a gift presented to her. How could it be casually passed on? No matter how much the ladies present admired it, none could utter the unreasonable request for the seventh miss to make one for them. She was a proper young lady from a respectable family, not a master from an embroidery workshop. Old madam, there is also an ornamental knot. Nurse Wang picked up another knot. The Princess of Shun unceremoniously took it, placing it against the garment and examining it from all angles. Exquisite. Simply exquisite. The old madam was delighted, her face breaking into a wide smile. You find this exquisite? You should have seen the little goldfish knot. A knot made to look like a little goldfish. Have you ever heard of such a thing? Child, was that little goldfish knot also your work? The seventh miss replied respectfully, yes, I made it. I enjoy studying such small trinkets in my spare time. Please forgive my presumption, old madam. Good girl, well done. You have brought me great face today. See how envious they all are. She turned to Nurse Wang and commanded, go. I recall 3 animal-shaped jade plaques in my storeroom, just right for young ladies of this age. Fetch them. 1 for each of them. The seventh miss instinctively wanted to decline, but Yun Ling gently nudged her. A gift from the old madam was not to be refused. Li Wanner and the fifth miss stepped forward, joining the seventh miss in a curtsy of thanks. Good, you are all good children. Go and enjoy yourselves for a while. At noon, there will be the golden thread cakes that young ladies love most. You must sample my household's culinary skills. Yes, thank you, old madam. Lady Li, sensing it was time to take their leave and not overstay their welcome among the esteemed guests, tactfully withdrew with the girls. Well done, seventh miss. You performed admirably. Lady Li praised her with a smile. Beside her, Li Wanner gave a disdainful humph. So what if she could sew a few clothes? Today she had only received the old madam's favor by riding on the 7th Mrs. Coattails, a fact that brought her no honor. Lady Li shot her a veiled glare, and Li Wan, catching her mother's warning, dared not say another word. It was all thanks to your guidance, aunt. The 7th Miss paid no heed to Li Wanner's disdainful look. All right, you may go and explore the gardens. The grounds of the Dingwa Marquis Manor are quite beautiful. Wanner, take your 2 younger sisters for a stroll, but do not wander too far. How am I supposed to find Su Yun and the others if I have to take them along? Li Wanner complained in dissatisfaction. The others were all legitimate daughters. Bringing these 2 along would surely be an insult to them. Auntie, we can just wander around the garden by ourselves. Don't worry, we'll stay nearby, not far away. Qiniang also didn't want to follow Li Wanner. Lady Li's expression darkened, her gaze heavy as she looked at Li Wanner. If she let Wunyang and Qiniang wander alone, now what would that look like? What would the old matriarch think if she heard of it? Finally, unable to bear her mother's glare, Li Wanner reluctantly spoke. Fine, I'll accompany them myself. Take good care of them. If anything happens, you'll answer for it. Qiniang knew she had no choice but to follow Li Wanner. Got it. Li Wanner muttered in agreement. Wunyang, Qiniang, go enjoy yourselves with Wanner, your sister, and I will go chat with the other ladies. Lady Li softened her tone. Yes, thank you, Auntie Li. Wunyang and Qiniang bowed as Lady Li departed. Let's go. Once Lady Li was gone, Li Wanner's tone revealed her discontent, though she dared not abandon them. Having finally escaped for a while, she was determined to catch up with her close friends. She could explain things to them properly later. Li Wanner led the 2 to the pond where many young ladies had gathered, watching the goldfish swim to and fro. Su Yin, there you are. I've been looking all over for you. Li Wanner approached the tall woman in the crowd with a coquettish air. Wanner, you're here at last. Su Yin turned and beamed, clasping her hand warmly. Yet noticing Wunyang and Qiniang behind her, she looked puzzled. She had never seen these 2 girls before. Li Wanner introduced them with a sour expression. These are my second sister-in-law's younger cousins. The introduction was perfunctory, with no intention of fostering acquaintance. The younger cousins of the second young madam. Su Yun raised an eyebrow. As far as she knew, Yun Ling was the only legitimate daughter of the Yun family. These 2 must be concubine-born. The disdain in her eyes was unmistakable. She ignored the pair entirely, as if they were invisible, and chatted with Li Wanner. Why are you so late? I've been waiting here for ages. Seeing that Su Yun wasn't offended, Li Wanner shot her an apologetic look. This place was too crowded and gossip-prone to explain properly, but Su Yun understood her predicament. Oh, my mother dragged me to see the matriarch, which delayed me. Wunyang was so embarrassed she could barely lift her head, while Qiniang unperturbed walked to the pond's edge to enjoy the view. One should never force their way into a circle that doesn't welcome them. This was an eternal truth. The other noble daughters, having overheard Li Wan, mostly looked at the pair with contempt. Some even snorted and pulled their close friends away, as if Wunyang and Qiniang had polluted the very air. People of such low status dare to attend the Marquis of Dingwa's banquet. Their faces are thicker than city walls. The speaker was a girl and read her dress colors similar to Wunyang's. However, Wunyang's fairer complexion made her look more elegant. Not knowing which family the girl belonged to, Wunyang blushed deeply and kept her head down in silence. Qiniang sighed inwardly, wishing only to bide her time quietly without causing any trouble. Seeing one girl silent with lowered head and the other staring at the fish as if deaf, the girl in red grew angrier. I'm talking to you. Even if Lady Li couldn't bear to refuse the second young madam, you too should know better. Do you think you deserve to be here with us? Li Wanner stood by at a loss. She too felt they shouldn't have come. Her mother had brought them, so she ought to defend them, but if she spoke up, would she still have a place in this circle? Su Yun tugged at her sleeve from the side. Qiniang sighed softly, turned to the girl in red, and spoke calmly. Miss, I know our presence here is somewhat inappropriate, but the Marquis of Dingwa saved our lives. We came today only to repay that kindness. If it displeases you, we shall go enjoy the scenery elsewhere. Repay a debt of gratitude. More like trying to hitch a ride to the top through the Marquis's household. The girl in red sneered contemptuously. Qiniang fell silent. Both the Yun and Li families indeed harbored such ambitions to some extent, so she couldn't refute the accusation with a clear conscience. But Li Wanner couldn't stomach it anymore. After all her mother had brought them, wasn't this an insult to the Li family? Jiang Xinhua. They genuinely received a life-saving favor from the Marquis. Since the Marquis needed nothing, they felt indebted and simply made a garment for the old matriarch. Don't go too far. By now the surrounding young ladies had turned to watch. Li Wanner felt humiliated. This Jiang Xinhua. Her father was the third-rank General Ding Yuan Jiang Yunfei, a crude brute, and Jiang Xinhua had inherited his fiery temper. Couldn't get to the Marquis, so you targeted the old matriarch instead. Jiang Xinhua sneered. Li Wanner was left speechless. Though willful, she had never been in a quarrel. Before so many noble ladies, she had to maintain her image. Miss Jiang, why must you be so relentless? If you look down on us, we'll leave. Does belittling others really bring you any glory? Qiniang could no longer hold back her expression, turning cold. This Jiang Xinhua was truly unforgiving. Caught red-handed, and now you're angry. Jiang Xinhua sneered at them. Enough, Xinhua. This is the Marquis of Dingwa's flower viewing banquet. Let's keep the peace. Isn't it better for everyone to enjoy the occasion harmoniously? A beautiful young woman, perhaps 16 or 17, spoke gently, her voice melodious. Seeing who had spoken, Jiang Xinhue stopped targeting them, though she grumbled resentfully. Who wants to be harmonious with them? Just being near them brings bad luck. With that, she turned and left. The speaker was Dong Qingyin, the eldest granddaughter of the Grand Tutor. Sister Dong. Li Wan'er, seeing Dong Qingyin approach, greeted her with a proper curtsy. Thank you, Sister Dong, for stepping in. Otherwise, Jiang Xinhue would have said heaven knows what else. Xinhue is a bit blunt, and her words can be harsh. Don't take it to heart. I saw the garment earlier when it was presented to the matriarch. It was truly exquisite. This young lady has remarkably skillful hands. Dong Xingyin's words served as an explanation on behalf of Wunyang and Qiniang. Qiniang gratefully curtsied. Thank you, Miss Dong. Dong Xinyin smiled gently at her and said softly, You sisters play here, I'll go rest in the pavilion for a while. Watching this gentle woman walk away gracefully, Qiniang couldn't help but sigh. This must be the poise befitting a legitimate daughter of a noble clan. With Dong Xingyin's explanation, no one came to trouble Wunyang and Qiniang anymore, though no one approached to converse with them either. The two didn't mind at all. They were even relieved to be left alone. They only waited to find Li Wan'er and accompany her to see Lady Li, thus fulfilling their duty. Seventh sister Miss Dong appears so dignified and graceful. Which noble family does she hail from? Wunyang's eyes were full of admiration. The moment she spoke, all the noble ladies present were quite polite. I heard the Grand Tutor of the court is surnamed Dong. Perhaps she's from his household, Qiniang said softly. No wonder she possesses such bearing. A Grand Tutor. Their family must uphold pure virtues. Wunyang sighed, but after a moment her voice drooped as she said to Qiniang, Seventh sister, I never want to attend such banquets again. This is truly not a place for us. Qiniang said nothing, her calm gaze fixed on the fish in the pond. They were like these fish, seemingly carefree yet confined to this small space, their fate entirely in others' hands. At noon, all the young ladies were invited into the main hall to dine alongside their mothers. Wunyang and Qiniang sat beside Yunling. How was it? Did anything happen? Wunyang hesitated to speak, but Qiniang smiled lightly. No, the Marquis of Dingwa's residence is truly beautiful. The fourth miss took us to the pond to watch the fish. They were so well fed and plump. Yunling glanced thoughtfully at Wunyang and nodded gently. Good, I'm glad you enjoyed yourselves. They endured the rest of the banquet in peace and finally sat in the carriage returning to the Li mansion. Lady Li took out the jade plaques bestowed by the matriarch. Gifts from the Marquis' household were never ordinary. The vibrant green hue alone bespoke their great value. These 3 jade plaques are the matriarch's gift. Each of you may choose the one you like. The 3 plaques bore lively animal motifs, a monkey, a cat, and a tiger. I like this tiger one. I was born in the year of the tiger, Li Wan'er said, unabashedly reaching for the tiger plaque. Lady Li gently placed her hand on hers. No manners. Let your younger cousins choose first. Her tone was not harsh, but carried a hint of indulgence. Li Wan'er pouted playfully and withdrew her hand. Yunling glanced lightly at Wunyang and Qiniang, and they immediately understood. The cat and monkey ones are also very adorable, Wunyang said with a smile. Fifth sister, I like these 2 as well. Let's take them, and we can swap wearing them, Qiniang added with a smile. Li Wan'er curled her lips. How unambitious to share a mere jade plaque. Lady Li chuckled with pleasure. You 2 are sensible, unlike this one who needs her younger cousins to yield. She tapped Li Wan'er's head lightly. Mother, Li Wan'er whined. If nothing unexpected happens, the Marquis of Dingwa is likely to form a marriage alliance with the Grand Tutor's family, Lady Li remarked thoughtfully. Mother means Sister Dong? Li Wan'er asked in surprise. At the mention of Dong Qingyin, Wunyang and Qiniang pricked up their ears as well. Yes. Of the Dong family, only the eldest legitimate granddaughter is eligible to marry. What? A woman as remarkable as Sister Dong is to marry the Marquis of Dingwa as his second wife. I heard the previous Marquis left him an eldest legitimate son. Li Wan'er said incredulously. With Dong Xingyin's talent and beauty, what exceptional young man couldn't she match? She could even marry a prince. Why become a second wife to the Marquis of Dingwa? What do you know? The Marquis is barely 21 or 2, yet he's earned brilliant military merits and commands the Northwestern Army. The current empress is his own sister. In the future, Lady Li stopped mid-sentence, though Li Wan'er remained curious. But Qiniang understood. The empress had 3 sons, the eldest was the crown prince. Both her position and the crown prince's were unshakable. When the crown prince ascends the throne one day, the Shao clan will reach its zenith. Meanwhile, the Grand Tutor's family is dwindling in talent. Without a solid pillar of support, they may be forced out of the political arena. It was a pity that a woman as radiant as Dong Qingyin had to become a pawn for her family. Still, with the Marquis of Dingwa as her match, it was not an utter disgrace. Have you seen the Marquis of Dingwa? What does he look like? Is he worthy of Sister Dong? Li Wan'er asked Wunyang and Qiniang curiously. She had always admired Dong Qingyin, the capital's renowned talented woman, humble and gracious, and felt it unjust that she should become a second wife. Seeing that Lady Li and Yunling did not object, Wunyang spoke. In terms of appearance, the Marquis is not particularly handsome, but his overall bearing and Miss Dong make them a heaven-made match. Li Wan'er looked at Qiniang doubtfully. Was that not an exaggeration? What bearing could a frontier-guarding military man possess? Noticing that not only Li Wanner but also Lady Li and Yunling were looking at her, Qiniang found it somewhat amusing. Truly women had a gossipy streak. She nodded affirmatively. She couldn't be biased. The Marquis of Dinghua's imposing presence was undeniable. In truth, the two had somewhat misjudged him. Xiaozhan spent most of his time in the military camp, his skin tanned dark. Moreover, when they saw him, he had been traveling for days looking haggard and older. At Wanfu Temple, Qiniang hadn't dared to look closely. If the Marquis of Dinghua were properly groomed, his features would be quite handsome. Well, that's some comfort. Sister Dong isn't losing out too much, though becoming a stepmother from the start is troubling. Li Wanner still felt Dong Qinin was shortchanged. For children of noble families, marriage is always a calculated alliance, a necessity for the clan's rise or fall, Lady Li said with implication. Li Wanner was momentarily stunned. She was old enough to understand her mother's meaning, and a bitterness crept into her heart. Her mother was warning her. Wunyang cast a sympathetic glance at her, but then thought of her own far worse plight, and averted her eyes. At least no matter what, the Li family would consider her interests when finding a match. But what about her and Qiniang? They were nothing more than pawns to be sacrificed at will, useful for a few steps, then discarded when no longer needed. The days of returning to the Li household had finally settled into tranquility. Before they knew it, the two had already resided there for over a month, wondering how their father's newly acquired estate was faring. They dared not ask Yunling directly lest she suspect their discomfort with residing at the Li residence. Seventh sister: has father still not found a suitable estate? Fifth sister watched seventh sister embroider in her room. Even if father has purchased a house, it will require considerable preparation before we can move in. I suggest you remain here peacefully until the renovations are complete. Father will surely arrange for our transfer once everything is ready. Seventh sister remained remarkably composed, believing that wherever they lived made little difference. Fifth sister sighed softly, murmuring, I do not mean to criticize the Li residence, oh, I simply feel less at ease than in our own home. Hearing this, seventh sister could not help but chuckle. It was natural to feel more comfortable in one's own home when residing as guests. Seventh sister, do you not feel the same? Fifth sister curiously observed her, noting how seventh sister always seemed indifferent to most matters. Fifth sister, there is no point in worrying. Father must take up his appointment, arrange schooling for our 3 elder brothers, and securing a residence is a significant matter. Since we shall be establishing ourselves in the Yun household, we must be cautious. Thus let us simply wait patiently. Seeing fifth sister's dejected expression, seventh sister added with a smile, why not embroider with me? It will help calm your mind. Fifth sister waved her hands insistently, no, please spare me. If she had truly enjoyed embroidery, she would have already learned it from Mistress Chun. In my opinion, embroidery is inferior to practicing calligraphy. Fifth sister's handwriting was respectable. Although the Yun daughters were not exceptionally learned, they had all been tutored by female instructors. Seventh sister smiled, preferring embroidery, though her delicate floral calligraphy was also commendable. Mistress Chun reports that the second young master is visiting the eldest sister and requests that both young ladies join them for a conversation. Bailu lifted the curtain, her tone cheerful. The arrival of the second young master might mean they could soon move into their new home. The second brother has come. Fifth sister stood up eagerly, exclaiming, Seventh sister, quickly. Let us go to the eldest sister's quarters. Perhaps the second brother brings good news. Ahem, fifth sister, might you curb your smile? Seventh sister teased playfully. Fifth sister composed herself, fearing that overt excitement might mislead the eldest sister and second brother. They adjusted their attire and makeup, then proceeded together to Yunling's courtyard, where she was hosting Yun Sun in the reception hall. How has father been lately? Father has recently assumed his post and been busy searching for a residence. Fortunately, the house has finally been purchased. Yunling asked with interest. Oh, purchased? Where? How large is it? We bought a courtyard in Maoyan Hutong. Yun Sun scratched his head bashfully. It is a 4-courtyard residence, quite spacious. It will comfortably accommodate mother and the others when they arrive. Maoyan Hutong. That area is not particularly bustling. However, as a 5th-rank official, father could not afford to be ostentatious. Moreover, land in the capital is precious. Even moderately fashionable courtyards are expensive, and securing a larger one would indeed be challenging. Yunling initially frowned upon hearing Maoyan Hutong, but soon understood the reasoning. A 4-courtyard residence is sufficiently spacious. Is it near your schools? Yun Sun smiled and replied, not particularly close, but it does not matter. Father has arranged carriages for us, making travel convenient. Madam, the 2 young ladies have arrived. Mistress Chun entered to announce. Bring them in quickly. Young Master Sun has been here for a while. He wished to see how the 2 younger sisters are faring. Yunling teased. Mistress Chun guided 5th sister and 7th sister into the reception hall. Eldest sister, second brother. They bowed in unison. Father misses you, and sent young Master Sun specifically to check on you. Yunling spoke with a smile. Second brother, we are well here at eldest sister's. How is father? How is his injury? 7th sister inquired gently. Father's injury has fully healed, you need not worry. He sent me to inform you that our residence has been purchased and is now being renovated. Within about a month you may return to our own home. Yunling playfully scolded Yunsun. How could you imply my sisters are mistreated here? It sounds as if I am eager to be rid of them. Yunsun scratched his nose sheepishly. Eldest sister misunderstands. I feared imposing on you. I was jesting. Your serious demeanor reminds me of someone. Yunling chuckled. Father has written to mother. Upon receiving the letter she will prepare to depart. By calculation she should arrive in the capital within 2 months. Yunsun shared this good news with Yunling. Since mother and the others were numerous and comprised women and children, they need not rush, traveling more slowly than they had. But they would not exceed 2 months to arrive. This is wonderful. I have not seen mother for over 3 years. Yunling beamed with joy. Her mother was coming. From now on all would reside in the capital. Eldest sister could see mother whenever she wished, and even visit her natal home for short stays. Yunsun spoke with a smile. Yunling nodded excitedly, as she would no longer be alone and helpless in the capital. Second brother, once the house is renovated, my sister and I will return to prepare the rooms for mother. Fifth sister spoke with a smile. Father shares this sentiment, but daughters are typically more meticulous. With your assistance, mother will have fewer concerns upon her arrival. I shall visit as well, Yunling said, eager to contribute. Tell father that if manpower is lacking I can spare some from my side to help. Yunsun replied respectfully, conveying eldest sister's message to father. Yet they all understood that Yunzheng would not employ the household staff, avoiding gossip and sparing Yunling any embarrassment. Young master Sun, please accompany me to pay respects to my grandmother-in-law before returning for a meal. You two may wait here. Once we return the siblings shall catch up properly. By protocol Yunsun should have paid respects to the matriarch of the household. Yes, eldest sister. After Yunsun's visit, fifth miss felt that life had become something to look forward to, counting the days eagerly. Seventh miss, as always, busied herself with needlework in her room, and when tired, she would take a stroll by the bamboo grove to clear her mind. A month passed swiftly. Yunling sent old Madam Chun to deliver the message that Yunsun would come the next day to escort the two young ladies back to the family estate. Seventh sister, we are going back to our own home tomorrow. Fifth miss's eyes narrowed into joyful crescents. Chill. Fifth sister, lower your voice lest the maids hear and start gossiping. Seventh miss glanced at the coarse laborers in the courtyard. Fifth miss playfully stuck out her tongue. I'm just so happy. Then you'd better pack your things quickly. Don't get too excited to sleep tonight. Seventh miss chuckled softly. I wonder what our new home looks like. Will it be as beautiful as the Lee residence? Haha, but even if it's not, it's still our own home. Seventh miss pressed her lips together. There was no need to guess. It certainly wouldn't be as grand as the Lee residence. Their father was only a 5th-rank official. How could his mansion surpass that of a 3rd-rank one? Even if they had the wealth, they wouldn't dare to be so ostentatious. The next morning, fifth miss was ready early, waiting for old Madam Chun to summon them. Seeing seventh miss still leisurely eating breakfast, she urged Bailu and the others to hurry up with the packing. Seventh miss shook her head gently. Second brother wouldn't come this early. As expected, old Madam Chun only came to notify them around mid-morning. Their luggage was simple, packed into 2 trunks. The coarse laborers helped carry them to the carriage outside the estate, where Yunsun was waiting for them at Yunling's place. Elder sister, second brother. They bowed. Fifth miss, unable to contain her excitement, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Fifth sister seems eager to return home. Yunling spoke with a smile. Fifth miss's smile froze, and in her nervousness words caught in her throat. Was elder sister angry? Elder sister, you see, ever since we heard father had bought a house, we couldn't stop wondering what the new residence looked like. We're both eager to see if it matches our imagination. Seventh miss spoke with a smile. Indeed, I'm curious too, so I'll join you today. Yunling chuckled softly. Let's see what else needs to be arranged. Fifth miss let out a soft sigh of relief and replied with a smile. Elder sister has the best taste. You'll surely make our home beautifully designed. Mother will be delighted. Then let's hurry and bid farewell to my mother-in-law. Yunling winked playfully at the 3 of them. Yunsun, on behalf of his parents, expressed gratitude to Lady Li for her care, promising that once his mother arrived, she would personally come to thank her. Lady Li dismissed the formality, and after a round of pleasantries, they finally left the Li estate's gates. Yunsun had brought 2 carriages, one for the luggage and maids, and another for himself, his 2 younger sisters, and Yunling, who also joined them. The carriage creaked and groaned as it rolled away, marking the end of their days living under another's roof. When it stopped, Yunsun was the first to jump down, ready to help his sisters alight. Impatient fifth miss had already lifted the curtain and was peering out. The courtyard gate had an antique charm with a plaque bearing the bold flowing characters, Yun Mansion. The red lacquer on the door was freshly painted, still giving off a faint scent. 2 stone lions flanked the entrance, scrubbed clean. It looks quite good. Yunling alighted and stood before the gate, admiring it as she waited for her younger sisters to descend. Father inscribed these characters himself. After helping his sisters down, Yunsun stood beside Yunling, speaking with a hint of admiration. Father's calligraphy has improved. The spirit is even more profound. Yunling nodded approvingly. The gatekeeper had already opened the door, and the group entered. The first courtyard housed the gatekeeper and steward with spare rooms for storage. The second courtyard, smaller, was for Yunsun, Yuncan, and Yunnan, providing ample space for the 3. The third courtyard was the main residence for Lady Yun and Yunzheng, including Yunzheng's study and Lady Yun's storehouse. The fourth courtyard was for the concubines and the legitimate daughters, with the final arrangement to be decided by Lady Yun upon her arrival. Yunling had no interest in the fourth courtyard and didn't bother to inspect it. She only viewed her mother's main residence. Let's plant some peonies in the garden. Mother loves them most. Yunling looked at the bare garden. I recall our greenhouse has newly cultivated peonies about to bloom. We should transplant 2 here, so they'll be in full bloom when mother arrives. Let's plant evergreen trees along both sides of the corridor so they stay lush green all year round, a pleasing sight. Unlike these flowering trees that become bare in winter. Yes, elder sister's corridor with those evergreen trees is beautiful. Fifth Miss exclaimed with a smile. Those were carefully chosen by me. Yunling chuckled softly. Is that so? I hadn't noticed. Elder sister, tell me what tree it is, and I'll have the steward buy some. Though Yun Sun was no expert, he trusted Yunling's judgment. I'll send old Madame Tian with the steward to the place where we get our trees. She can help negotiate a better price. That's perfect, saves the steward from searching aimlessly. Just then Bailu and Xiaoyao approached. They had been unpacking the luggage. Seeing their hesitant expressions, 7th Miss asked, What's the matter? We don't know which rooms the 2 young ladies will occupy. Bailu answered softly. Oh, just pick a room for now, and we'll wait for mother to decide later, shall we? Yun Sun asked his younger sisters gently. Elder sister's second brother will go take a look first. 5th Miss was also worried the maids might carelessly choose a too auspicious room. Yunling nodded. Yes, go ahead. If anything is missing, report it, and we'll have the steward buy it. Yes, elder sister will be off then. They bowed and headed to the rearmost courtyard with their 2 maids. This courtyard was even more spacious than the third, as it needed to accommodate more people. 7th sister, which room would you like? 7th Miss looked around. The western wing seemed the most secluded. She pointed to it without hesitation. 5th sister, I'd like to stay here. 5th Miss followed her gaze. Here. Wasn't it a bit too remote? But it was only temporary. Mother might rearrange things when she arrived. Then I'll stay next to 7th sister. This big courtyard is a bit eerie with just the 2 of us. We can keep each other company. As noon approached for the meal, Yunzheng returned. He had come back during the lunch break to take a quick look, knowing that Yunling would also be arriving here. Why hasn't brother Quan come? Yunling covered her mouth and laughed. He is too mischievous. I thought father would be extremely busy here, so I didn't bring him to cause any trouble. Yunzheng frowned disapprovingly. How could a child cause any trouble? Besides, there are so many people watching. All right, then I'll bring him next time I come. Now Yunzheng only had this one grandson-level relative, so he naturally cherished her immensely. He nodded in satisfaction before his tone softened. Your mother has been on the road for 10 days already. In about half a month, she should arrive in the capital. Really? When mother arrives in the capital, I'll go to the dock to pick her up. Yunling exclaimed with surprise. The exact date is not known yet. By then I will send a servant to keep watch at the dock. Once they arrive, I'll notify you. Yunzheng also smiled. Once they all arrived, it would mean they had settled in the capital. Very well, then I'll wait here at home. Your 2 younger sisters have stayed at your residence for quite some time. Once your mother arrives, we will go pay our respects. Lord Li was often away from his residence, and Yunzheng felt it was inappropriate for him to visit the Li residence on his own. Yes, father. I will inform my mother-in-law. Yunling answered obediently. This was proper etiquette that could not be omitted. After finishing lunch, Yunzheng returned to the Ministry of Rites. Yunling also rose to take her leave, and Yun Sun went back to the academy, having only requested half a day off. Only Wu Nyang and Qiniang remained in the mansion. They dared not linger in the main residence, so the 2 returned to their respective courtyards together. Few 7th sister, I feel much more relaxed now. Wu Nyang exhaled lightly. She was currently in Qiniang's room. The 2 sat at a small table drinking tea while the maids were packing away luggage. Bailu, don't take everything out yet. Wait until mother arrives before unpacking. Qiniang spoke calmly. Their living quarters still needed to be decided by Lady Yun, or if they unpacked everything now and then had to move, it would be troublesome. Yes, miss. Wu Nyang winked playfully at Qiniang. I gave the same instructions to the maids. The 2 girls smiled at each other. Although the household's provisions were not as luxurious as those of the Li residence, the 2 felt much more relaxed and cheerful. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The 2 had just finished lunch and were chatting idly in the pavilion when a maid at the entrance reported, Miss 5th Miss 7th Lady Mother has arrived at the dock and will be at the mansion soon. Oh, mother has arrived. 7th sister, let's quickly tidy up and go welcome her at the entrance. Wu Nyang promptly stood up. These past days had been the most comfortable she had ever felt in her life. All right, 5th sister. Qiniang also rose to her feet. The 2 young girls were unable to go to the dock to receive guests, but their second brother and others should have received the news and would head directly from the academy to the dock. Sure enough, after about half an hour, Yun Sun, Yun Can, and Yun Nan arrived at the mansion gate, with Lady Yun and others. Lady Yun's carriage stopped before the mansion, and Wu Nyang and Qiniang hurried forward to greet her. As soon as Lady Yun lifted the curtain, the 2 girls sweetly called out, Mother. Lady Yun looked at them, and with their help she gracefully stepped down from the carriage. Indeed, the waters of the capital are nurturing. I notice both of my daughters have become more radiant. Lady Yun joked with a smile. Mother is partial, you didn't even say I'm radiant. Yunling complained coquettishly from behind. Yun Sun smiled and explained to his two younger sisters, Sister is beautiful and graceful. He managed to make Yunling beam with delight. Once everyone had disembarked, the two girls noticed that 6th Nyang and concubine Lin were not present. 8th Nyang stood quietly behind everyone with a subservient demeanor, and behind her concubine Yang was also absent. In other words, the only concubine remaining in the household was concubine Qin. The two pretended not to notice. This was not something they could inquire about. Mother, the mansion has been tidied up. Simply a specific arrangements still require mother's careful planning. Yun Sun and Yunling supported Lady Yun on either side as she entered the mansion gate, while Wu Nyang and Qiniang naturally fell behind. Concubine Qin looked at Qiniang with concern, and Qiniang gave her a reassuring nod. Yes, you've done well in organizing the mansion this way. Lady Yun sat in the main hall's flower room and nodded in satisfaction. It was all due to eldest sister's initiative, thanks to her coming to oversee everything. Yun Sun dared not claim the credit. I knew why you had planted some flowers and plants, but it was my Linger's idea. Lady Yun smiled and patted Yunling's hand. After chatting and laughing for a while, Yunzheng also returned. His superiors had been informed of his family matters and had specially granted him permission to return home early. Master. Lady Yun addressed Yunzheng with a gentle smile. Yunzheng nodded and took his seat at the head of the room. Looking around, he curiously asked Lady Yun, "Where is little Six?" Lady Yun calmly replied, "Sixth catch a cold a few days ago and has been coughing. I was worried about her journey, so I decided to let her stay at the old residence to recover fully. Master need not worry. Concubine Lin was left to take care of her. I also left enough personnel with them. Once Sixth recovers, they will be escorted to the capital." Yunzheng frowned in thought. Seeing 8th Nyang standing in the corner with a pale complexion, he asked, "Where is Concubine Yang?" Lady Yun frowned and looked around the room before she could speak. 8th Nyang rushed forward and knelt before Yunzheng. "Father, Concubine is innocent. She did not have an affair. It was that." "Stop talking." Lady Yun sharply commanded, slamming her teacup onto the ground before 8th Nyang. 8th Nyang trembled in shock, kneeling there at a loss. Yunzheng's face turned black. "All of you retreat. Know what you can say and what you cannot, or else I will deal with you." Lady Yun's face remained stern as she ordered everyone to leave. Everyone obediently replied, "Yes," and then quietly walked out. Only Yunzheng, Lady Yun, and 8th Nyang remained in the room. Having heard such shocking news, no one dared to exchange even a glance. "5th sister, 7th sister, I haven't visited your courtyards yet. Would you like to show me around now?" Yunling asked as if nothing had happened. Yes, eldest sister, let's go right now." Wunyang paused for a moment before agreeing. "Concubine, you can come with us to see your new courtyard as well." Yunling made sure to include Concubine Chun as she left. Yun Sun and the others were too old to enter their sister's private chambers. They stayed in the courtyard admiring flowers and did not wander about. Qiniang felt a chill in her heart. Her mother indeed acted with such decisiveness. It was unclear how Madame Yun had spoken to Yunzheng. Regardless, half an hour later Yunzheng appeared before the group with a gloomy expression. 8 Nyang had just arrived in the capital and was immediately placed under confinement. "Mother, I should return home now. Oh, if I stay any longer, Quaner will become restless." Yunling rose to take her leave. When Madame Yun arrived, Quaner had just fallen asleep, so she did not bring him along. "Very well, I will not detain you for dinner. In 2 days, once I have settled matters here, you may bring Quaner to visit me." Madame Yun had yet to meet this grandson of hers. "Very well, I will bring Quaner back in 2 days to pay respects to his grandmother." After Yunling departed, Madame Yun also felt somewhat fatigued. She instructed everyone to rest for the night, intending to have a proper meal together the next day after they had recovered from their exhaustion. Yunzheng had no appetite for the meal either. With a dark expression, he went to his study. Madame Yun watched him from behind without saying a word. As for the accommodations for Concubine Chun and 8 Nyang, Madame Yun merely pointed out a place for them to rest temporarily, intending to make further arrangements once she had recovered. Miss the 6th Miss did not come along, and 8 Miss has been confined. "At least you can have some peace now," said Bailu without a care in the world. "Never speak like that again," said Qiniang with a stern expression. "From now on, one must be careful in words and actions, or the 6th and 8th Misses will meet the same fate." Qiniang knew she could not stand up to Madame Yun. As they passed 8 Nyang's room, they could still hear her sobbing softly. Bailu was taken aback. Their mistress had never been so serious before. Noticing Qiniang's unsettled mood, Dongta gave Bailu a subtle glance. "Yes, miss. I will be more careful from now on." Qiniang let out a soft sigh. "I know you two are loyal, but you have both seen what happened to the 6th and 8th Misses. We must be cautious from now on, understood?" Only then did the two realize why Qiniang had been so stern. "Yes, miss. We will be more careful with our words and actions from now on." The two quickly made their assurances. Hearing the phrase "be cautious with words and actions," Qiniang couldn't help but laugh. It was an idiom she often used, and she hadn't expected them to have picked it up. Even in the dead of night, 8 Nyang's sobbing could still be heard, especially eerie in the silent darkness. The next day, when Qiniang saw 5th Nyang, she was stunned. The The dark circles under Fifth Nyang's eyes were impossible to hide. Fifth sister, didn't you sleep? Didn't seventh sister hear it? Eighth sister cried all night. Hearing those sounds in the middle of the night was truly frightening, Fifth Nyang said helplessly. Qiniang smiled awkwardly. Perhaps I sleep too deeply to hear anything. In truth, she had heard it, but she wasn't frightened. It was just her own room to sleep in. After having breakfast in their respective rooms, the two went together to pay respects to Madame Yun. By then, Concubine Shun had already been obediently serving in Madame Yun's room. Madame Yun noticed the dark circles under Fifth Nyang's eyes and knew exactly what had happened. The senior attendant had informed her early that morning. It seems Seventh Nyang was unaffected by the sounds, perhaps because her room is in a more secluded location. From now on, Eighth Nyang will move to the west wing and occupy Seventh Nyang's room. She needs some time to calm herself down. You two will move to the east wing into the two rooms farthest from hers, so the noise won't disturb you at night. Madame Yun was in a good mood, a smile playing on her lips. Yes, thank you, mother, for your understanding. What else could they say? They quickly expressed their gratitude. Qiniang was reluctant to give up her room. It was the most secluded one, very quiet. Although the east wing was brighter than the west wing, she preferred the quiet. Well, go have your meal, Madame Yun said after finishing her food, dismissing Concubine Shun. This gave Qiniang some face, as Concubine Shun was no longer serving her directly. Yes, thank you, madam. After Concubine Shun left, Madame Yun ordered the table cleared and had the two sit beside her. I heard from your eldest sister that you conducted yourselves appropriately at the Li family estate without bringing shame to our Yun family. That is commendable. From now on, you must continue to behave properly. Never let yourselves become like your eighth sister, acting without discipline or decorum. Madame Yun had heard about Seventh Nyang from Yun Ling the previous day, and this had drawn her attention to the previously overlooked concubine-born daughter. While speaking with the two, she occasionally observed Seventh Nyang's reactions. Seventh Nyang felt that subtle gaze and smiled bitterly to herself. It is thanks to your mother's guidance that we did not lose our composure. From now on, we will strictly follow your teachings, Fifth Nyang replied first. Yes, we will strictly follow your mother's teachings, Seventh Nyang echoed. Indeed, it was because Seventh Nyang had always been like this that she had been overlooked, nearly missing a precious gem. Seventh Nyang has a good talent and skill, which is why she has gained the favor of the nobles. Fifth Nyang, you should learn more from your seventh sister from time to time, so that you too may secure a good future for yourself, understood? Though it seemed like a reprimand aimed at Fifth Nyang, Seventh Nyang sensed a hidden meaning. Was this a reminder that she needed to rely on herself to secure a good future? Fifth Nyang blushed slightly and replied softly, yes, mother. I will learn from seventh sister. Mother is teasing me again. I merely happened to please the nobles by chance. There is no need for fifth sister to learn from me. Let us learn and grow together as sisters, Seventh Nyang replied with a smile. Madame Yun looked at Seventh Nyang with a cheerful expression. Our Seventh Nyang has learned humility. To reward you both, besides the 3 sets of clothes you receive each season, I will also give each of you 2 bolts of cloth to make your own clothes. I know Seventh Nyang loves making her own clothes, so I will not have tailors make them for you. You two can decide how to make them together. Thank you, mother. The two bowed their heads. Well, go pack your belongings and move into the east wing. I will go to the warehouse to pick out some beautiful fabric for Yao Mama to deliver to you. Look at the dark circles under Fifth Nyang's eyes. After moving into the new room, she should get some rest. Madame Yun truly embodied the image of a kind and caring mother. Thank you, mother, for your understanding, Fifth Nyang said, and the two then left together. As they were packing their trunks, they heard Eighth Nyang's sharp cry. Why should I go to the most secluded room? There are so many empty rooms in the mansion. Why must I go there? I will go see father. Father will not let me live there. Yao Mama's calm voice came through. Miss Eight, this is the madam's wish. The master does not manage the inner household affairs. Moreover, your confinement period has not yet ended. You may see the master once your confinement is over. Concubine Yang is no longer here, and you are still acting like a spoiled lady. Who will protect you now? Ban Yang never got to see Yunzheng before being escorted by Yao's household to the west wing. Despite her furious protests, she failed to meet either Yunzheng or Lady Yun. By evening, the commotion in the west wing finally subsided. Wu Nyang and Qiniang pretended not to hear anything. Wu Nyang even retreated to her room to sleep. 6 days passed in such tranquility until Ban Yang's confinement ended. When she stepped out of her room, her face was pale and lifeless. All of her former maids had been sold off. Now Lady Yun had assigned 2 new servants, Xiao He and Xiao Yi, to attend to her. Ban Yang lacked the energy to rename them. It was unclear whether the maids had been instructed by Lady Yun, but aside from meals they refused to engage in conversation. For these past 2 days, Ban Yang found herself utterly isolated with no one to speak to. Sister Wu, Sister Qi, she said, her tone unusually obedient, nothing like before. Wu Nyang and Qiniang exchanged glances before quietly responding, Sister Ba, as well. Are both of you going to pay respects to mother? Shall we go together? Wu Nyang and Qiniang did not wish to accompany her, not out of malice, but because they had just been punished by their mother. They were unsure of the rules at mother's quarters and dared not draw too close. Yet the situation now made it impossible for them to refuse. The two sisters were on their way to pay respects to mother, and leaving her behind seemed improper. Very well, let's go together, Wunyang said. Nothing so, Qiniang replied, with a simple affirmation. The three walked silently to the main residence. Lady Yun had already finished her meal accompanied by concubine Shun and a young woman. Yun Sun and the others were also present. You've all come. Allow me to introduce our new concubine, Qiniang, who recently joined our household. Nyangchu, you've already met the three young masters. These are our three young ladies, Xiao Wu, Xiao Qi, and Xiao Ba. Lady Yun's voice was calm as her gaze drifted toward Banyang. Miss Wu, Miss Qi, and Miss Ba, I hope you are well. Nyangchu bowed deeply. The three returned the courtesy with a slight bow. Mother, we are off to the academy now, Yun Sun said, noting that it was getting late. Hurry along, do not be late, Lady Yun replied gently. Only after Yun Sun and his siblings had departed did Lady Yun invite the three young ladies to sit. The two concubines stood respectfully nearby. Have you heard news? The Marquis of Dinghua and the Grand Tutor have arranged a marriage between their eldest grandchildren. The wedding will take place in 1 month, Lady Yun stated calmly. Wunyang and Qiniang were taken aback. Was this haste reasonable? Between initial proposals, betrothal agreements, and setting the date, even ordinary families took 1 to 2 years. The Marquis will depart for the northern border immediately after the wedding and cannot remain in the capital for long, Lady Yun explained softly. Thus the schedule is tight. She turned to Qiniang. You know our family owes the Marquis a life debt. For his wedding your father, and I feel we should present a worthy gift. Ordinary gold and silver would surely be commonplace at the Marquis' residence. You have learned Concubine Shen's specialty, dual-sided triple change embroidery. Could you complete a piece within 1 month? Qiniang hesitated. This embroidery technique was extremely complex, usually requiring 2 artisans to collaborate. However, Concubine Shen's eyesight had deteriorated significantly from overuse in her youth, making her unable to embroider. Mother, the dual-sided triple change embroidery is highly complex. Normally, it requires 2 people to work together. Attempting it alone would significantly reduce my progress. I doubt I could create anything presentable within a month. Lady Yun sighed. I understand this is difficult for you. You need not create a large piece, just a round fan. Do you think you can manage? Concubine Chen nervously wrung her handkerchief in regret. If only her eyesight had not failed, she could have assisted Qiniang. Qiniang pursed her lips. Mother, I cannot guarantee success. Single-handedly completing double-sided embroidery is exceedingly difficult. I will do my best. She did not overpromise. She had previously attempted double-sided embroidery alone and found it extremely challenging. Yet within a month creating a fan might still be possible. Very well, try your best. What design do you have in mind? Lady Yun knew the task was daunting, but Qiniang's willingness to attempt it pleased her. Qiniang paused briefly before responding. Since this is a wedding gift, perhaps one side could feature mandarin ducks and the other paired lotus flowers. What do you think, Mother? Lady Yun smiled faintly. Agreed. For the next month you need not pay respects to me. Focus entirely on your embroidery. Should you need anything, inform your maids directly. I will ensure all necessary materials are prepared. Mother, I have one request, Qiniang said softly. Lady Yun raised a slight brow and asked, what is it? Since I am embroidering double-sided alone, I require a custom rotating embroidery frame. I can sketch a design. Might you arrange for someone to build it? Qiniang spoke, gently, seemingly unbothered by Lady Yun's frown. Upon learning this was about the embroidery frame, Lady Yun's expression softened. Of course, that is reasonable. Go sketch it quickly, and I will have the craftsman complete it as swiftly as possible. Thank you, Mother, Qiniang whispered gratefully. Additionally, Concubine Chen need not attend to me this month. She may assist you directly. Though she can no longer embroider, she is far more skilled at separating threads than your maids. Her help will accelerate progress. Lady Yun added softly. Yes, madam. Concubine Chen bowed deeply. Being allowed to watch over Qiniang brought her some peace of mind. Thank you, Mother, for your consideration. With Concubine Chen's help, progress will surely be much faster, Qiniang replied with a gentle smile, sincerity shining in her eyes. Madam, I have some rudimentary embroidery skills at home. If Miss Qi does not mind, once I have attended to you, I may assist Miss Qi with simpler tasks. The new concubine, Chu, spoke softly. Qiniang raised a slight eyebrow observing this newcomer. Was this an attempt to showcase herself so soon after joining? Indeed, Lady Yun's eyes flickered with displeasure, though her expression remained composed. She smiled warmly and said, Concubine Chu is new to the household. She should first learn proper etiquette and attend to her mistress above all else. This reprimand left Concubine Chu trembling as she knelt. Yes, I understand. I will remember this. Concubine Chu, you must address yourself as newbie before the madam, Yao Mom reminded coldly. Yes, newbie understands. Auntie Chu immediately retracted her words, showing no hint of grievance, but a face full of respect. Lady Yun felt somewhat relieved in her heart. She had chosen this person herself. How could she have made such a mistake at this crucial moment? Enough, stand up. Lady Yun waved her hand dismissively. Auntie Chu rose and stood respectfully by the side. Little 5 you and little 7 are close. When you have nothing to do, you may go over and help. You can learn from your 7th sister. Even a little bit you pick up will serve you well for your entire life. Lady Yun teased 5th sister. Fifth sister stuck out her tongue. Mother, you know my embroidery skills. As long as my seventh sister doesn't mind me causing trouble, I will report there every day. Lady Yun was amused by her. Then forget it. I don't want you to delay my important matters. The few of them chatted and laughed as if eighth sister had never even existed. Lady Yun deliberately ignored her. Naturally, no one else would seek to upset Lady Yun. Little Seven, quickly return and draw out your embroidery frame. Annie Chin will go along too. Yao Mom, give Little Seven the prepared embroidery thread and such. Let her check what she lacks so we can prepare at any time. Fifth sister also took leave and eighth sister naturally retreated with her. Lady Yun didn't even look at her, waving her hand to let the two leave together with seventh sister. Actually, she had also prepared other gifts for emergencies, but she always felt they were not as brilliant as the double-sided embroidery. Fifth sister also took leave and eighth sister naturally retreated with her. Lady Yun didn't even look at her, waving her hand to let the two leave together with seventh sister. Seventh sister, it's only 1 month. Can you really finish the embroidery? Fifth sister began to worry for her. I'll have to work by night with lamps. Seventh sister showed a bitter smile. I'll have to grit my teeth and do it. That'll surely hurt your eyes. You should take care of yourself. Thank you for your concern, fifth sister. Fortunately, it's only 1 month, it won't matter. I'll take care of myself. Seventh sister smiled gently. Auntie Chun behind her also looked worried. Embroidery at night was bad for the eyes, let alone such delicate work as double-sided embroidery. Wasn't her own eye a living example? How could seventh sister not know this? But the reality was that this matter left her no room for refusal. Fortunately, Yunzheng also had some scholarly integrity. Such things would certainly not happen frequently, because if people knew his daughter had injured her eyes from embroidery, he would never be able to bear the shame. The facts proved this indeed. The subsequent meals were all specially ordered by Lady Yun for the small kitchen. Not only were they tasty, but they were also all eye-nourishing medicinal dishes, presumably specially instructed by Yunzheng. Although fifth sister had told Lady Yun she would come to help when she had free time, she didn't dare often come over, fearing she might cause trouble for seventh sister. However, eighth sister almost came over every day to sit for a while, making seventh sister feel uneasy. Seeing that more than half of the 1-month time had passed, though the embroidery was not yet completed, it already showed a stunning appearance. Yao Mom would come over every day to check the progress. Under her promotion, even Lady Yun deigned to visit the back courtyard. Seeing how much the madam valued it, Annie Chun became even more nervous, almost never leaving seventh sister's room except for sleep, fearing something would go wrong. Very soon the embroidery neared completion. Only 3 days remained before the wedding. The time left for seventh sister was no longer ample, because after she finished the embroidery, time still needed to be reserved for craftsmen to turn it into a round fan. After this day's lunch was brought over, Annie Chun had seventh sister go eat first while she stayed by the embroidery frame to supervise, helping seventh sister to untangle and organize the threads. Has seventh sister eaten? Would Annie Chun like to go eat? I'll keep watch here for you. A voice came from the door. It was eighth sister. Why did she come at this time? Auntie Chun felt something odd. She stood up and replied softly, "Thank you, Miss 8. When seventh sister comes, I'll eat too. It's fine at this time. Miss 8 should be eating as well. I won't delay, Miss 8. Auntie Chun, are you too kind? Don't you trust me?" This embroidery room had been specially set up next to seventh sister's room because they feared the smell of food would taint the embroidery, so they never ate here. However, seventh sister still heard the conversation from the next room and sped up her actions. "Bailu, go check first and don't let eighth sister get too close." "Yes, miss. Eat slowly, don't rush. I'll go watch." Bailu answered and quickly walked to the next room. Before she even reached the door, she heard Annie Chin's startled shout. "Miss 8, what are you doing?" Bailu rushed into the embroidery room, seeing Auntie Chun holding eighth sister's hand. Eighth sister still held scissors poised to slash at the embroidery. That was the embroidery her young master had sewn day and night for a month, almost completed. She rushed forward, embracing eighth sister tightly to restrain her. She loudly shouted help. Bailu was 2 or 3 years older than eighth sister. With her tightly holding her, eighth sister couldn't move at all. "Let me go. How dare you hurt me? I'll have father sell you." Eighth sister shouted loudly in her mouth. At this time, seventh sister also rushed over. Seeing the scissors, Li Dong did not let her approach. He went up himself, seized eighth sister's hand, snatched the scissors, and together they dragged eighth sister out of the embroidery room. "Auntie, are you alright?" Seventh sister saw Annie Chun covering her right arm with her hand with some cold sweat on her face and hurriedly went forward to check. "It's nothing, just a scratch." Auntie Chun forced a smile. Blood was already seeping through her fingers. At this moment, fifth sister also arrived. Upon hearing the news, staring at eighth sister, restrained by Bailu and Li Dong, dumbfounded. "What happened? Quick, someone go inform the madam. Quickly call a doctor." Hearing seventh sister's anxious voice, fifth sister rushed in to check and saw Annie Chin's bleeding arm. "Bao Tao, quickly go inform the madam." Fifth sister pushed her maid beside her. Bao Tao dared not delay and ran all the way to the main hall. At this time, Lady Yun was having her meal. Yao Mom came in to tell her something happened in the back courtyard. Bao Tao was waiting outside. Lady Yun's eyes slightly darkened. "Let her in." "Madam, Miss 8 wanted to slash the double-sided embroidery. 7th sister was embroidering. Annie Chun was scratched on the arm while trying to stop her, and now Miss 8 has been restrained. 7th sister asks Madam to call a doctor for Annie Chun. Bao Tao knelt on the ground and concisely explained the situation. Lady Yun angrily slammed the table and stood up. Has she gone mad? How is the embroidery now? Bao Tao lowered her eyes and replied, I don't know, it's still chaotic there. I don't know if the embroidery was slashed by Miss 8. Madam Yun could no longer remain seated. Seeing that the embroidery was nearly complete, that wretched girl had truly gone mad. Yao Mama, send someone to fetch a physician. Madam Yun ordered as she rose and hurried towards the rear courtyard. When she arrived, 8th girl was still struggling violently. You insolent slaves! How dare you hold me? I'll have father break your legs. Let me go! Let me go! Release her! Let me see what she intends to do. Madam Yun's icy voice rang out, and 8th girl fell silent at once. Turning to see Madam Yun's grim face, 8th girl guiltily pursed her lips and murmured, Mother. At that moment, Bailu and Li Dong released their grip on her, and 8th girl dared not make another move. What do you want? Madam Yun's voice carried a chill. And Mother, I don't want anything. It was them who held me. Do you take me for a fool? Madam Yun glared at her. Do I need to repeat what you've done? 5th girl and 7th girl helped Concubine Chin out. Concubine Chin's arm was simply wrapped in cloth with traces of blood visible. The three of them respectfully greeted Madam Yun. How is the embroidery? Madam Yun's eyes were tense. Mother, the concubine protected it well. 8th sister didn't touch the embroidery, as she only knocked over the frame. 7th girl reassured Madam Yun. Madam Yun breathed a long sigh of relief. She had seen the embroidery. It was exquisite and would surely shine as a congratulatory gift. Mother, I didn't mean any harm. It was Concubine Shun who spoke rudely to me. I couldn't bear it and argued with her, accidentally bumping the embroidery frame. 8th girl quickly explained. 8th sister brought scissors to the embroidery room. Seeing 8th girl about to shift the blame onto Concubine Chin, 7th girl interjected. I noticed 7th sister's scissors in the embroidery room were a bit old, so I thought I'd give you my new ones. I knew Mother valued this embroidery greatly, so I wanted to do my small part. 7th girl couldn't help but laugh at her flimsy excuse. 8th sister, do your small part. You only thought to bring scissors when the embroidery is nearly finished. 8th girl tried to argue further, but Madam Yun had heard enough. This fool couldn't even do wrong properly. Yao Mama, lock her in her room and have 2 rough servants guard her. No one is to enter or leave except for meals. I've done nothing wrong. You can't lock me up. I want to see father. 8th girl's eyes widened, and she even stopped calling her mother. Do you think your father still wants to see you? Fool. If you had behaved, I'd still give you a meal. But now that you've done this, I'll tell your father, and we'll see how he deals with you. Madam Yun sneered. Before, Yunzheng favored her because of that seductive concubine of hers. Now that the concubine has done such a despicable act, Yunzheng couldn't bear to even look at 8th girl, and she still hoped for his affection. It's all your fault. My mother was framed by you too. You venomous woman. I just don't want you to have your way. I want to see father and show him your true face. You? MMPH. 8th girl's shouts were cut off as Yao Mama seized and covered her mouth. Madam Yin trembled with rage. Bind her. Gag her. Throw her back in her room. Yao Mama quickly summoned 2 servants who dragged 8th girl to the west wing. At first her intermittent curses could be heard, but soon all was quiet. Madam Yin composed herself. Concubine Shin, your arm is injured. Go back to your room and rest. The physician will be here shortly. Have him treat you well, and tell him to use the best medicines. Thank you, madam. Concubine Shin curtsied and was helped back to her room by a maid. Still uneasy about the embroidery, Madam Yun turned and headed to the embroidery room. 5th girl and 7th girl followed. Seeing that only the frame had been knocked askew, she was deeply drawn to the double-sided embroidery on it. It was truly miraculous. 2 completely different images appeared on opposite sides, different patterns, different colors. The twin flowers were vibrant, and the mandarin ducks were deeply affectionate. It's so beautiful. Is this the finished piece? To Madam Yun it seemed perfect. Mother, there's still a little more. It will be done by afternoon. Good. Once it's finished this afternoon, have the craftsmen work on it quickly. Xiaoqi, you've done a great service this time. Madam Yin nodded repeatedly. It is my duty to share your burdens, mother. 7th girl bowed her head meekly. Good. You're sensible. Get on with your work. Rest well once the embroidery is done, and don't rush to pay your respects. And tell Concubine Shun to rest in her room for now. Yes, thank you, mother. Alright, I won't keep you any longer. Madam Yin did not wait for the physician. After all, she was just an unloved concubine, hardly worth the trouble of waiting. When Yunzheng returned from work, Madam Yin told him about 8th girl's frenzied behavior. Slap. Yunzheng was furious and threw his cup to the ground. She's truly mad. Matt, don't be angry, my lord. The urgent matter now is how to deal with her. If news of this gets out, it will ruin the reputation of all our daughters. If Linger's in-laws find out, she'll suffer for it. Mentioning Yunling struck a chord with Yunzheng, who valued her above all. What should we do? Yunzheng frowned. She's already capable of this. Who knows what she'll do when she's older? My suggestion is to announce that the climate in the capital doesn't suit her and send her back to our hometown. Appoint capable servants to watch her closely. When she's older we can decide if her character can be corrected. What do you think? Madame Yun put on a show of deep concern. Yunjung pondered for a moment, thinking that at 3, you could see what she'd be like at 80. This daughter was a lost cause. Fine. Do as you say. Choose the servants to escort her carefully and ensure no mishaps occur. But Xiao Ba keeps clamoring to see you. Before she leaves, should you not see her and give her some advice? You know, because of Concubine Yang she bears me a grudge and won't listen to a word I say. Madame Yun played the role of a kind mother, her tone tinged with sadness. Yunjung felt a pang of guilt and said angrily, why should I see her? Tell the servants to inform her that if she doesn't repent, I'll disown her. Let her fend for herself in our hometown. In the past 2 days the 8th daughter had been confined to her room under the strict watch of a matron, thus causing no further disturbances. On the momentous day of the wedding between the Marquis of Dinghua and the Dong family, the entire capital was abuzz with excitement. Truly it was a spectacle of unparalleled grandeur, with a dowry procession stretching for miles. A sea of people lined up to present their wedding gifts. Families like the Yun clan were not even on the invitation list. To ensure her gift was not treated with disdain, Madame Yun specially went to the Li residence, entrusting it to Lady Li for presentation, claiming it was merely to repay the Marquis of Dinghua for his life-saving grace. Lady Li naturally agreed with alacrity. Such an opportunity to gain face was one she readily accepted. On the wedding day itself, she personally delivered the gift into the hands of the Dowager of the Dinghua Marquis household. Dowager, the Yun family specifically entreated me to convey their heartfelt intentions. As this is a wedding gift, I have taken the liberty of bringing it here. I beseech you to accept it on their behalf. The matron by Lady Li's side placed the gift box into the hands of Wang Mama, the Dowager's trusted attendant. They are far too courteous. Please convey my thanks to them. The Dowager replied with a polite smile. The Yun family. Is that the young lady who made the garment for you? What did they send? Could it be embroidery? Let us have a look, shall we? The Dowager of the Qiniang Marquis residence still remembered that garment. Lady Li covered her mouth with a laugh. Madame Yun mentioned it was a small trinket. I haven't opened it myself, what feels rather light. The Dowager cast a sidelong glance at the Dowager of Qiniang Marquis. Open someone else's gift in public. What would people think? Oh, elder sister, how about I just take a little peek myself? I won't show anyone else. Alright, you sneak a look yourself, but don't tear my sleeve. The Dowager gently pulled her sleeve free from the other's grasp, laughing in jest. Wang Mama brought the box to the Dowager of Qiniang Marquis. The old lady, avoiding the gaze of others, opened the box. A round fan. It was adorned with no jewels or gems. Was the gift so simple? Surely not. Would such a trifle be brought in with such effort? The Dowager of Qiniang Marquis gently lifted the fan. Twin lotus flowers on one stalk, an auspicious symbol. The embroidery was exquisitely masterful. Wang Mama, holding the box from a different angle, saw the fan's full picture. She couldn't help but gasp, quickly clamping her mouth shut. The Dowager of Qiniang Marquis was startled and shot her a reproachful look. Wang Mama signaled with her eyes for her to look at the other side. Only then did she turn the fan over. Mandarin ducks. In disbelief, she flipped it back. Was this double-sided embroidery? What is it? What object is so astonishing that it has left the Dowager of Qiniang Marquis dumbfounded? The consort of Shun couldn't resist teasing. Ahem, indeed it is astonishing. If Wang Mama hadn't seen it, I would have tucked it into my bosom and taken it home. Hearing this, old Madame Xiao leaned over to look as well. Could the Yun family, with their father merely a newly arrived 5th-rank official, have emptied their coffers just to repay a debt of gratitude? The Dowager of Qiniang Marquis turned the fan around for her to see. Old Madame Xiao also showed surprise. The box happened to block the view of the others, making them all the more curious. The Dowager of Qiniang Marquis turned the fan around for her to see. Old Madame Xiao also showed surprise. The box happened to block the view of the others, making them all the more curious. The Dowager of Qiniang Marquis looked to old Madame Xiao for approval. Old Madame Xiao nodded. Wasn't this exactly the effect Lady Li had intended by making such a grand presentation at this moment? Old Madame Xiao, shrewd with age, saw through it all. This double-sided embroidery was incredibly complex. That young lady must have spent ages embroidering it. Such a delicate and clever girl. What a pity. In the end, she too had become a tool for her family's scheming. With old Madame Zhao's permission, the Dowager of Qiniang Marquis displayed the round fan to the assembled guests. As expected, although Lady Li also showed great appreciation, she was not surprised. It seemed she had known all along what was inside. Through this affair, the wives present had likely all learned of the Marquis of Dinghua's life-saving grace towards the Yun family. The Yun family's objective had been achieved. However, the Dowager did not mind. Many sought to borrow the influence of her Xiao family, but one more or less made no difference. But was the Xiao family's influence so easily borrowed? Now at the Yun residence, Madame Yun had summoned all the concubines and daughters of the household to her room, of course excluding the 8th daughter. Now that the congratulatory gift has been sent to the Dinghua Marquis' residence, I must inform you of something. Little 8 has been unwell since arriving in the capital, suffering from the change in environment. She hasn't recovered for so long. Your father and I have no choice but to bear the pain and send her back to our hometown to recuperate. The two concubines stood meekly to the side. The fifth and seventh daughters felt a pang of tension upon hearing this. Was she being sent back into exile? You must all be more careful in the future and not follow in little eight's footsteps, understand? Madame Yun's words were intended for the fifth and seventh daughters as well as for the two concubines. Yes, mother. We understand. The fifth and seventh daughters quickly replied in soft voices. Little eight will be departing for our hometown this afternoon. She is unwell, so there is no need for you to see her off. Let her leave quietly. Yes. At this moment in the eighth daughter's room, Nanny Yao was directing servants to roughly pack her belongings. What are you doing? Where are you taking me? Does father know? The eighth daughter was beginning to feel afraid. The eighth young miss is unaccustomed to the climate in the capital and has not recovered. The master and madam cannot bear to see you suffer, so they have to reluctantly send you back to our hometown for proper care. Nanny Yao announced loudly to the eighth daughter. No, impossible. Father loves me the most. He would never do this to me. It must be that venomous woman's idea. I want to see father. The eighth daughter roared in desperation. She couldn't understand why her father, who doted on her back home, wouldn't even see her in the capital. Nanny Yao cast her a pitying look. Eighth miss, the master bade me tell you return home and cultivate your character. If you still refuse to mend your ways, he will consider you no longer his daughter. Impossible. You lie. Father couldn't be so heartless. He loves me the most. The eighth daughter screamed hysterically. Eighth miss, if you leave quietly, we will all save ourselves trouble. If you continue to make a fuss, we will have to tie you up and gag you. Surely you don't wish to suffer that again. Nanny Yao shook the rope in her hand. How dare you? I want to see father. If you don't let me see him, I won't go. The eighth daughter sat stubbornly on the couch, her fingers clenched tightly together. If the young miss insists, then we servants will have to offend you. Nanny Yao signaled to the matrons beside her. The two matrons stepped forward and unceremoniously restrained the eighth daughter. Eighth miss was quietly sent back to her hometown, as if she, like sixth miss, had never been there, leaving not a single ripple in the Yun residence. Seventh miss, you have worked hard these past days. Now that the weather is warm, it's a perfect time for an outing. Let us go to Wanfu Temple the day after tomorrow to offer incense. Your eldest sister mentioned that you two have visited before. This time you can be my guides, and I shall also take a leisurely stroll. Madame Yun was in good spirits these days. With eighth miss sent away, their gifts had earned them some face among the noble ladies in the capital. Everyone knew that the Yun residence had some connection with the Marquis of Dinghua. Now Yunzheng was thriving in the Ministry of Rites. Taking advantage of the fine weather, Madame Yun decided to reward the younger misses, allowing them to go out and get some fresh air. Since Concubine Shen's arm was mostly healed, she would accompany them, which would also give seventh miss some face. Going out was naturally the best thing. Fifth miss and seventh miss both smiled with joy. Thank you, mother. Wanfu Temple is very large, seventh sister, and I didn't get to see it all last time. Fifth miss replied eagerly, though in truth, she hadn't dared to go far while looking after Quaner. Yes, it will be nice to explore it again this time. Thank you, mother. Seventh miss also gave a soft smiling thanks. Your three elder brothers also have a day off the day after tomorrow. We will all go, and they can take you girls to have some fun. The two concubines will come along as well. After all, they couldn't leave Concubine Shu alone at home, not when Yunzheng was so fond of her. Why provoke his displeasure? Thank you, madam. When the family arrived at Wanfu Temple and finished offering incense, they went to the rear courtyard, only to discover that the old mistress of the Marquis of Dinghua's residence had also come with her newly wedded marchioness, accompanied by the second madam and the Marquis's younger brother Xiao Chun. This second madam was the wife of the second master, who was born of a concubine. She appeared shrewd and capable. Madame Yun naturally did not want to miss this opportunity and sought to pay her respects. However, the old mistress of the Marquis's residence declined to see her, citing fatigue, and only sent the second madam out to speak. Madame Yun dared not raise any objection. Our old mistress is tired and is not receiving guests. As you know, our third madam is a newlywed and the rightful marchioness. Naturally, she does not see just anyone. Please do not take offense. The second madam's words were exceedingly rude. Madame Yun's expression stiffened. This second master of the Marquis's residence was merely a fifth-rank secretary in the Ministry of Revenue, yet his wife could be so arrogant simply by borrowing the Marquis's influence. Standing behind Madame Yun, seventh miss frowned slightly. Wasn't the second madam's manner of speaking just stirring up resentment against the newly arrived marchioness? She thought of how noble Miss Dong's character was, yet she had to be sisters-in-law with such a person. Since the old mistress is tired, we shall not disturb her. Though she was also the wife of a fifth-rank official, Madame Yun did not dare to offend her. Very well. Since your concubine-born daughter is so skilled at embroidery, why did you bring her out? It would be better to keep her in the residence embroidering that double-sided tapestry to curry favor with the nobility, said the second madam, covering her mouth with a snicker. Madame Yun's face changed color and her voice turned rigid. You jest, madam. The daughters of my household are not masters of an embroidery workshop. We were merely repaying a life-saving debt. Why must you speak so unpleasantly? Since you do not welcome us, we shall take our leave. Goodbye. Saying this, without waiting for the second madam's reply, she turned and headed back to their own guest room. Fifth miss and seventh miss followed behind her as they left. The second madam sneered behind them. Who did she think she was daring to climb the high gate of the marquis' residence? Seeing Madame Yun return from her happy departure in such a rage, the others dared not laugh or jest. Seventh Miss smiled bitterly to herself. This was truly an undeserved calamity for her. As expected, once Madame Yun reached the guest room, her face was full of displeasure. "So now you boys go out and play. Let your two sisters stay here and keep me company." Yun Sun looked at his mother's expression. She seemed to have taken a dislike to his sisters, though he knew not why. "Mother, the girls rarely get a chance to go out. Why not let them go for a stroll? Your son can stay here and talk with you. I am often at the academy and seldom have the opportunity to spend time with you. Could you grant me this chance today?" Yun Sun's gentle and refined reply, full of filial devotion, left Madame Yun momentarily speechless. She knew she was taking her anger out on the wrong people. Softening her tone, she said slowly, "You have been tired for so many days. Since you rarely get to relax, why stay in the room with me? I know you care for your sisters. Take them out to play. Let Concubine Shu stay and talk with me, and Concubine Shun can go for a walk as well." "Thank you, Mother." "Thank you, Madam." As everyone left the room, Fifth Miss and Seventh Miss both breathed a sigh of relief. "Young Master, young Misses, I will just take a stroll nearby. I won't go with you in case Madam needs me." Concubine Shun tactfully lingered just outside the guest rooms, not going far. Yun Sun nodded. "Sisters, where did you not go last time? Let's head that way." "Second brother, we only went to the pond last time." Fifth Miss looked around with interest. "All right then, let's go somewhere else. I know there's a peach grove in the northeast corner of Wanfu Temple. The peach blossoms are in full bloom right now. How about we go admire them?" Yun Sun thought that girls generally liked flowers and plants. As expected, Fifth Miss was very interested and nodded repeatedly. "Great, great. Seventh sister, shall we go admire the peach blossoms there?" "Yes." Seventh Miss agreed softly. It didn't matter to her where she went. Her mind was occupied with how to soothe the anger in Madame Yun's heart. Otherwise her own life would become quite difficult. "Let's go then. Soon more people will come to offer incense, and the peach grove will be crowded. Let's hurry and find a good spot." Yun Can rushed ahead excitedly. "Don't walk so fast. Wait for your sisters." Yun Sun quickly called out to him. If he walked that fast, who could keep up? Yun Nan followed silently like a ghost. When they arrived at the peach grove, there were already many people there. It seemed this peach grove at Wanfu Temple was quite famous. The peach blossoms were beautiful, but with so many people watching, it was truly a case of more people than flowers. Even the most beautiful blossoms lost some of their charm. "Sisters, the scenery on the north side of the peach grove is also quite nice. There is a stone tablet personally inscribed by Master Huiji. Legend has it that the words on it were written upon the Buddha's enlightenment and can illuminate one's mind. Are you interested in taking a look?" Seeing his sister's lack of enthusiasm, Yun Sun made another suggestion. "All right, I'd like to see it. Fifth sister, are you coming?" Qiniang naturally agreed, as there were too many people here. The group continued heading north. The further north they went, the fewer people there were. The trees here were tall and imposing, appearing to be at least several decades old. After passing through this stretch of forest, they saw the stone tablet that Yun Sun had mentioned. To the south of the stone tablet stood a pavilion, beside which was a grove of bamboo, quite elegant. Qiniang and Qiniang walked with keen interest to the stone tablet, wanting to see what characters the legendary Buddha's disciple had awakened to. Endless. The two characters written in a bold and flowing script appeared on the stone tablet. Only these two words, nothing else. Endless. Does it mean never-ending? Qiniang furrowed her brows slightly. Life is an endless game of contention. Shouldn't the Buddhist doctrine advocate for the emptiness of all four elements? Why would the Buddha's disciple leave these two characters? Qiniang's first reaction was the same. Wouldn't it be too exhausting to never stop? After gazing for a while, without grasping the meaning, Qiniang lost interest. "Seventh sister, shall we go to the pavilion and rest for a bit?" "Fifth sister, go ahead, I'll look a little longer." Yun Sun and the others, having visited before, had long lost interest in the stone tablet. They led Qiniang to the pavilion to rest, while still being able to see Qiniang by the tablet. As Qiniang was deeply absorbed in watching, a clear melodious female voice sounded beside her. "So absorbed. What have you disowned?" Qiniang turned around and saw that it was Dong Qingyin, the wife of the Dingwa Marquis. At this moment, Dong Qingyin had shed her maiden's attire. Her hair was elegantly coiled high, her features delicate, and her clothing splendid. "Greetings, madam." Qiniang curtsied in greeting. A faint bitter smile flickered at the corner of Dong Qingyin's lips, but she quickly concealed it. "Sister of the Yun family, there's no need to be so formal. We have met once before, and moreover, I received such an exquisite fan from you. I haven't had a chance to thank you yet." "Madam, you are too kind. If you don't mind, sister, you may call me Dong Jiejia." Seeing Qiniang's puzzled look, Dong Qingyin spoke softly. "Since I'm married, the sisters around me have all become like strangers. When I see you, I feel a warmth. Please don't think me presumptuous." Qiniang saw the melancholy in her eyes and felt a kindred sympathy. On impulse, disregarding worldly constraints, she softly called out, "Dong Jiejia." Hearing this, Dong Qingyin's eyes and brows softened with a smile. Turning to look at the characters on the stone tablet, she said quietly, "When I first saw these two characters, I found them elusive and wondered why endless. Must one make oneself so weary? Now I understand that none of this is something one can decide." Qiniang also turned to look at the stone tablet, and said softly, when I first saw these two characters I had the same thought as you Dong Jieji. But now I feel they have another layer of meaning. Wu means no self, no desire, moving with the heart. He means to stop, to let go of all attachments and return to one's original nature. After hearing Qiniang's words, Dong Qingyin was stunned. So the meaning of both characters was to follow one's heart. She was not even as clear-sighted as a young girl. After a long moment, she finally came to her senses. Sister, your words today have enlightened me. It was my narrow-mindedness. Dong Jieji, you are inherently intelligent and broad-minded. It is I who have been showing off before you. Qiniang lowered her head bashfully. Dong Qingyin gently shook her head. Your state of mind is beyond what ordinary people can match. Ever since she was betrothed, she had been uneasy. Her grandfather had explained the importance of this marriage to her in detail, but never mentioned whether she was willing. She thought to herself that she was merely a pawn in the family. While she was born into the Dong family, even if it was to repay the debt of their upbringing, she ought to sacrifice for the family. Yet deep in her heart, she was always unwilling. The conversation with Qiniang unexpectedly loosened a knot in her heart. Even if she was a pawn, perhaps, she could still live her own life. Sister, my courtesy name is Han Ning. Do you have a courtesy name? Dong Qingyin looked at Qiniang tenderly. Qiniang was slightly startled. She didn't even have a proper name, let alone a courtesy name. Dong Qingyin seemed to realize this as well, and gave Qiniang an apologetic look, but soon her expression brightened. Why not choose one for yourself now? Then we can call each other by our courtesy names. Choose now. Qiniang's mind was blank. I once thought that if I had a younger sister I would call her Wen Ning. What do you think, sister? Or perhaps I should just acknowledge you as my sworn sister. Dong Qingyin liked Qiniang very much, and now she wanted to follow her heart for once. Qiniang was startled, and waved her hands repeatedly. Dong Jieji, please don't let anyone hear such words. I am merely a concubine's daughter. Sister, I care nothing about that. Dong Qingyin looked at her disapprovingly. Dong Jieji, Qiniang said with a bitter smile, I understand your feelings for me, but I want our sisterly bond to be pure. I don't want you to be troubled because of me in the future, so let's not mention this matter anymore. Dong Qingyin instantly understood Qiniang's meaning. It would be simple for her to acknowledge Qiniang as a sister, but behind Qiniang were the Yun family and the Li family, while she herself was backed by the Dingwa Marquis mansion. Alright, I won't mention it again. We'll call each other sisters in private. Han Ning Jieji, I really like the courtesy name you gave me. Qiniang smiled happily. Dong Qingyin also smiled. When Ning Mimi, you must come visit me often. I will send you invitations. Dong Qingyin winked at her playfully. Better not too often. I'm afraid of causing trouble for Han Ning Jieji. But Han Ning Jieji can write to me. Qiniang covered her mouth, then quickly thought of the second madam of the Dingwa Marquis mansion, unsure how to warn Dong Qingyin. You are too cautious. Now that the Marquis is not in the capital, even if someone wanted to trouble me, what could I, a weak woman, do? Dong Qingyin laughed lightly, and shook her head. The Marquis had returned to the northern frontier so quickly. No wonder the second madam was so unscrupulous. Han Ning Jieji, there are some words I want to tell you. Please don't think I'm meddling. Qiniang spoke hesitantly, feeling she was behaving like a petty person gossiping behind others' backs. Sister, just say whatever you want to say. Dong Qingyin said with a coquettish tone. The second madam in your household, you should be more careful around her. I think Qiniang didn't know how to continue. She has some grudge against me, doesn't she? But what did she say in front of Madame Yun today? Dong Qingyin said calmly. Qiniang looked at her in shock. She knew about it. People all envy the illustrious life in the grand mansions, but they know nothing of the filth within. I know why she targets me. Before I didn't want to bother with her, but now that I've figured things out, I can't let her sully my reputation for nothing, can I add? Don't worry, I won't let her be smug any longer. Dong Qingyin now looked like a female warrior reborn. Once certain things became clear, even the air felt fresh. Fifth sister, who is seventh sister talking to? It seems like they've been at it for quite a while. Yun Sun squinted trying to see, but he couldn't recognize the person at all. Wenyang heard this, and also looked towards Qiniang. That noble lady seemed somewhat familiar. That looks like the Dong family. No, it should now be the Marquis of Dingwa's wife. Wenyang stood up in surprise. When she finished speaking, Yun Sun and the others exchanged glances. Should they go over? The Marquis's wife only had her maid with her. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for the three of them to approach? Moreover, since seventh sister seemed to be enjoying such a pleasant conversation with her, perhaps they shouldn't disturb them. After all, given her status. While the two were still hesitating, Dong Qingyin smiled, bid farewell to Qiniang, and turned to leave. Qiniang also turned back and walked towards them. Seventh sister, was that the Marquis of Dingwa's wife, just now? Yun Sun asked cautiously. Yes, when fifth sister and I went to the Marquis's manor for the flower viewing banquet with eldest sister, we had a brief encounter with the lady who was then the eldest daughter of the Dong family. She helped fifth sister and me out of a tight spot back then. I happened to run into her just now, so we chatted for a bit. Qiniang replied with a smile. Wenyang looked at her with envy. Chatting so calmly and composedly with the Marquis's wife of all people. Did something unpleasant happen when you went to see old Madame Xiao just now, eh? I saw that mother didn't look too happy. Yun Sun looked at Qiniang with some concern, worried she might be scolded when they returned. Second brother, it wasn't the marquis's wife. It was that second madam's unpleasant remarks that made mother a bit upset. Qiniang explained softly. Yes, second brother. The marquis's wife just told me to explain to mother that the marquis's manner holds no ill will towards us. Qiniang also replied in a soft voice. This time Dong Qiniang had done her a great favor, otherwise Lady Yun would surely have harbored a grudge against her. Sure enough, when they returned, Qiniang relayed these words to Lady Yun. Lady Yun's expression finally brightened, and a smile reappeared on her face. I was wondering how such a grand manner could be like this. So it was this second madam trying to step on the marquis's wife. How utterly presumptuous. The wife of a concubine-born son daring to try and lord it over the legitimate marquis's wife. How ridiculous. Lady Yun scoffed, showing no concern that her talk of concubine sons and daughters might discomfort Qiniang and the others. That's just how it was. Concubines' children were mere ornaments to the family, and sometimes not even that. Little 7, since the marquis's wife has taken a liking to you, make sure to cultivate the relationship. Whatever you do, don't offend her, understand. This will not only benefit our household, but also make things much smoother for you in the future. Although Lady Yun didn't spell it out, everyone understood she was referring to Qiniang's future marriage prospects. With the marquis's wife as a backer, she would naturally be able to make a good choice. Qiniang's face flushed red as she lowered her head in acknowledgement. Yet her heart felt like ice. Enough of that. Are you tired from walking around? Sit down and rest for a while, have some water. I hear the vegetarian fare at this temple is quite good. Let's try some later. Lady Yun had resumed her guise of a kind mother. Mother, fifth sister, and I have eaten here before. It's truly delicious. The tofu is especially well braised. I'm sure you'll be pleased, mother. Qiniang chimed in playfully. The day's unpleasantness was finally put to rest. Good. If Xiao Wu says it's tasty, then it must be exquisite. I shall have to savor it properly. Qiniang breathed a sigh of relief. Just then a maid from the Dingwa Marquis manor arrived, saying that the old madam had sent some pastries from the manor reportedly made by an imperial chef as a gift from the palace for the ladies to sample. Lady Yun was even more delighted and asked the maid to convey her gratitude to the old madam. At old Madame Zhao's residence, Dong Qiniang was sitting warmly beside her. When she was an unmarried girl, her grandmother often brought her to visit the old madam. One could say the old madam had watched her grow up, and their bond was naturally much deeper than with the second madam. Thank you, mother. This daughter-in-law met the 7th miss of the Yun family today and felt an instant connection. Although the 7th miss is only a concubine's daughter, her insights are unique. I find her very congenial. Old Madame Xiao nodded gently. That child is indeed a delightful soul. Since you get along so well, feel free to invite her to the manor often to keep you company. Xiao Zhan had returned to the northern frontier just a few days after their wedding, and old Madame Xiao felt a great deal of sympathy for Dong Qiniang. Mother, the 7th miss of the Yun family is merely a concubine's daughter from an undistinguished family. Inviting her to the manor might make her uncomfortable, the second madam interjected with a teasing laugh. Oh, was second sister-in-law uncomfortable when she married second brother back then? It's alright. I think Qiniang, like second sister-in-law, has an open-minded nature. She'll be fine after a few more visits. Dong Qiniang spoke with feigned innocence. The second madam was also a concubine's daughter from her own family. When she married the second master, her father was merely a 4th-rank official, only being promoted to the 3rd rank after aligning with the marquis' manor. The second madam's face alternated between red and white at a loss for words. This woman had been as quiet as a clam for the past 2 days, and now she was all sharp-tongued. Old Madame Xiao cast a cold glance at the second madam. Everything she had said to the Yun family earlier had already reached her ears verbatim. This second madam was getting far too arrogant. Letting her manage the household affairs for the past 2 years had clearly spoiled her rotten. Now that the 3rd son had taken a wife, it was time for her to hand over the reins. Arrangements would be made upon their return to the manor. When it comes to making friends, it's all about finding kindred spirits. Qiniang's ability to disregard worldly prejudices is quite like the 3rd son. Good. The old madam patted Dong Qiniang's hand gently. The girl's mood had completely changed after meeting that little girl Qiniang. She wondered how the young lady had managed to counsel her. Dong Qiniang pursed her lips in a smile. The second madam said reluctantly, Mother, 3rd sister-in-law may not care about her status, but who's to say the Yun family feels the same? Second sister-in-law worries too much. The marquis isn't even in the capital. Even if I wanted to help her, I wouldn't have the means to do so. Besides, is the marquis the type of person to engage in favoritism? Dong Qiniang retorted with a smile. Xiao Zhan was notoriously upright and incorruptible, loathing such underhanded dealings. The second madam's own family had been repeatedly rebuffed by him. The second madam seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, and her expression soured again. Enough. This is merely a private friendship between young girls. It's not worth arguing over. I never interfered with whom you associated, and I won't interfere with Qiniang either. Just one thing, don't bring disgrace upon this manor. Otherwise, no matter who it is, I will not go easy on you. Old Madame Zhao's voice was light, but the second madam dared not defy her, and merely bowed her head in acknowledgement. Dong Qiniang, on the other hand, clung to old Madame Zhao's arm and cajoled, Mother, I would never do such a thing. On the third day after returning from Wanfu Temple, Qiniang received an invitation from Dong Qingyin to visit the marquis' residence for a casual chat. Lady Yun felt as though she were facing a formidable enemy. Little 7, tomorrow I'll accompany you to pick out a couple of fitting outfits and jewelry. Don't let the lady feel slighted. Mother, I've just made a spring outfit. The lady simply invited me to chat. She won't feel slighted. I don't want to make a special show of it. At present, only I and fifth sister are in the manor. If there's too great a disparity, fifth sister might harbor some resentment. I was negligent in my consideration. The capital is unlike our hometown, and you too are gradually growing up. You should have your own social circles. From now on, the allowances for outfits, jewelry, and monthly stipends will be doubled. Lady Yun deeply realized the differences of the capital. Countless officials resided here, with intricate relationships and banquets followed one after another. All excellent opportunities to cultivate connections with the elite. Fifth and seventh sisters were growing up. Within 1 or 2 years, they should be considered for marriage. There must be no loss of face in this matter. Thank you, mother. Both girls bowed gratefully. Who would ever complain about having more clothes and jewelry being so young? Qiniang rode a carriage directly into the marquis' residence. The carriage stopped before Dong Qingyin's courtyard where her attendantly Mama was waiting. Miss 7, Our Lady awaits you inside the courtyard. Please guide me, Mama. Qiniang spoke softly, her voice free of constraint. Mama Li led Qiniang into the courtyard. At that moment, Dong Qingyin sat in the garden pavilion holding a doll carved like a pink jade figure. She gently fed him grapes. Sister has arrived. Come sit quickly. Sister, Qiniang bowed respectfully. Why so formal? These are my personal attendants. No need for such formality in the future, understood? Dong Qingyin pouted playfully. All right. Qiniang smiled brightly. What is this? She asked about the child in her arms. This is the marquis' legitimate son, Chengguer. He is 1.5 years old. Dong Qingyin cooed at Chengguer. Chengguer, call me Auntie. Chengguer with his round face obediently called out Auntie. Fortunately, Qiniang had anticipated this situation. She took out a small pouch she had brought shaped like a little cat. Chengguer, this is for you to play with. Chengguer was still very young. Seeing the adorable little cat, he couldn't help but reach out and take it, fiddling with it in his hands, looking very fond of it. Chengguer, what do you want to say to Auntie? Dong Qingyin asked softly. Thank you. Chengguer could only say 2 words at the moment. Qiniang affectionately patted his little head. Your sister's craftsmanship is truly exquisite. How did you make such a delicate little cat? When I was back home, I enjoyed studying these things in my spare time. If you'd like to learn, I'll teach you. Dong Qingyin waved her hands repeatedly. Forget it, forget it. You don't know, sister, I've never been able to make a pouch successfully. My grandmother taught me for a long time, and in the end I had to give up. Qiniang covered her mouth and laughed. It was clear she truly lacked talent. Madam, the little master should take a nap now. At that moment, a woman in her 40s approached. Dong Qingyin's expression darkened slightly, but she did not lose her temper. Instead, she handed Chengguer to the woman. In that case, take him down to rest first. The woman carried Chengguer away. That is a person left by Chengguer's biological mother, the wet nurse who raised his mother. She does not like me being close to Chengguer. Dong Qingyin's tone was somewhat low. Sister, this wet nurse is probably loyal too. Perhaps she simply doesn't understand your character yet, so she feels uneasy leaving the little master with you. Qiniang spoke softly to console her. I understand, so I don't blame her. Chengguer is still young. I only hope that if I treat him sincerely, he will grow close to me in the future. After saying this, she looked at Qiniang with a wry smile. See how the world thinks I live a life of luxury since I married into the marquis' family. But right after our wedding, the marquis went to the northern border, leaving behind a young child. Did you know? Actually, the marquis also has a concubine's daughter who is just 1 year old now. Qiniang fell silent. Indeed, life was quite difficult at times. I had originally thought of marrying a scholarly man, then staying home to raise children and manage the household, living a simple life. But I never thought. Sister, life is made by oneself. Whether it is bitter or sweet depends entirely on your own choice. Qiniang advised solemnly. Seeing her serious expression, Dong Qingyin couldn't help but burst out laughing. Rest assured, after your last guidance, I've come to terms with things. I will work hard to manage things well. I didn't call you here to preach. I know your days in the mansion must be precarious too, so I brought you out to relax. Qiniang smiled shyly. Thank you, sister. Last time at Wanfu Temple, the old lady sent some pastries, and mother no longer held a grudge. Now she treats me quite well. That's good. Don't just console me. You should also plan for yourself. Women's fates are rarely in our own hands. Qiniang sighed wryly. As a concubine's daughter, there was so little she could do. Her ultimate fate still rested in Lady Yun's hands, so she had always been cautious and dared not overstep her bounds. I said to come and relax, yet here I am making you even sadder. I'll take you to our greenhouse to see. Don't think I'm boasting you. Our greenhouse may not be the largest among the capital's officials, but it surely has the widest variety of flowers. Dong Qingyin stood up and led her toward the greenhouse. Oh, is this Miss Yin Qiniang? She actually came. Unexpectedly, they met the second madam halfway. Greetings, second madam. Qiniang bowed. Second sister-in-law also has the leisure to stroll in the garden. Dong Qingyin said with a strained smile. How could I be so fortunate? It's just that the crown prince consort sent a noble orchid to us asking our greenhouse artisans to tend to it. I was worried, so I came personally to deliver it myself in case some unappreciative person ruined it. The second madam spoke with a sarcastic tone. Then second sister-in must take good care of it. Don't offend the noble guest, it would be troublesome for mother to mediate. Dong Qiniang laughed lightly. The second madam's expression darkened. Second sister-in-law is busy. I'll take Qiniang around who I won't disturb you. After saying this, Dong Qiniang signaled for Qiniang to leave. Come on, Qiniang. I also have 2 top-tier noble orchids in the greenhouse. Do you like them? If you do, I'll give you one. What's so special about a noble orchid? As if it were some extraordinary thing. Qiniang bowed slightly to the second madam before leaving with Dong Qiniang. I'm not good at growing flowers, and don't waste them like this. Oh, it's not such a rare thing. The second lady's face flushed deep red behind the two of them. After walking far apart, they finally exchanged a smile. Sister, if you treat her like this, will she come to trouble you? Dong Qiniang lightly shrugged. You saw it yourself. Even if I'm kind to her, she still dislikes me. Don't worry. As long as we don't make it public, even the old lady will turn a blind eye. The second lady was indeed confused. The old lady intended to teach her a lesson. They strolled in the greenhouse for a while. The greenhouse was much larger than the Li family's, and Qiniang gained new insights. Sister, I had the kitchen prepare a sweet and sour mandarin fish for you. It's Chef Wang's specialty. You must taste it. As they walked from the greenhouse to the dining hall, Dong Qiniang enthusiastically introduced the dishes. Young girls always enjoyed sweet and sour flavors. Then I'm lucky to have this treat. Thank you, sister, Qiniang replied with a smile. Upon reaching the dining hall, all dishes were already arranged. Right in the center was the sweet and sour mandarin fish, its vibrant sugar vinegar sauce, making it look mouth-wateringly delicious. Beautiful, right? Such authentic sweet and sour mandarin fish is rarely eaten in our capital city. Yes, it's truly the work of an imperial chef, the knife skills. Achu. Before Qiniang could finish, Dong Qiniang's voice interrupted. At this moment, Dong Qiniang had already covered her mouth and nose with her sleeve, turning to one side to retch. What's wrong, sister? Qiniang quickly approached, unsure how to comfort her distressed appearance. It's nothing. Why does this sweet and sour mandarin fish taste strange? Achu. Strange. Qiniang wrinkled her nose. There was nothing odd about the scent. Madam, please sit and drink some water. One of Dong Qiniang's maids helped her sit down and pat her back, while another quickly carried away the plate of sweet and sour mandarin fish. How do you feel, sister? Qiniang stood beside her, gently patting her back. It's fine. Maybe I ate something cold yesterday. I'll rest for a bit. Dong Qiniang weakly smiled, though her brow remained slightly furrowed, indicating discomfort. Madam, we should call a doctor. You don't seem to have just caught a cold. Li Mom, Dong Qiniang's maid, softly interjected, her expression subtly agitated. Dong Qiniang looked at her curiously. Could it be anything other than catching a cold? I bet Madam is pregnant. Li Mom whispered in hushed tones. All fell silent, stunned, as they glanced between Li Mom and Dong Qiniang. Madam, we should fetch a doctor immediately. No, we must inform the old lady right away. Better yet, summon an imperial physician. The maid excitedly rushed out. Wait, don't say anything about being pregnant. Just say she has a poor appetite. Otherwise, if it's not true, it would only disappoint the old lady. Even at this moment, Dong Qiniang remained considerate and thoughtful. The maid happily obeyed. Coincidentally, the imperial physician from the palace had just arrived to check on the old lady's health, having barely left the marquis gate when the old lady ordered him to be swiftly recalled. The old lady came with the imperial physician. As the saying goes, age brings wisdom. Observing the maid's expression and recalling that Dong Qiniang had invited her young friend over, she naturally assumed the best. This must be good news. At this point, Dong Qiniang had slumped onto the couch. Hearing that the old lady had arrived, she tried to sit up. Lie down, lie down. If you're unwell, don't bother with such formalities. Imperial physician Qin, please examine my daughter-in-law. The old lady gently pressed Dong Qiniang onto the bed, her face tinged with pale concern as she spoke with affection. Mother, I simply lack an appetite. Why trouble yourself to come over? I had nothing else to do, so I came along to check on you. Just lie down and rest. Dong Qiniang obediently leaned against the couch, placing her hand on the edge. A maid draped a handkerchief over it before the imperial physician sat down to take her pulse. All in the room remained silent, waiting respectfully. Soon the imperial physician smiled, withdrew his hand, and stroked his white beard. Imperial physician Qin, how is it? The old lady asked first. Congratulations, old lady. Congratulations, Marquis madam. It is indeed a pregnancy pulse. The timing suggests about a month. Oh, this is wonderful. The old lady clapped her legs with excitement. The Marquis had been away less than a month since his marriage, and now they were expecting a child. Truly blessed. Dong Qiniang, equally moved, gently stroked her abdomen. Imperial physician Qin, how is the fetus? Are there any special precautions I should take? Marquis madam, rest assured, the fetus is stable. However, for the first 3 months, she should remain mostly inactive. Though she shows signs of morning sickness, there's no need to worry. It's perfectly normal. Most women experience these symptoms for about a month before they subside. The imperial physician spoke gently, then turned to the old lady. Old lady, you may assign an experienced matron to care for her properly. The old lady nodded repeatedly, of course, of course. At this point the imperial physician stood up. Marquis, madam, please take care of yourself. I shall return now. Imperial physician Qin, thank you for your trouble. The old lady signaled to Wang Mom, who immediately stepped forward and handed the imperial physician 2 ingots of silver. Imperial physician Qin, thank you for your efforts. The imperial physician joyfully accepted the silver and left with Wang Mom. Qiniang had stood quietly by the side throughout. After composing herself, Dong Qingyin apologized to her. Qiniang, I'm sorry. I invited you to visit, and now we haven't even had a meal. Madam, you're being too kind. Your health comes first. Qiniang responded softly. Good child, we've been remiss. What would you like to eat? The old lady had initially intended to join Qiniang for a meal, but fearing she might feel uncomfortable, she changed her wording. Dong Qingyin hadn't eaten either. Perfect for both to share a meal together. Dong Qingyin had no appetite at all, but for Qiniang's sake she smiled and said, just make sure that fish isn't served again. It was specially prepared for our honored guest. Now because of me you won't be able to enjoy it too. Please don't mind Qiniang. Madam, where are you speaking of? It doesn't matter what we eat. I'm only happy for you. Whatever we eat will taste delicious. This made the old lady laugh. No problem, no problem. When Qiniang returns I'll ask Chef Wang to prepare a few more special dishes to take home. But that's too much trouble. Since Madam isn't feeling well I shouldn't have stayed to bother you. The old lady waved her hand with a smile. Good child, with you here perhaps Qiniang will eat a little more. Dong Qingyin nodded as well. You must not leave. Stay and dine with me first. Qiniang could only smile and nod. The old madam did not linger to disturb them. After giving a few instructions she returned to her own courtyard. They did not stand on ceremony regarding where to eat. Seeing Dong Qingyin unwell, Qiniang accompanied her to have a simple meal in the bedchamber. Noticing Dong Qingyin could manage a few bites, she instructed the maidservant to serve her more. Even so, Dong Qingyin ate very little. After the meal, seeing that she seemed fatigued, Qiniang rose to take her leave. Dong Qingyin spoke apologetically. I have been a poor hostess today. Qiniang said softly, Sister, let us not speak of such things. You must take good care of yourself. When you are feeling better I shall come again to keep you company. Very well then, I shall not stand on ceremony with you either. Dong Qingyin smiled gently. As expected, the old madam had arranged for the kitchen to prepare 6 dishes, all of which were packed for Qiniang to take home. When Madame Yun learned that Qiniang had already returned to the residence, she was startled, thinking she must have displeased the marquis, and thus returned so early. Qiniang did not even have time to return to her room and change clothes before being summoned by Madame Yun. Mother! Qiniang gently performed a salute. How was your day at the marquis's residence? Why have you returned so early? Has something happened? Madame Yun furrowed her brows slightly. Qiniang replied with a smile, no mother. The marquise suddenly started retching and it was discovered she is with child. I thought it best not to disturb her rest any longer, so I came back. Seeing Madame Yun heave a sigh of relief, Qiniang continued, the old madam felt she had neglected me, so she had the marquise's imperial chef prepare 6 dishes for me to bring back for father and you to enjoy together. Hearing that the old madam had made such arrangements, the heavy stone in Madame Yun's heart finally settled. The old madam is so courteous. You must be exhausted too. Go back and rest now. When it is time for the evening meal you and Wunyang should come here. I shall also summon your 3 elder brothers, and our whole family can savor the imperial chef's cooking together. The loving mother had returned. Yes, daughter will go and change now. Qiniang bowed and withdrew. At the evening meal, Wunyang and Qiniang arrived together. Yun Sun and the others were already waiting in Madame Yun's main hall. After exchanging greetings with everyone, Wunyang and Qiniang obediently sat to one side. 7th sister, this time we get to bask in your glory. I have never tasted dishes made by an imperial chef before. I wonder what they are like. Hee, they must be absolutely delicious. Yunkin was as lively and unrestrained as ever. Yunzheng frowned slightly at this. 3rd brother, I have never tasted them either. Qiniang playfully winked at him. She was very fond of this straightforward 3rd brother. Well, since you are on good terms with the Marquis of Dinghua, you will surely have many more opportunities in the future. Just make sure you save some for me later. If you brothers study hard, you will surely become marquises and ministers one day. I will have no shortage of chances to freeload off you. Qiniang covered her mouth with a light laugh. Hearing this, Yunkin deflated. Ah, that is better left to 2nd brother. If you were counting on me to become a marquis or minister, I fear you would be eating dirt with me. Bang! It was the sound of a teacup being set down on the table. Yunkin was jolted with fright. Oh no, he had been so engrossed in joking with 7th sister that he had forgotten father was present. Is this all the ambition you have? If you put half the effort you waste on play into your studies, even if you did not become a marquis, you could at least earn a scholarly title. If you had even half your brother's diligence, you would not be at the bottom of the class. Speaking of Yunkin's studies, Yun Zheng's anger flared. Alright, we are all here for a happy family meal. There is no need for a lecture. Madame Yun gently tried to soothe him. Seeing that his 2 daughters were also frightened, Yunzheng finally gave a cold snort and stopped paying attention to Yunkin. Yunkin let out a soft sigh of relief and secretly winked at Qiniang. Qiniang quickly lowered her head, afraid that Yunzheng would catch her smiling. Wunyang's eyes dimmed slightly. Since coming to the capital, Qiniang had become completely different. Before, their mother always thought of her first, and her brothers were always courteous to Qiniang. Now everything had changed, and her heart was filled with a sense of loss. Xiao Qi will be visiting the marquis's residence from now on. Prepare more clothes and jewelry for her, so she does not lose face. Yunzheng instructed Madame Yun. Father-mother has already increased the clothing allowance and monthly stipend for both fifth sister and me. We have plenty of clothes. Besides, the marquise has just discovered she is with child and is unwell. I should not disturb her too often for the time being. Qiniang quickly interjected. Madame Yun shot a teasing glance at Yunzheng. Do you think I would not have thought of that? And I treat both daughters equally. Yunzheng stammered. My lady is far more thorough in her considerations than I am. He had only thought about Qiniang's need to visit the marquise's residence, forgetting that Xiao Wu was also present. Madame Yun was in a good mood. Just then Nanny Yao entered to announce that the meal was ready. All right, let us go and dine. Madame Yun stood up and beckoned to Wunyang and Qiniang. The two rose, and supporting Madame Yun on either side followed her to the dining table. Concubine Shun and Concubine Shu were helping to arrange the bowls and chopsticks. Once the family was seated, Yunzheng glanced at Concubine Shu, who was standing by, and said softly, Today is a family feast. You two should not stand on ceremony serving us. Take your seats. Madame Yun frowned slightly, casting a displeased look at Concubine Shu. Then her eyes fell on Concubine Shun beside her, and her expression softened. The master is right. Concubine Shun, you have worked hard these past days. Please sit and eat. And you too, Concubine Shu, take a seat. Only after receiving the principal wife's permission did the two concubines curtsy and obediently sit at the corner of the table. Qiniang, you must eat well today. With the marquise suddenly announcing her happy news, you surely did not eat your fill at the residence at noon. Have more during the evening meal. Madame Yun spoke in a gentle voice. Yunzheng looked from Qiniang to Concubine Shun, then began his meal in silence. They adhered to the rule of not speaking while eating or sleeping, and the meal was soon finished. Burp. Yunkin sat in the main hall sipping tea and let out a satisfied burp. Seventh sister, today's food was delicious. Qiniang covered her mouth and giggled. Bang! Yunzheng set his teacup down on the table again. Everyone immediately fell silent, sitting up straight, as if struck by a spell. Where are your manners? You cannot even stand or sit properly. Yunkin lamented bitterly in his heart. He had gotten carried away again. It is getting late. You should all retire for the night. You have school tomorrow. Madame Yun said softly. Yunzheng looked at her with dissatisfaction. A doting mother raises a failure of a son. Yes, mother. The children quickly took their leave, none of them wanting to stay and be lectured. You just spoil him. Look what you have turned him into. Yunzheng grumbled angrily. Master, this was a family feast. Why make the children feel ill at ease? Madame Yun said softly. Yunzheng was choked for a moment, then snorted and turned away. Uncharacteristically, he went to Concubine Shen's room. In the following 2 months, Dong Qiniang suffered from severe morning sickness, vomiting almost everything she ate. Qiniang could not help much and found it inappropriate to disturb her, so she could only wait anxiously in the mansion. However, upon hearing that the empress had sent a matron from the palace to assist with her recovery, she felt somewhat reassured. Madam, the old matriarch of the Marquis of Dinghua, has sent an invitation for our 7th miss. Yao Mama entered the flower hall joyfully to report to Madame Yun. Is that so? Madame Yun took the invitation from Yao Mama's hand with delight, examining it repeatedly. Did the messenger say anything? The messenger said the matriarch pities the marchioness and wishes for the 7th miss to visit and keep her company. Madame Yun had been fretting inwardly these past days, fearing that Dong Qiniang might abandon Qiniang now that she was pregnant. At last the invitation had arrived. Quickly summon Qiniang. Yes, madam. Yao Mama went to fetch Qiniang. The weather had grown warm by then. Qiniang sat by the window, embroidering, a gentle breeze drifting in through the window, bringing a pleasant comfort. 7th miss. Yao Mama passed by the window and saw Qiniang sitting there, calling out to her warmly. Yao Mama, has mother given any instructions? 7th miss, the matriarch of the Marquis of Dinghua has sent you an invitation. Madam asked me to summon you, as there may be matters to discuss. Hearing that there was finally news from Sister Dong, Qiniang rose joyfully. Yao Mama, please wait a moment. I will change my clothes and go to mother. Very well, 7th miss, there is no rush. Yao Mama waited patiently under the corridor. After changing, Qiniang followed Yao Mama to the flower hall. Mother. Watching Qiniang curtsy gracefully, Madame Yun smiled and beckoned her. Rise, come and see. The matriarch has sent you an invitation. Qiniang stood up and said with a smile, the marchioness must be feeling better, so she wishes to chat idly with me. Wear something simple and elegant tomorrow. The marchioness has just recovered and may find bright colors unpleasant. Madame Yun advised gently. Mother, what if I wear that water-red outer garment tomorrow? I think the marchioness's pregnancy is a joyful event. Water red is neither too bright nor too dull, and it feels fresh without seeming neglectful. Qiniang spoke softly. Madame Yun found this reasonable. The marchioness's pregnancy was indeed a great joy. Wearing something too plain would be inappropriate. She realized she had been overthinking. Since you have good judgment, that's fine. Tomorrow convey my regards to the marchioness. Qiniang felt relieved and replied with a smile. Yes, mother. I will surely pass on your regards. Very well, go back and rest. I will have a carriage ready to take you tomorrow. After Qiniang withdrew, Madame Yun remarked to Yao Mama, this little seventh is different from before. Yao Mama said with a smile, that is because the master has risen swiftly, allowing the young ladies to come to the capital and see the world. When one has seen more of the world, they naturally change. Madame Yun shook her head with a smile. This was not something that merely seeing the world could achieve. Miss, are we really going to the Marquis of Dinghua tomorrow? Bailu walked beside Qiniang. What? You don't want to go? Qiniang looked at her with a smile. How could I not want to go? The people around the Marchioness are all very kind, and the Marquis residence is beautiful. But last time we returned from the Marquis residence, the words of White Peach the maid of fifth miss were a bit. Bailu hesitated, afraid that improper wording might cause discord between the young ladies. Yet she felt she must warn Qiniang, for who knew if White Peach's words reflected fifth miss's own discomfort. Alright, I understand. Make sure no one hears these words, understood? Qiniang gently interrupted. She could somewhat fathom fifth miss's thoughts. It was merely a sense of disparity at work. This was something she could not prevent, as she could not isolate herself just because fifth miss felt uncomfortable. I know, that's why I only tell you, miss. I haven't even told Li Dong. Bailu stuck out her tongue. Qiniang smiled lightly. After her earlier guidance, both maids had become much more cautious. When they reached the front of the room, the two fell silent in tacit agreement, as fifth miss lived too close by. Seventh sister, are you going to the Marquis of Dinghua again? Fifth miss, hearing the commotion, came out to inquire. Fifth sister, perhaps the Marchioness is feeling better and thought of me inviting me for a visit. Qiniang replied softly. Oh, seventh sister is truly fortunate. With the Marchioness's backing, you are sure to secure a bright future. Don't forget your sister when that day comes. Fifth miss's seemingly joking words displeased Qiniang. Fifth sister, do not say such things, if others will laugh. We are both daughters of the Yun family. Our future will naturally be decided by our parents. Realizing she had misspoken, fifth miss quickly amended. I misspoke. I only meant that your good relations with the Marchioness will surely bring you some advantages. Qiniang also smiled. Fifth sister, we are own sisters, we should help each other. In the future, I hope fifth sister won't find me a bother. Hearing this, fifth miss gave an awkward laugh. Seventh sister, I spoke poorly today. Don't take it to heart. We are just sisters chatting, there is no right or wrong. Fifth sister, you are too serious. Qiniang looked at her gently. Alright, I won't disturb you any longer. Please go ahead with your business. Fifth miss turned and returned to her room. Qiniang smiled helplessly behind her back and entered her own room with Bailu. Unable to sleep, she sat by the window and resumed her embroidery. Miss, does fifth miss hold a grudge against you? Bailu asked softly. Perhaps she is just feeling a little out of sorts. Once she sorts herself out, it will be fine. Qiniang focused on her stitching. She feels out of sorts and takes it out on you, miss. Honestly, Bailu grumbled discontentedly. Li Dong stepped forward and tapped her on the forehead, then gestured toward fifth miss's room, signaling her to keep her voice down. Bailu covered her forehead and protested in a low voice. I am speaking very quietly. What kind of ears could hear me? Li Dong rolled her eyes at her. Qiniang chuckled softly. Fifth miss was not bad at heart. It was just that lately Madame Yun and the brothers had been treating Qiniang well, creating a sense of disparity. On her side, fifth miss lay on the couch, feeling rather defeated. Miss, do not overthink it. Seventh miss is not one to get cocky. Now that she has the favor of the Marchioness of Dinghua, the master and Madame naturally value her more. This benefits our household, and you will benefit as well. You grew up under Madame's care, she surely dotes on you. Xiaoyao whispered soothingly beside her. Fifth miss nodded. I know. I have been a bit petty lately. The following day, Lady Yun prepared a carriage and brought Qiniang to the residence of Marquis Dinghua. Sister, how have you grown so thin? Qiniang looked in shock at Dong Qingyin, who was skin and bones. Dong Qingyin forced a smile and gently stroked her stomach. This little rascal has been so mischievous, it's worn me out completely. During these past days, Dong Qingyin ate everything she consumed only to vomit it right back. While other ladies typically experience morning sickness for about a month, she showed no signs of improvement, truly suffering greatly. Sister, do you have any particular food you crave? I've heard that pregnant women often have specific cravings. Dong Qingyin shook her head. For some reason, I just don't feel like eating anything. Qiniang wrinkled her nose, sensing a peculiar fragrance lingering in the room. Sister, are you still using incense? She asked curiously. No, I only brought 2 potted flowers from the greenhouse. Supposedly they aid sleep. Recently I haven't been sleeping well. Dong Qingyin looked toward the 2 pots resting on the windowsill. Qiniang leaned in to sniff. The scent seemed floral, yet slightly off. Perhaps a blend of 2 different flowers. Is there something wrong with these flowers? Dong Qingyin noticed her movement and couldn't help but ask. No, I've just never smelled this particular fragrance before. It piqued my curiosity. Qiniang awkwardly scratched her nose. I know nothing about flowers. Dong Qingyin smiled. The maids checked them thoroughly, there's no harm. I kept them anyway, though I suspect they won't help me sleep better at night. Why not move the flowers outside now? The breeze is gentle and fresh air might lift your spirits. Qiniang couldn't hold back her suggestion. Dong Qingyin felt a sudden longing, it had been days since she last stepped outside. She immediately ordered her maids to relocate all the plants from the windowsill and bring a soft chaise lounge closer to the window. With the help of Qiniang and her attendants, she reclined gently upon it. The window faced a pond where lotus buds were just beginning to form, while the leaves were lush and dense. As a gentle breeze passed through, it carried the fresh scent of lotus leaves. You were absolutely right. The air out here is wonderful. Ooh, I haven't been in my room in days. Dong Qiniang took 2 deep breaths, feeling the freshness bring her genuine pleasure. The imperial physician said you still need to rest, right? Not exactly, but my morning sickness is severe. I'm too weak from vomiting. Dong Qiniang shook her head lightly. The lotus flowers by the pond will bloom soon. Once you're able to step outside and enjoy such scenery, your mood will surely improve. Qiniang comforted her softly. Yes, seeing you has already cheered me up greatly. Dong Qiniang laughed lightly. You've been cooped up too long, haven't you? Qiniang smiled with pursed lips. She casually took a fruit platter from a maid, skewered an apple piece, and naturally offered it to Dong Qiniang, who accepted without hesitation, opening her mouth to eat. Indeed, you wouldn't believe how I've spent these past days. Lying on the chaise, feeling as though my very body is molding. Then why not sit by the door to bask in the sun? The warmth is pleasant now, not too hot. Yes, I'll have them place the chaise right outside from now on. The two chatted and laughed as one fed and the other ate. Soon the platter was empty, and the maids nearby dared not breathe a sound. After finishing the fruit, Qiniang handed the empty plate to a nearby maid. Would you like some water? Now that you mention it, I am quite thirsty. The plum juice made by Motherly is delightful, sour yet sweet. Dong Qiniang turned toward Motherly beside her. Motherly, please prepare some plum juice for me. Since Qiniang is here, let her taste your craftsmanship too. Motherly nodded enthusiastically. Yes, I'll go right away. She hurried out of the room to prepare the plum juice for Dong Qiniang. At that moment, neither of them noticed anything unusual. As a child, I loved Motherly's plum juice, most especially during the hottest summer days. Drinking a bowl of chilled plum juice was incredibly refreshing, though my grandmother warned me against indulging in cold things and often restricted my intake. Once I secretly drank too much and ended up with a stomach upset, which led to a stern scolding from her. Dong Qiniang recounted childhood anecdotes, laughing as she spoke. Qiniang covered her mouth in amusement. I never imagined you were so mischievous as a child. Dong Qiniang glanced sideways at her, thinking, why can't I be playful? My grandparents were very strict with me when I was young. Once I gave in to temptation, I faced bitter consequences. Dong Qiniang's pitiful tale made Qiniang giggle uncontrollably. What about you, sister? Any amusing stories from your childhood? Qiniang thought for a moment, then shook her head. Nothing particularly amusing from my childhood. 5th sister has a gentler temperament, but she lives with our mother. I also have 6th sister and 8th sister living nearby. Perhaps I'm just too quiet. I never really connected with them well. Dong Qiniang was surprised. You're quiet. Yes, I used to be quite reserved. Qiniang replied earnestly, though internally, she thought it wasn't that I didn't speak. I simply had little to say. Perhaps you finally met the right person, which is why you've become more open-minded. Dong Qiniang claimed credit without modesty. That must be it. Qiniang nodded seriously. Though she and 5th sister had previously maintained harmonious relations, they'd never felt this level of intimacy. The two exchanged warm smiles. Madam, the plum juice has arrived. Motherly carefully carried 2 bowls into the room. Qiniang picked up 1 bowl and gently offered it to Dong Qiniang. Let me do it myself. You should taste Motherly's work too. It's my all-time favorite drink, guaranteed to please you. Dong Qiniang straightened up slightly and took the bowl and spoon from Qiniang, savoring each spoonful. Qiniang didn't hesitate. She held the other bowl and tasted it slowly. Indeed, it's delicious. The balance of sour and sweet is just right. Doesn't it taste good? Dong Qiniang, enjoying her plum juice, playfully raised an eyebrow at Qiniang. It's wonderful. Do you know if Motherly's recipe is exclusive? I'd love to learn it so I can make it at home for myself. Qiniang smiled encouragingly. If Miss Qi wishes to learn, I'll have someone write down the recipe for you immediately. Motherly spoke excitedly, her voice trembling with emotion. Dong Qiniang looked at her curiously. What's wrong with Motherly? Are you reluctant to share your secret? Don't worry. If you don't want to, you don't have to. She can come to me anytime she wishes to drink it. Madam, how could I possibly withhold the recipe? Miss Qi has done me such a great favor. I'd happily prepare plum juice for her every day. Qiniang was bewildered. What favor? She had no idea she'd done anything helpful. Oh, what favor did Qiniang do for you? Dong Qiniang asked with a smile in her eyes. Qiniang had been by her side since she came to the Marquis manor. How could she possibly be unaware of her? Finally, the maid beside Dong Qiniang could no longer hold back. Madam, it is you. You are finally able to eat. Motherly nodded excitedly in agreement. At this moment, Dong Qiniang finally came to her senses, looking at the plum juice in her hand, as if she had eaten some fruit just moments ago. Surprisingly, she felt no discomfort whatsoever. Miss Qi is truly Madam's confidant. With her arrival, Madam's complexion has improved, and she is able to eat something. Old servant must quickly report this to the old lady. Let her share in this joy. Motherly was so overjoyed that she became incoherent. Dong Qiniang nodded. Indeed, it is time to inform Mother. She has been worried about me these past days. The old lady was indeed deeply concerned, especially since Xiao Zhan was not present in the manor. She felt it all the more important to take care of Dong Qiniang. After Motherly left, Dong Qiniang looked at Qiniang and smiled. It seems one simply must spend time with those they love for the heart to feel better. Sister is bored out of her mind. Just looking at the scenery by the window makes one feel better. Qiniang covered her mouth with her hand. Yes, shall we dine in the pavilion later? I feel much more refreshed now. Dong Qiniang proposed enthusiastically. She had been resting quietly in her room recently and had only just started to recover. Qiniang dared not make any decisions on her own. Sister should ask the nanny or the physician first. Since you are only now feeling better, you must be even more careful. Go fetch Mother Yang immediately. Dong Qiniang found the advice reasonable and ordered her maid to call the nanny. Mother Yang was sent by the empress. She had served her during her own pregnancy and was experienced. Upon hearing that Dong Qiniang's appetite had improved, Mother Yang hurried over. These past days she had been quite distressed. The empress had sent her here, yet Dong Qiniang had never felt well. The empress might think she had failed in her duties. Madam has only just begun to feel better. Your body may still be weak. It would be unwise to go so far. How about we dine just outside the entrance? Dong Qiniang laughed. What kind of propriety is that? Qiniang was still present. To eat in the courtyard would not be considered rude. Besides, her upbringing from childhood would never allow such a thing. Mother Yang did not press the matter further. In truth, pregnant women often develop unusual cravings. As long as they were harmless, they were usually accommodated. However, this marquis manor was different from ordinary households. Every move of the marquis madam was watched by many eyes, and improper conduct was not permissible. Madam, let us dine by this window instead. Bring a low table. You can sit on the soft couch to eat without moving around. Qiniang spoke up quickly. That's perfect. Let it be done so. Dong Qiniang nodded happily with a smile. Not long after, Motherly returned accompanied by Mother Wang, who served the old lady. The old lady knew that Qiniang had come today and feared she might feel uncomfortable, so she did not come personally. Instead, she sent Mother Wang. Young madam, the old lady specially asked me to come and check on you. She said if there is anything you wish to eat, simply tell her. She will find a way to procure it for you. Thank you, Mother Wang. I have nothing special in mind. It is simply that my body has been unwell, causing Mother to worry so much. Now that I feel much better, I sent word to let her know and ease her mind. Dong Qiniang spoke softly to Mother Wang. After a few more pleasantries, seeing that Dong Qiniang's spirit had indeed improved greatly, Mother Wang smiled and returned to report to the old lady. At lunchtime, Dong Qiniang dared not eat greasy foods. Having gone without food for so long, she only dared to eat light dishes. You have visited twice, and I have not properly entertained you. This time I have forced you to eat vegetarian food with me as well. Sister, I did not come for your meals. I simply wanted to speak with you. My dear sisters can talk freely. Qiniang looked at her with a playful pout. Dong Qiniang smiled warmly. Indeed, there is no need to say such things between us. With Qiniang by her side, Dong Qiniang drank some rice porridge and ate a little greens. Though it was not much, the fact that she did not vomit was enough to bring joy to everyone. Until Qiniang departed, Dong Qiniang ate more fruit. Motherly was reluctant to let Qiniang leave. When Qiniang returned home, Dong Qiniang instructed Motherly to bring some rare fruits and pastries, all gifts from the palace. The old lady had also specially sent a pair of jade bangles as a gift for Qiniang. Qiniang felt unworthy and wished to decline, but Dong Qiniang told her, Mother is happy. If she gives them to you, you should accept them. Only then did Qiniang accept them. Wen Ning, if you ever have anything important, be sure to send word to me, understood? I know your days in this manor are not easy. Do not think you will be a burden to us. We are sisters, there is nothing we cannot discuss, understood? Sister, I feel much better now. Qiniang playfully winked at her as she was about to leave. With sister by her side, her status in the manor had improved greatly. Dong Qiniang was amused by her knowing exactly what Qiniang meant, yet she felt even more tender toward her. Though Qiniang never spoke of her days in the manor, one could tell from the Yun family's attitude toward her. Qiniang was merely a tool to them. Mother, these oranges are much sweeter than the ones we buy ourselves. When Qiniang returned, Wu Yang was speaking with Lady Yun. Lady Yun first gave her 2 oranges to eat. These must be tribute from the palace. We could not possibly buy such fine oranges. Lady Yun smiled warmly as she spoke to Qiniang. Mother, since the marquis madam's appetite has improved greatly, the old lady is pleased and has gifted me a pair of bangles. Qiniang took out the bangles for Lady Yun to see. Lady Yun looked at the bangles and knew their value was considerable. She smiled, examined them for a moment, and then handed them back to Qiniang. The old lady has gifted them to you, but keep them well. From now on you must take good care of the marquis madam. Yes, Mother. Qiniang took the bangles with a calm expression, feeling no emotion within herself. She knew her purpose in the Yun family, so Lady Yun's words did not sadden her. All that mattered was that Dong's sister understood her. Wu Nyang's inner distress was somewhat soothed by Lady Yun's words. Did the marquis madam say when she will ask you to come back to accompany her? The marquis madam is pregnant and suffers from severe morning sickness. She has only just begun to recover, her body is still weak, so I dare not disturb her often. Qiniang spoke obediently. Lady Yun nodded and added, your needlework is excellent. I have prepared some fine fabrics for you. You may make clothes for the child. The marquis madam will be pleased to see this. Yes, daughter understands. 7th Miss Yun calmly accepted Lady Yun's arrangement. A flicker of sympathy passed through 5th Miss Yun's eyes. My needlework may not be the finest, but if you ever need anything 7th sister, please do not hesitate to ask. 7th Miss smiled and replied, very well. If there is anything I need your help with 5th sister, I will certainly not stand on ceremony. By the way, in 10 days it will be your eldest sister's birthday. The Li Mansion has sent an invitation asking us all to go celebrate with her. Be sure to prepare yourselves. Lady Yun addressed them again. 5th Miss and 7th Miss both nodded in acknowledgement. As they returned to the inner courtyard together, 5th Miss could not help but worry. 7th sister, for eldest sister's birthday, should we prepare gifts? 7th Miss nodded. It is only proper. I have no idea what to prepare. My needlework is not as presentable as yours, and I doubt eldest sister would fancy any ordinary trinket. What do you suggest I give? 5th Miss twisted her handkerchief between her fingers. 7th Miss consoled her. 5th sister, we are merely offering a token of our feelings. Eldest sister will appreciate whatever we give. Sigh, even a casual embroidery from you would be a superior gift. I truly am at a loss. 5th Miss sighed. 7th Miss also felt somewhat helpless. Everyone now knew of her embroidery skills. For eldest sister's birthday, she felt obliged to give something embroidered. Seeing 7th Miss fall silent, 5th Miss grew somewhat dejected. She too wished to ask 7th Miss to embroider something for her which she could then finish into a final product, but that would ultimately seem rather cheap. Perhaps I could make a pair of shoes for eldest sister. 7th sister, what will you give? 5th Miss finally decided on making shoes. Shoes required no embroidery and were a safe, conventional choice. Then I will give eldest sister 2 handkerchiefs. Time was too short as she could not manage anything larger. 2 handkerchiefs compared to 5th Miss's shoes were not particularly outstanding. Upon hearing she would give handkerchiefs, 5th Miss breathed a sigh of relief. What 7th Miss did not expect was that after only 2 days the old mistress did not even have time to send a formal invitation. On the morning of the 3rd day, she sent a carriage saying she wished for 7th Miss to come to the mansion to keep the marquis's wife company. The messenger did not explain the reason clearly. 7th Miss arrived at the marquis's mansion with a troubled heart. Mama Li did not meet her at the Chuehua gate. Instead, a young maidservant led her directly to Dong Qingyin's courtyard. Ugh! As she neared Dong Qingyin's bedchamber, 7th Miss heard the sound of her dry heaving. Why has it become so severe again? The old mistress's anxious voice also came through. Do not worry, the imperial physician has examined her and found nothing wrong. Perhaps it is due to her mood. Once 7th Miss arrives, it might improve. Mama Wang's comforting voice also reached 7th Miss's ears. 7th Miss finally understood why the old mistress had called for her so urgently. She waited anxiously outside the door for the maidservant to announce her. She wondered how severely Hanning's sister was suffering to make the old mistress summon her so hastily. Let her in quickly. Upon hearing that 7th Miss had arrived, the old mistress hurriedly told the maidservant to invite her in. Once inside, 7th Miss bowed to the old mistress. Good child, no need for formalities. Go to the inner chamber and see Qiniang. Yes. 7th Miss did not hesitate. She was also very worried, just hearing her voice from outside told her how much Hanning's sister was suffering. As she stepped into the inner chamber, she saw Dong Qingying lying on the couch, dry heaving. 2 maidservants were attending her, one holding a basin, the other supporting her and rubbing her back. Hearing the noise, Dong Qingying looked up. Seeing it was her, she tried to speak, but was overcome by another bout of retching. 7th Miss, after you left that day, our mistress felt better for 2 days. But last night, for some unknown reason, it worsened again, even more severe than before. Mama Li's brow was deeply furrowed. 7th Miss noticed the smell in the room. The sourness of vomit, the faint bitterness of bile, and amidst it all a subtle fragrance she had noticed last time. Mama Li, the odor in this room is too strong. Could we remove the screens to let the smell dissipate? The windows were open, but the screens trapped the odor inside. Mama Li hesitated. Was it appropriate to remove the screens from the main wife's room? Mama Li, this smell must be unpleasant for the mistress as well. Wanting to vomit, already having to endure this foul odor would only make things worse. Listen to 7th Miss. Remove the screens. Mama Wang called 2 rough servants to carry them out. The old mistress's voice came from outside. Mama Li cast a grateful glance at 7th Miss. 7th Miss stood by watching Dong Qingying vomit, unable to help, only able to fret. The room smell was still strong, so she picked up a fan to waft the air out the window. As she fanned, the fragrance seemed to grow a little stronger. 7th Miss brought the fan to her nose and sniffed. The scent was very faint, barely perceptible, and different from the fragrance in the room. It seemed the smell was not from the fan. Mama Li, has incense been burned in this room? No, ever since the mistress became pregnant, we have not burned any incense. Mama Li brought tea for Dong Qingying to rinse her mouth. Just then several rough servants entered, carried the screens out, and the room's odor immediately seemed to lessen. Dong Qingying now leaned weakly against the couch. Madam, how do you feel? 7th Miss asked with concern. Dong Qingying gave a weak smile. Being summoned so urgently must have frightened you, didn't it? No, I was just worried, 7th Miss replied softly. I'm fine. The imperial physician says some women suffer from severe morning sickness all the way until childbirth. Perhaps this child is just too mischievous. Seeing Dong Qingying so weak, 7th Miss could not help but think to herself, but surely vomiting this severely was rare. Could the imperial physician really do nothing? Madam, did you come into contact with anything unusual yesterday? Why did it suddenly become so severe again? The imperial physician has examined everything the mistress came into contact with yesterday and found nothing amiss. He suggested it might be due to a low mood. But the mistress has been well enough to go out for walks these past 2 days and her mood has improved greatly. Mama Li's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction with the physician. Mama Li, is mother still in the outer room? Is anyone attending to her? Dong Qiniang interrupted Mama Li, knowing the physician had been summoned by the old mistress. Stop worrying about me, the old mistress said slowly, entering her gaze full of concern. I have sent people to look for folk remedies. You must also try to relax, do you understand? The old mistress had heeded the physician's words and was considering whether to go to the palace to ask if Xiaozhan could return. Perhaps if he were by Qingyin's side, she might feel more at ease. After sitting for a while longer, the old lady took her leave, leaving space for the sisters to chat. Sister, is there anything you'd like to eat? Qiniang sat by Dong Qingyin's bedside, her heart aching at the sight of her pallid complexion. Dong Qingying shook her head weakly, as she had no appetite for anything at the moment. Fortunately, the unpleasant odor in the air had dissipated, making her feel somewhat better. I hope this urgent summons hasn't caused you any trouble. Qiniang spoke softly. Sister, please don't worry about me. No one will make things difficult for me here. Madame Yun would be delighted if she came every day. This body of mine is so useless. Every time you come I can't even take good care of you, and instead I make you worry about me. Sister, pregnancy is inherently arduous for women. Why speak of being useless or not? My aunt told me that for many women morning sickness disappears all of a sudden. Perhaps when you wake up tomorrow, sister, you'll feel better. Dong Qingying gave a weak smile at her words. Let's hope so. Sister, didn't you say last time that these flowers were useless? Why have they been brought back? Qiniang asked, curiously looking at the flowers on the windowsill. Since the lady became pregnant, we can't use incense. We thought placing 2 pots of flowers would add a pleasant fragrance and look nice, so we brought them back, explained Motherly gently. Then, as if suddenly struck by a thought, she said urgently, these flowers were brought back yesterday afternoon, and then the lady started vomiting again. Could it be because of the flowers? Motherly, didn't the imperial physician already examine them? There's nothing wrong with the flowers, a maid said, puzzled. Perhaps the marquis's body simply doesn't agree with them. Pregnant women can have peculiar sensitivities. Whether it's the cause or not, let's remove the flowers first. Motherly felt more convinced the more she thought about it. Qiniang also said it's possible. Last time the lady felt better after the flowers were taken away. You two take these flowers back to the greenhouse. Motherly called for 2 rough work maids in the courtyard and instructed them to take the flowers away. After the maids obediently carried the flowers out, the strange scent vanished shortly after. Qiniang found it odd, as she knew the flowers themselves didn't smell like that. Perhaps that maid was wearing some kind of scented sachet. Even Dong Qingying noticed the difference. Maybe it really was the flowers. My chest feels much more comfortable. A hint of joy crept into Dong Qingying's voice. Mother Li and Qiniang exchanged a delighted glance. Madam, would you like to eat something? Dong Qingying hesitated. She was afraid now. Over the past 2 days, not eating had been more bearable. Eating, even a little, would lead to violent vomiting. How about some warm water first? Qiniang suggested. After vomiting so severely, some warm water might soothe her stomach. Dong Qingying nodded. A maid quickly brought over a cup of warm water and gently helped her drink. After 2 sips, she stopped. Her stomach was empty, and too much water would also make her uncomfortable. Motherly, could you prepare some bland rice porridge? Let's see if my sister can manage a little, Qiniang said softly to Motherly. There's some simmering on the stove. I'll fetch it right away, Motherly said, hurrying out. And bring some pickled vegetables too. She's been vomiting for so long her mouth must be tasteless. Qiniang quickly added. Motherly acknowledged and went to prepare. When Motherly returned with the food, Qiniang coaxed gently. Sister, your stomach is empty, it must feel awful. How about a little rice porridge? But I'm afraid I'll throw it up again. Dong Qingying had become terrified of vomiting over the past 2 days. Let's just try. If you feel the slightest bit uncomfortable, we'll stop, alright? Seeing the hopeful looks on everyone's faces, Dong Qingying pursed her lips. Alright, let's try. Qiniang personally took the bowl of porridge from Motherly. It was warm, just right for eating. She scooped up a spoonful and gently brought it to Dong Qingying's lips. Dong Qingying parted her lips slightly, took a small sip, and swallowed. Everyone waited quietly. She showed no signs of discomfort. Qiniang quickly scooped another spoonful. After a few small sips, Qiniang asked, Sister, would you like some pickled vegetables? I might like a bit of that pickled cucumber. Motherly quickly picked up a piece and placed it on the spoon of porridge. Dong Qingying ate it. After finishing half a bowl of porridge this way, Dong Qingying dared not eat any more, afraid that eating too much would make her sick. Qiniang put the bowl back. Even a small amount was good. Oh, once her stomach adjusted, she could eat other things. I told you the 7th miss is a lucky star. Look, as soon as the 7th miss arrived, Our Lady managed to eat something, Motherly said happily. It was Motherly who thought of the flower problem. I can't take the credit, Qiniang said with a smile. But it was your suggestion that prompted the thought, wasn't it, little sister? Dong Qingying now had the energy to talk. Yes, or this old servant's mind would never have connected it to the flowers. Motherly nodded repeatedly. Motherly, go and inform the old lady, so she won't worry. The old lady was still anxious. Motherly happily accepted the order and left. When the old lady heard that the lady felt better after the flowers were removed, she dismissed Motherly without changing her expression. She then immediately sent Mother Wang to bring the 2 pots of flowers to her, and summoned Imperial Physician Qin. After a thorough examination, Physician Qin found nothing wrong. Perhaps the marquise cannot tolerate the fragrance of these particular flowers. Some women have strong reactions to certain scents or things. Just keep her away from them in the future. This explanation caused the old lady to feel some dissatisfaction with Physician Qin. After so many visits, he hadn't even identified the flowers as the problem. To be safe, the old lady ordered the greenhouse to send no more flowers to the marquise's quarters until after the child was born. Qiniang stayed and chatted with Dong Qinian for a while. Seeing that Dong Qinian looked tired, knowing she must not have slept well the previous night, she prepared to take her leave. Sister, get some good rest. I won't disturb you any longer. I'll come to see you again when you're feeling better. Dong Qinian couldn't bear to let her leave just yet. It wouldn't be right to send her away without even having lunch. I'm fine. Stay and have lunch with me before you go. Sister, you must not have slept well last night. Get some proper rest now. When you're better, we'll have a proper meal together. Otherwise, I'd feel terrible eating a feast while you sip on rice porridge. Qiniang winked at her playfully. Dong Qinian was amused by her antics. She truly was tired, so she didn't insist on her staying. Very well. Please forgive my rudeness this time. When you come next, I'll make sure to keep you company properly. When Qiniang returned to the residence, the family had just finished lunch. Lady Yun was truly unsettled upon hearing that Qiniang was back at this hour. Could she have offended some noble? What happened? Looking at Lady Yun's furrowed brows, Qiniang replied softly. The marquise's morning sickness was severe, so the old madam called me over to see if there was any remedy. Now that the marquise is feeling a bit better, I saw she was very tired and didn't want to disturb her rest, so I volunteered to come back. Lady Yun frowned. Severe morning sickness, so they called you. A young girl like you. What could you possibly do? When I visited the marquise' residence 2 days ago, the marquise was in good spirits, and we had a pleasant conversation, so her appetite improved a bit. Perhaps the old madam wanted me to cheer her up. Upon hearing this, Lady Yun's brow relaxed. And how is she now? It turned out the marquise couldn't stand the fragrance of flowers, so they've moved the flowers away. She has eaten something, so I came back first. Flowers? Lady Yun frowned. Could there be another hidden reason? But matters of the marquise' residence were not for them to question. In that case, go back and rest. She did not ask if Qiniang had eaten. Qiniang returned to the back courtyard. Bailu, who had accompanied her, couldn't help muttering softly, Madam didn't even ask if you had eaten. It's past lunchtime now. The kitchen is surely out of food. How will you eat, miss? It's fine, I'm not hungry. I'll just have a couple of pastries to tide me over. Qiniang waved her hand lightly, indicating it was nothing. Bailu still pouted, thinking, people only need you when they want something. If the miss loses contact with the marquise, who knows what treatment she'll get. In the following days, Qiniang stayed peacefully at home, embroidering handkerchiefs for Yunling. There was no news from the marquise' residence. Lady Yun couldn't help but mutter to herself. But for now, her daughter's birthday was more important. Yun Zheng led Yun Sun and the others to stay in the front courtyard, hosted by Lord Li himself. Lady Yun took Wunyang and Qiniang to visit Lady Li. Yunling was also with Lady Li, as was her elder sister. After exchanging pleasantries and sitting down, the eldest young madam smiled at Qiniang and said, everyone in the capital knows that the Marquise of Dinghua is on good terms with 7th Miss. Might I ask if 7th Miss often visits the Dinghua Marquis' residence? Hearing her teasing tone, everyone frowned. The eldest young madam is jesting. The Marquise is pregnant now. How could Xiao Qi frequently disturb her? Lady Yun interjected with a smile. Lady Yun, you should seize the opportunity. The Dinghua Marquis' younger brother is about the same age as your 2 daughters. Nonsense. Lady Li interrupted sternly. Hearing her talk more and more improperly, Lady Li cut her off sharply. Lady Yun's face turned extremely grim. If word got out, the Yun girls would have no face left. The eldest young madam was unperturbed by Lady Li's glare. In Yunling's view, she seemed to be acting reckless. Mother, today is my birthday. Quaner gave me his favorite jade plaque this morning, saying it was a gift from grandmother. He can only offer it as a borrowed present for now, but when he grows up he wants to earn money himself and buy me lots of beautiful jewelry. Yunling happily shared her joy with Lady Yun and the others. Our Quaner is such a filial child. He always thinks of me whenever he has something tasty. Lady Li also boasted without hesitation. Except for the eldest young madam, whose expression turned uncertain. She grew even more resentful of Yunling. Talking about nothing else but Quaner. Isn't that deliberately embarrassing me? Mocking me for having no child. Sister-in-law, I don't have anything impressive to offer, so I made you a garment. Please don't think little of it. The eldest young madam, as if nothing had happened, took out the gift she had prepared for Yunling. Yunling smiled and had a maid accept it. Thank you, elder sister-in-law. You've spent too much. Made it. She doesn't know how to sew at all. This must be ready-made clothing from outside. Thinking of how she had given the eldest young madam a jade hairpin for her birthday, and now receiving this garment, it was truly irritating. My skills are no match for 7th Miss. Everyone knows 7th Mrs. Embroidery is unparalleled, which earned her the favor of the Dingwa Marquis, old madam. I wonder what gift 7th Miss has for her sister. Let me who has seen little of the world have a look. The eldest young madam turned the conversation back to Qiniang. Qiniang inwardly frowned. The two sisters-in-law were having a contest, and she was caught in the crossfire. Elder sister, I embroidered 2 handkerchiefs for you. Please don't despise them. 7th Miss jests. With your embroidery skills, how could anyone despise them? They would make countless people envious. Double-sided embroidery. I've never even seen it. The eldest young madam interrupted her with a laugh. Elder sister-in-law, you flatter me. A handkerchief is nothing. How could it deserve such exquisite double-sided embroidery? It's very straining on the eyes. I wouldn't want my sister to harm her eyes for me. Yunling, wasn't the wedding gift for the Dingwa Marquis double-sided embroidery? How can her own sister's birthday be less important? The eldest young madam stopped mid-sentence, then covered her mouth as if just realizing. Oh dear, I misspoke. You are sisters after all, and there will be plenty of time. Perhaps 7th Miss is secretly embroidering something for her elder sister. They are close sisters, no need for you to say more. If you have nothing to do, go to the kitchen and check on the lunch preparations. That would be your contribution to your sister-in-law's birthday. Lady Li looked at the eldest young madam with displeasure. If you stir up more trouble, don't blame me for not sparing your feelings. Having achieved her goal, the eldest young madam beamed and agreed. Yes, mother. I'll go to the kitchen right away and make sure nothing goes wrong with sister-in-law's birthday banquet. After she left, Lady Li looked apologetically at Lady Yun and spoke softly. I'm sorry you had to witness this, my dear-in-law. My eldest daughter-in-law hasn't been able to have a child all these years, and she's become discontented and increasingly erratic. Please don't take it to heart. Lady Yun naturally couldn't make a scene at her daughter's birthday banquet, so she simply said, it's fine. At this moment, Wu Nyang presented her birthday gift. Eldest sister, my needlework is not as fine as 7th sister's, so I have made you a pair of shoes. Please do not disdain them. Yunling smiled and had someone accept them. Both younger sisters have worked hard. Li Wanner secretly pursed her lips, then produced her own gift. A pair of earrings adorned with green jade set in silver, quite exquisite to behold. Yunling thanked her and accepted them as well. Madame Yun and Madame Li had already presented their gifts earlier. With the eldest young mistress absent, the room was filled with harmony and cheer. Wanner is of similar age to 7th and 5th Nyang, and you have all interacted before. With this connection, we are naturally closer than others. You should spend more time together. Wanner is straightforward by nature, but her heart is good. You will come to see that in time. Madame Li spoke with gentle grace. Wanner is indeed wonderful. 5th and 7th Nyang have often praised her in the manner. Madame Yun replied with a beaming smile. 5th and 7th Nyang sat with unwavering composure, calmly enduring the superficial pleasantries exchanged between the two ladies. Madame Li's intent was merely to have 7th Nyang speak well of Li Wanner in the Marquis' manner, leaving a favorable impression on the old dowager to increase her chances in marriage negotiations. Li Wanner remained silent as well. Madame Li had already instructed her beforehand, and though she still held contempt for these two concubine-born daughters, she refrained from showing her displeasure. The group thus chatted with their own hidden agendas until mealtime. The meal was taken together with female guests in the inner chamber and male guests in the outer hall. During the feast, Madame Li showed considerable care toward 5th and 7th Nyang. Do try this stir-fried fish fillet. It's a specialty of the capital. I wonder if you have tasted it before. See if our household's rendition is authentic. Mother, the eldest young mistress covered her mouth with a light laugh. 7th Miss is a frequent guest at the Marquis' manor. Their household even has imperial chefs. What delicacies has she not tasted? The implication was clear. Why would she care for the fare of a humble household? Madame Li's face showed a trace of embarrassment. Upon hearing this, 7th Nyang gently picked up a slice of fish and placed it in her mouth. After swallowing softly, she said to Madame Li, Auntie, this fish fillet is sweet and sour, delightfully tender, and not a single bone to be found. I have never tasted anything like it. It is truly wonderful. Then turning to the eldest young mistress, she added, the eldest young mistress jests. The imperial chef at the Marquis' manor was bestowed upon the old dowager by the empress herself. What merit do I possess to sample such artistry? The eldest young mistress wished to retort, but Madame Li interjected. If you enjoy it, eat your fill. You young ladies always favor these sweet and sour treats. After eating them, even your words become sweet. Indeed, Linga used to love such dishes when she was at home. But now that she is a mother, I notice she has lost her appetite for them. Madame Yun said, gazing fondly at Yunling. Mother thinks I eat too many sweets, but does not wish to forbid me outright. So she says she must lead by example and set a good example for me. Little Quan Gutter spoke in a soft, tender voice. The atmosphere at the table grew lively once more. The eldest young mistress was conveniently forgotten by all. After the meal, the Yun family guests lingered for a short while before taking their leave. Seated in the carriage on the way home, Madame Yun could not help but say to 7th Nyang, today Shaoqi handled matters well. That eldest young mistress of the Li family came with ill intentions. There was no need to yield to her. Otherwise she would think our Yun family is easy to bully, and it would embarrass your eldest sister as well. Remember, when you encounter such people in the future, do not be courteous with them. 5th and 7th Nyang sat with heads bowed. Mother, we understand. Wu Nyang, you are too soft-hearted. You must learn from your sister, or you will suffer outside, Madam Yun added, admonishing 5th Nyang. 5th Nyang's face flushed red. She always grew nervous and lost in such situations. Madam Yun shook her head. After all, they were merely concubine-born daughters, incapable of rising to any occasion. The group returned to the Yun manor, where the head maidservant informed Madam Yun that the Marchioness of the Dingwa Marquis manor had sent some lychees for 7th Miss, now chilling in the well. Madam Yun's face lit up with joy. Lychees were a rare delicacy. How could ordinary families ever taste them? 7th sister, is there a share for me? I have never tried one. Let me have just one taste. Yun Can shamelessly sidled up to 7th Nyang. 7th Nyang looked flustered. 3rd brother, what are you saying? These lychees should rightfully be offered to father and mother. Naturally, mother will decide. Madam Yun felt even more pleased, but she laughed and said, the Marchioness sent them to you so you may decide. Don't give him any. Let him suffer a little envy. Mother, Yun Can wailed. What kind of behavior is this? Groveling for a bite to eat. Have you no decency? Yunjung scowled coldly. Yun Can quickly composed himself, but when Yunjung looked away, he made a funny face at 5th and 7th Nyang. Did the messenger say anything else? Madam Yun asked the head maidservant. The maidservant replied respectfully. The messenger bade me tell 7th Miss that the Marchioness has now fully recovered and need not worry. Should she have time, she is welcome to visit the Marquis' manor at any time. Madam Yun nodded. Xiaoqi, you may think of a suitable return gift for the Marchioness over the next couple of days. Mother, I have recently made 2 mosquito-repelling sachets. I could offer them to the Marchioness as a token of gratitude. Though they are of little monetary value, they represent my sincere intentions. Madam Yun nodded. The Marquis' manor lacked nothing of value, but sincerity was what mattered. She believed the Marchioness would appreciate the gesture. Yunjung, however, felt uneasy upon hearing this. That evening he stayed in Madam Yun's chamber. Is it truly appropriate for Xiaoqi to be so close to the Dingwa Marquis' manor? He asked, frowning. Madam Yun looked at him in surprise. My lord, what troubles you? Is this not beneficial to us? Yunjung let out a deep sigh. My colleagues all know that my daughter has curried favor with the Dingwa Marquis' manor. On the surface they are cordial, but behind my back they look down on me. My superiors entrust me with no important tasks. If this continues, how can I ever advance? Then perhaps we could ask Xiaoqi to... No. Yunjung cut her off before she could finish. To beg for favors over such a trivial matter would be utterly useless. How could Xiaoqi ever hold her head high in the Marquis' manor? What Yunjung truly worried about was not only 7th Nyang's standing, but also his own dignity. If he had to rely on his daughter for such minor affairs, he might as well resign from his post. The couple fell into silence. The next day, after 5th and 7th Nyang had paid their morning respects, Madam Yun kept 7th Nyang behind for a private conversation. Xiaoqi, your father and I talked at length last night. You know how intricate interpersonal relations are in the capital. Because of your close ties with the Marchioness, your father has been somewhat ostracized. What do you think? What is to be done? How can I allow my affairs to affect father's official career? Qiniang asked, her expression one of feigned trepidation. Mother, if this is the case, perhaps I could speak with the Marquis and temporarily refrain from visiting the Marquis' residence. Once the storm passes, their attention will no longer be fixed upon father. How could that be? If you were to say such a thing, would the Marquis not think us presumptuous? Madam Yun immediately dismissed the idea. But Qiniang looked uneasily at Madam Yun, a hint of helplessness stirring within her. So soon? She wondered. Your father forbade me from speaking of this to you, but I believe this situation cannot continue indefinitely. I have an idea, though it would put you in a difficult position. Madam Yun spoke with earnest gravity. Qiniang sighed inwardly, yet still inquired with a concerned tone, what idea do you have, mother? For father's sake, I am willing to try. Madam Yun nodded with satisfaction. You know that the Marquis's grandfather is the Grand Tutor. His disciples are numerous, and many officials in the court were once his students. If the Grand Tutor could speak a few words on your father's behalf, his predicament would be resolved. The only difficulty is that you would have to broach the subject with the Marquis. Indeed, Qiniang understood in her heart. If the Grand Tutor could utter a few words, not only would the immediate problem be solved, but her father's official path might also be smoothed considerably. Yet refusal was no longer an option. Mother, for father's sake, I am willing to try. However, the Grand Tutor is a man of integrity. I fear he might. Qiniang did not make grand promises, merely stating she would do her utmost. Madam Yun was unaware of the true nature of Qiniang's relationship with Dong Qingyin. She had no idea whether Dong Qingyin sought merely a companion to alleviate boredom or genuinely valued Qiniang. Thus she did not place excessive hope in her daughter. When you speak, be mindful of propriety. Do not anger the Marquis, do you understand? If it does not work out, it matters not. Let your father handle his own official affairs. Yes, mother. Your daughter will be careful. Qiniang nodded in agreement. Finally, under Madam Yun's fervent expectations, on the morning of the 3rd day, Qiniang boarded the carriage headed for the Marquis' residence. Dong Qingyin's complexion had improved considerably, and she could even take a short stroll in the courtyard. Little sister, look at me. Do I not seem much better? Dong Qiniang asked Qiniang happily upon seeing her. Qiniang looked her over. Indeed, elder sister's complexion is much improved. After you left last time, my morning sickness gradually subsided. Now I can eat normally. Today I can have a proper meal with you. Dong Qiniang said with a smile. Good. Then I shall eat more today as well. Qiniang was genuinely happy for her. Dong Qiniang took her hand and led her to a pavilion in the courtyard where they sat down. Nanny Li brought them some fruit and pastries. I have been eating well and sleeping soundly these past 2 days. Mother won't let me worry about a thing. I feel I've gained a whole circle of weight. If this continues, I dread to think how large I'll be by the time I give birth. Dong Qiniang said with a hint of distress. Elder sister lost too much weight in the first 2 months. It is right to properly nourish yourself now. You still appear somewhat thin. The old madam is only showing concern for you. Dong Qiniang nodded. Indeed. Mother even went to the palace on my behalf to beseech His Majesty to allow the marquis to return home. Unfortunately, the northern border is unsettled, and the marquis must remain there to defend it. Qiniang held Dong Qiniang's hand and sighed. The marquis serves the nation and its people, leaving him unable to attend to you, elder sister. Do not feel aggrieved. The marquis is a hero. Dong Qiniang smiled. To be honest, little sister, do not mock me, but I feel not the slightest bit wronged. In truth, I believe my relationship with the marquis has not yet reached that depth. Although I often visited the marquis's residence with my grandmother since childhood, I was not well acquainted with him. He left shortly after our wedding. We are merely courteous to each other, but I cannot say I rely on him much. Hearing this, Qiniang was deeply moved. Throughout history, political marriages were mostly like this. The couple had little time to spend together, and thus no opportunity to build a bond. In truth, with the marquis away from the residence, I find it quite comfortable. Dong Qiniang covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Qiniang, hearing this, could not help but laugh as well. And the child? Qiniang remembered the little boy of just over a year old. You mean Shunhe? Originally, I intended to grow closer to him. But my sudden pregnancy made mother fear that his youthful ignorance might harm me, so she took him to her own courtyard. Dong Qiniang leaned closer to Qiniang and whispered, in fact, mother had already planned to entrust me with the household management. She had even informed my second sister-in-law and me. But my pregnancy put it on hold. My second sister-in-law is probably quite pleased. Qiniang covered her mouth and giggled. The second madam certainly had reason to be happy. If she lost the authority over the household, her status would undoubtedly suffer a severe blow. Watching Dong Qiniang's radiant expression, Qiniang's mind began to wander. She had come today with a mission, yet she did not know how to broach the subject. Taking out the sachet she had made, she handed it to Dong Qiniang. Elder sister, I made this mosquito-repelling sachet myself. See if you like it. It contains only some medicinal herbs to ward off insects, and it has no discernible scent. Looking at the small, exquisite sachet in her hand, Dong Qiniang was delighted. She smiled and said, who could possibly dislike little sister's craftsmanship? She took a sniff, and indeed there was no odor. Qiniang had been very thoughtful, knowing she might be sensitive to fragrances, and had even chosen odorless herbs for the sachet. Seeing Dong Qiniang immediately attach the sachet to her person, Qiniang smiled silently. Is something troubling you, little sister? Dong Qiniang was perceptive. Despite Qiniang's calm demeanor, she had detected something amiss. If you have any worries, just tell me. There is no need for such formality between us sisters. Dong Qiniang had already guessed something. Even if Qiniang herself sought nothing from her, the Yun family. For Qiniang's sake, she was willing to help if it was a trifling matter. Qiniang found it difficult to speak. She did not wish to taint their friendship with such matters, yet she knew it was impossible. Elder sister, I have come today with a request. Qiniang bit her lip and chose to speak plainly. 2 days ago, my mother told me that because of my relationship with you, elder sister, the officials at court believe my father is using his daughter to curry favor for his own advancement, which they deem unseemly. Thus they have been ostracizing him. Even his superior has ceased to entrust him with important tasks. My father is greatly distressed by this. Dong Qiniang frowned slightly. Indeed, most literati were like this. However, this Lord Yun was rather useless to be unable to resolve such a minor matter and to trouble his wife and daughter with it. What does your father intend to do? Dong Qiniang asked softly. Qiniang bit her lip again. Father forbade mother from telling me. It was mother, out of concern for him, who asked me to inquire of you, elder sister, whether the grand tutor might be willing to speak a few words to relieve father from his predicament. Qiniang seemed to have exhausted all her strength in uttering these words. She waited for Dong Qiniang's reaction, prepared to be shunned, for no one appreciated being used. Oh, is that all? I'll write to grandfather, Dong Qiniang said cheerfully, her voice betraying no displeasure. Sister. Qiniang looked up at her in shock. What's wrong? Why that expression? Did you think I wouldn't help? Dong Qiniang chuckled softly. Qiniang shook her head. Sister, she didn't know what to say. I acknowledged you as my sister, knowing full well this moment might come. Qiniang, I don't mind. I know life has been hard for you at home, and none of this was your choice. So I am willing to help you. Dong Qiniang spoke earnestly. Sister, I wished for our bond to be pure yet. Qiniang felt a pang of sorrow. Her very birth had destined their unequal standing. Since you call me sister, do not dwell on such trifles. What does it matter that I was born into the Grand Tutor's mansion? Did I not still marry into the marquis' estate for my family's sake? Our fate as women is ever thus. Why make it harder on ourselves? Dong Qiniang gently patted Qiniang's hand. Come, let us not dwell on this sorrow. You rarely visit, let us speak of happier things. Qiniang composed herself and nodded with a smile. At noon, Dong Qiniang indeed had the kitchen prepare a feast to entertain her. Sister, this is far too much food. The table could barely hold it all. You never ate properly on your previous visits. I must make up for it today. Dong Qiniang grinned. Besides, I haven't had a good meal in ages myself. I crave a bit of everything. I had to use your visit as an excuse to indulge. Hearing this, Qiniang couldn't help but laugh. Pregnant women did have their peculiar logic. When Qiniang returned to the Yun mansion, Madame Yun was waiting in the main hall. Mother. Qiniang entered the hall and bowed to Madame Yun. Rise, Madame Yun said with a dismissive wave. Did you speak to the Marchioness about the matter I mentioned? Qiniang nodded. I did. The Marchioness agreed to write to the Grand Tutor, though she could not guarantee his intervention. It is enough that she is willing to help. Madame Yun sighed in relief. I know the Grand Tutor is a man of integrity. We can only do our part and leave the rest to fate. Without looking up, Qiniang continued. Mother, the Marchioness also mentioned that she only finds me agreeable company. The implication was clear. In truth, Dong Qiniang had said no such thing. Qiniang had added this on her way home, knowing such favors could become a habit. With this caveat, Madame Yun would think twice before asking again. Madame Yun's expression shifted. It seemed the Marchioness did not hold Qiniang in particularly high regard. She would need to be more cautious in using this connection, lest she lose more than she gained. Xiaoqi, I know you are sensible. The Marchioness must be displeased with us today. Be circumspect in her presence from now on, and do not provoke her, understand. Qiniang felt a chill. Madame Yun wanted her to curry favor and preserve this connection. Yes, mother. Though resentful, she had no choice but to comply. You have had a long day. Go and rest. Having achieved her goal, Madame Yun was satisfied. She would need to plan her next moves carefully. Before long, Yun Zheng was beaming with joy, evidently, due to the Grand Tutor's intervention. Madame Yun, too, was in high spirits. Whenever Qiniang visited the Marquis' mansion, Madame Yun would give her detailed instructions. She also became more generous, providing Qiniang with the finest clothes and food. Winter soon arrived and Dong Qiniang was heavily pregnant. Sister, I made some belly bands for your child. Do you like them? Qiniang brought the garments she had sewn made of fine breathable cotton. Oh, such exquisite embroidery on a child's belly band is a waste of your talent. The patterns are beautiful. Dong Qiniang examined them with delight. This must have taken you ages. Qiniang covered her smile. I have little to do at the mansion anyway. Now that I have yours, I'm reluctant to dress him in mine. Compared to your skill, mine are simply embarrassing. Dong Qiniang laughed. Sister, you jest. A mother's love is what truly matters. Wearing them, the child will feel cherished. Miss Qi is right. The scent of his mother will bring the child comfort, added Nanny Li, prompting Dong Qiniang to stroke her belly with a contented smile. Less than a month until I meet this little one. That means he'll be born before the new year. He can celebrate with you. There was still over a month until the spring festival. Indeed. The Marquis cannot return, but at least I'll have the child for company, Nanny Li said with a smile. Xiaozhan couldn't even come home for the new year. Dong Qiniang didn't mind, having her child was enough. Madam, your lotus seed soup is ready. A maid brought in a tureen of soup. Nanny Li ladled a bowl for her. Would you like a bowl too, sister? Dong Qiniang invited. No, thank you. You go ahead. Qiniang quickly declined. Dong Qiniang giggled. With your appetite, a bowl of soup would ruin your lunch. Not me. I need several meals a day or I get terribly hungry. Look how fat I've become. It's your baby who needs the food. You're not fat at all. You're still beautiful. You're just flattering me. Dong Qiniang shot her a playful glance, then sipped her soup slowly. In no time the bowl was empty. Would you like another bowl, madam? Nanny Li asked, seeing her reluctant expression. Dong Qiniang hesitated. She wanted more, but feared. Seeing her dilemma, Qiniang couldn't suppress a laugh. What are you laughing at? When you... Before she could finish, Dong Qiniang's bowl crashed to the floor. She clutched her belly, wailing, my stomach. It hurts. Sister, what is wrong with you? Qiniang was startled and quickly stood up, supporting Dong Qiniang on one side, while Mama Li supported her on the other. My stomach hurts so much. Dong Qiniang's voice was filled with pain and cold sweat beaded on her forehead. Quick, Mama Li, call for a doctor. Qiniang cried out anxiously. Mama Li yelled, go fetch the midwife. A doctor? Hurry. Inform the old madam immediately. It was not yet time for the delivery. Sister, let's get you to bed first. The doctor will be here soon. Don't be afraid. Qiniang strained to support Dong Qiniang, and together with Mama Li they helped her onto the bed. By now Dong Qiniang's stomach pain was so severe she could not speak. Oh no, blood. Mama Li cried out in panic. Blood had already appeared on the hem of Dong Qiniang's skirt. Qiniang's eyes turned cold. By now chaos had erupted in Dong Qiniang's room. It must be that bowl of lotus seed soup. Qiniang, without thinking about anything else, feared that the poisoner might take the soup away amidst the confusion, so she rushed to the table and clutched the bowl to her chest. This lotus seed soup is the problem. Mama Li, keep it safe. When the doctor arrives, we can examine it to see if it's poison or something else. Mama Li was at her wit's end, and with a trembling voice agreed, and placed the lotus seed soup in a cabinet nearby. The midwife had already arrived and examined the situation, her face turning grave. It's a premature labor. The bleeding looks bad. We need to call a doctor immediately. He's already been sent for. Do something quickly. Mama Lee grabbed the midwife's hand as if clutching at a lifeline. A doctor won't be enough. Mama Lee report to the old madam at once, and ask her to summon an imperial physician. Hurry. Qiniang looked at the scene before her, and feared that an ordinary doctor would not suffice. Right. An imperial physician. I'll go find the old madam and beg her to summon one. Mama Lee hurried out. Qiniang was also extremely anxious, but forced herself to calm down. Midwife, what do we need to prepare? Tell us quickly so the servants can get it ready. The midwife was also stunned. She only handled deliveries, but now the lady was bleeding heavily, without even the dilation of the birth canal. She dared not take charge in such a situation. Miss, since the doctor hasn't arrived, I dare not say for sure. You are a midwife. Based on your experience, tell us what to prepare for this situation, and we'll get it ready in advance. When the doctor comes, it can be used directly. Qiniang frowned and shouted sternly. Prepare oxytocin medicine, hot water, and brew some ginseng soup. Qiniang frowned. Oxytocin medicine. That could only be used after the doctor arrived. Go boil some hot water and brew some ginseng soup to have ready. Qiniang said to Dong Qingyin's senior maid, you supervise it personally. This was to prevent anyone from harming Dong Qingyin again. Seeing Qiniang's stern expression, the maid responded without hesitation and ran out. At that moment, Dong Qingyin let out a painful cry. Qiniang rushed over anxiously and took her hand. Sister, the doctor will be here soon. Dong Qingyin looked at Qiniang with tear-filled eyes. She was truly terrified now, afraid that something would happen to her child, and afraid that she would not live to see her baby born. Little sister, save my child. Save us. Her heartrending words nearly made Qiniang cry. Sister, you will be fine, both of you will be fine. Mama Li has gone to fetch the imperial physician. Dong Qingyin felt the wetness beneath her and had a premonition. She closed her eyes, then opened them with determination. If anything happens, you must tell mother. You must save this child. Tell mother that this is my decision. Do you understand? You must save this child. Sister. Promise me. Seeing Dong Qingyin's resolute gaze, Qiniang finally nodded. What happened? How did this suddenly occur? The old madam's urgent voice came from outside the door. Moments later, she appeared before the bed. Mother. Dong Qingyin called softly. Dear child, don't worry. The doctor will be here soon. The doctor is here. The doctor is here. A maid outside the door exclaimed excitedly. Mama Li hurried out to greet an old doctor with a white beard and led him in anxiously. The old madam quickly made way, and the old doctor sat down beside Dong Qingyin to take her pulse. Qiniang promptly brought out the lotus seed soup from the cabinet. When the doctor withdrew his hand, she said, Doctor, it was after drinking this lotus seed soup that the lady had her attack. The doctor scooped a spoonful of the soup, sniffed it, inserted a silver needle to test it, then dipped his finger in and tasted it. It's a miscarriage-inducing drug. The old madam swayed. Doctor, what should we do now? The doctor looked at the midwife. Give the lady some oxytocin medicine immediately. Midwives usually carried some oxytocin medicine on them. The midwife quickly agreed, took out a packet of powder, and handed it to Mama Li. Mix it with water and give it to the lady. We must induce labor now, otherwise both mother and child will be in danger. After the lady takes the oxytocin, I will perform acupuncture for her. But she has lost so much blood, Qiniang murmured. The bleeding can only stop after the baby is born. The old madam's hands were trembling. Very well, do as the doctor says. Seventh miss, please go out. Mama Wang called softly. Qiniang bit her lip and followed the old madam to the outer room. Mama Wang detained everyone who came into contact with that lotus seed soup today. Once outside, the old madam issued the order. Yes. Qiniang stood quietly to the side, her hands tightly twisting her handkerchief, betraying her unease. After giving the order, the old madam also waited in silence. After about half an hour, Dong Qingyin's agonizing screams came from inside again. At that moment, Imperial Physician Qin also arrived. Imperial Physician Qin, please go and see her immediately. The old madam stood up anxiously. Without even exchanging pleasantries, Imperial Physician Qin hurried inside. By then, Dong Qingyin's lower body had been covered with a large cotton quilt. A moment later, Imperial Physician Qin came out with a grave expression. The lady has taken the oxytocin, but the effect is poor. The bleeding continues unabated. We must increase the dosage to deliver the child quickly so that there is a glimmer of hope. The old madam, having lived so long, knew full well that Imperial Physician Qin was referring to a potent drug. Though such a drug was highly effective in inducing labor, it also put the patient in grave danger. Old madam, if we do not use it now, both mother and child will likely be lost, Imperial Physician Qin said solemnly. If we use it, what chance does Qinyin have? The old madam asked in a trembling voice. Qiniang's eyes widened in terror at the words. 30%. If we delay further, the child cannot be delivered, and the bleeding cannot be stopped. There will be no chance at all. The matriarch paused for a moment, then decisively spoke in a firm voice, use it. At this moment, Qiniang herself could hardly stand on her feet. Just moments ago, everything seemed fine, but how could it have suddenly changed so drastically? Dong Qiniang heard the physician's words from the inner chamber. She closed her heavy eyes tightly, her heart twisting with countless emotions. She hoped her child would be safe, yet she feared the child might have no future support. She did not know whom to entrust the child to. At that moment she ignored the pain in her body. She knew that this time she probably would not survive. As a mother she must do everything in her power to ensure her child lives. Qiniang. A piercing cry rang out. Qiniang's heart trembled. The matriarch looked over. Without thinking, Qiniang knelt down, biting her lips, yet she could not utter a word. Listening to Dong Qiniang's sobbing, Qiniang closed her eyes, pain etched on her face as she spoke. Matriarch, before this Lady Ho instructed me to tell you that you must protect the child at all costs. Upon hearing these words, the matriarch gripped the chair's backrest tightly with both hands. She had raised this child herself. Now that such a thing had happened, how could she possibly explain it to the Dong family? Moreover, the first wife of San Lang had also died from complications in childbirth. If Qiniang were to, then the rumor that San Lang would curse his wives to death would be confirmed. The matriarch looked at Qiniang kneeling there, a bitter taste filling her heart. San Lang was not at home. Could she not even protect his 2 wives for him? Good child, please rise, I understand. The matriarch spoke in a trembling voice. Qiniang obediently stood up and stood quietly by, constantly praying in her heart. Although she usually did not believe in gods or Buddhas at this moment, she could not help but pray, hoping that all the gods in the heavens would protect Dong Qiniang. At this moment the second mistress also arrived. As soon as she entered she called out, "How could this be? How could this be?" The physician hurried in to treat her. "This is the marquis's child. Shut up. Stand aside." The matriarch snapped sharply, silencing her and making her stand quietly by. The maid had already prepared the medicine and brought it in, waiting for the matriarch's orders. The matriarch closed her eyes firmly and spoke, "Take it in." Then she stood in the outer room and spoke loudly. "Qiniang, do not fear, mother is here with you. You must hold on." Dong Qiniang also knew what this medicine was. For the sake of the child she endured the intense pain in her body and drank all the medicine in one go. Those in the outer room waited quietly, watching basin after basin of bloody water being carried out, their hearts sinking bit by bit. After an unknown amount of time the joyful voice of the midwife finally came. "It's open. It's open. Madam, you must push harder." The matriarch stood up excitedly. Dong Qiniang's voice from within grew piercing. After the time equivalent to 1 incense stick, the midwife rushed out again and knelt before the matriarch. "Matriarch, Lady Ho has no strength left, and the child cannot be delivered. What should be done?" the matriarch asked calmly. The midwife looked at the physician and spoke in a trembling voice. "We can only use a rolling pin to push the child out." The matriarch swayed slightly and looked at Qin Tai. Then what about Qiniang?" Qin Tai gritted his teeth. "Matriarch, if we do not act soon the child will likely." "Mother, do it." Dong Qiniang's hoarse voice came from within, sounding so weak and yet piercing straight to the heart. The matriarch's body swayed unsteadily, and Wang Mama quickly supported her. Qiniang also instinctively supported her on the other side. "Do it." The matriarch spoke in a feeble voice, and Qiniang's hand gripping her arm tightened instinctively. Upon receiving the order the midwife quickly got up and ran back to the inner chamber. Picking up the thick rolling pin she spoke solemnly to Dong Qiniang, "Madam, I am starting now." Dong Qiniang nodded quietly. Soon after, Qiniang heard Dong Qiniang's piercing scream, one after another, chilling to the bone. Then the scream abruptly stopped. Following that came the midwife's voice, "It's out. It's out." After a moment the matriarch's fingers tightly gripped Qiniang's arm, muttering to herself, "Why is there no sound? Why is there no sound?" From within came the sound of slapping, likely the midwife spanking the child's bottom. After a few slaps a cry like that of a kitten finally came through. Qin Tai was still inside, administering acupuncture to stop Dong Qiniang's bleeding. The midwife tidied up the child and brought her out. "Matriarch, it's a girl." The matriarch trembled as she let go of Qiniang's hand, gently taking the child in. The child was very frail, lying quietly in the matriarch's arms, neither crying nor making a fuss. The second mistress glanced at her slightly, pursing her lips, thinking to herself, at this small size, can she survive? "Matriarch, I have already administered acupuncture to Lady Ho, temporarily slowing the bleeding. You should speak to her as soon as possible." Qin Tai walked out looking very heavy-hearted. At this moment Li Mama also walked out and knelt before the matriarch. "Matriarch, the madam asks you and Miss Qi to come inside, and please have everyone else leave." The matriarch handed the infant to Li Mama and spoke to everyone, "All of you step out." The second mistress glanced at Qiniang unnoticed before walking out. At this critical juncture, why was she still being left behind? Li Mama held the child accompanied by the matriarch and Qiniang as they entered the inner chamber. At this moment Dong Qiniang's face was as pale as snow, devoid of any color, her face already showing signs of death. Li Mama sadly placed the child beside her. Dong Qiniang struggled to raise her hand and gently touched the child's small face, her eyes filled with reluctance. "Mother, I am useless, unable to carry this child to full term." The matriarch shook her head lightly. She had been harmed. "Mother, I know my time is short, and I have an unreasonable request, hoping you will grant it." Dong Qiniang's voice was weak, but very firm. The matriarch spoke with pity, Say it, mother will promise anything you ask. Dong Qiniang looked at Qiniang and softly said, Mother, I hope that when the prince chooses a new wife in the future you will consider Qiniang. Upon hearing these words, everyone present was stunned. Dong Qiniang continued sadly, Mother, if I leave, what will become of my child? Please forgive a mother's selfishness. If there is someone to become this child's stepmother, I hope it is Qiniang. Mother, regardless of her background, Qiniang's character and insight are worthy of the marquis. Before the matriarch could respond, Dong Qiniang urgently turned to Qiniang. Qiniang, forgive my selfishness. I have made such an unreasonable request without your consent, but I only feel safe in trusting my child to you. Qiniang, the marquis is a good man, he is a good destination. Qiniang's heart was filled with bitterness. She grieved for Dong Qiniang, and at this moment, she knew not how to refuse her, so she could only remain silent. Mother, I do not insist that you agree immediately, only that you consider it seriously. And Qiniang, I hope you will also give it careful thought. If it cannot be, then mother, I beg of you, you must take good care of my child. Dong Qiniang knew her request was somewhat demanding both for the old lady and for Qiniang, yet she still spoke it out without hesitation. I will consider it seriously, Qiniang. Rest assured, no matter what happens, I will not let this child suffer the slightest grievance. The old lady gave her promise. Dong Qiniang looked at Qiniang with expectation, her gaze already growing hazy. Qiniang, her eyes brimming with tears, crouched beside Dong Qiniang's bed. Sister, I will do my utmost to care for her. Though she did not hear exactly what she wished, Dong Qiniang was content. She smiled weakly. Good. My child finally has someone to rely on. She gently leaned her head towards the child as if wanting to kiss her or merely to press close to her, and then slowly closed her eyes. As if sensing something, the child began to wail loudly. Qiniang's tears finally fell uncontrollably. She reached out and smoothed the stray strands of hair from Dong Qiniang's cheek, tucking them behind her ear. Nanny Li began to sob quietly. After a long silence, the old lady staggered to her feet and said to Nanny Li, call someone in to make Qiniang presentable. Then she turned to Qiniang, bring the child and come with me. Qiniang picked up the child, who had cried itself to sleep, and followed the old lady to the main hall. The old lady instructed Nanny Wang to hand the child to the wet nurse, then dismissed everyone. She spoke slowly to Qiniang. You are a good child. Today's events were handled thanks to your composure in a crisis. But fate is cruel. Qiniang still could not overcome this trial. As for her last wishes, Qiniang knelt on the ground. Old lady, my sister was merely anxious for her child. I believe you will care for the child excellently. As for my sister's dying words, I will never breathe a word of them. Hearing Qiniang's words, the old lady gave her a long, solemn look. Only then did she truly understand what Qiniang had meant when she said that aside from her birth, this child was worthy of being matched with Sanlang. Qiniang has just passed away, and you are still young. This matter is not something we can decide as we wish. Do you understand? Qiniang naturally understood the old lady's meaning. Xiao Zhan was the marquis of the Dinghua. Even he could hardly decide on his own marriage. Old lady, I am well aware of my own station. I have never dared to harbor such extravagant hopes. Now that my sister has just passed away, I have no other wish but to beg you to seek justice for her and take good care of the child. Qiniang knocked her head heavily on the floor. Her heart was now in extreme pain. Besides her own mother, Dong Qiniang was the person in this world who cared for her the most and cherished her the most. I will. There are many matters to attend to in the mansion now. I will have someone escort you back to your residence first. The old lady called for Nanny Wang to see Qiniang out of the mansion. Qiniang voiced her final wish. Old lady, when my sister's funeral procession takes place, may I come to see her off one last time? The old lady nodded solemnly. Upon returning to the Yun residence, Qiniang went first to see Madame Yun as usual. News of Dong Qiniang's death had not yet spread. Seeing Qiniang's reddened eyes, Madame Yun was startled, thinking she had been scolded by someone. What is the matter? Madame Yun asked anxiously. Mother, the marquis's wife. She died in childbirth. Qiniang said, her voice filled with grief. Madame Yun was stunned on the spot. The marquis's wife was gone. What happened? Wasn't her time not yet due? How did she suddenly? Qiniang's mind was now somewhat dazed. She murmured, she suddenly went into labor. She lost so much blood. The imperial physician could do nothing. They couldn't stop it. Madame Yun frowned at her. The girl was clearly terrified, speaking incoherently. Suddenly thinking of a possibility, Madame Yun asked urgently, did you touch her? Qiniang stared blankly at Madame Yun. No, I did not. She did not mention the matter of the lotus seed soup. This was a scandal of the marquis's mansion. The investigation was not yet complete, and the perpetrator was unknown. She absolutely could not let this story spread. Madame Yun knitted her brows tightly. It was likely that Qiniang was not involved in this, otherwise she would have been detained at the marquis's mansion. But why did this tragedy have to occur precisely when Qiniang was there? She wondered if the marquis's mansion would now bear a grudge against the Yun family. At this thought, Madame Yun's expression soured. Enough. It's best if you had nothing to do with it. Go back now. Look at yourself, what a state you're in. Go tidy yourself up. Qiniang had no energy to dwell on Madame Yun's attitude towards her. Supported by Bailu, she returned to her own room in a daze. Her mind was now filled with Dong Qiniang's screams, her pale face, and her hopeful gaze. She had said she wanted Qiniang to take care of her child. She had asked Qiniang to forgive her for taking the liberty. She had said that the marquis and Qiniang would be her best support. Indeed, Sister Hanning was gone, and Qiniang's own support was lost. Madame Yun was even afraid that this incident would bring trouble from the marquis's mansion upon them. In the end, though, Sister Hanning had been planning for her own daughter, had she not also been thinking of Qiniang? Judging from Madame Yun's behavior today, alone Qiniang could foresee her own future circumstances. On the day of Dong Qingyin's funeral, the old lady kept her promise and had Qiniang brought to the marquis's mansion. Dressed in white mourning clothes, Qiniang kowtowed respectfully to Dong Qingyin, then stood quietly to the side, accompanying her through her final journey. After the funeral procession departed, Qiniang went to the old lady's quarters to see the pitiful child. The child was still very frail. As if knowing that her mother was to be buried that day, she wailed incessantly, and the wet nurse found it difficult to soothe her. Qiniang gently took the child into her arms, holding her close and humming softly. Gradually the child calmed down and rested peacefully in Qiniang's embrace. A glint flickered in the old lady's eyes. The child soon fell asleep. The wet nurse tried to take her, but before she could, the child began to whimper. Qiniang had no choice but to hold her again. Only when the child was in a deep sleep did Qiniang gently lay her on the bed. She then returned to the old lady, for it was time for her to go back to the Yun residence. But before leaving, there was one thing she still wished to ask. Old lady, I know this question is overstepping my bounds, but I still want to know whose hand was behind that lotus seed soup. The old lady looked into Qiniang's calm eyes and sighed softly. In the end, the trail led to a maidservant, but she took her own life. So that is the end of it. Qiniang's voice was choked with sobs. Such a vibrant life was gone, and the true culprit remained undiscovered. It's difficult to uncover much more by continuing the investigation, the old madam said softly. However, I shall remain vigilant. If there is any clue, I will pursue it to the very end. After returning, 7th Miss fell gravely ill. She lay in a feverish haze for 2 days. Lady Yun summoned a physician, and then had her rest in her chamber, fortunately assigning Concubine Shen to attend to her. Lady Yun also forbade 5th Miss from visiting, lest she contract the illness. Previously, Yun Zheng had often stayed overnight in Concubine Shen's quarters. But after the marquis's wife died, he never set foot in her room again. Concubine Shen, relieved by the change, simply moved into 7th Miss's room to focus on nursing her. Burning with fever for 2 days, 7th Miss could barely distinguish dreams from reality. She saw Dong Qingyin sitting by the window smiling as she sewed a child's garment, then holding it up for her to see and asking for her advice on the stitching. Then she saw Dong Qingyin sitting before her, speaking earnestly. 7th Miss, though I have selfishly planned for my child, I have also considered your future. In a daze, she seemed to hear a child's cry, and saw Dong Qingyin holding the baby, coaxing it softly. She drifted in this haze for 2 days, until finally on the 3rd day at noon, as she opened her bewildered eyes. Concubine Shen, seeing her eyes open, immediately leaned over the bed and whispered, 7th Miss, you're awake. Do you feel any discomfort? Her eyes were filled with worry and tears glistened faintly. Li Dong and Bailu also hurried forward. Miss, you're finally awake. 7th Miss looked at the 3 anxious faces and managed a faint smile. How many days have I slept? Her voice was hoarse. Miss, you've been unconscious for 2 days. The fever has finally broken, Bailu said on the verge of tears. The past 2 days had terrified them. Li Dong brought a cup of warm water. Miss, please drink some water to moisten your throat. Concubine Shen sat by the window supporting 7th Miss so she could lean against her. 7th Miss drank a few sips and finally felt her throat ease. Miss, you haven't eaten for 2 days. Would you like some rice porridge? 7th Miss slowly shook her head. She had just woken and had no appetite. From the doorway came Mother Yao's voice. Has 7th Miss awakened? Li Dong quickly replied. Mother Yao, Miss has just regained consciousness. Mother Yao entered, glanced at 7th Miss's complexion, and said with a smile, it's good that 7th Miss is awake. Madam has been worried about your health every day. Now that you're awake, she can rest assured. 7th Miss spoke softly. I appreciate Mother's concern. I see that 7th Miss is still listless, so I won't disturb your rest any longer. I'll go report to Madam, so she can be at ease. Mother Yao smiled, and took her leave. Li Dong escorted her out. Bailu muttered discontentedly beside her, what concern? When Miss had a high fever that wouldn't break, she never came to see you. Even 5th Miss didn't visit. They only sent a maidservant to ask each day. Bailu, enough. I was ill. It would be bad if I passed the sickness on. 7th Miss spoke indifferently. She didn't care about such things. With Dong Qingyin gone, she was no longer of any use to the Yun family. In that case, 5th Miss is not as good as 2nd young master and 3rd young master. The 2 young masters have been constantly concerned about Miss. Though they couldn't visit, they inquired every day. 2nd young master even instructed us to stay vigilant at all times. Bailu continued grumbling, mostly dissatisfied with 5th Miss. They had been so close as sisters, yet now following Lady Yun's order to avoid contagion, 5th Miss hadn't come to see her even once. 7th Miss gave her a helpless look. Li Dong gently nudged her. Miss had just woken up, why bring up such things? Bailu finally fell silent. 7th Miss recovered gradually. 5th Miss also lost interest in her, focusing instead on currying favor with Lady Yun, amusing her every day until she beamed with joy. Seventh Miss did not feel bitter about her current situation. After all, the only reason she had ever received any attention was because of Sister Dong's influence. However, Yun Sun and Yun Kim were genuinely attentive to her. Knowing that the Marquis' wife's death had deeply affected her, they often brought small trinkets to cheer her up, even though they couldn't always console her with words. The two were very mindful. Every gift came in a pair, never omitting Fifth Miss. Seventh Miss was well aware of their thoughtfulness. She wished to visit Dong Qingyin's daughter, but the old madam had never sent her an invitation, as if avoiding any suspicion. Only occasionally did someone secretly deliver a letter informing her of the child's well-being. Knowing the baby was safe, she felt relieved. Now, apart from paying her daily respects to Lady Yun, she stayed in her room, either daydreaming or embroidering. Her days passed in peace. Time flew by, and a year passed. Fifth Miss had turned 15, and Seventh Miss 14. Lady Yun's thoughts began to stir again. Linger, keep an eye out for suitable matches for your two younger sisters. They are no longer children. It's time to discuss their betrothals. That day, Yun Ling came to the Yun residence. Lady Yun closed the door and spoke to her in confidence. Mother, that's exactly what I wanted to discuss with you. My mother-in-law mentioned that the eldest son by a concubine of the Qiniang Earl is of marriageable age and asked if I could sound out your intentions. Yun Ling had come precisely for this matter. Qiniang Earl. The Qiniang Earl holds no real power, only an empty title. Still, with a noble rank, there is some family wealth. But that eldest son has neither official rank nor any occupation. Yun Ling said, not particularly satisfied with the match. However, the Yun family was only a fifth-rank official, and both younger sisters were concubine-born. Marrying into an earl's household would already be considered marrying above their station. What does he do now? Lady Yun frowned. No official rank, no occupation. Was he just idling about at home teasing cats and walking dogs? Yun Ling paused, then replied, he only manages some household affairs. Lady Yun's frown deepened. What future was there in that? I'm afraid your father would never agree, Lady Yun admitted. Mother, although the Qiniang Earl has no real power, he has considerable interests in the capital's trade. If we could gain his assistance. Lady Yun had been thinking of starting a business in the capital. Relying solely on Yun Zheng's salary would leave the whole family starving. At these words, Lady Yun was indeed tempted. No one is immune to the allure of wealth. But as for the choice of person, marrying into the Earl's mansion sounded well enough, but it was merely marrying a mediocre son of a concubine destined to live under others' thumbs. Even if they were to set up a separate household, there would be little benefit. The Fifth Miss had been exceptionally docile this past year, treating her with utmost respect. Besides having grown up by her side, she did hold some affection for her. As for the Seventh Miss, the thought of her marrying such a man evoked a sense of pity. Mother, why not let my mother-in-law make some inquiries first to see if Lady Tinjuanbo has any conditions? Madame Yun found this reasonable. They had only considered their own thoughts, unaware if the Tinjuanbo manor had any stipulations. Not 2 days after Yun Ling's return, the Dinghua Marquis manor surprisingly sent an invitation to the Seventh Miss. Madame Yun was startled, for the Seventh Miss had not stepped out since Dong Qingyin's death. This invitation was issued because the death anniversary of Dong Qingyin was approaching. Remembering how much Dong Qingyin had cherished the Seventh Miss in life, it was thought she would wish for her presence. The Seventh Miss had been preoccupied with this matter for the past 2 days. She was moved to tears upon receiving the invitation from the old madam. Madame Yun, uncertain of the Marquis Manor's intentions, summoned the Seventh Miss. Shaoqi, the Dinghua Marquis Manor, has suddenly sent an invitation. Do you know why? Mother, it must be because the Marquis wife's death anniversary is near. The old madam misses her, so she invited me to pay my respects. The Seventh Miss answered meekly. Madame Yun then recalled that a year had passed since Dong Qingyin's death. Feeling somewhat deflated, she thought it was probably just to attend the memorial. Oh, very well. It's kind of the old madam to remember you. Remember to observe the proprieties. The Seventh Miss nodded in assent. On the day of Dong Qingyin's death anniversary, she traveled to the Dinghua Marquis Manor in the household carriage. Led by a maid, she reverently paid her respects to Dong Qingyin, and was then escorted to the old madam's quarters. The old madam was sitting on the couch watching a little girl play. The Seventh Miss curtsied. Seventh Miss, come here. Look, who does this little one resemble? The old madam gently beckoned her over. The little girl on the couch looked up at her curiously. Her features bore a striking resemblance to Dong Qingyin. Trembling slightly, the Seventh Miss spoke. She looks like the Marquis wife. Her name is Xiao Jinshu, and her pet name is Anin. Her father gave her that name. The old madam stroked the child's head fondly. Anin, this is your aunt. Call her aunt. Anin obediently called out, aunt. The Seventh Miss's eyes welled with tears. She took out a piece knot she had made herself and offered it to Anin. Anin, your aunt gives this to you. May you always be safe and sound. Anin looked at the pretty piece knot and took it happily, saying in a baby voice, thank you, aunt. Just then Wang Mama entered to report, whispering in the old madam's ear. After hearing it, the old madam said to the Seventh Miss, stay here and play with her for a while. I have something to attend to. The Seventh Miss nodded in agreement. After the old madam left, Anin watched the Seventh Miss curiously. The Seventh Miss sat beside her, picking up a toy to amuse her. Soon the little girl was giggling. When the old madam returned, she saw Inin sitting affectionately in the 7th Miss's lap. The 7th Miss was speaking softly to her, and the little girl's eyes were bright. Seeing the old madam return, the 7th Miss started to rise from the couch. The old madam gently gestured for her not to be formal, then sat down on the other side, watching Inin's delighted face. Aside from the time she was an infant, this was Inin's first meeting with the 7th Miss, yet she was incredibly warm towards her. Having no choice, the 7th Miss held her and coaxed her to sleep. Only after Inin was sound asleep did she gently lay her down and take her leave of the old madam to return home. The old madam offered to keep her for a meal, but the 7th Miss politely declined. When Inin woke up, the tiny little thing actually remembered the aunt who had held her to sleep. She looked around, pouted pitifully, and called out, "Aunt." The sight melted the old madam's heart. On the 5th day after Dong Qingying's death anniversary, Yunling arrived at the Yun residence again. My mother-in-law, went to the Tinjuanbo manor to inquire. Lady Tinjuanbo learned it was a miss from our Yun family, and said outright she favored the 7th Miss, praising her embroidery as renowned in the capital. Madame Yun fell silent. On the day of the memorial, the 7th Miss had returned home after paying respects. The Marquis manor had made no gesture, not even offering a meal. It seemed there would be no further connection. But to let the 7th Miss marry such a man, Madame Yun felt it was unfair to her. No, it wasn't just unfair, it was that the 7th Miss's value wouldn't be realized. Mother 7th sister doesn't have to marry him. Many nobles in the capital remember her embroidery skills. We could make further inquiries. Yunling also thought it would be a pity for someone like the 7th Miss to marry such a man. Let me think it over. Madame Yun was still calculating the pros and cons. Mother, have you heard? The Marquis of Dinghua has returned. It's been a year since the Marquis' wife passed away. His return likely means he will seek a new marriage. Seeing her mother's indecision, Yunling changed the subject. Oh, I recall you mentioning that the Marquis' first wife also died in childbirth. Madame Yun became interested. Yunling nodded yes. Having lost 2 wives both in childbirth, it's difficult for the Marquis to find a new match. Families of equal standing fear he is a widower-maker and don't want to throw their daughters into the fire. Madame Yun chuckled and shook her head. The Marquis of Dinghua is a man of great stature. Even if he is a widower-maker, it's not something a family like ours can aspire to. Even a legitimate daughter would be unworthy of him, let alone the fact that his household only has daughters from concubines now. Yunling said regretfully, what a pity about Dong Qingying. At that moment in the Dinghua Marquis manor, the 2nd madam was chatting and laughing with the old madam. Mother, do you still remember that 7th Miss of the Yun family? The old madam looked at her in confusion. Why bring up the 7th Miss so suddenly? I think the Yun family has lost their minds. They actually want to betroth the 7th Miss to the Tinjuanbo manor's eldest son by a concubine, a good-for-nothing. At today's flower banquet, Lady Tinjuanbo was showing off to everyone, saying the Yun family was seeking a match. The 2nd madam clicked her tongue. Before anything is even settled, the Tinjuanbo family is already slandering her. The Yun family must be mad. The old madam frowned. That unreliable woman's words are not to be believed. It would ruin the girl's reputation. Mother, the lady of Tingyuanbo described it so vividly, saying that the wife of the Jingzhao Yin came to mediate the match. The 2nd madam explained, not wanting to be accused of speaking without basis. She still remembered how that little wretch had made her life difficult when she was close to Dong Qingying. Now she had fallen from grace, hadn't she? Silence. Following those without judgment and echoing their words. How utterly improper. Never speak of such baseless things again, the old madam scolded. The 2nd madam pursed her lips slightly. She and that little concubine-born girl were truly incompatible. Even this had led to a scolding because of her. The old madam, at that moment Xiao Zhan was with the empress. You wish to marry the daughter of a 5th-rank official? The empress asked, staring at her younger brother in astonishment. Yes. It was Qingying's final wish, and Inin is also very fond of her. Xiao Zhan's tone was remarkably calm. Absolutely not. You are the Dinghua Ho. How could you marry a concubine's daughter? Elder sister, Xiao Zhan's voice held a note of resignation. It was mother herself who told me all this. Do you think she disapproves? The empress was stunned on the spot. Indeed, if mother had not told him, how would he have known? What was mother thinking? How could she allow her brother to marry a concubine's daughter? But this is too great a sacrifice for you. Elder sister, any girl who marries me would be the one making the sacrifice. I am stationed year-round in the northern frontier. Whom I marry matters little to me, but the girl would have to endure a life of solitude. Xiao Zhan shrugged nonchalantly. No, you must marry a legitimate daughter from a noble house. Elder sister, Xiao Zhan interrupted the empress, continuing. Now marrying someone with no political connections is the wisest choice. Seeing the determined glint in her brother's eyes, the empress shuddered. Indeed, the current situation could not tolerate any further. No wonder mother did not oppose it. But what about the emperor? I have already spoken to him. When the Yun family came to the capital, I happened to save them. I was utterly captivated by the 7th Miss of the Yun family then, but she was— Xiao Zhan's tone was perfectly even. The empress was speechless. Since you have already secured the emperor's consent, why come to me? Elder sister, the Yun girl has won mother's favor, so she must have some exceptional qualities. Enough. At this point, whether she has qualities or not, the marriage is unavoidable. The empress was still somewhat indignant. Xiaozhan sighed helplessly. The next day, the gatekeeper reported that the Shun Wangfei had come to visit, startling Madame Yun. She did not consider herself acquainted with such a high-ranking personage as the Shun Wangfei, and could not fathom why she would visit their humble household. Without time to ponder, Madame Yun quickly rose and went out personally to welcome the visitor. Upon meeting the Shun Wangfei, Madame Yun immediately knelt in greeting. Madame Yun, there is no need for such formality. Please rise quickly. The Shun Wangfei affectionately took Madame Yun's hand, leaving Madame Yun somewhat bewildered. I was unaware of your highness's arrival and failed to greet you properly. Please, your highness, enter the residence. Our home is humble, and I hope you will not disdain it. Madame Yun kept her posture low. The Shun Wangfei chuckled lightly. Madame Yun, you jest. Madame Yun, do not worry. My sudden visit today is in truth to bring happy news. Seeing Madame Yun's anxious expression, the Shun Wangfei couldn't help but cover her mouth with a light laugh. Happy news. Madame Yun looked utterly bewildered. Madame Yun felt a surge of displeasure. That lady of Tingyuan Bo had gone too far. They had not yet agreed, and she had already gone and invited the Shun Wangfei to be a match. Before she could speak, the Shun Wangfei added with a smile, and I am acting on the Emperor's command. The Emperor's command. Madame Yun was stunned. So this was not a matter of choice. Indeed, Madame Yun is most fortunate. The Dinghua Ho petitioned the Emperor, stating he had taken a fancy to the 7th Miss of the Yun family and begged the Emperor's blessing. The Emperor then appointed me as the matchmaker. The Shun Wangfei found it impossible to imagine how Xiao Zhan, with his perpetually stony face, had expressed his feelings to the Emperor. Picturing the scene made her want to laugh. The Dinghua Ho. Madame Yun was utterly shocked. Yes, the Dinghua Ho. Didn't he rescue the Yun family head and the young lady before? What a fateful coincidence. Madame Yun was dazed by this heavenly fortune. Madame Yun wouldn't refuse, would she? The Shun Wangfei asked, seeing her still in a stupor. Even if the Dinghua Ho was cursed to bring misfortune to his wives, the Yun family wouldn't pass up such a golden opportunity, would they? Moreover, there was the imperial decree. No, how could I possibly refuse? I just never imagined the Dinghua Ho would set his sights on my little I heard Miss Dong and your 7th Miss were also quite close. Madame Yun's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. When 7th girl first arrived in the capital, she was so thin and frail. The Ho could have been taken with her then. It all sounded like an incredible fairy tale to her. If you also agree to this match, I will leave the Ho's birth data with you. Please also copy down the 7th Miss's birth data for me, so I can deliver it to the old madam of the Ho residence. As she spoke, the Shun Wangfei produced Xiao Zhan's birth data and placed it on the table. This marriage was not one the Yun family could refuse. Madame Yun naturally dared not utter a word of refusal. She could only stammer, Yes, I will write it down immediately and give it to your highness. After the Shun Wangfei left, Madame Yun summoned 7th girl. 7th girl stood respectfully to one side, waiting for Madame Yun's instructions. Madame Yun looked at her with a complex gaze. Over the past year, she had paid her little attention, and she wondered if the girl harbored resentment. Now the one she had neglected was about to rise to great heights. Little 7th, the Shun Wangfei just came to propose a match for you. The intended groom is Dinghua Ho Xiao Zhan. I have already agreed. Xiao Qi, this is your fortune. Our Yun mansion has produced such a promising child. In the future, your brothers and sisters. 7th Miss returned to her room in a daze. Ever since she heard the news, she had not yet come to her senses. Why? Even if the old madam held some fondness for her, it was unthinkable to betroth the daughter of a minor humble household to the Marquis of Dinghua. And why would the Marquis agree to it? She did not believe the two would consent to such an outrageous matter because of Dong Qingyin's dying words. Miss, this is good news. Are you not happy? Bailu had been smiling ever since she left Madame Yun's quarters. Li Dong looked over curiously when Bailu spoke cheerfully. Li Dong stood frozen in shock. Bailu, do not be so brash. 7th Miss said faintly. Bailu pursed her lips. Miss, I only rejoice within our own room. Miss, this marriage comes at the perfect time. These past few days, rumors have been circulating in the mansion that Madame is planning betrothals for you and the 5th Miss. Who knows what kind of match Madame would have chosen for you? Li Dong also spoke happily. She had heard that Madame was considering a concubine-born son of some count's family, a man without scholarly honors or official post. How could he be worthy of their miss? Do you think the Marquis's residence is an easy place to be? 7th Miss said with a bitter smile. Even Sister Dong, with her family background, had no control over her own fate and met such an end. How much less could she, a mere concubine's daughter, hope for? Yet she also knew that having come to the capital, Madame Yun would never marry them off to ordinary households. Wherever one went, there was nothing but deceit and intrigue. Having accepted this, 7th Miss consoled herself at least by marrying into the Marquis's residence. She would no longer be under Madame Yun's thumb. When Yun Zheng returned to the mansion and learned of this, he too was bewildered. When he first arrived in the capital, he had tried every means to forge a connection with the Marquis of Dinghua's household. In less than 2 years, he had unexpectedly become the Marquis's father-in-law. The reversal of status was too great. He found it hard to accept for a moment. You say the entire court is gossiping that the Marquis of Dinghua is a widower who brings bad luck to his wives. Then I shall say tomorrow that their birth charts are incompatible and refuse this marriage, Madame Yun said crossly. Yun Zheng's eyes widened. How can that be? What explanation would we give His Majesty? Though the emperor had not issued a decree of marriage, he had arranged for a matchmaker to go through the formalities. How was this different from an imperial edict? Refusing the marriage would be akin to opposing the emperor. Then why are you, master, still bothering with such irrelevant considerations? You had better think about what to do for 7th Mrs. Dowry. She is marrying into the Marquis' residence. If her dowry is too shabby, that will truly invite gossip. After her initial excitement subsided, Madame Yun began to ponder this practical issue. The betrothal gifts from the Marquis' residence would certainly not be meager. Though their family was of modest standing, they could not let 7th Miss lose face entirely. And how could she then help the Yun family? Yun Zheng fell silent. He was a scholar not skilled in commerce, and all household affairs were managed by Madame Yun. We will let her take all the betrothal gifts back with her, and then add some more to match Yunling's dowry. That should suffice. Madame Yun said nothing. Yunling's dowry had been considerable, but it was only average in the capital. For a marriage into the Marquis' residence, it would appear somewhat lacking. However, as 7th Miss was a concubine's daughter, such a generous dowry could be justified. But marrying off 7th Miss would leave the Yun family financially strained. Madame Yun began to reconsider the idea of starting a business in the capital. The Marquis of Dinghua's household acted swiftly. On the third day, Xiao Zhan himself arrived with Prince Shun and his consort to formally propose. Yun Zheng, having received advance notice, took a day off and waited at the mansion. When he saw Xiao Zhan, he instinctively moved to bow, but Xiao Zhan sidestepped to avoid the gesture. Prince Shun and his consort, however, calmly accepted his respects. Brother Yun, as you know, our Marquis of Dinghua must return to the northern frontier soon, and the Marquis' residence cannot be without a mistress. Hence the wedding is somewhat rushed. His Majesty's wish is for the marriage to be concluded before the Marquis departs for the north. What do you think? Prince Shun said with a genial smile. Yun Zheng was dumbfounded. This was far too rushed. By the most generous estimate, there was less than a month. Well, our Xiao Qi has not yet reached her coming-of-age ceremony. Perhaps we could wait until the Marquis returns next time. Madame Yun ventured cautiously. How could the dowry and other preparations be completed in such a short time? The consort of Prince Shun covered her mouth with a laugh. Rest assured, the old Madame Xiao has said they will marry first and wait until the young lady's coming-of-age ceremony before consummating the marriage. But the timing is still so tight. We have made no preparations. Madame Yun's face was full of worry. Madame Yun, I understand the wedding date is rather rushed, and preparing a dowry is a tedious affair. Madame Yun was in a difficult position. She had originally planned to find ways to raise some funds in the coming days, but now she would have to pay out in silver. Our household is not overly particular about formalities. Everything can be kept simple. If anything is lacking in the future, we can acquire it later, Xiao Zhan added in a low voice. Prince Shun glanced at him with amusement. It seemed the rumors were true. This young man had truly fallen for the 7th Miss at first sight, hence his eagerness to bring her home as his bride. Xiao Zhan looked straight ahead with an open and honest expression. He would soon be returning to the northern frontier. His mother and Anin were both fond of her. It would be better to marry her sooner so she could keep them company. With the matter put so plainly, the Yun family naturally had nothing further to say, especially given the emperor's implicit involvement. They could only brace themselves and prepare. What followed were the betrothal rituals, date selection, and the presentation of betrothal gifts. The scale of the betrothal gifts was identical to that given for Dong Qingyin, showing that 7th Miss was not being slighted due to her humble origins. Seeing the betrothal gifts, Yun Zheng let out a sigh and said to Madame Yun, perhaps we should add a bit more to Xiao Qi's dowry. How about 6,000 taels? Madame Yun shook her head. Master, there are still the 5th, 6th, and 8th Misses as well as Yun Sun and the others to consider. The dowry, including the farmlands and property along with 3,000 taels in silver notes, was worth around 5,000 taels in total. To the Marquis' residence, 5,000 taels was a mere drop in the ocean. But for the Yun family, it was a considerable burden. The wedding date was set in haste, leaving no time to prepare the wedding garments. Fortunately, the Marquis of Dinghua sent over the bridal attire hastily, made by the palace's embroidery workshop. The craftsmanship was undoubtedly exquisite, the fabric shimmering with the splendor of colors. Yet for one with 7th lady's skill, it was a pity not to wear a gown of her own, making on her wedding day. 7th sister, I never thought that among us sisters you would be the first to marry. 7th lady was roused before dawn to dress and apply makeup, with 5th lady sitting by her side. Watching her pure and lovely visage, 5th lady's heart swelled with a tumult of emotions and indescribable feelings stirring within her. 7th sister's marriage had come at just the right time, sparing her the worry of being wed to some dissolute son. But what about herself? She knew not where her own path would lead. 7th lady was at a loss for words. Over the past year, aside from the care shown by 2nd brother and 3rd brother, her relationship with 5th lady had grown distant, a mere shadow of their former closeness. 7th sister, do you resent me? 5th lady asked softly. By now 7th lady was fully adorned, and only the 2 sisters and Bailu remained in the room. Seventh lady gently shook her head. Fifth sister, I do not resent you. Seventh sister, I too sought a way out for myself. You were fortunate. First gaining the favor of the late Marchioness, and now being valued by the old madam and the Marquis himself, who took you as his bride. As for me, I have only my mother to rely on. Fifth lady spoke softly, as if explaining or murmuring to herself. Seventh lady sighed gently upon hearing this. Fifth sister, I have never blamed you. We are both concubine-born daughters of this house. I understand. It is good that you do not blame me, seventh sister. Fifth lady gave a faint smile. Concubine Shun was pacing outside the door. Noticing this, fifth lady took her leave tactfully, allowing the two to speak. Young miss, you must be cautious in the Marquis' household. The people in those grand mansions are not easy to deal with. As a newcomer, you cannot yet contend with them. Concubine Shun seemed uneasy. Ever since she heard seventh lady was to marry into the Marquis' estate, she had been restless. Concubine, you are still young. Even after you come of age, it is best not to conceive too soon. Bearing a child at a young age is very dangerous. Always put your own health first, do you understand? Concubine Shun spoke these words in a low voice, careful not to let the mistress or others hear. For she knew that the Yun family was very eager for seventh lady to bear the Marquis a legitimate son as soon as possible. Seventh lady was deeply moved. It was only her own concubine mother who would consider her well-being so. I understand, concubine mother. You must also take good care of yourself in the mansion. Concubine Shun smiled tenderly. Rest assured, now that you are married into the Marquis' household, Then she produced a banknote from her bosom. This is what I have saved over the years. I have little ability and only managed to put aside this 100 taels. Take it. You will have many expenses in the Marquis' household. I spend all my days within the mansion and have no use for money here. 7. Concubine mother, father, and the mistress have prepared a dowry for me. Please keep this money for yourself. This money was saved for you all along. I am useless, this is all I could gather. I know your father and the mistress have made preparations, but the Marquis' household is grand, and there are many places where money is needed. Consider this an emergency fund. Concubine Shun was insistent. Take it quickly. Seventh sister, you look beautiful, came the voice of Yunling from the doorway. She had also come to see the bride off. Concubine Shun quickly stood up and curtsied. Concubine Shun, there is no need for such formality. Yunling was unusually polite to her. I came to see if seventh sister is ready. The bridal procession won't arrive for a little while yet. Elder sister. Seventh lady lowered her head and called out softly. Her bashful expression was truly one of surpassing beauty, of flower made even more radiant. It is still cold out. Bailu, remember to give your mistress a hand warmer before you leave the house, and tuck it into her hands once she is in the bridal sedan chair. We mustn't let her catch a chill. Yunling instructed Bailu, who quickly acknowledged the order. Seventh lady sat in nervous anticipation. The past month had felt like a dream. At last she was to be married. After an indeterminate time, a commotion arose from outside the door. Yunling peered excitedly through the window. He's here, he's here. She muttered excitedly, but saw nothing, for the party was still in the outer courtyard. In the outer courtyard, Yunsun and the others were supposed to block the groom's path. But faced with Xiao Zhan's imposing countenance, they all lost their nerve, allowing him to easily enter the main gate. The ensuing proceedings went even more smoothly. By the time Yunsun steadily carried seventh lady out of the main gate, her mind was still in a daze beneath the bridal veil. In the nearly 2 years since her arrival in the capital, she had lived in the Yun mansion for just over one. From now on, she would be a guest here. Someone helped her into the bridal sedan chair, and Bailu reached inside to press the hand warmer into seventh lady's grasp. Listening to the clamor outside, seventh lady clutched the hand warmer tightly, a flutter of nervousness finally rising in her heart. The sedan chair was lifted smoothly and carried off towards the Marquis of Dingwa's estate. When the sedan chair was set down, seventh lady put aside the hand warmer. A moment later, a large hand with distinct knuckles reached inside. It was Xiao Zhan. Seventh lady docilely placed her hand in his. Together they ascended the steps of the Marquis of Dingwa's mansion. Seventh lady heard none of the surrounding noise, her attention wholly captured by that powerful hand. That hand guided her as she stepped over the brazier, and only gently released her when they reached the main hall, granting her a profound sense of security. In a daze, she completed the wedding ceremony, and was then escorted to the bridal chamber. Seated on the wedding bed, a long wait ensued. Seventh lady's body grew stiff from sitting, but fortunately the room was very warm. The charcoal burning gave off not the faintest trace of smoke. The maidservants of the Marquis' household managed everything with practiced discipline, putting Bailu and Li Dong somewhat on edge. They seemed far more capable than themselves. Seventh lady, still veiled, could see nothing, only hear the rustling of sounds. After an unknown span of time, Xiao Zhan arrived, and the atmosphere around them grew lively. The Southern Dipper's 6 stars adorns the steelyard, gathering fortune, prosperity, and longevity. Heaven sends down its blessings this very night. Lift the red silk to behold the bride fair. The matchmaker recited auspicious words and handed Xiao Zhan a festive steelyard. Xiao Zhan took it calmly and lifted seventh lady's red veil. Seventh lady's eyes were met with a flood of light, and she saw Xiao Zhan standing before her with a stern expression. His skin, never fair to begin with, appeared even darker against the bright red wedding robe. Looking at his calm face, Qiniang couldn't help but think to herself, he must be used to lifting the veil after all that experience. Bailu stepped forward and took a lock of Qiniang's hair. Qiniang gently cut it with scissors. Xiaozhan also cut a lock of his hair. The matchmaker received both locks. The newlyweds tied their hair together, symbolizing a unified heart, she muttered under her breath. Then a maid brought in a bowl of long-life noodles, lifting a strand toward Qiniang's mouth. Qiniang took a small bite. The matchmaker smiled and asked, "Will you bear a child?" Qiniang's face flushed red as she softly replied yes. After the long-life noodles were taken away, Xiaozhan sat beside Qiniang. The maid brought in the marriage wine. Already blushing, Qiniang turned even redder after drinking. After finishing the auspicious words, the matchmaker completed her task and led everyone out. Xiaozhan cleared his throat and said, "Excuse me, I'm going out to offer wine." Qiniang nodded gently. After Xiaozhan left, Bailu and Sherdong entered. "Miss, the Marquis seems quite intimidating. Are you afraid?" Bailu asked quietly. "What nonsense are you saying?" Sherdong rolled her eyes. "Honestly, he does look intimidating when he's frowning." Bailu muttered under her breath. Qiniang laughed and said, "Alright, I'm not scared. Please take off all my hair ornaments. My neck is so stiff." The two girls gently removed her hair ornaments. "Miss, are you hungry? Would you like something to eat?" Bailu asked softly. Their miss hadn't eaten all day. Qiniang gently shook her head. Perhaps she was too nervous and felt no hunger. "I'll read here for a while. You two go eat something." Seeing Qiniang leaning on the reading mat, the two quietly withdrew. After they left, Qiniang gazed at the Chronicles of Great Qing, in her hands lost in thought. When Xiaozhan returned, he saw this scene. Qiniang had removed her hair ornaments, wearing a red casual robe, leaning on the reading mat with strands of hair falling on her fair cheeks, creating a peaceful and serene atmosphere. Hearing the movement, Qiniang looked up, saw Xiaozhan entering, quickly put down her book, and stood up. His face seemed a little flushed. "I wonder if he's drunk." But his steady gait suggests he isn't. Seeing her reserved manner, Xiaozhan tried to speak softly. "You continue reading. I'll go wash up first." He went to wash up nearby, without calling in a maid to serve him. Qiniang hesitated whether she should go help. Such an intimate act felt too close for her now, yet it was something she should do. When she gathered enough courage to approach, Xiaozhan had already finished washing and went behind the screen to change clothes. Qiniang stood there feeling defeated. Xiaozhan saw the little girl's confused expression and felt a pang of pity. She was still so young. "You don't need to be so reserved. I won't do anything to you. If you're afraid, I can sleep on the daybed instead." Qiniang quickly shook her head. "No, not that. I'm afraid I don't know the proper etiquette and might offend the Marquis." She felt it was better to speak the truth. If she tried to be clever, Xiaozhan's keen mind would surely see through it. I don't know whether I should help the Marquis with his clothes and washing." Xiaozhan stood there surprised. She was too honest. Then he chuckled softly. Qiniang quietly murmured, "Oh, which side do you prefer to sleep on?" Xiaozhan asked, gently respecting both parties' wishes. Qiniang thought to herself, "I prefer sleeping alone." But she softly said, "I'll take the inner side. That way he would have more room." After saying that, she took off her outer robe and smoothly crawled to the inner side of the bed, lying neatly on the inner side. Xiaozhan touched his nose, leaned against the outer side, and picked up the book he had been reading. "Do you enjoy travelogues?" "Yes, reading these helps me imagine the beautiful landscapes and customs of the outside world. It broadens my horizons." Qiniang answered softly. Xiaozhan smiled lightly. "What can you imagine from reading?" Qiniang remained silent. This person really doesn't know how to converse. If I could leave, would I be stuck in this deep inner courtyard? Feeling her silence, Xiaozhan realized he had spoken inappropriately and said softly, "Reading books can indeed broaden one's horizons." "Yes." Apart from saying yes, Qiniang didn't know what else to reply. "You've had a long day. You must be tired too. Go to sleep now." Xiaozhan put down his book, considerately turned off the light, and lay beside Qiniang. Qiniang felt nervous and lay there motionless, her body tense. Feeling her tension, Xiaozhan tried to make his breathing lighter. Soon he seemed to be asleep, his breath long and steady. She waited quietly for a while. He must be asleep now. Qiniang exhaled gently and quietly rolled over, turning her back toward Xiaozhan. After such a tiring day, she was indeed sleepy and soon fell into a deep slumber. Feeling the person beside him had fallen asleep, Xiaozhan opened his eyes and turned to look at the small back of her head. He seemed to be lost in thought, but made no move, afraid of disturbing the other person's peaceful dream. In the latter part of the night, perhaps the charcoal fire in the room was about to go out. Qiniang, in her sleep, felt a bit cold and curled into a ball. There was a warm source beside her, and without thinking she snuggled against it. As soon as the other person moved closer, Xiaozhan woke up. Feeling the small person gently hug his arm, his body stiffened for a moment. However, aside from this action, there was nothing else. Her breathing remained steady, suggesting it was an unconscious move. No longer feeling cold, Qiniang let out a small, comfortable sigh, which made Xiaozhan chuckle softly. Although there was a warm and tender person beside him, Xiaozhan didn't develop any inappropriate feelings. After all, she was like a child, and he had no peculiarities. What kind of feelings could he possibly have? As the first light of dawn approached, Qiniang woke up. Before opening her eyes, she felt what she was holding in her arms, her body stiffening slightly, and she gently pulled back her arm, moving a bit inward. She felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. How did I end up sleeping on his side? Will he think my sleeping posture is improper? Xiao Zhan remained silent, pretending to be asleep with his eyes closed. Once she had settled down, Xiao Zhan shifted slightly. A faint click echoed through the room. Qiniang opened her eyes and turned toward the sound. There in his hands was an antique pocket watch. What time is it? Qiniang asked softly. It is just past, monsieur. You may rest a bit more, Xiao Zhan replied, sitting up. Qiniang could no longer sleep either and sat up beside him. Today she needed to go to the matriarch's residence to formally acknowledge her family ties. Xiao Zhan raised an eyebrow, but let her be. He dressed simply in a set of athletic attire and stepped out to practice martial arts. At that moment, Bailu and Li Dong entered. Miss you. Bailu began, but Li Dong gently tugged at her sleeve. Call you miss. Be careful, someone might hear you. Bailu stuck out her tongue playfully. Madam, we're here to help you get dressed. Qiniang smiled faintly and shook her head. Madam, which outfit shall you wear today? Qiniang considered it. Red was festive for a newlywed occasion. Li Dong retrieved the garments, and together they helped her change. Sitting before the bronze mirror, Qiniang let Li Dong arrange her hair. After everything was in order, Qiniang spent a moment reading before Xiao Zhan returned to the room. He bore a thin layer of sweat from his workout. The maids had laid out all the food on the table. Qiniang approached and raised an eyebrow. Was it too much? As Xiao Zhan began eating, she found herself not at all surprised by the quantity. She ate only a small steamed bun with pickled vegetables and a bowl of rice porridge, while Xiao Zhan consumed a plate of buns, a meat pie, 2 fried dough sticks, and another bowl of soup. Both were struck by the other's appetite. Are you full, eh? Xiao Zhan asked. Yes, I rarely eat much, Qiniang answered gently. No wonder you're so small. You should eat more, or you won't grow tall enough, he said, as if speaking to a child. Qiniang fell silent once more. Standing at about 158 centimeters and quite slender, she truly looked like a child beside Xiao Zhan's towering frame. Still, it confirmed what she had suspected. The Marquis of Dingwa was not known for his tact. Cough, once we finish eating, we should go to mother's quarters. Xiao Zhan cleared his throat, wondering why his words had trailed off, just as they had the day before. Yes, Bailu brought her a purple cloak, which complemented her red jacket beautifully. Xiao Zhan led the way, and Qiniang followed obediently behind him. After a short while, Xiao Zhan noticed the breathing behind him had grown faster. Turning back, he realized he had been walking too quickly. Qiniang was struggling to keep pace. Without drawing attention, he slowed his pace until her breathing steadied again. Upon arriving at the Siming Hall of the matriarch, the entire Xiao family had already gathered. Qiniang served tea and bowed respectfully to the matriarch. Mother, I wish you well. Please have some tea. Rise, the matriarch smiled, accepting the cup and taking a sip before placing it on the table. Wang Mama handed Qiniang an exquisite jewelry box. Qiniang accepted it with reverence. Thank you, mother. She then passed the box to Bailu, standing nearby. An seated beside the matriarch looked at Qiniang with curiosity and called out Annie. Despite the long separation, she still remembered Qiniang. Qiniang offered a subtle smile. Xiao Zhan continued the introductions. This is my second brother and his wife. Xiao Yan and the second madam stood nearby, having received Qiniang's bow. The second madam smiled and handed her a slender box. Do not disdain it, sister-in-law. Thank you, second brother and sister-in-law. Qiniang accepted gracefully. This is my younger brother Xiao Ling. Greetings, third sister-in-law. Xiao Ling bowed with a neutral expression. Seeing that his younger brother-in-law 2 years his junior bowed to her, Qiniang returned the bow with a slight bend. Bailu presented a brocade box to Xiao Ling. A small gift, please do not disdain it, younger uncle, Qiniang softly said. Thank you, third sister-in-law. Xiao Ling took the box. These are my 2 nephews from my second brother's household, Xiao Jinshin and Jianzhou. Qiniang had commissioned wolf howls from the Inkstone Pavilion for them. Then came Xiao Zhan's 3 children, Xiao Jinsheng, the eldest legitimate son from his first wife, nearly 4 years old, Xiao Jinyuan, a concubine's daughter, almost 3, and a nun. Qiniang pulled out custom-made golden pendants. Jinsheng got a little tiger, Jinyuan a kitten, and a rabbit, each adorned with knots she had woven herself. They were exquisite and charming, delighting the children. Jinsheng and Jinyuan, already somewhat understanding, bowed and said, Thank you, mother. And in hearing her siblings speak, finally offered a soft, infantile voice, Thank you, mother. Her voice remained slightly unclear. The matriarch, with affectionate eyes, said, You two must go to the palace to pay respects to the empress. Hurry and depart lest she grow impatient. Very well. Going now will allow us to return just in time for lunch. We can all sit together and talk properly, the matriarch said, gazing at Qiniang with warmth. Qiniang bowed and withdrew, joining Xiao Zhan as they left the Siming Hall and boarded the carriage bound for the imperial palace. Do not worry. The empress is kind and approachable. Should she ask you questions, simply answer honestly. Xiao Zhan offered reassurance, thinking that unlike his previous wives, Qiniang lacked worldly experience and might feel uneasy. Qiniang nodded gently. Yes, I understand. Seeing her youthful face refer to herself as your humble servant, Xiao Zhan felt a strange sense of dissonance. Accustomed to the way Xiao Zhan led her to the Fengyi Hall of the Empress, the Empress's personal attendant awaited them outside. Your Excellency, the Empress has been waiting for you. Please come in. Xiao Zhan and Qiniang entered the hall. The Empress, dressed in casual attire, sat upon her throne with dignified grace. Xiao Zhan bowed while Qiniang knelt deeply. Your Imperial Highness, we offer our respects. Rise, little Zizi, grant her a seat. The Empress's tone was still relatively kind. Thank you, Your Imperial Highness. Qiniang bowed her head as she stood, never daring to raise. A small eunuch brought over 2 chairs. Xiao Zhan sat upright on one, while Qiniang sat perfectly straight, only occupying the very edge of her seat. The Empress looked at this tender face, then turned to her younger brother's somewhat tanned complexion, and without hesitation asked, How old are you this year? She only knew that this was a daughter of a 5th-rank official, and when she was in a bad mood, she did not inquire particularly clearly about Qiniang's situation. Replying to Your Imperial Highness, I am 14 now. Qiniang answered calmly. 14. Looking at Xiao Zhan, he was nearly 10 years older than her, so it was understandable that they looked so mismatched. However, at such a young age, could she really hold up the Marquis' mansion? The Empress felt a bit worried again. The second madam was now in charge of the household management, and with a mother to support things, although no major mistakes had been made, it was still improper. Now this Marquis lady was not only a daughter of a concubine, but also so young. What do you usually do for entertainment? Qiniang respectfully answered. When I have nothing to do, I like embroidery, and I can read a few characters and some leisure books. The Empress nodded. I heard that your embroidery skills are outstanding. Your Imperial Highness flatters me. It is just a pastime during leisure time. Her tone was very humble. Embroidery is good, it can temper one's character. The Empress nodded, seeing that Qiniang was a gentle person, but what the Marquis' mansion needed was not a mild-mannered doughball, but a Marquis lady who could uphold the family's reputation. Therefore, on this first meeting, the Empress was not very satisfied with Qiniang, but considering her own family's face, she ultimately did not make things difficult for her. After chatting for a while, the Empress invited them to stay. It's not early anymore, I will have food prepared. You can accompany me to dine in the palace. Qiniang did not say anything, and Xiao Zhan calmly replied, Thank you, Your Imperial Highness, but my mother has already prepared a family dinner at home, and we are to go back and eat together. Only Xiao Zhan could say this. Upon hearing this, the Empress indeed said nothing, but a hint of longing appeared in her eyes. Since your mother has prepared it, then I will not keep you. When you return, please greet my mother on my behalf. However, this Yun Qiniang was not entirely without merit. At least she had performed reasonably well in front of her without the petty airs of a common family, and remained gentle and graceful throughout. When the two returned to the Marquis' mansion, the family's meal had already been prepared, waiting only for their return. Mother. And in having received her gift, naturally changed her address, calling her mother affectionately, wanting to be held. At this moment, Xiao Zhan finally understood how much his mother said that Anin liked her. It was a natural closeness. After Qiniang paid her respects to the old lady, she warmly held Anin in her arms. Anin nestled in Qiniang's arms, smiling contentedly with her mouth open. Oh, sister-in-law, and Anin really have a mother-daughter bond. Look at how close Anin is to sister-in-law. The second madam's tone seemed teasing, but carried a sour edge. She had seen Anin quite a few times, but this little girl had never let her hold her. Second sister-in-law, I also like Anin very much. After all, who doesn't like someone cute? Qiniang answered with a smile. These words left the second madam with a fishbone stuck in her throat. Looking at her innocent expression, there seemed to be no other meaning, but it still made her uncomfortable. Xiao Zhan lightly raised his eyebrows. It seemed that this little wife was not a dough ball to be kneaded at will. His gaze unconsciously drifted toward the old lady. The old lady gave him a meaningful look, smiling and saying yes. Our Anin is the cutest. The second madam smiled awkwardly. Yes, Anin is the cutest. All right, everyone must be hungry. Let's go have a meal quickly. The old lady asked Auntie Li to take Anin, fearing that Qiniang's slender arms and legs might accidentally drop the child. However, Anin clung to Qiniang unwillingly to let go, and Qiniang indulged her, carrying her toward the dining room together. Xiao Zhan followed leisurely beside the two, appearing unconcerned, yet his eyes kept watching them. The old lady walked in front with a smile in her eyes. When she first decided to marry Qiniang, she was indeed a bit uneasy, but seeing Xiao Zhan's current state, it was actually quite good. Usually Anin would stay beside the old lady, but now that there was Qiniang, she would not go anywhere else, only clinging to Qiniang. As a result, they placed her usual small chair between Qiniang and Xiao Zhan, and only then did the little girl sit down contentedly. Beside them, Shunhe looked at his sister with envy, without saying a word, while Yuan'er did not even lift her head, appearing somewhat timid. Usually she followed her concubine, and she rarely ate meals with the old lady, let alone with her serious father. Anin ate very obediently, and was not picky, showing that the old lady had raised her well. Qiniang only had to put the food into the small bowl in front of her, and she could eat it with her own spoon. Although the food often spilled outside, the little girl still ate with great relish. The second madam was also sensible, and did not cause any trouble in front of the old lady, and the meal was quite harmonious. After finishing the meal, after chatting for a while, they were about to return and rest separately, but Anin did not want to let go yet. Looking at the reluctant little girl, Qiniang was also reluctant. Mother, I think it would be better for Anin to live in our courtyard. After the new year, I am also going back to the northern frontier, and Anin can accompany. Her mother. Xiaozhan spoke at the right moment. The old lady hesitated. Qiniang is still a child. How can she take care of such a young child? Qiniang felt embarrassed. Mother Auntie Li and others will be with her. Besides, Anin cannot always trouble you to take care of her. I see that she likes Qiniang very much, so why not let her stay with us? Every day Qiniang can bring her to pay respects to you. Xiaozhan continued to speak. The old lady looked at Qiniang with hesitation. Anin seemed to know what they were talking about, tightly hugging Qiniang's neck. Feeling the girl's longing, Qiniang quickly said, Mother, I will take good care of her. The old lady pondered for a moment and slowly said, Why not just pack some simple things first and live with you for a couple of days to see? If she is noisy, let her come back. Anin finally got her wish and followed Qiniang back to Qing. When she had left in the morning, Qiniang had not looked closely. Now she studied it carefully, her eyes filled with nostalgia. The courtyard had not changed at all, yet everything was different, and those who once were here were no more. Nanny Li holding Anin was also overcome with grief. Only Anin, oblivious to it all, waved her hands and feet in delight. Gazing at the pavilion, Qiniang could still recall the scene of Dong Qingyin sitting there, a faint smile on her face, beckoning her over. Xiaozhan, watching from the side, could not bear to disturb them. He said softly to Qiniang, You rest first. I will go to the front courtyard to attend to some matters. My lord, please go ahead. I will take good care of Anin, Qiniang said, offering a shallow bow. Xiaozhan patted Anin's little head before heading to the front courtyard. It was too cold outside, and Qiniang dared not let Anin stay out for long. She led her and Nanny Li into her own room. Lidong have a room prepared for Anin next door? She will be staying here from now on. No sooner had Qiniang spoken than Nanny Li knelt down. Madam, this old servant presumes to ask, could the third miss stay in the room left by the late madam? Hearing this, Qiniang was momentarily stunned. That room was quite far from hers, and she feared she would not be able to take care of Anin properly. Nanny Li, it is a bit far from here. I cannot make the decision to let Anin live so far away right now, but I can promise you this: as long as I am here, that room will be kept for Anin. When she is older, she can move in. How does that sound? Qiniang helped Nanny Li up, speaking softly. Nanny Li wiped her tears. Old servant has been difficult for madam. I was just thinking of my young lady. Qiniang was silent for a moment, then whispered, I miss Sister Dong too. These words sent Nanny Li into a flood of tears. Qiniang was a woman of deep feeling. Mother, mother, and in feeling neglected called out to Qiniang, sleep, sleep. Because her speech was still a bit unclear, Qiniang did not understand and looked to Nanny Li in confusion. Nanny Li chuckled. Madam, the third miss wants to sleep. The room was warm, and after being inside for a while, the chill on their bodies had dissipated. Qiniang took off her cloak and helped Anin out of her heavy coat. The little girl had been bundled up so tightly she could barely move, but now she no longer wanted to be carried and ran around the room, familiarizing herself with her new surroundings. The room will be too cold until it is prepared. Let her take her nap here. Watching the lively Anin, Qiniang spoke with a smile. Madam, you need to rest too. If the third miss sleeps on your bed, it's fine. I can just lie down for a bit on the daybed, Qiniang said, waving her hand dismissively. Mother, hold sleep. Anin reached out her arms for Qiniang to hold her, clearly wanting Qiniang to put her to sleep. Nanny Li was somewhat astonished. She knew that children this age were usually quite clingy. Anin was normally put to sleep by her wet nurse. Now she didn't even want her wet nurse. Having never been around a child this age, Qiniang was unaware of these things. She simply thought the little girl liked her, and feeling very pleased, she bent down and picked her up, while mother put Anin to sleep. She affectionately touched noses with the little girl, who giggled with joy. Yes, mother, sleep. Qiniang understood these words. It meant Anin agreed to let her put her to sleep. Madam, the young miss needs to use the chamber pot before sleeping, Nanny Li gently reminded. Oh, Qiniang was puzzled. She didn't know how to help a child of this age with such a thing. Nanny Li went out and had two young maids bring a small chamber pot and a potty chair into the washroom. Third miss, let me take you to the washroom, all right? Then we can sleep, the wet nurse coaxed softly. Anin looked at Qiniang, her expression showing she was afraid she would leave. Mother will wait here for you, okay? When you come back, mother will tell you a story, Qiniang said to Anin gently. Only then did Anin feel reassured and replied in her childish voice, okay. She obediently let the wet nurse carry her into the washroom. As soon as she came out, she eagerly reached out her little arms for Qiniang to hold her, and Qiniang took her with a smile. The little girl was especially well-behaved, wriggling over to make room for Qiniang to lie beside her. Qiniang smiled, took off her outer robe, and reclined next to the little one. What story does Anin want to hear? Anin looked at her curiously, not understanding what a story was. Qiniang paused. Children this age probably didn't listen to stories. But that was all right. How about mother tells Anin the story of the little cat fishing? Anin nodded excitedly. Okay, fishing. Qiniang turned on her side and gently patted Anin's little belly, a steady, soothing motion. Once upon a time, there was a little calico cat who went fishing with her father. The gentle voice completely calmed Anin. Nanny Li lingered for a moment before quietly withdrawing the corners of her eyes red. If only her young lady were still alive, this is how she would be coaxing Anin to sleep. Anin soon fell into a deep slumber, her little hand still resting on Qiniang's arm, clutching her sleeve. In the end, Qiniang did not get up. She chose to fall asleep with Anin. Having risen early and bustled about, she was truly exhausted. When Xiao Zhan returned, this was the scene that greeted him, one big and one small nestled together sleeping soundly. At this moment Qiniang's youthful face bore not a single trace of a matriarch, yet it was paradoxically suffused with a maternal glow. Ordinarily his two concubines were supposed to pay their respects to the new mistress. He had been worried she might not handle it, so he came to support her. The two concubines were waiting in the flower hall, but seeing the two sleeping so peacefully, Xiao Zhan had no intention of waking them. They could wait a little longer, the flower hall was quite warm anyway. He picked up the book Qiniang had brought, and settled onto the daybed in the outer room to read. The little girl was the first to wake. She didn't cry or fuss, and seeing Qiniang still asleep she giggled. Anin is awake. Qiniang opened her eyes to An's innocent smiling face. Mother fishing. She still remembered the story from before bed. Qiniang was amused by her. All right, tonight, when Anin goes to sleep, Mother will tell you the fishing story again, okay? Okay, Anin replied in a babyish voice. Should we get up now? Qiniang's bracelet gently tapped Anin's little belly, making her giggle and squirm wildly. She thought Qiniang was playing with her, and reached out her small hands toward Qiniang's stomach. In no time the two were caught up in a joyful commotion, their clear laughter echoing throughout the room. Xiao Zhan touched his nose as he lay on the daybed in the outer room. Should he go in now? Bailu and Li Mama heard the commotion and wanted to enter. As they pulled aside the door curtain, they met Xiao Zhan's gaze. After a brief hesitation, Xiao Zhan waved them forward, and the two quickly moved into the inner chamber. Seeing that the two were still laughing together, Bailu leaned close to Qiniang's ear and quietly reminded her, Madam the Marquis is outside. Qiniang's laughter cut off abruptly. Oh no, would she leave an unsteady impression? Anin hadn't yet stopped giggling and was burrowing into Qiniang's embrace. Miss Third, please hurry and get dressed before you catch cold. Seeing Qiniang's embarrassment, Li Mama quickly called out to stop Anin. Anin looked up at Qiniang, who rubbed her little head. Shall we get up now? Only then did Anin obediently let Qiniang sit her up. Madam, both concubines are waiting in the flower hall. Bailu helped Qiniang put on a small coat and whispered the news to her. I understand. Qiniang nodded and began helping Anin dress, though she wasn't very skilled yet and seemed rather clumsy. Let me do it, madam. Li Mama spoke softly. Qiniang nodded and stepped aside, standing by the bed to change clothes herself. She wondered how long those two concubines had been there. After both mother and daughter were properly dressed, Qiniang gave Anin some warm water before leading her into the outer room. Xiao Zhan sat motionless on the daybed. The Marquis has returned, Qiniang said with a calm demeanor. Father, fishing. Fishing. Anin pounced into Xiao Zhan's arms with delight. There was always a special tenderness for his daughter. He held her on his lap, his expression softening. Fishing. Did you hear the story about fishing, Anin? It seemed he had heard every sound inside clearly. For a moment Qiniang felt embarrassed. Anin nodded her little head. Mother, it sounds good. At this point she could only speak in two-word phrases. Marquis, the two concubines are still waiting in the flower hall. I'll take my leave now and trouble you to look after Anin. Qiniang said softly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan stood up and placed Anin into Li Mama's arms, speaking gently to her. Father and mother have something to attend to. We'll be back soon to play with you, okay? Anin nodded obediently. Okay. Hearing this, not only Qiniang, but even Li Mama looked up in surprise before quickly turning away. Let's go. Speaking, he turned and headed toward the flower hall first, with Qiniang hurriedly following behind him. The two concubines stood motionless in the flower hall. Xiao Zhan and Qiniang walked past them and sat down, accompanied by Yang Mama, the household manager arranged for Qiniang by the old lady. Yang Mama looked at the tall, slender woman with fair skin and introduced her to Qiniang. Madam, this is Concubine Qin. The second miss is currently under her care. Qiniang looked at her. She appeared to be around 22 or 23 years old, wearing a dark green Chinese jacket with a straight collar. Her hair was neatly tied back at the nape of her neck, adorned only with a silver hairpin. Her appearance was understated, exuding a gentle and docile demeanor. Concubine Qin approached and knelt on the ground, respectfully bowing her head to give Qiniang a full kowtow. A young maid stood beside her holding a tea tray. Concubine Qin took the teacup, raised it above her head, and spoke in a graceful tone, Madam, please drink your tea. Qiniang took the cup from her hand, sipped lightly, and set it down on the table. Bailu brought over a small wooden box containing a pair of red gold earrings. Thank you, madam. Concubine Qin took the box and stepped aside. This is Concubine Lu, Yang Mama continued introducing. Qiniang looked at Concubine Lu, who appeared to be only 17 or 18 years old. Her attire was much more vibrant, with her hair styled in a peony chignon adorned with a red gem hairpin that swayed gently with her movements. It was precisely the age when flowers bloom most beautifully, and she was exceptionally charming, perhaps because Xiao Zhan was seated in the honored position. A hint of shyness lingered on her face. However, Xiao Zhan didn't notice. He leisurely held his teacup, drinking as if he were merely a spectator. Concubine Lu knelt before Qiniang, offering her tea in the same manner. Qiniang gifted her a red gold hairpin. Facing both of them, Qiniang really didn't know what to say. Yet looking at these two, one honest and taciturn, the other entirely focused on Xiao Zhan with no intention of speaking, it wouldn't do to remain silent. She spoke calmly. Since I've just joined the family, there may be certain habits you're not yet aware of. In daily life, I prefer fewer people around, so you needn't come here unnecessarily to establish rules. Simply fulfill your duties appropriately. She truly disliked having someone wait on her like Mrs. Yin did. Upon hearing this, Xiaozhan showed no reaction, while Concubine Qin immediately spoke nervously, "Madam, attending to you is our duty." Concubine Lu also hesitated at the corner of her mouth. In the inner courtyard, opportunities to see the Marquis were already rare. Moreover, after the new year, the Marquis would return to the northern frontier. According to custom, during the first month after marriage, the Marquis should stay in the Madam's chamber, but it was well known that the Madam was too young to consummate the marriage. This was her chance, and her age was growing older, as she didn't know when the Marquis would return next. As she pondered this, anxiety naturally arose. She knelt eagerly and said, "Madam, serving you is our duty. If you don't allow us to come, it might be gossiped that we lack propriety. We beg for your mercy." As she spoke, her eyes drifted toward Xiaozhan. That pitiful glance instantly revealed her intentions to Qiniang. After a moment of contemplation, Qiniang slowly replied, "Very well, you may come each morning to pay your respects." Concubine Lu happily accepted. As long as she could see the Marquis, she was content. Xiaozhan subtly raised his eyebrows. Was she really this easygoing? Having married into the Marquis's residence, such matters were inevitable. She didn't wish to become a jealous woman, as she only wanted to preserve her true self. Besides, what was the point of seeing there was nothing more to say? Qiniang decisively issued the dismissal. The two concubines obediently bowed and retreated. As Concubine Lu left, she cast a shy glance toward Xiaozhan. Curious about his reaction, Qiniang couldn't help glancing at him, only to collide directly with his clear, penetrating gaze, as if she had been caught stealing something. Embarrassed, Qiniang turned her head away, failing to notice the faint smile lingering at the corner of Xiaozhan's lips. The two returned together to the main room, where the wet nurse was feeding in the freshly steamed egg custard. Seeing that it was still some time before the meal, Xiaozhan softly said to Qiniang, "Tomorrow is the day we return to your family. I'll go to Mother's place to check if the return gifts are prepared." She thought to herself that informing her of his whereabouts already made him better than most men of this era. "All right, will the Marquis return for the meal?" Qiniang asked softly. "I'll be back shortly. We'll dine in our courtyard." "Very well, I understand." This way she could arrange the mealtime accordingly. Xiaozhan left for the old madam's quarters. After feeding the wet nurse tactfully withdrew, leaving only Bailu and Mama Li in the room. "Mama Li, do you know how these two concubines were taken in?" Qiniang was still unfamiliar with the affairs of the household, which made her feel insecure. Holding a rattle to amuse, and she quietly asked Mama Li, who, being loyal, told her everything she knew in great detail. Concubine Qin has served the Marquis since childhood. She was originally a chambermaid, then, after conceiving the second miss, the late Lady Wang elevated her to concubine. Later, Lady Wang died in childbirth, delivering the eldest young master, so he was raised in the old madam's courtyard. Since she had the second miss, and the old madam's health was poor, the second miss stayed with her. To distinguish between Xiaozhan's two former wives, Mama Li referred to the first as Lady Wang. Was Sister Dong also taught by her after she entered the household? Qiniang asked curiously. According to custom, concubines were not permitted to raise children, especially in noble families. After our young lady entered the household, the old madam first wanted the eldest young master to build a bond with her, but he never grew close to her. Then our young lady discovered she was pregnant, and the matter was set aside. Hearing this, Qiniang nodded. Indeed, Sister Dong had become pregnant shortly after entering the household. And Concubine Lu. Concubine Lu is the youngest daughter of the owner of the Lu family trading company, which is a royal merchant with considerable property. When Lady Wang was pregnant, and Concubine Qin also conceived, Lady Wang worried that the Marquis would have no one to serve him upon his return, so she took it upon herself to accept Concubine Lu. Qiniang fell silent. This meant that when Concubine Lu was taken in, Xiaozhan was not even in the residence, but far away in the northern frontier. However, she had heard that he returned before Lady Wang gave birth, and presumably he accepted Concubine Lu at that time. This Lady Wang was quite interesting. She had taken it upon herself to accept Concubine Lu while Xiaozhan was away. Qiniang wondered what scheme she had in mind. Does Chang'er still live with Mother? Qiniang recalled that Chang'er seemed somewhat dull and taciturn. Mama Li nodded. Yes, he has always lived with the old madam. But since the third miss moved in, the old madam has been more attentive to her, because she is young. The eldest young master has cried many times, and though the old madam has tried to comfort him, he seems unable to accept it, and has become somewhat withdrawn. It seemed Chang'er was a very sensitive child. Brother. Good. And in hearing them mention, the eldest young master knew they were talking about Chang'er, and emphasized with her little head bobbing. Mama Li chuckled softly. Actually, the eldest young master is quite fond of our third miss. He always saves his favorite treats for her. It was just that the affection that once belonged solely to him was suddenly divided, and he found it hard to— The Marquis is back, Qiniang said with a gentle smile, her demeanor soft and warm. We'll have dinner shortly. Looking at her serene face, Xiaozhan felt no ripples in his heart, only a sense of peace and tranquility. None of his previous two wives had ever spoken to him in such a tone. They had always been overly courteous. All right. He replied in a low voice, his spirits high, as he sat beside An and coaxed her to play. No sooner had he returned than Mama Wang followed closely behind. Marquis, the old madam is worried that the third miss might cry. She sent me to see. If the young lady cannot adapt for now, let me take her back first, and she can adjust slowly later. An seemed to understand and scrambled to bury herself in Qiniang's arms. No, mother story, not go back. Her urgent words left Mama Wang bewildered. Xiaozhan chuckled lightly. Tell mother to rest assured. An enjoys being with the lady very much. Let her stay here. Tomorrow we will trouble mother to look after her. Tomorrow they were to return to Qiniang's family, so they would have to leave An in the old madam's care. Mama Wang smiled. Very well. The old madam will be relieved to know that the third miss is obedient. After Mama Wang left, An finally relaxed her hold on Qiniang's neck. And shall we go eat? An nodded eagerly. Yes. As she spoke, she wrapped her arms around Qiniang's neck again, indicating she wanted Qiniang to carry her to the dining room. Seeing her slender arms and legs, Xiaozhan rose and walked over to An. Mother will get tired carrying you. How about father carries you there? An pouted unhappily. If mother carries you for so long, she'll get tired. Before he could finish, An twisted around and stretched her arms toward Xiaozhan. Mother not tired. Father carry. This made Qiniang chuckle softly. Xiaozhan's face softened as he lifted her up. After dinner, Qiniang took An into the small room prepared for her, which was adjacent to the main room. The room was now quite warm. An took off her outer robe and sat happily on her little bed. Mama Li brought out her toys, and Qiniang played with her for a while. And then shall we go to sleep now? Mother fishing. She meant she wanted to hear the story of the kitten fishing. All right, after you use the chamber pot, mother will tell you the story of the kitten fishing, okay? Qiniang agreed gently. Okay. And then obediently followed the wet nurse to the washroom. Qiniang put her toys away into a box, and Mama Li placed the box on the cabinet at the foot of the bed. When in return, she was stripped down to her underclothes and slipped into the covers, lying still and waiting for Qiniang to tell her a story. Qiniang did not disappoint her. She told the story in a soft, gentle voice, and before long the little girl drifted into a sweet slumber. When Qiniang returned to the main room, Xiaozhan had already washed up and was reclining on the bed reading a book. The new year was only a few days away. After the new year, he would soon return to the northern frontier. Was he going to strictly adhere to propriety and spend these days in the room of his principal wife with whom he could not yet consummate the marriage? Qiniang could not bring herself to voice these questions, so she let it be. If he wished to visit a concubine's room in a couple of days, she would have no objection. Qiniang greeted him and went directly to the washroom. After tidying up, she approached the bed. Upon seeing the cover of the book, she realized he was reading the travelogue she had brought. She never imagined he could be so engrossed in reading it. She did not disturb him, turned over, and fell asleep on her own. Only when she began to breathe evenly did Xiaozhan look at her in surprise, wondering if she had really fallen asleep so quickly. Feeling somewhat bored, he put down the book in his hand, extinguished the lamp, and lay down. He wondered if she would feel cold later and come closer again, so he kept his eyes open for a while. After some time, he realized what he was doing and mocked himself inwardly for having become so childish. He turned over and fell asleep as well. When Qiniang woke up, she found herself still clinging to Xiaozhan's arm. Her face flushed red, and before he had woken, she quickly let go and shifted to the side. She had barely moved when Xiaozhan woke up. Once he sat up, Qiniang acted as if nothing had happened and softly asked, "What time is it?" "It is just past, monsieur. The time is still early, you could take another nap." Today she had to return to her parents' home, so how could she sleep? Little Anin was in the next room, and she did not know when she would wake up. Once Xiaozhan got up, Qiniang also rose. Bailu and Li Dong, hearing the sounds, came in to help her change her clothes and wash her face. Li Dong came forward to comb her hair, while Bailu fetched the 2 pieces of clothing she had mentioned. There were no elaborate head ornaments on her head, only a golden hairpin adorned with a ruby and matching ruby earrings. Once her appearance was complete, she heard the little girl's baby talk voice. "Mother, mother." The voice grew nearer as Qiniang smiled and rose to welcome her. Seeing Qiniang's attire, Madame Li immediately realized this was the new clothes she had put on for visiting her parents. She quickly held back Anin, who was about to rush into Qiniang's arms lest she wrinkle the new garments. Anin was not embraced by Qiniang and looked at Madame Li in surprise. Qiniang was also taken aback. "Madam, please do not hold the third miss, you might wrinkle the clothes." Madame Li smiled and said this, then turned gently to comfort Anin. "Third miss, look at how beautifully Madam is dressed. If the clothes become wrinkled, it would not look good. Would you like to be held by Madame Li?" Although Anin was somewhat displeased, she did not throw a tantrum, but instead said in her baby talk voice, "Okay." Qiniang felt her heart soften upon hearing this, and still reached out her arms to take Anin in, smiling softly. "It is just clothes, why should they be so precious?" Anin happily laughed as she was finally embraced by Qiniang in accordance with her wish, but she remembered Madame Li's words and did not move around, instead resting her head obediently on Qiniang's shoulder. "Once your father returns, we will have a meal, and then go to pay respects to the grandmother, shall we?" Anin nodded her little head. "Okay, Anin wants to see Grandma." "Madam, the 2 concubines have arrived," Li Dong reported. Qiniang's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly, and she said to Li Dong, "Let them go to the flower hall." Hunan was reluctant to leave Qiniang, so Qiniang took her along to the flower hall. Concubine Qin came with Yuer, and upon seeing Hunan snuggled close to Qiniang, she was momentarily taken aback. Once Qiniang took her seat at the upper position, the two concubines bowed deeply. May the madam be well. Concubine Qin gently pushed Yuer, who was still staring at Hunan in a daze, and Yuer also bowed. Mother. Yuer has come. Have you eaten? Qiniang always felt a little more compassion for children. Yuer hesitated and did not dare to answer. Concubine Qin took over the conversation, as the madam said the second miss has been eager to pay respects to you, and has not had a meal yet. Concubine Lu scoffed disdainfully from the side. Oh, then Yuer may also dine with me here. Since the marquis has been away from the capital for so long, it would be good to strengthen the father-daughter bond. Concubine Qin knelt down nervously. Madam, the second miss has always been under my care. She is still young, and might break the rules. I think I should take her back to the Wutong courtyard to dine. Yuer's eyes had lit up upon hearing Qiniang's words, as she had a natural fear of her father, but could not help but want to be close to him. However, unlike her eldest brother and third sister, she did not get to see her father often. But Concubine Qin's words extinguished the light in her eyes. Qiniang, noticing this change, thought of herself, and felt her heart soften once again. If you are not confident in leaving her here by yourself, you may serve nearby. Qiniang spoke gently. Hearing this tone, Concubine Qin did not know if she was being blamed for contradicting her, and became even more flustered. Madam, please do not be angry, that is not what I meant. I am worried that the second miss might not understand the proper etiquette and offend you, not that I am not confident in you. Upon hearing this, Qiniang's brows involuntarily furrowed. What kind of talk was this? Madame Li from the side also noticed something was amiss, but due to her status, she did not speak up, instead gently taking Hunan in her arms. Qiniang was about to speak, when she heard Xiao Zhan's voice from outside the door. If the second miss does not know proper etiquette, the madam will teach her. Are you questioning the madam? Besides, the Xiao family's daughters are not something one can simply call ignorant. There was some severity in his voice. Xiao Zhan was still wearing his martial practice clothes, his face as dark as water as he walked in, and sat beside Qiniang. Marquis, please calm down, or it was my mistake. Concubine Qin knelt with her forehead pressed to the ground, too frightened to take a deep breath. Since you realize you made a mistake, go back and reflect on your conduct. He only said to reflect on one's conduct, but did not specify a period. Qiniang raised her eyebrows slightly. Yes, I will go back and reflect on my conduct right away. Concubine Qin stood up in panic, her gaze linked. After the meal, my mother will send you back to the Wutong courtyard. Concubine Qin's eyes tightened slightly, and she looked at Qiniang in panic hesitantly, saying, Madam, the second miss. Yuer, would you not like to dine with your father? Qiniang asked softly. Yuer naturally wished to, but Concubine Qin. Bang! Qiniang slapped the table beside her, her expression darkening. Lady Lu was silenced by the sudden voice, her gaze drifting from Xiao Zhan with a shy look before being pulled back. Qiniang stood there with a stern expression, her voice cold. What did Lady Lu say? Which mother-daughter bond are you referring to? Upon hearing these words, Lady Lu realized she had spoken out of turn. As a concubine, whether the master's son or daughter was legitimate or not, they had only one mother, the head lady of the household. Her words had indeed been inappropriate. Then a small punishment is even more necessary to prevent you from offending again and bringing shame to our marquis household. Qiniang remained unmoved. Lady Qin, confine yourself to your room for a day and reflect on why you were punished. Since Xiao Zhan hadn't specified the punishment period, he intended for her to decide, to establish her authority. Yes, Lady Qin quickly agreed. Only Lady Lu remained kneeling, hoping Xiao Zhan would speak on her behalf, but he didn't even glance her way. That's enough, all of you may retire. Yuan will stay here for breakfast. After finishing, she'll be sent back to the Wutong courtyard. Qiniang spoke in a cold tone. Lady Qin quickly bowed and retired while Lady Lu hesitantly followed suit. Only then did Xiao Zhan stand up. I'll wash and change. You prepare the meal first. Qiniang softly agreed, instructing Bailu, set the meal. Yuan stood there bewildered. Yuan, go to the dining hall within it. The wet nurse finally led Yuan behind Qiniang. Earlier, when Qiniang had slammed the table, Enin had been frightened, her eyes filled with fear as she looked at her. Seeing the child's pitiful expression, Qiniang's heart softened, and she opened her arms to Enin. Though still somewhat afraid, the little girl finally rushed into Qiniang's embrace. Enin, don't be afraid. Mother wasn't angry with you. Enin nodded her small head and snuggled affectionately into her arms. Qiniang felt her heart soften. She should be more careful in the future. Xiao Zhan washed up quickly and changed into a dark blue robe, the fabric clearly valuable, making him appear even more dignified. Yuan still felt restrained, but a hint of joy was already shining in her eyes, even though Xiao Zhan simply sat there without speaking. After finishing the meal, Yuan returned to the Wutong courtyard with her wet nurse, while Xiao Zhan and Qiniang took Enin to visit the matriarch. The second madam was also there, having come to pay her respects to the matriarch. They exchanged polite bows. Oh my dear, were you well behaved at your mother's place? Did you misbehave? The matriarch held Enin close. Grandmother, Enin is good. Enin patted her little chest, a gesture that made the matriarch laugh. At that moment, maid Meixiang, the matriarch's chief servant, entered to report. Madam, the second young master of the Yun family has arrived. Yun Sun had been sent to fetch them home. Please come right in. The matriarch spoke warmly. After entering, Yun Sun bowed deeply to the matriarch. Madam, I hope you are well. And respectfully handed over an exquisite food container. Good, are your parents doing well? The matriarch asked warmly, having Wang mother take the container from him. Replying to Madam, my parents are both well. Though only 18, Yun Sun had come alone to the marquis household and maintained his composure without arrogance or deference. The matriarch nodded approvingly. Indeed, he was worthy of having passed the provincial examination. Yun Sun had passed the provincial examination at 16, so he should have been considered for marriage arrangements by now, but his mother had remained silent, waiting to see if he could succeed in the autumn examination next year. It's getting late. Your parents must be waiting for you at home. You should go quickly. The matriarch then turned to Qiniang. Thank you for taking care of Unin, Qiniang said with a smile, earning a playful scold from the matriarch. What trouble could that be? Unin looked at Qiniang with pleading eyes, knowing she was about to leave. Look how pitiful our Unin is. Why not take her with you when you return home? The second madam covered her mouth and chuckled. Before Qiniang could respond, the matriarch frowned at her and said, What nonsense are you talking? Mother, I see that my sister-in-law truly cares for the child. Surely her family wouldn't mind. Qiniang's expression remained unchanged as she smiled at the second madam's sister-in-law. Although neither of our families cares about such formalities, we mustn't give people anything to talk about. Was she implying that she disregarded the marquis household's reputation? The second madam's complexion darkened. Qiniang paid no attention to her feelings and turned to Unin with a gentle smile. Mother can't take you out today, but on the second day of the second lunar month you can go with me. Would you like to visit relatives with mother then? On the second day of the second lunar month, married daughters returned to their natal homes. Unin's eyes lit up and she nodded her little head repeatedly. Brother, let's go together. Unin looked at Chang'er beside her, remembering to invite her brother to join. Chang'er glanced at Qiniang, wanting to go out as well, but fearing she wouldn't take him, he quickly lowered his head. If brother wants to come, we'll take him along too, Qiniang answered gently. Chang'er looked up in surprise, glancing at the smiling matriarch. At that moment, Unin tugged at his sleeve. Brother, let's go. Only then did Chang'er brighten up, smiling at Unin. Alright. However, a standing nanny had an ambiguous expression. Qiniang remembered her. She was the stewardess left behind by Chang'er's mother Tong. After calming Unin, it was indeed getting late. After bidding farewell to the matriarch, the three set off for the Yun family residence. Upon arriving at the Yun family, Yun Ling and her husband came out to greet them. Although Li Shizhao was Qiniang's brother-in-law, he treated Xiao Zhan with great respect, bowing and addressing him as Marquis. Xiao Zhan sidestepped to avoid the bow, his tone relaxed. We're family, no need for such formalities. Qiniang couldn't help but wonder how excited he'd be if Xiao Zhan called him brother-in-law. Seeing Yun Ling hold her hand, Qiniang felt somewhat uneasy, but didn't pull away, instead holding her hand warmly, pretending to be deeply affectionate sisters. Ahead, Li Shizhao led Xiao Zhan into the courtyard. At that moment, Yun Zheng and his wife were waiting in the reception hall of the outer courtyard, accompanied by Yun Qin, Yun Nan, and fifth young miss. Yun Zheng heard the commotion and wished to welcome them, yet he hesitated. As a father-in-law, regardless of Xiao Zhan's status, he felt it improper to be overly eager, yet he also considered Xiao Zhan's lofty position, fearing that appearing too proud might displease him. Thus he sat in agonizing suspense in his high seat, until upon their entering the room, he found himself standing up involuntarily. He simply could not bear to remain seated. Madam Yun also rose to her feet. Xiao Zhan felt nothing unusual about this, and together with Qiniang approached them to bow. Father-in-law, mother-in-law. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's address, Yun Zheng felt a sudden flush of pride. Ah yes, you must be tired from the journey. Please sit down at once. Qiniang was somewhat exasperated. It was but a short trip, and they had come by carriage. What could be tiring about that? Yun Zheng instinctively wished to yield the place of honor. Marquis, this is my third brother Yun Can. He holds the marquis in the highest regard. Qiniang quickly interposed, stepping aside to introduce him. Yun Can was indeed visibly excited. Seeing such an agitated young lad, Xiao Zhan could not bring himself to call him anything, but nodded friendlily. That alone was enough to set Yun Can ablaze with excitement. Marquis, I have long admired you. If I had the chance, I would truly wish to go to the battlefield with you to fight the enemy. Cough. Yun Jing's cough interrupted his words. Yun Can scratched his head in embarrassment. This is my fourth brother Yun Nan and my fifth sister. Qiniang hurried to introduce them again. Xiao Zhan nodded in greeting. Fifth sister offered a slight bow, while Yun Nan performed a full obeisance. Xiao Zhan knew he should offer some polite words in return. In truth, only Yun Sun had a solid scholarly foundation and had already passed the county examination. Yun Nan was of average ability and Yun Kim was merely filling a number, neither had yet obtained any official title. Haha, my studies are poor. I actually do not care much for scholarship. Why not let me accompany the marquis to the northern border to gain some experience? Yun Can spoke without thinking. Yun Zheng's face turned dark. Nonsense. The northern border is a vital region of the state. Is it a place for you to cause trouble? Yun Can shrank back in fright. He had simply been so excited to see the war god marquis that he had blurted out his thoughts. He had emptied his heart in one go. Xiao Zhan smiled gently. The northern border is dangerous. Without a foundation in martial arts, my brother-in-law should not go. Once everyone was seated, Madame Yun spoke affectionately. Qiniang is young and naive. Has she caused the marquis any trouble? Xiao Zhan tried to soften his tone. Mother-in-law need not worry. Qiniang is gentle and courteous with graceful and proper conduct. Everyone in the marquis's household likes her, especially my mother, who is particularly pleased with her. The grandmother is kind and tolerant. Qiniang is truly blessed, Madame Yun replied with a smile. But Qiniang must not become arrogant due to favored treatment. She must learn to respect her elders and care for her husband. Understand? Qiniang bowed her head in acceptance. Daughter will heed mother's teaching. Mother, you do not yet understand seventh sister. She is the most magnanimous and humble of all, so you need not worry too much, said Yunling with a sweet smile. How could a mother not worry about her own child? Madam Yun scolded, playfully glancing at her. But Qiniang is indeed the one among you who causes me the least trouble. Qiniang. At that moment, Concubine Shun and Concubine Shu were waiting in the reception hall. Seeing Qiniang approach, both concubines bowed properly. We are family, so there is no need for such formality, Madame Yun said kindly to Concubine Shun. Madam. As she invited everyone to sit, she also reminded the two concubines to take their seats. Yunling, holding Qiniang's hand, smiled and urged her to sit in the place of honor. Seventh sister is now the marquis's wife. How could she sit below me? Qiniang quickly declined. Eldest sister, please do not mortify me. No matter my status, I am still a daughter of the Yun family and your younger sister. Madame Yun's smile grew wider. What your seventh sister says is right. You must stop insisting. Once Madame Yun spoke, Yunling finally sat down while fifth sister looked somewhat at a loss. Qiniang pulled her over and had her sit as well before taking her own seat. Concubine Chen, Concubine Chu, you may sit too. The two concubines receiving the order sat only at the lowest position. Concubine Chen occasionally glanced at Qiniang. Today I had the kitchen prepare Qiniang's favorite steamed pork ribs with glutinous rice and also mutton hot pot. I know the food at the marquis's household is surely better than what you eat at home, but since you are accustomed to home cooking, you may find it difficult to adjust to the marquis's taste for now. Madame Yun smiled warmly at Qiniang. Qiniang nodded obediently. Thank you, mother, for your concern. I truly miss the taste of home. I knew it. No matter where a daughter marries, she will always long for home. Madame Yun nodded. When your eldest sister married far away, I wished to help, but lacked the means. Now that you have married nearby, if you wish to eat anything, simply come home, and mother will prepare it for you. Yunling, feeling a kinship with Qiniang, said, that is exactly how I felt when I first married. I missed home terribly. Then, Qiniang shook her head gently. Your second brother said that since seventh sister had married into the marquis's household, our Yun family was of humble status, and in case of trouble, we could not support seventh sister. Therefore he wished to prepare in advance and work harder to become the greatest support among your sisters, so that none of you would be bullied without cause. As Yunling spoke, tears glistened in the corners of her eyes. Qiniang fell silent. Regardless of Yunling's motives, these were indeed things her second brother would say and think. He was the one who cared for them the most. Why bring this up today on Qiniang's visit to her family? Madame Yun gently reproached Yunling. He is the eldest son of the family, and naturally must bear the family's burdens. It is his duty to care for you all. The greatest blessing for our Yun family is that you brothers and sisters should help one another. Hearing Lady Yun's double-edged remark, Qiniang smiled and nodded. Mother speaks most wisely. Lady Yun grew even more delighted. Your father and I have discussed it. After the spring festival, we shall send for Xiao Lu and Xiao Ba. Xiao Ba has been away for quite some time now, and must have come to her senses. Send for them now. Qiniang raised an eyebrow slightly. Indeed, both girls had reached the age for marriage proposals. She refrained from commenting, knowing this was not a matter she could meddle in. Mother, no daughter of the Yun family is ever inferior. I imagine eighth sister merely made a momentary lapse in judgment. And what of sixth sister's health? Yunling interjected with a bright smile. Lady Yun replied calmly. Word came earlier that her health had recovered, and she wished to come to the capital to fulfill her filial duties. But we were busy, so the matter was set aside. After the spring festival, we shall bring them both here, and our family will be reunited. For some reason, Qiniang's gaze unconsciously drifted toward Wunyang, curious to see her reaction. Wunyang's expression remained placid, a faint smile gracing her lips as though the matter did not concern her. Qiniang could not help but recall the rumors. Lady Yun had intended to forge a marriage alliance with the Tingyuan Earl's household, but that concubine-born son was utterly useless. Now that she herself was married, could it be that Lady Yun was reluctant to see Wunyang wed to that good-for-nothing? Was that why she was so eager to bring Liunyang and Banyan here? Look at us, so absorbed in conversation. I wonder if your seventh sister is hungry. It is getting late. Nanny, I'll have them set the table. Lady Yun regarded Qiniang with great warmth. Xiao Zhan remained in the front courtyard entertained by Yun Zheng and his three sons, while the women dined in the inner quarters. True to Lady Yun's word, the dishes prepared that day were mostly Qiniang's favorites. Concubine Shun, you need not wait upon us. Today the seventh miss has returned home, so we shall dispense with such formalities. Please sit and dine. You too, Concubine Shu. Lady Yun addressed Concubine Shun, who had been bustling about, with a gentle tone. Concubine Chen's face remained composed. Thank you, my lady. Qiniang understood that Lady Yun was putting on a show for her benefit. Though she was a woman of few words, she was not naive. Since that was the case, why spoil her show of grace? The maids brought small stools, and the two concubines sat at the lowest seats. After the meal, Lady Yun affectionately took Qiniang's hand. Are you tired? I have had the side chamber prepared. Would you like to rest there for a while? Mother, I would like to see my own room if it is convenient. Qiniang's tone was equally warm. How could it be inconvenient? Mother is most considerate. She knew you might wish to return to your old room, so she had it tidied up early this morning. It is warm and cozy now. Yunling interjected with a cheerful smile. I thought to myself, though we moved to the capital not long ago, you lived there for a time and must have grown attached to it. Rest assured, nothing in the room has been moved. It will be kept for you. Lady Yun spoke with heartfelt approval, seemingly pleased with Qiniang's sentimental nature. Mother is so good to seventh sister, I am quite jealous. Wunyang chimed in with a playful laugh. Lady Yun cast her a mock glare. What is there to be jealous of? Your room shall be kept for you as well. Wunyang blushed, deeply too embarrassed to reply. Fifth sister, why don't you escort seventh sister to her room? You two can share some private words. Yunling covered her mouth with a light giggle. Very well. I used to walk back with seventh sister every day. Now that she is married, I feel a little lost walking back alone. Today I shall relive those memories. Wunyang agreed. Everyone bowed and headed toward the rear courtyard, leaving only Yunling with Lady Yun. Mother seventh sister seems quite amiable. I doubt she will hold any grudges over past matters. It was only after Qiniang had left for the rear courtyard that Yunling's smile faded. Lady Yun's expression also grew more solemn. Indeed. Mother, perhaps you worry too much. If Qiniang is so shrewd, she must understand that with her background, her position in the marquis' household is precarious. Only with a powerful Yun family can she stand tall. Why would she resent a year of cold treatment? Yunling felt instinctively that Qiniang was not petty. Lady Yun let out a soft sigh. Thankfully, Xuanguer and Kanjur have always treated her kindly. If she has a conscience, she will remember their goodness. Meanwhile, Wunyang and Qiniang walked arm in arm back to the rear courtyard. Wunyang noticed Concubine Chen still following silently behind, while Concubine Chu had already taken her leave and discreetly returned to her own room. Concubine Chen, please come in. Qiniang smiled and invited her in. Concubine Chen followed her obediently into the room. Does the Marquis treat you well? Are there any difficulties in the household? Concubine Chen asked, studying Qiniang's face closely to see if she was truly content. Concubine, the Marquis treats me very well, and so does the Dowager. Qiniang spoke with genuine sincerity. Concubine Shun was somewhat relieved, but still spoke hesitantly. Knowing you are well, I can rest easy. She gave a bitter laugh. Am I being too meddlesome? If you were unhappy, I could be of little help, and I might only annoy you. Qiniang stepped forward and took Concubine Chen's hand. Concubine, how could you be meddlesome? Your concern for me makes me very happy. Hearing this, Concubine Chen finally smiled, her lips pressed together. Are you faring well in the household, Concubine? Concubine Chen nodded meekly. Since you married into the Marquis' household, the master and mistress have always shown me some respect. Even the servants are more courteous to me. Life is much better than before. Has Concubine Chu given you any trouble? She strikes me as a calculating woman. You are innocent at heart, so you should be wary of her. Qiniang cautioned. Concubine Chen nodded gently, then smiled. She and I have no conflicting interests. I doubt she will. As she pondered, Bailu announced from the doorway, Madam Concubine Chu has arrived. Qiniang raised an eyebrow. Her timing was certainly impeccable. Please let her in, Qiniang said softly. Concubine Chu entered and bowed to Qiniang, speaking cordially. Madam, it is rare for you to return, and I should not have disturbed you. However, I have made a pair of shoes for you. I ought to have presented them before your wedding, but my clumsy hands delayed me. Bailu took the shoes she offered. They were even made of shoe brocade. You have gone to great trouble, Concubine Chu. For mere shoes, why use such fine fabric? Qiniang said with a light laugh. I am a straightforward person, madam, and I will not beat around the bush. I am here to pledge my loyalty. I mean no harm. With you protecting Sister Chen, no one dares to touch her. But you cannot remain by her side forever, can you? I hear there is another concubine in the old home who has won the master's deep favor and seems to be at. Concubine Chu's heartfelt words made Qiniang regard her with new eyes. She had not expected such directness. Yet the fact that she had considered the plight of Sixth Lady and her mother and had even investigated their background showed she had come well prepared. And what does Concubine Chu desire in return? Qiniang asked, neither confirming nor denying her words. Now Yunzheng and his wife would surely not mistreat Concubine Chen. But the fate of Sixth Lady and Concubine Lin was uncertain. Concubine Lin had her ways with Yunzheng, yet Concubine Chu was now his new favorite. It remained to be seen which of them would prevail. Faced with Qiniang's directness, Concubine Chu did not equivocate. She spoke plainly. Madam, I am but a concubine. I harbor no grand ambitions. I only wish to live peacefully and have a child to rely on. Qiniang looked at her in surprise. Are you pregnant? And if I were to have a child, my own words would carry little weight. Naturally, I would want someone with influence to speak for the child. Hearing this, Qiniang understood. Yet she did not fully trust her words. People are greedy. If she had a child, and it were a son who could say she would not harbor other thoughts. Concubine Chu, you are a clever woman. Whether you can conceive is your own affair. But if you do become pregnant, I will put in a good word with mother and do my utmost to ensure your child is born safely. However, if you entertain any improper thoughts, I will not be lenient. The Yun family can only belong to my second elder brother. These words were crystal clear. As for this Yun family, Yun Qiniang was absolutely loyal to Yun's son. Anyone who dared to shake his position would be her enemy. Trapped under her stern gaze, Concubine Chu immediately lowered her head. I would never dare to do anything against the mistress. Concubine Chu, if you can help my mother, I will naturally be grateful. As for my brothers and sisters, you need not tell me, I will look after them myself, Qiniang said, softening her tone. To have your word, madam, sets my mind at ease, Concubine Chu said with a pursed smile. If Sister Chun ever needs anything, she can come to me. I shall not disturb your rest any longer, and will take my leave now. Having achieved her goal, Concubine Chu returned satisfied. Is it wise to promise her these things? Concubine Chen asked somewhat anxiously. With you, madam, looking out for me, I will be fine. At worst, I will just keep my distance from them. It's fine, mother. I made her a promise, but I also warned her. She is likely pregnant now, and simply seeks peace of mind, Qiniang said calmly. Concubine Chen's mouth fell open in shock. Pregnant? Why hasn't she told the master and mistress? Qiniang chuckled softly. Since entering the household, the woman had been favored by Yunzheng. Although the mistress had said nothing, her attitude towards her was cool. Once pregnant, she could no longer serve Yunzheng. With concubine Lin arriving soon, and the mistress possibly promoting another concubine to prevent concubine Lin from rising, she would feel utterly insecure. Perhaps she will tell father and mother before I return to the mansion. That way she could put in a word or two, could she not? And indeed, after she had rested in her room for a while and returned to the mistress's quarters, she saw Concubine Chu Sr., maid, leading a physician towards her room. The mistress was somewhat displeased that she had called for a physician at this hour, but her expression softened when she saw Qiniang arrive. Have you rested well? Yes, mother. Is Concubine Chu unwell? I saw a physician going over, Qiniang said with a gentle smile. It's nothing. When the maid came back joyfully with the physician to report, the mistress was stunned. She had never imagined that Concubine Chu would be pregnant at this time. Would Concubine Lin then have no rival? Oh, this is wonderful news, mother. Our Yun family is going to have another child, Qiniang said happily. I didn't expect to encounter such a joyous occasion upon returning home. The mistress's expression was somewhat awkward. Yes. Yes. Yunling was also dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. Our Yun family is flourishing. If it's a boy, he will surely assist second brother and bring glory to our family. If it's a girl, eldest sister, our Yun daughters will surely grow into graceful maidens. Her joking words stated her position. She remembered her second brother's kindness and stood by him. The mistress's spirits lifted and she joined in the laughter. By the time he grows up, your second brother will be 30. He should have already established his own household. But an extra helper is always good. Yes, sooner was promising. Even if she bore a son, what of it? Yunling and fifth lady also caught on. Yunling smiled and said, I never thought I'd be an older sister again. Your father will be overjoyed when he finds out, the mistress said, instructing the maid who had come to report. Take good care of your mistress. The first 3 months are the most critical. It's bitterly cold, so she need not come to serve me. Her priority is to nurture the pregnancy. Yes, thank you, madam. The maid returned happily to report to Concubine Chu. It was time for Qiniang and Xiaozhan to leave. At their send-off, Yunzheng had already learned of Concubine Chu's pregnancy. He was radiant as he saw them off, but still felt somewhat embarrassed in front of Xiaozhan, forcing himself to suppress the smile on his lips. As the pair returned to the marquis' residence, Inen had just woken up from her nap and was sitting on the kong together with Chengge. The old lady sat nearby watching them with a warm smile, while Chengge played with a rattle to entertain her. Mother, is Inen behaving well? Asked Qiniang with a smile after curtsying. She is very well behaved. Thanks to Chengge, who knows how to cherish his younger sister and has been amusing her here all along. The old lady looked at Chengge with affection. Seeing the two enter, Chengge wanted to get down to bow, but Qiniang stopped him. Qiniang watched Chengge with a smile, seeing him blush shyly. Mother. Inen raised her hands, asking Qiniang to pick her up. The old lady intervened. My dear one, your father and mother have just returned from outside and are still chilled. Let them go change their clothes first, shall we? And the old lady turned to Mother Wang and said, have the second young master's family and the fourth young master come as well. Better than the second madam finding out and having something to complain about. Mother Wang smiled and took her leave. Xiaozhan and Qiniang also withdrew to their respective courtyards to change clothes. When they returned, the second madam's family had already arrived. With the new year approaching, the academy had dismissed its students, so everyone came quickly. Third brother-in-law's wife is back so soon today for the visit? Asked the second madam with a smile. Second sister-in-law, we just returned as well. With the new year near, everyone is busy, so we didn't stay long. Besides, we have to go back on the second day. Qiniang replied softly. The second madam chuckled lightly. I wonder if the father-in-law from the Yun family will feel uncomfortable upon seeing our third brother. Meaning that since Xiaozhan held a high official rank, Yunzheng, merely a fifth-rank official, would surely be as timid as a mouse encountering a cat. Although the marquis has long been on the battlefield, he is always humble and respectful, especially to his elders. Lord Bai must have experienced this firsthand, haven't you? Qiniang watched the second madam with a smile. The second madam's family name was Bailu. Her father was a fourth-rank minister of rights. Even he bowed and scraped before Xiao Zhan. The second madam's face flushed awkwardly. Xiao Zhan had grown up in the military camp and treated officials from other households with indifference. Though they were related by marriage, her father didn't have the influence to demand such courtesy from a marquis. Although Xiao Zhan stood a little distance away, his hearing was keen. Every word of their conversation reached his ears. He felt quite pleased to see his second sister-in-law get rebuffed again for starting trouble. After the new year, third brother will return to the northern frontier, won't he? He probably won't be able to attend the palace banquet either. I suggest third brother-in-law ask for a title soon for you, otherwise you won't even know where to sit at the banquet. The second madam covered her mouth and chuckled. In theory, as the Dingwa Marquis, Xiao Zhan was above the first rank. Dong Xingyin's family was of noble status, and upon marriage she was granted the title of first-rank lady. The palace banquet separated men and women. On the ladies' side, seating was arranged by rank. Someone like Qiniang, who held only the title of Marquis lady, without an official rank, indeed found herself in an awkward position. The old lady hadn't attended the palace banquet for 2 years before. Previously, the second madam could sit in front alongside the old lady to show off, but now she could only sit among the fourth and fifth rank ladies. Yet now the second madam was urging Qiniang to ask Xiao Zhan for a title, which showed rather ill intentions. Not only were there procedures to follow for such a request, and by the time those were completed the banquet would be over. Moreover, if Qiniang followed her advice and spoke to Xiao Zhan, given his temperament, the couple might develop resentment. Besides, Dong Xingyin's title had been personally granted by the emperor. Second sister-in-law worries too much. What they didn't know was that the old lady had already considered this issue. She planned to take Qiniang to the banquet personally. As a first-rank lady above the first rank, having Qiniang sit beside her would prevent anyone from looking down on her. The second madam pouted, wanting to persuade further, but the old lady emerged from the inner room, followed by Enin and Cheng'er, and Yuan Jier had also been brought along. Everyone bowed and offered greetings. The old lady smiled warmly. All of you have arrived. Let's host another family dinner today. Second young master's wife has worked hard preparing for the New Year festivities. I've seen it all. Today we shall make up for it. These words made the second madam beam with joy, ceasing to bother Qiniang. Mother, this is what she ought to do. Why should you trouble yourself to remember it? Second Master Xiao Yin saw his wife looking so pleased and quickly interjected. The old lady waved her hand. What ought or ought not to be? Ultimately it is to share my burdens. I remember her kindness. The second madam stepped forward, affectionately linking her arm with the old lady's. Mother, with your affirmation, I am content and satisfied. The old lady affectionately patted her hand. Seeing the two of them so close, Qiniang smiled, and then rushed straight into her arms. Mother, pick me up. Qiniang bent down and lifted her into her embrace. Did you miss your mother? Her tone was intimate and natural as she gently rubbed her nose against Anan's soft little cheek. Anan giggled happily. Miss you, mother. Cheng'er stood quietly beside them, his eyes filled with an indescribable emotion. If his own mother were still alive, would she hold him so tenderly as well? The family sat together and finished their meal. The old lady asked Anan kindly, Anan, will you stay with grandma or with your mother? Anan immediately wrapped her arms around Qiniang's neck. Mother, go fishing. Fishing? The old lady looked at Qiniang in confusion, unable to help but chuckle. She's been talking about fishing all day. I wonder what you two played with her. Neither Cheng'er nor I guessed it. She seemed quite eager about it. Anan could only say 2 words, and even then not very clearly. Qiniang gently stroked Anan's little head. Mother, it's a little story I told her called The Little Cat Goes Fishing. I didn't expect she would enjoy it so much. A little cat goes fishing. Can little cats fish? The old lady laughed heartily. No wonder she enjoys it so much. She often looks at me and Cheng'er with such a pitiful expression, probably wanting us to tell her the story, but we've never heard it either. Why not let third brother-in-law tell it to us too? We could learn something new too, the second madam teased playfully. Second sister-in-law, it's just a story for children. Please don't mock me. The old lady looked at her lovingly. Perhaps you could tell me secretly. Then when this little one wants to hear it again, I could tell her too. Qiniang felt a bit embarrassed. It wasn't some state secret that needed to be hidden. Mother, how could such a secret be kept? It is merely a simple story to entertain children. She then recounted this widely circulated tale from future generations. Her voice was unhurried and soothing, touching the heart deeply. Fishing, fishing. Anan clapped her hands, finally hearing the story of fishing. Even Chang'e listened with great interest. The third brother-in-law's story is wonderful. Not only does it capture the attention of children, but it also imparts moral lessons, teaching them not to be fickle from a young age. Truly exquisite. Xiao Yan was the first to praise. Indeed, I have never heard such a story before. It is truly excellent. Yun Qiniang felt quite embarrassed. It was just a well-known little story. Yet the old madam was pleased. Qiniang had such insight that Anan could safely be entrusted to her care. I know the fishing story now, said the old madam teasingly. Anan, stay with grandma. I'll tell you the story. Anan looked conflicted, clinging tightly to Qiniang. Rabbit run. Another phrase everyone failed to understand. Qiniang laughed lightly. It's the tortoise and the hare race. Tortoise run. Meaning Qiniang had more stories she couldn't stay here for. This made the old madam burst into laughter. Chang'er longed to listen too, but since Xiao Zhan was present he was somewhat afraid and remained silent. I believe our Chang'er and sister Yuan would like to hear as well, said the second lady with a smile. Perhaps the third sister-in-law could let all the children come over so she can tell them all together. What nonsense. The old madad frowned slightly. She is still a child herself. Caring for one is already taxing. How could she possibly care for three? Chang'er and Yuan maintained impassive expressions. Well, Chang'er and Yuan mother cannot care for all three of you at once. But if you wish to hear the stories you may visit my quarters to play with Anan. Then I can tell them all to you together, shall we? Qiniang spoke softly toward the two children. Chang'er stood stunned while Yuan hesitated uncertainly whether to accept. Why not agree quickly? Xiao Jianzhou gently nudged forward Cheng. If I were your age I would surely beg the third Annie to take me along to listen. She tells stories so beautifully. Subconsciously looking toward the old madam, who nodded approvingly. Thank you, grandmother. I would also love to play with Sister Anan. Chang'er even bowed formally to Qiniang, evoking deep affection in her. Seeing Yuan had no intention of speaking, Qiniang addressed both, though mother welcomes you both over. The second lady secretly rolled her lips, so adept at pretending. Enough, it's late now. You should each return to rest. Though you don't attend school you must not slack off. The old madad dismissed them. Anan clung tightly to Qiniang's neck, fearing being left behind again. The old madad chuckled affectionately. You're truly spoiled. At this moment Xiao Zhan approached. Shall I carry you back? With Qiniang's slender arms, carrying her for a while was fine, but prolonged holding would certainly tire her out. Anan obediently nestled into Xiao Zhan's embrace. He took a thick warm cloak wrapping her inside, so she wouldn't feel the cold outside. Chang'er looked on enviously, likely because he was a son who had been away from home for long periods. Xiao Zhan hadn't held him much. Even now he believed sons shouldn't be overly pampered, thus favoring Anan more, overlooking Cheng. The old madad embraced Chang'er warmly, doting greatly on this grandson. Back at Qingfeng, Yuan Anan dozed comfortably within the warm cloak, but once inside the room she sprang awake, insisting Qiniang tell her another story. Xiao Zhan returned to the main hall alone, leaving Qiniang with little Red for sleep. Only after the girl fell asleep did Li Mama softly ask, Madam, is the second lady perhaps hostile toward you because of our madam's influence? Even she sensed the second lady's animosity. Qiniang smiled faintly. Possibly some truth to it, though not the primary reason. Whoever becomes the marquis' lady, she will inevitably find fault with her. Hearing this, Li Mama nodded quietly. Indeed, currently the second lady managed household affairs, yet without proper legitimacy. Eventually that authority would need to be returned. Should the madam require anything, please speak freely. Li Mama lowered her head earnestly. Understood, replied Qiniang with a smile. One wise person needs no further clarification. When returning to the main bedroom, Xiao Zhan still leaned against the bed reading her book. Qiniang wondered. He should examine military strategy texts instead. Just a travelogue, is it really that captivating? Ignoring him, she bathed and changed into nightclothes, then crawled into the inner side of the bed. Watching her smoothly slide into his bedding, Xiao Zhan said nothing. Upon seeing two quilts, he raised an eyebrow. Where did you hear this story? I've never encountered it before, Xiao Zhan asked gently. Qiniang paused, murmuring, I found a book by chance when young. I forgot its title, only remembered the story. Unfortunately, the book itself is lost. In any case, there'd be no way to verify its origin. Xiao Zhan raised his eyebrows, not pressing further. It might simply be common folk literature. Tomorrow I must enter the palace. I won't dine at home at noon, but will return in the evening. Xiao Zhan continued speaking. The weather is cold, my lord marquis. Wear extra layers to avoid catching cold. Qiniang whispered tenderly. Xiao Zhan raised his eyebrows. Was there nothing else to say? Yet Qiniang was already growing weary. In the Yun family, she hadn't rested much earlier. First chatting with concubine Shun, then concubine Chu visited. Now she was utterly exhausted. As Xiao Zhan contemplated what more to say, he heard her so either she truly didn't care about what the second lady said, or lacking experience, she deemed it inconsequential. Today he'd get no answers since Qiniang was already asleep. He also found it somewhat dull. Putting down his book and extinguishing the lamp lying on the bed, yet unable to sleep. Staring blankly into the darkness until that small body instinctively drifted under his covers again, arms wrapping around his own. Unconsciously smiling, he soon sank into deep slumber. When Qiniang awoke, she was astonished to find herself inside Xiao Zhan's bedding, still clinging to his arm, as she always did. She couldn't help but blush, realizing her previous attempt to fetch an extra blanket was utterly foolish. Raising her eyes, she saw no sign of Xiao Zhan stirring. Sure enough, before long she heard the sounds of him turning over and rising. The new year was approaching. Though she was not tasked with managing the household's overall affairs or arranging gifts for the various estates, she still had to ensure everything within her own courtyard was properly organized. Only after Xiao Zhan had left did she turn over and sit up. She was too embarrassed to face him even though he might not have been aware of what had happened. After Xiao Zhan departed, Bailu and Li Dong entered. Now besides these two senior maidservants she had brought with her courtyard also included Shunhe and Liu, two chamber maids given to her by the old lady to attend to the trivial matters of her rooms. After the two had helped Qiniang with her toilette and change of clothes, she summoned Shunhe and Liu. How many maidservants and matrons are there in our courtyard? Qiniang asked softly. Madam, in our courtyard we have the elder sisters Bailu and Li Dong and Mother Yang as the head matron. Additionally, there are 4 second-rank maidservants, 8 rough-duty maidservants. Qiniang thought for a moment and said, the two of you compile a record of their names and duties and present it to me this afternoon. The two quickly assented. This was the first task Qiniang had given them since she entered the residence. Qiniang held her in her arms and softly asked Motherly, how did Sister Dong reward the servants during the new year in the past? Having just entered the residence, she was utterly ignorant of such matters and did not know what amount would be appropriate. Senior maidservants and head matrons received 2 taels of silver, second-rank maidservants 1 tael, and the others half a tael. After speaking, Motherly considered Qiniang's background and added, in truth, madam, need not be overly concerned with these details. Whatever the master bestows is a favor. Qiniang understood her meaning, but she also knew she still had to follow established precedent, otherwise she could not command respect. Thinking of the silver she had on hand, she sighed softly to herself. Money truly did not stretch far, even though she had never been so well off before. And what is my monthly allowance? Even as the marquise, she still had to budget carefully. Motherly thought for a moment and continued. You are the marquise, so your monthly allowance is 200 taels. The second madam receives 100 taels, but she is given an additional 100 taels subsidy for managing the household, so she also gets 200 taels monthly. Concubines receive 10 taels each month. The eldest young master and third miss receive 50 taels each, and second miss receives 30 taels. Qiniang breathed a soft sigh of relief. At least she still had 200 taels coming in each month. As for her dowry, since the Yun family had no fields or shops in the capital, they had only given her cash. She could not simply sit back and consume her resources, could she? Madam Concubine Qin and second miss are here, Li Dong announced upon entering. Have them go to the dining room. It was now time for the meal. Just as she spoke, Xiao Zhan lifted the curtain and entered. Qiniang, seeing him, unconsciously avoided his gaze. It was truly awkward. Xiao Zhan raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. After you have washed up, Marquis, please proceed to the dining room for the meal, Qiniang said gently. Very well, Xiao Zhan replied, and went to the washroom. Qiniang then took an into the dining room. Concubine Qin respectfully greeted her. Madam, after a day of reflection and seclusion yesterday, I have recognized my mistakes, and will be more careful in the future. Hearing her bring it up voluntarily, Qiniang did not make things difficult for her. Since you recognize your errors, that is good. Return and cultivate yourself well, and remember to be cautious in word and deed. Yes, Concubine Qin replied obediently, lowering her head. All right, you may withdraw now. Let Yuan stay here for the meal. After we have eaten, I will take her to pay respects to the old lady. Now that Yuaner is older, she should go daily to fulfill her filial duties to her grandmother. Qiniang looked at the timid Yuaner. Previously, the girl had always lived with Concubine Qin, and the old lady had not had the time to attend to her, so she had not required her daily visits. Concubine Qin, however, was somewhat stirred. Even in her ignorance, she understood that Yuaner appearing frequently before the old lady was far better for her than staying by her side. Madam, please allow me to serve you and the Marquis during the meal. I committed such a grave error yesterday that I deserve even greater punishment. It is only because I am illiterate and cannot copy the admonitions for women or precepts for women that I beg you to let me atone in your presence. Otherwise my heart will not be at ease. Concubine Qin spoke with earnest trepidation, wanting to express her gratitude for Qiniang's magnanimity, but fearing she might say the wrong thing, so she focused only on her own faults. Hearing this, Qiniang found it difficult to send her away again. Yet with Yuaner present, having Concubine Qin serve at table felt rather strange. But rules were rules, and she could not disregard propriety by allowing Concubine Qin to dine with them. At that moment, Xiao Zhan had finished changing his clothes and entered. Serve the meal, Qiniang instructed Bailu, who stood nearby. Concubine Qin indeed respectfully helped the maidservants set the table. After Xiao Zhan, Qiniang and the others had taken their seats, she stood quietly to the side. One could see Yuaner's gaze occasionally flickering toward her, a hint of unease in her eyes. Still she said nothing. After the meal, Xiao Zhan went about his own affairs. Qiniang was to take Yuaner and Unin to the old lady's quarters. Concubine Qin returned to Wudong courtyard elated. The old lady was slightly taken aback when she saw Yuaner following behind Qiniang, but she quickly recovered her composure. The wet nurse held Unin, and together with Yuaner they paid their respects to the old lady. The old lady fondly took Unin into her arms. Noticing Yuaner standing nervously to the side, she asked gently, Yuaner, were you cold on the way here? As she spoke, she extended her hand to Yuaner. The girl hesitantly placed her hand in the old lady's. Your hand is a bit cold. Wear more layers tomorrow, understand? Isn't your cloak a bit thin? She turned to Mother Wang. I recall that when their aunt was young she had a fox fur cloak very warm. Find it, and give it to you honored it should fit her perfectly. Their aunt was none other than the current empress. Hurry and thank your grandmother, Qiniang gently reminded Yuan, who seemed somewhat dazed. Yuan came to her senses and said to the old lady in a sweet childish voice, thank you grandmother. Her voice trembled with barely contained excitement. From now on you shall come to your grandmother's quarters and play with your third sister, do you understand? The old lady said with a benevolent tone. This child had grown somewhat dull by Concubine Qin's side. Though she was a concubine's daughter, she was still the marquis's daughter, no ordinary person, and should not have been raised with such a timid disposition. It would be best if she could be guided by Qiniang, but Qiniang had just entered the household, and had only recently taken it under her wing. She was likely overwhelmed. Oh, it would be better to proceed slowly. Yuan instinctively looked at Qiniang, who gave her a gentle smile. Mother, I will bring them to visit you often. Yuan is old enough to fulfill her filial duties before you, Qiniang said with a smile. The old lady chuckled in response. Come, I love a lively atmosphere. Only then did Yuan purse her lips and smile. But you must not only show filial piety before your grandmother, you must also honor your mother, the old lady said to Yuan, intending for her to grow closer to Qiniang. She had thought that an inn because of Dong Qingyin would be close to Qiniang. But seeing Yuan's attitude toward Qiniang, though not yet warm, there was a hint of dependence. This truly surprised her. Yes, grandmother, Yuan answered softly. Rest assured, mother. Our Yuan is just as obedient and sensible as an inn. Qiniang did not mention that Yuan came to her quarters daily, nor that Qing'er was also there. According to custom, Qing'er should also come to pay his respects to her each day, but because she had just entered the household, and the year's end was near, the household affairs were numerous, so this had been set aside. The old lady also, Qiniang, what kind of twisted logic is that? The old lady chided gently. Rights must not be abandoned. From now on Qing'er must also go to pay his respects to his father and mother every day. Yes, grandmother. Your grandson will remember, Qing'er quickly replied. In truth, he had wanted to go to his father's courtyard to pay his respects for the past 2 days, but Nanny Sheng had kept stopping him, saying that as the legitimate eldest son of the marquis, he should not bow his head to a concubine's daughter. But since she had married his father, was she not his mother? Nanny Sheng's eyes flickered. This concubine's daughter was quite scheming, bringing this other concubine's daughter to curry favor with the old lady, and taking the opportunity to have the old lady bring up this matter herself. Was this to prove her status as the lady of the marquis to the entire household? Then mother, you must tell me what Qing'er likes to eat, so I can prepare it. Let Qing'er have breakfast with me and the marquis. Qiniang playfully winked at the old lady. Qing'er's eyes lit up at her words. Could he really have breakfast with his father? Oh. Then won't I be left all alone? Wouldn't it be too pitiful for me to dine by myself? The old lady said deliberately, putting on a pitiful tone. Qing'er hesitated for a moment before softly saying, Your grandson will return to have the meal with grandmother. The old lady chuckled softly. I know you are filial. Grandmother was just teasing you. I know you want to be with your father. Don't worry about this little monkey of yours. Grandmother can finally eat in peace. Let your father and mother deal with the trouble. The old lady's words made Qing'er lower his head in embarrassment. Had he been too much of a burden on his grandmother? But you must have lunch with your grandmother or else she will miss you, the old lady added with a smile. Qing'er quickly agreed. Qiniang was immensely grateful to the old lady who was giving her time to attend to her own affairs. May you enjoy boundless peace, mother. The second madam entered and immediately bowed to the old lady. Did I not tell you that if you were busy you need not come to see me at? The old lady said cheerfully. The day after tomorrow was New Year's Eve, a very busy time. Nothing is more important than mother. The second madam said with a grin. You have worked hard these past few days. After the new year you shall have a good rest, the old lady said kindly. After the new year there will be all kinds of banquets. The third sister-in-law has it easy. When will she take over this duty, so I can have a proper rest? The second madam said playfully. She still has much to learn. Before Qiniang could say anything, the old lady interjected. A flicker of discomfort crossed the second madam's face. The third sister-in-law is clever and quick-witted, she will surely learn fast. Qiniang, understanding the old lady's intent from her words, simply stood by with a smile, not joining the conversation. I can see she has some small cleverness, but she is still somewhat lacking compared to you. When you have time, teach her well. The old lady looked at them both with affection. The second madam, she made no mention of the authority over household affairs, as if she only wanted to be taught some principles of conduct. Oh dear, I am a dullard too. How could I teach anyone? I only managed not to make mistakes, because mother guided me personally, the second madam said, struggling to control her expression. Second sister-in-law, please don't be modest. Seeing how orderly and well-managed our vast marquis estate is, one can tell you are a capable person, Qiniang said, covering her mouth with a light laugh. If it were me, I would surely be in a complete mess. The old lady cast her a sidelong glance. Knowing your own shortcomings, you must learn well. You are the lady of the marquis. How can you always trouble your second sister-in-law to clean up your messes? The authority over this household will eventually be handed over to you. You must not tarnish the reputation of our marquis estate. The second madam's face turned awkward as she stammered, Yes, the authority over household affairs must be given to you. You have just entered the household. This year I will spare you, and let you have an easy time. Your second sister-in-law will toil for another year. After that you must begin to learn, the old lady said to Qiniang with a light scold. Qiniang let out a soft sigh of relief. Thank you for your consideration, mother. Second daughter-in-law, you must work a little harder. Once this busy period is over, have her treat you to a fine meal, the old lady teased. The second madam did not even know how she left the old lady's courtyard. She only felt a stifling tightness in her chest. The old lady is sowing discord for Our Lady of the Marquis. After everyone had withdrawn, Nanny Wang smiled and teased the old lady. This discord was not sown by me. It was something she had to face eventually. Lately the second daughter-in-law has been getting above herself. It was time to rein her in, the old lady said softly. Nanny Wang fell silent. The second madam had indeed become rather arrogant lately, her words and actions betraying a hint of disdain for the lady of the Marquis. This was quite inappropriate. After Qiniang had finished her lunch and rested for a while, Shunhe and Bailu brought in the roster of personnel they had compiled. Who wrote this? The handwriting is quite beautiful, Qiniang praised, observing the elegant script. Shunhe spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Madam, we only know a few characters and cannot write well, so we asked Xiangyu, the maid of the third miss, to write it for us. That made sense. Unin's maid was sent by the grand tutor's wife and must have been carefully selected, well-versed in writing. Since you are working by my side, you may also practice calligraphy in your spare time. It will be useful someday, Qiniang said with a gentle smile. Seeing that Qiniang was not displeased, the two sighed with relief. Yes, we will remember, madam. Scanning the roster, which meticulously recorded everyone's name, age, whether they were born into the household, their kinship ties, and respective duties, Qiniang nodded. These two were indeed meticulous and had organized everything in great detail. Well done. I appreciate your trouble. It is our duty, madam. The two quickly replied. Sent by the old madam, they were naturally not as close to Qiniang as Bailu or Li Dong. Qiniang treated them with courtesy, but not intimacy. This was a rare opportunity, and they were determined to perform well. Leave the roster here for now. I will ask you if I have any questions. You may go about your duties, Qiniang said with a smile, intending to study it carefully. After dismissing the two, Qiniang went to the small desk and reorganized the roster according to her own system. She categorized the purchased servants separately from those born into the household and carefully noted the connections of each family-born servant. Bailu ground the ink stick while watching Qiniang draw and write on the rice paper. After the new year, we will need to adjust the personnel in our courtyard, Qiniang murmured softly. Two maids responsible for sweeping the main room were related to the stewardess of the storeroom. Some older maids had ties to the kitchen, while others were connected to the front courtyard. The relationships were quite complex. In this marquis manner, Qiniang was certain that the second madam held a grudge against her. Having managed the household affairs for years, the second madam undoubtedly had a deep friendship with the storeroom stewardess. Therefore, those two maids should not serve in close proximity. The rest required further consideration. Madam, the eldest young master has brought the two young misses back. Li Dong entered to report. Oh, Qing'er is here. Let them come in quickly. Oh, it's cold outside. The old madam must have sent him. The three children entered and bowed, but Inen ran straight to Qiniang, reaching out her arms to be held. Why did you have your brother escort you back in such cold weather? Qiniang pinched Inen's little nose. Inen laughed and fell into her arms. Brother? Oh, so it was Qing'er who volunteered out of concern for his two younger sisters. Qiniang's brows relaxed. She hadn't expected Qing'er at such a young age to already know how to care for his sisters. Qing'er is a good brother, knowing to worry about his sisters. Qing'er's little face flushed. Will you stay for dinner? After dinner, I'll have your father escort you back, all right? Qiniang spoke softly. Qing'er's eyes lit up. Would father really take him back? Qiniang wondered to herself. He was her own son, still so young. Surely he would escort him back. But what about grandmother? Qing'er was still worried about leaving the old madam alone. It's fine. I'll send word to grandmother. She'll allow you to stay with me for a meal now and then, Qiniang said, winking playfully at Cheng. Qing'er, finally noticing her discomfort, Qiniang asked gently, Yuan, would you like to stay and have dinner with your brother and sister? Mother, may I go back to Wudong courtyard? Yuan asked softly. Her nanny looked at her anxiously. The madam's invitation was a great honor. How could the second miss refuse? Would the madam be angry? Looking at the little girl, Qiniang realized she hadn't been back to Wudong courtyard all day. She had probably never been away for so long and must have missed concubine Qin. All right, Yuana hasn't been back all day either. There will be plenty of other opportunities to dine with your brother and sister. It's cold outside. Wrap the second miss up warmly and don't let her catch a chill, Qiniang instructed the nanny softly. Seeing that Qiniang was not upset, the nanny quickly agreed, then took Yuaner to bow and leave, escorting her back to Wudong courtyard. When concubine Qin saw Yuaner, her face lit up with joy. She knew Yuaner had been with the old madam. How was it? Did the old madam treat you well? Yuaner spoke softly. Concubine mother, grandmother, and mother were both very kind to me. Mother even invited me to stay for dinner, but I was worried about you, so I came back early. Mother wasn't angry. Concubine Qin was stunned. She looked at the nanny, who nodded, gently confirming Yuaner's words. The madam invited you to stay for a meal. How could you refuse? You finally have a chance to be with your father. How could you refuse? Concubine Qin's expression changed, her voice becoming sharp. Don't be so foolish in the future. Listening to Concubine Qin's words, little Yuaner's gaze grew dull. She had heard these words so many times she was numb to them. Ever since she had learned to speak, Concubine Qin had repeated these words day after day, year after year. Yet they rarely got to see father. Recently the opportunities to see father had increased, and Concubine Qin had been happier. Yuaner was also glad. But today she had been away all day. She had never been apart from Concubine Qin for so long, so she had wanted to return early to keep her company. She thought Concubine Qin would be pleased. When Xiaozhan returned, he saw Chang'e and Enin sitting on the heated brick bed. Chang'e was amusing Enin, while Qiniang sat nearby watching them with a gentle expression. Seeing his father enter the room, Chang'e quickly got off the bed, put on his shoes and bowed. Qiniang also stood up and took his cloak. I invited Chang'e to dine with us today. Would you mind escorting him back to mother's afterward? Qiniang's voice was gentle, as if they were chatting about everyday matters. Xiaozhan glanced at Chang'e, who had his head lowered, and responded softly, all right. Chang'e looked up in surprise, meeting Qiniang's smiling gaze. She winked playfully at him, and Chang'e grinned happily. The exchange of glances between the two did not escape Xiaozhan's notice, though he said nothing, and turned to go to the private chamber, a faint smile lingering in his eyes. It was a novel experience for him. No one had ever made decisions on his behalf before. After changing into his usual clothes, he sat by the bed for a while playing with Enin, while Chang'e remained stiffly standing by the side. Yang said nothing, turning to order the meal to be set out. Perhaps this was how fathers and sons always interacted. Though Chang'e was reserved, the light in his eyes was unmistakable. Your grandmother said you love braised fish the most, so I had the kitchen prepare it. Eat more. I know you enjoy sweeter tastes, but since it's late, too much sugar isn't good. We only made a corn sweet soup. Yang scooped the meat from the belly of the fish and placed it onto Chang'e's plate. Thank you, mother. Chang'e could now feed himself. It was clear the old lady had taught him well. He was already mindful of propriety at such a young age. After dinner, Enin wished to hear a story, and since Chang'e was also present, Yang simply had them sit on the daybed in the outer room and began telling them a tale. Xiaozhan pretended not to care, sitting nearby, while reading a book he seemed unfamiliar with. As Yang's gentle voice filled the room, both children fell quiet. Today's story was about the three little pig building a house, and they listened with great interest. Even Xiaozhan raised his book to listen. It was truly quite interesting, especially when Yang changed her voice to mimic various animals, making the story even more vivid. It's getting late, brother must go rest now. Let your mother tell you another story tomorrow. Enin finally nodded understandingly. Brother, one more. Chang'e nodded readily and agreed, of course. He turned over and got out of bed, putting on his shoes himself, while the attendant beside him held out his heavy cloak. Yang came forward gently to fasten it for him, then placed his hat on his head. It's cold outside. Make sure your hat is on so you don't catch a chill. Yang would have liked to suggest that Xiaozhan carry him back, but it was late, and holding him would keep him warm. However, propriety forbade a father from carrying his son, and she had never seen Xiaozhan hold Chang'e, so she kept silent. Seeing him ready, Xiaozhan gruffly said, let's go. He himself lifted the curtain and stepped out. Despite this, Chang'e seemed delighted, bowed respectfully to Yang, and happily followed him out. When Xiaozhan returned, Yang had already put Enin to sleep and lay on the inner side of the bed, appearing drowsy. Xiaozhan raised an eyebrow again. Though he hadn't spent much time with his two wives before settling in, no one had gone to bed yet. Now Yang behaved like an ordinary wife toward her husband, without such restraint. After he finished his ablutions and climbed onto the bed, Yang opened her misty eyes and murmured, the marquis has returned. The next day was the same. After Yang returned to her own side of the bed, Xiaozhan woke leisurely. Sitting up, he saw she was awake and quietly advised, dress formally today. Yang obediently replied yes. Perhaps an important guest was coming to deliver New Year gifts. Indeed, Yunzheng was always busy during the New Year attending to guests and farewells, but Xiaozhan seemed unbothered. He found such matters tedious and delegated all engagements to his second brother, while unimportant ones were handled by the steward of the marquis' residence. After they finished breakfast and went to see the old lady, they found Qiniang vividly recounting a story to her. After paying his respects to the old lady, Xiaozhan went to the outer courtyard. I wonder where you heard these stories. They're quite amusing, the old lady laughed, covering her mouth. Only Yuaner didn't know what they were talking about. Chang'e shyly glanced at Yang, who gave him an encouraging nod. Then Chang'e began telling the story to his two sisters with great animation. Old Lady Master Wang has arrived with the imperial edict, and the marquis is bringing people this way, Mei Xiang reported. The old lady raised an eyebrow and glanced at Yang. Oh, then let's prepare to receive the decree. The old lady stood up and adjusted her clothes while Yang helped the children put on their shoes. As soon as they were ready, the second mistress arrived. Mother, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. How could an imperial edict arrive now? The second mistress asked curiously. Could it be a reward for the marquis' residence? The old lady softly replied, we'll know once we receive it. Yang stood calmly by, now understanding why Xiaozhan had instructed her to dress formally. Since he was aware and remained unperturbed, it could only benefit the Marquis' household, so she felt no anxiety at all. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan had already arrived at the old lady's courtyard with Master Wang and his entourage, accompanied by Xiao Yin and his 2 sons, as well as Xiao Ling. Your esteemed presence honors us, and I regret not greeting you sooner, the old lady courteously stated. Master Wang was a plump man whose smile resembled that of Mithriya Buddha. You flatter me, madam. I come by order of the emperor. Shall we receive the decree now? The old lady stood at the forefront, followed by Xiao Zhan and his 2 brothers, then Sevenyang and the second mistress with the children behind them. The whole family knelt respectfully on the ground. Master Wang unfurled the bright yellow imperial edict and announced loudly, Lady Xiao Yun, wife of the Dinghua Marquis, stepped forward to receive the decree. Sevenyang paused, stepped forward a few paces, knelt beside the old lady, and said, I, your humble servant, receive the decree. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees Lady Xiao Yun, wife of the Dinghua Marquis, possesses gentle and warm character, diligence and obedience. She is talented and virtuous, with a kind disposition and mastery of domestic duties, embodying refined virtue and inner brilliance. Your humble servant thanks the emperor for his great grace. She instinctively knelt and bowed, raising both hands above her head. Master Wang placed the edict in her hands and added, Congratulations, lady of the Dinghua Marquis. Thank you, eunuch Wang, Qiniang said softly. The young eunuch beside eunuch Wang brought over her vermilion purple court robe and a sapphire blue phoenix coronet adorned with kingfisher feathers, which looked extraordinarily resplendent. Bailu quickly stood up to receive them. At that moment, Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yin rose to their feet, helping the old lady up, and the others also stood. Madame Wang placed a substantial purse into eunuch Wang's hand. We appreciate your trouble, eunuch Wang, for making this trip. Won't you come in for some tea? The old lady invited with a genial smile. Eunuch Wang's face crinkled into a smile like a chrysanthemum as he tucked the purse into his wide sleeve. You are too kind, madam. I must return to the palace to report to His Majesty and cannot stay long. I shall visit another time when I am free. The old lady nodded slightly. Then I shall await your esteemed presence at the manor, eunuch Wang. Second son, third son, see eunuch Wang out properly. Yes, mother. The 2 men acknowledged, accompanying eunuch Wang, who had taken his leave of the old lady as they walked out. Qiniang looked at the imperial edict in her hands, somewhat at a loss. Where was she supposed to place it? Would it be inappropriate to display it in her chamber? Come, let us go to the ancestral hall. Second and third son will join us directly there. The old lady looked at Qiniang with affectionate eyes. Madame Sheng, who was beside Chang'er, had a flickering gaze. So it was to be placed in the ancestral hall. Qiniang could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least there was a proper place for it. With the imperial edict held in both hands, she could not support the old lady. The second madam stood beside the old lady, offering her arm, while Qiniang followed behind. Mother, I never expected third brother to be so thoughtful, securing the noble title for third sister-in-law so quickly, the second madam said in a deliberately light tone, her eyes involuntarily darting toward Cheng. Among Xiao Zhan's 3 wives, only Cheng'er's mother had never received a noble title. Back then, after marrying Xiao Zhan, she had gone to the northern frontier with him. When he returned, she was about to give birth, and then she died in childbirth. As for Dong Qingyin, thanks to her connection with the Grand Tutor, the imperial edict had arrived on the very day of her wedding. Now Qiniang came from humble origins. If not for Xiao Zhan's behind-the-scenes maneuvering, this noble title could never have come so swiftly. He is getting older and finally becoming a bit more considerate, the old lady said with a smile. He would be leaving after the new year. Qiniang's background was poor. Without a noble title, how could she move among these noble ladies? At least he had thought it through. The second madam gave an almost imperceptible pout, then turned around and said with a beaming smile, Congratulations, third sister-in-law. Qiniang, walking right behind her, could not have missed the look she gave Cheng'er. Displeasure rose in her heart, but she only replied coolly, Thank you, second sister-in-law. The group waited at the entrance of the ancestral hall for a moment before Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yin arrived. Mother, the 2 men greeted the old lady with a bow. Has eunuch Wang returned? The old lady asked. Yes, tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and he was busy, so he did not stay. Xiao Zhan replied softly. Very well. Open the doors, the old lady instructed Xiao Zhan. After the servants opened the gates of the ancestral hall, Xiao Zhan supported the old lady as she entered first, with Qiniang following behind them. The others waited outside. Once inside, the old lady knelt on the central cushion, and Qiniang, still holding the imperial edict, knelt behind her. Xiao Zhan stepped forward to light 3 incense sticks, then knelt beside Qiniang. Ancestors of the Xiao clan, bless us. By the grace of His Majesty's sacred favor, Xiao Yun, Qiniang, has now been granted the title of first-rank lady. I have come especially to inform you, and I pray the ancestors protect our Xiao family with peace and prosperity. The old lady pressed her palms together devoutly as she knelt below. Xiao Zhan gave Qiniang a meaningful glance. She stood up and, holding the edict, approached the ancestral tablets. In the center, several imperial edicts in bright yellow were displayed on wooden racks. Qiniang placed hers at the lower end. Looking at the one above, she guessed it must be the edict that had conferred the title upon Sister Dong. After placing it, she turned back to her previous kneeling position, prostrated herself 3 times along with the old lady. Then together with Xiao Zhan she helped the old lady up, and they left the ancestral hall. Alright, all of you go attend to your duties. Let Qiniang accompany me back, the old lady said to the others with a cheerful smile. Mother, I will see you back first before I go, Xiao Zhan said, not releasing his hold on the old lady's arm. Aren't you going to the Dong residence? It's getting late. Go on. Qiniang will keep me company. Oh, it's fine. The old lady gently patted Qiniang's supporting hand. Xiao Zhan relented. Very well, mother, I'll take my leave then. Second brother, aren't you heading to the outer courtyard? Let us go together. The two men took their leave of the old lady and withdrew. The second madam opened her mouth as if to say something, but hesitated. The old lady smiled. I know you are busy. Go on. The second madam finally smiled, bid farewell, and left. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. You must not go running about anymore. Go see if your second and third brothers need any help and lend a hand, the old lady said, looking at the distracted Xiao Ling, unable to resist giving him a reminder. This child had truly been spoiled by her. I don't understand those things, Xiao Ling muttered under his breath. The old lady's brow furrowed slightly. In front of the younger generation she held back her words, but she insisted, go to the outer courtyard and find your second brother. Ask him if there's anything he's too busy to handle. Xiao Ling left reluctantly. Xiao Jinshan and Xiao Jianzhou had their arms around Cheng'er's shoulders, whispering about something. You two mischievous monkeys, what are you up to now? The old lady asked them with a helpless look. Grandmother, hee, we're going to set off firecrackers. We're asking Cheng'er if he wants to come. Xiao Jianzhou stuck out his tongue. The old lady looked at Cheng. She had always believed that boys should not be coddled. He was now over 4 years old, almost old enough to begin his studies. Cheng'er was torn. He wanted to set off firecrackers, but he also wanted to go back and tell stories to his little sisters. You're a boy. What stories are there to tell? Come on, let's go set off firecrackers with your brothers. The old lady chided him gently. Where did you learn such behavior? Stop your nonsense. Don't lead your younger brother astray. Cheng'er, go play with your brothers. You can tell your sisters stories when you get back. All of you be careful and don't get hit by any firecrackers, the old lady said, waving her hand to dismiss the mischievous boys. Qiniang supported her, followed by Enin and Yuanjia, who were being carried by their wet nurses. The distance was long and both little girls were growing tired. Today is a good day. Instruct the kitchen to prepare a family feast for the evening meal and make something delicious, the old lady instructed Mei Xiang. Mei Xiang acknowledged the order and went to the kitchen. Shortly after, seventh lady helped the old madam return to Ci Ming Hall. Xiao Jinshan and Xiao Jianzhou came back with Cheng'er, their heads hung low in dejection. What's the matter? The old madam asked with curiosity. Xiao Jinshan remained silent, but Xiao Jianzhou, unable to hold back, muttered quietly, Mother won't let us set off firecrackers, says it's not safe. The old madam was taken aback. At their age, she still didn't trust them. Seventh lady quickly understood. They had taken Cheng'er along before, implying they had set off firecrackers previously. But this time, with Cheng'er accompanying them, the second madam had sent them back, fearing something might happen to Cheng'er, which would make her accountable. The old madam also realized this and said nothing, immediately changing her tone to tease them with a smile. If I hadn't let you go, you'd have called me overly cautious. See, even your mother won't let you set them off. Xiao Jianzhou was about to retort, but Xiao Jinshan swiftly tugged his arm, stopping him mid-sentence. Grandmother, it was our oversight. We'd rather stay here and listen to Cheng'er's stories. On the way here, he told us that third aunt had shared some interesting tales with him again. Xiao Jinshan deftly changed the subject, and Xiao Jianzhou wisely fell silent. Well, I've instructed the kitchen to prepare a family feast for tonight's dinner. You can think about what you'd like to eat now and have the kitchen get it ready, the old madam said, following their lead. Really? Xiao Jianzhou brightened up. Grandmother, the Buddha jumps over the wall dish that Imperial Chef Wang made last time was absolutely delicious. Could we have it again? The old madam chuckled. See, this little rascal has the most to say about food. He's already asked Chef Wang for a challenging dish. Xiao Jianzhou scratched his head. That Buddha jumps over the wall was indeed too delicious. All right, we'll have another Buddha jumps over the wall tonight. I recall Cheng'er loves crystal trotters, and Cheng'er's favorite is 8 treasure rice pudding. We'll have those too, the old madam said cheerfully, in high spirits. Yes, grandmother is the best. Xiao Jianzhou cheered, earning a playful glare from the old madam. All right, stop flattering me. You have a task to keep your younger siblings entertained and don't cause any trouble. Yes, grandmother, Xiao Jianzhou agreed readily. The old madam then smiled at seventh lady and said, You must have matters to attend to in your courtyard, right? Leave the children here with me. You go ahead and attend to your duties. Looking at the room full of children, seventh lady felt a bit embarrassed. Mother, I could stay and watch over them. Let them play on their own and no need to watch over them. Just remember to come for dinner, the old madam said with a light laugh. Wang mama, bring me the box carved with peonies for seventh lady. Wang mama smiled and went into the old madam's bedchamber, soon returning with the exquisite little box. Take it. Consider this my congratulatory gift to you. The old madam was entirely gracious. Seventh lady bowed and accepted it. Thank you, mother. A gift from an elder must not be refused. When seventh lady returned to her own courtyard and opened the box, she found 2 phoenix hairpins adorned with kingfisher feathers. One red, one green. Both made of pure gold, exceedingly splendid. Phoenix hairpins were only to be worn by first-rank titled ladies. It seemed the old madam had prepared them long ago. She closed the box and instructed Li Dong to store the hairpins safely. Now when you return to the Yun mansion, the master and madam will surely treat you with more respect, won't they, eh? Bailu said with a soft chuckle. Her mistress might be magnanimous, but she still remembered the treatment Seventh Lady had received that year. Now at last she could hold her head high. Nonsense. Seventh Lady scolded lightly. What would people think if they heard such talk? Do you want them to think I'm a parvenu lording over others? Never speak such words again. No matter when I am still a daughter of the Yun family. That was an unchangeable truth. Bailu stuck out her tongue. I'm sorry, mistress. It won't happen again. Seventh Lady sighed helplessly. This Bailu was always quick to admit her mistakes. Li Dong, prepare the silver. Distribute it according to the usual custom, and let them share in the joy. Seventh Lady gave the order softly. Li Dong was meticulous and always handled such matters. Yes, mistress. I'll gather everyone and hand it out shortly. After distributing the bonuses, how much silver do we have left? This was Seventh Lady's greatest concern. Apart from the 3,000 taels of dowry, we have 15 taels and 2 mace of silver, Li Dong replied softly. Bailu pursed her lips. Their young lady had saved over 50 taels before, plus the 100 taels given by concubine Shun, and now in just a few days it was nearly gone. This marquis manor was truly a money pit. The expenses were far too high. Seventh Lady calculated how many days remained until the next monthly allowance. She would need to be more frugal. Fortunately, the new year expenses were largely covered, and there were no other major costs that otherwise she would have to dip into her dowry. She was reluctant to touch her dowry unless absolutely necessary. She still hoped to use that money to start some business rather than living hand-to-mouth every day. She was now a first-rank titled lady, which meant she should receive a monthly stipend. Though not substantial, it would still be an additional source of income. Mistress, the family of Concubine Lu has arrived and requests an audience with you, and to see Concubine Lu as well. Shunhe entered to report. Seventh Lady paused to process this. The family of Concubine Lu. The one from the Imperial Merchant clan. What did they want with her? Who has come? Seventh Lady asked, frowning. Her elder brother, his wife, and her father, Shunhe replied. Seventh Lady's frown deepened. It was reasonable for her brother and sister-in-law to visit, but her father's presence was clearly unusual. This visit was aimed at her. What could they want from her? She had just entered the manor and had no deep roots. Were they hoping to strike some sort of deal? Tell them that Concubine Lu is currently under confinement. If they wish to see her, let her sister-in-law visit her in her courtyard alone. As for me, I shall decline. Seventh Lady refused without a second thought. Whatever they hoped to gain through her, she had no interest. She only wished to live a peaceful life and avoid entanglements. Yes, mistress, Shunhe acknowledged and departed to deliver the message. Upon hearing Shunhe's words, the Lu family's expression soured. Moreover, she had only been in the manor for a few days and had already confined their daughter. Go with this young lady to see your sister. Admonish her well to mind her place and not incur the displeasure of the marquis and his wife. The head of the Lu family instructed his daughter-in-law, a profound look in his eyes. The eldest daughter-in-law of the Lu family immediately understood. She bowed in assent and followed Shunhe to the residence of Concubine Lu. Madam Lu, I will await you in the courtyard. Please say what you must quickly, as Concubine Lu is still under confinement. Shunhe stopped in the yard and spoke politely to the eldest daughter-in-law of the Lu family. Very well, I am obliged to you, miss. Shunhe had been recently assigned to Qiniang by the old lady, so the eldest daughter-in-law of the Lu family did not recognize her. When she entered Concubine Lu's room, the concubine was still copying texts on female virtues and precepts, looking somewhat haggard. So the eldest daughter-in-law of the Lu family gently held her hand and whispered with a frown, "Father sent me to see you. What happened? How did you end up confined? The marquis has finally returned home, and you are confined to the courtyard. What good can come of this?" Concubine Lu's face was full of resentment. This Yun Qiniang is throwing her weight around. I merely misspoke one sentence, and she made a mountain out of a molehill, confining me for 3 days and making me copy texts on female virtues and precepts. What did you say? The eldest daughter-in-law asked with a frown. Concubine Lu lowered her head guiltily. Her words had indeed been inappropriate. Under a stricter mistress, the punishment could have been far worse. Seeing her like this, the eldest daughter-in-law stopped asking. This sister-in-law had been spoiled at home and was always tactless. Father came today and wanted to see her, but she refused. What kind of person is she? Doesn't she know what our Lu family can offer her? Who in this world doesn't love money? Especially a lowly concubine's daughter. Married into this marquis's household, she would need money all the more. She's only just arrived and has already won over the third miss of our household. I don't know what tricks she used to gain the old lady's trust, even agreeing to let a mere child take care of the marquis's legitimate daughter. Concubine Lu's tone was filled with hatred for Qiniang. What else has she done? The eldest daughter-in-law asked, sensing that Qiniang was no simpleton. I've been confined to my room these past 2 days, so I don't know what's happened. But on the first day I saw her, she said we shouldn't pay our respects every day. Isn't that just to keep us from seeing the marquis? The eldest daughter-in-law felt a bit helpless towards her sister-in-law. Is that all you noticed? Concubine, an imperial edict came from the palace this morning. The lady has been granted the title of first-rank lady. The maid Suegwei shared the news she had just heard. What? Her? Granted the title of first-rank lady already? Concubine Lu's face paled even more. The eldest daughter-in-law fell into deep thought. Little sister, do not provoke her anymore. Be cautious in your speech. Seeing that Concubine Lu was about to retort, the eldest daughter-in-law continued, don't be foolish. Think carefully. According to protocol, how could she have been granted the title of lady so quickly? The marquis must have had a hand in this. She won the trust of the old lady and the marquis in such a short time. Do you think she is an ordinary person? Concubine Lu fell silent. She simply couldn't understand what sorcery this Qiniang used. She was just a young girl after all. The most important thing now is to conceive the marquis's child. He will soon return to the northern frontier. By the time he comes back, this Qiniang will be of age, won't she? How many chances will you have then? The eldest daughter-in-law urged. But the marquis never comes to this courtyard. What can I do? Concubine Lu said dejectedly. Are you foolish? The marquis is in his prime and has been in the military camps. Qiniang cannot yet consummate the marriage. You are his legitimate concubine. The eldest daughter-in-law was exasperated. Father sent these for you. Spend them when you must. Concubine Lu accepted them without a word. In terms of wealth, even the second lady who managed the household was no match for her. All right, think it over carefully. I cannot stay long lest people talk. The eldest daughter-in-law had delivered her message and gathered the information she needed. Sister-in-law, you rarely come to see me. That Qiniang wouldn't even let me meet father. Do not speak of this again. If word reaches her ears, won't it stir up another storm? Remember what is most important now, the eldest daughter-in-law said sternly. Concubine Lu restrained her temper. I understand. When the eldest daughter-in-law left the room, Shunhe was standing in the courtyard far from Concubine Lu's quarters. She approached Shunhe politely. May I trouble you to see me out? Shunhe replied with a faint smile, You are too kind, Madame Lu. After escorting the eldest daughter-in-law of the Lu family out, Shunhe went to report back to Qiniang. Madame, the lady of the Lu family, went to the rear courtyard to see Concubine Lu. They spoke for a while, and then she left. The Lu family showed no particular reaction. Qiniang nodded slightly. Anyone who could become a royal merchant was a shrewd operator. How could they show their feelings just because she refused to see them? Was there anything amiss with Concubine Lu? This servant kept her distance. I only heard that Concubine Lu was a bit agitated at first, her voice somewhat raised. Later, after whatever the lady of the Lu family said to her, she seemed subdued when seeing her out. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Qiniang couldn't help but think more deeply. This Concubine Lu was taken in on the orders of the late Marchioness, and Xiao Zhan was not even in the residence at the time. That was peculiar in itself. Had the Lu family promised the late Marchioness something? Very well, thank you for your trouble. You may go about your business. Whatever dealings they had were none of her concern. All she could do was mind her own business and stay quietly in this marquis's household. She knew she was no match for such cunning foxes. Seeing that the time was already late, she should go to the old lady's place. When she arrived at the old lady's quarters, Xiao Jinshan and Xiao Jinzhou were playing hopscotch with the younger children. The old lady had ordered the servants to move the tables and chairs aside, clearing a large space for them. Mother. Third aunt. Mother. Several children bowed to her in greeting. Where is your grandmother? Qiniang asked Xiao Jinshan softly. Ordinarily, the old mistress would not have left the children alone here, even with maids and nannies in attendance. In reply to third aunt, grandmother had business in the reception hall and bade us to watch over our younger siblings. Xiao Jinshan answered with measured propriety. Oh, you two are growing into fine young men. Qiniang teased gently, causing Xiao Jinshan to blush. That's right, third aunt. See how well we've taken care of them. Compared to Xiao Jinshan, Xiao Jinzhou was far more impetuous. Qiniang observed the three little ones. Even the usually timid Yuaner was hopping about with flushed cheeks. It was truly good for children to be active. Indeed you have. You've worked hard, Zhou, Qiniang said with a smile. Xiao Jinzhou scratched the back of his head. Since I've worked so hard, third aunt, could you perhaps give me a braided cord? One more magnificent and grand than theirs. It turned out he had been coveting the braided cords Qiniang had given the three younger ones during the family recognition ceremony. Nonsense. Pay him no mind, third aunt. He's this old and still acting like a child. Aren't you ashamed? Xiao Jinshan hastily scolded his younger brother. Haha, it's no trouble at all. Qin'er, do you have any favorite colors or patterns? Third aunt can make one for you too. Qiniang was more than happy to indulge such small requests from the children. Third aunt, my elder brother likes dark green, and I like turquoise. Any pattern will do. I wanted to match this jade pendant. See, this current cord is so plain it truly lacks luster. Xiao Jinzhou showed Qiniang the jade pendant hanging at his waist. Xiao Jinshan wanted to cover his mouth, but it was too late. Qiniang looked at it seriously, then nodded in understanding. Rest assured, third aunt will make you a unique one. You can wear it the day after tomorrow. Yay? Third aunt is the best. Then I can show it off to my elder cousin when I go to my maternal grandparents' home on the second day of the new year. Xiao Jinzhou cheered a sight, so embarrassing Xiao Jinshan couldn't bear to look. Third aunt, there's no rush. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, you must be very busy. Xiao Jinzhou seemed to realize his behavior was somewhat inappropriate. His disingenuous attitude successfully amused Qiniang. You little rascal, what are you pestering your third aunt for? At that moment Nanny Wang lifted the door curtain and the old mistress entered. Mother has returned. Qiniang curtsied to the old mistress and the children followed suit. I saw that Zhouer's jade pendant didn't quite match his cord, so I promised to make him a new one as a reward for looking after the little ones. Qiniang said with a smile. Xiao Jinzhou shot her a grateful glance. How could the old mistress not see through it? But she was not one to pry. Hearing this, she followed Qiniang's lead and teased, "Oh, then you've hit the jackpot. Your third aunt's craftsmanship is unmatched in the entire capital. It's more than enough to show off." Xiao Jinzhou chuckled foolishly. If he hadn't been so envious of the cords, he wouldn't have had the nerve to ask. Mother is teasing me again. Qiniang affectionately helped the old mistress to the couch and seated her. Though the old mistress's expression had softened upon entering, a trace of displeasure lingered in her brows. Qiniang wondered what could have angered her, she who usually let things be. Anan seemed to sense the old mistress's unhappiness and gently nestled against her. The old mistress caressed her head lovingly. Are you tired? Would you like to rest beside grandmother? Anan nodded. Yes. Qiniang lifted the little girl onto the couch and removed her shoes. The old mistress's hands had warmed up. She reached behind An's neck to check for sweat, and finding none withdrew her hand with relief. All of you rest for a while. Don't work up a sweat. The old mistress called to the other children. Mei Xiang, bring them some warm water. The old mistress was the most meticulous when it came to caring for the children. After they drank, the furniture was put back in order. Xiao Jinshin and his brother sat on chairs while Chang'er and Yuan'er climbed onto the couch. Anan was pestering Chang'er to tell her a story. Just then the second madam arrived. Her expression was somewhat disheveled. Qiniang's brow twitched slightly. It seemed the old mistress's anger was related to her. She wondered what she had done wrong. Mother, third sister-in-law, you're here too. The second madam's expression was sheepish. Are you finished with your work, second sister-in-law? Qiniang greeted her with a smile. Almost. I thought since mother is hosting a family banquet today, I would come over early to help. The second madam looked guiltily towards the old mistress. Fortunately, the old mistress showed nothing in front of the children. You've been busy for a long time. It's just a family banquet, they'll let the servants handle it. Sit here and rest properly. The second madam quickly replied. Thank you for your consideration, mother. As dusk fell, the three Xiaozhan brothers returned with Xiao Ling looking particularly dejected. The old mistress noticed and knew he was displeased from following the second master around all day. She sighed inwardly. When would this child ever grow up? After the family banquet, Xiao Yan's family took their leave, and Xiao Ling returned to his own courtyard. While Chang'er and the other two played in the inner room, the old mistress called Xiao Zhan and his brother to the outer room. I gave your second sister-in-law a severe scolding today. The old mistress began. As of this afternoon, the New Year's gifts for the Wang family had still not been sent. I have instructed her to have steward by deliver them tomorrow morning. Xiao Zhan raised an eyebrow. Could second sister-in-law have made such a grave oversight? Qiniang remained silent. At this moment, anything she said seemed inappropriate. She has been overwhelmed with work lately. Don't hold it against her. After all, sending them tomorrow won't be too late. The old mistress continued. In truth, it was Nanny Sheng who served Chang'er who had mentioned it to the old mistress earlier that day. That was how she found out, and had scolded the second madam in the afternoon. The second madam claimed that since Xiao Zhan had gone to the Dong family, she assumed he would also personally deliver the gifts to the Wang family, so she hadn't been in a hurry. This had infuriated the old mistress. Xiao Zhan had received his early education at the Dong residence. The grand tutor was highly respected and was his revered teacher. It was only right that he visit in person. As for the Wang family, even if they were in-laws, it was unthinkable for a marquis to personally deliver New Year's gifts. The gifts for the Yun family had also been sent by a servant. If Xiao Zhan had personally delivered gifts to the Wang family, where would that leave Qiniang's dignity? Since the old lady said she had simply forgotten, due to being busy, Xiao Zhan naturally wouldn't press the matter. He was not foolish. Even if he couldn't fully grasp the ins and outs of the situation, he could guess most of it. There are so many things to do during the new year. It's understandable that second sister-in-law might have overlooked it. Mother need not trouble herself over this. It can be sent over tomorrow after all. Xiao Zhan didn't pay much attention to the matter. The old lady glanced at Qiniang, and seeing no displeasure on her face, she let out a faint sigh. She's a bit simple-minded. It's good that you won't hold it against her. Mother's second sister-in-law has contributed so much to this family. How could we ever blame her? Please don't worry yourself over this. Qiniang also consoled her softly. The old lady nodded with relief. You two are good children. I have nothing to worry about. It's getting late. You should take the children back to rest. There will be much to do tomorrow. The ancestral rites were to be held early the next morning. Mother, please retire early as well. We'll take an in and Yuan Jie back now. Xiao Zhan and Qiniang stood up. Yuan Jie had been accompanying Qiniang to the old lady's place these past few days. Returning later than usual today, she had begun to miss Concubine Qing. Qiniang had the wet nurse take her directly back to the Wutong courtyard, while she and Xiao Zhan returned to their own courtyard with an inn. After coaxing and into sleep, Xiao Zhan continued reading. The person beside her had naturally observed her little maneuver, but made no comment. He waited until she was fast asleep before extinguishing the lamp and lying down. After a while the person beside him stirred. True enough, the blanket was pressed too tightly, she couldn't pull it free and eventually gave up. After waiting a bit longer, Xiaozhan turned over and gently pulled the blanket from beneath Qiniang. Before long, a small fragrant figure had slipped over again. When Qiniang woke up and found herself on this, as she was still puzzling over the blanket, Xiaozhan's deep voice came from beside her. Shouldn't you be getting up too? The ancestral rites are today. He was already standing by the bed. Thank you for reminding me, Marquis. I will get up right away. Xiaozhan said nothing more and went out to practice his martial arts. Qiniang sat up as Bailu and Li Dong. Yes, madam. Li Dong's deft fingers worked swiftly, and soon a single spiral bun was completed. By the time she finished dressing, Enim was also awake. Since she was still in mourning, she couldn't wear bright colors, even for the new year. She wore a dark green silk-lined jacket which, paired with her soft, fair little face, made her look utterly adorable. Nanny Li the Marquis and I must attend the ancestral rites first. Later you and the wet nurse should take care of her, and have her eat first. Don't wait for us, and don't let her go hungry. Children under 5 were not permitted at the ancestral rites. Even Shingur would have to wait until next year. Yes, madam. Nanny Li bowed her head in acknowledgement. Anan, however, was a little unhappy. When Xiaozhan returned, Qiniang was coaxing her. He said nothing and went straight to the washroom. By the time he had changed and was ready, Anan was already obediently nestled in the wet nurse's arms. Let's go, he said softly to Qiniang, then lifted the curtain and walked out first. Bailu quickly draped a cloak over Qiniang. When Qiniang lifted the curtain and came out, Xiaozhan was standing straight as a pine under the eaves waiting. Marquis, I'm ready. There was a hint of cheerfulness in Qiniang's voice. Xiaozhan raised an eyebrow, curiously wondering what had made her so happy. When they arrived at the ancestral hall, the second madam's entire family was already there. As the current mistress of household affairs, she had to come early to oversee the arrangements. The second madam still felt a bit uneasy when she saw Xiaozhan. Third brother, third sister-in-law, you're here. Second sister-in-law. Xiaozhan's voice was as always cool and distant. Second sister-in-law, you arrived quite early. You must have worked hard. Qiniang said with a gentle smile. Just then Nanny Wang helped the old lady and Xiaoling arrive. Is everyone here? Open the doors. The old lady led them into the ancestral hall. Before the ancestral tablets, offerings of the 3 sacrificial animals were already laid out. Steward Wang distributed the lit incense to everyone. The old lady stood at the front, her expression solemn. Ancestors of the Xiao family, above, your descendants come to pay homage. May the ancestors bless the entire family with peace and good fortune. Everyone followed the old lady in 3 bows, then one by one placed their incense into the burner before returning to their positions. They also performed the Kowtow ritual under the old lady's lead. After the ancestral rites concluded, they exited the hall. The old lady then addressed the second madam. Go and attend to your duties. No need to stay here with us. That day, offering tables were to be set up in every courtyard to pay respects to the various deities. The second madam did not stand on ceremony. She bowed and withdrew. You should all go back and have your meals. Send these little monkeys over to me later, and each of you can attend to your own affairs. The old lady said with a smile, looking at Xiao Jinshin and his brother. Grandmother, how can we be little monkeys? My brother and I will escort you back to your courtyard. It'll be just right for us to have a meal with Chengger. Xiao Jinzhou said, taking the old lady's arm with a grin. What kind of behavior is that? Xiaoyan frowned at him. Enough. You two go about your business. Let these two see me back. Don't worry, they won't go hungry. The old lady patted Xiao Jinzhou's arm. Mother, that's not what I meant. Xiaoyan stammered. So serious and proper. I wonder who they take after. The old lady said with a laugh, including Xiao Zhan in her comment. Xiaoyan looked a little embarrassed. He glanced at Xiaoling. Fourth brother, would you like to come with me to the outer court? Xiaoling didn't want to go. Following second brother was far too dull. But with the old lady and Xiao Zhan present, he didn't dare say so. The old lady, doting on her youngest, gave him a gentle, reproachful glance. Forget it. Today is New Year's Eve. Let him have the day off. He can take these children out to set off firecrackers. Xiaoling finally cheered up and was happily pulled along by Xiao Jinzhou. Xiao Zhan watched his younger brother with a slight frown. Xiaoling was no longer young. For a family like theirs with ancestral honors, there was no need for him to pursue official rank through examinations. Still, he couldn't simply idle his days away. It was perhaps time to give him some responsibilities. Xiaoling was clearly somewhat afraid of him. Feeling his gaze, he kept laughing and joking with Xiao Jinzhou, steadfastly refusing to meet his eyes. When Qiniang and Xiao Zhan returned to their courtyard, the 2 concubines and Yuanjie were already waiting in the flower hall. Hasn't it eaten yet? Qiniang softly asked Li Dong. The third miss wishes to dine with madam. Nurse Li fed her some egg custard, but she hasn't eaten anything else. Qiniang smiled and shook her head upon hearing this, thinking of the little girl. Set the table first. I'll go to the flower hall for a moment, she instructed, then said to Xiao Zhan with a smile, would you trouble the Marquis to go see Inan? Xiao Zhan agreed, and went to find Inan, sensing that Qiniang seemed unusually cheerful today. Qiniang took her seat at the head of the flower hall, and the 2 concubines bowed and paid their respects. Yuanjie also curtsied gracefully. Have you eaten yet, Yuanjia? Qiniang asked her softly. Yuanjia shook her head shyly. Not yet, mother. I plan to eat after returning to my courtyard. She knew Qiniang. Oh, your third sister hasn't eaten either. Go keep her company in the dining hall, and we'll have our meal shortly, Qiniang said gently, then instructed Yuanjia's wet nurse, take the second miss to the dining hall. The wet nurse obeyed and led the bowing second miss away. Concubine Lu presented the transcribed women's virtue and women's admonitions to Qiniang. Madam, I have copied these 100 times. Please review them. Bailu stepped forward to receive them and placed them on a side table. Qiniang did not glance at them. You have reflected for 3 days in confinement, Concubine Lu. You should know your fault. Remember, misfortune comes from the mouth. I hope you will learn from this and not repeat such mistakes. Qiniang's voice was utterly calm. Yes, madam. I will remember. Concubine Lu's attitude was surprisingly respectful. Today is New Year's Eve. You need not attend to me. Return to your courtyards and make proper arrangements for a fine holiday. Qiniang dismissed them. Concubine Qin bowed her head meekly, but Concubine Lu was reluctant to leave. Madam, after 3 days of confinement, I truly understand my mistake. Please grant me the chance to serve you during the meal. Qiniang saw through her intentions and found it rather amusing. Xiao Zhan was likely to depart for the northern frontier on the 3rd or 4th day of the new year, so Concubine Lu was growing anxious. But today was New Year's Eve. No matter how much he doted on her, Xiao Zhan would not visit her chambers. Given Xiao Zhan's status, Qiniang knew such things were unavoidable, yet she did not wish to be made an eyesore at this time. No need. Since you know your error, that is enough. I am not unreasonable. I do not require your service today. You may all disperse. After breakfast, Xiao Zhan escorted the family to the old madam's residence. Leave them all here with me. You go attend to your duties. The old madam waved at Qiniang. Aren't you making braided cords for those 2 rascals? Have you arranged matters in the courtyard? Qiniang smiled wryly. She hadn't even sat down yet. But knowing the old madam's sincerity, she accepted the kindness, bowed, and withdrew. After the evening meal, the whole family gathered in the old madam's room. The children played on the couch, while the adults sat in the hall. Qiniang produced 2 braided cords and gave them to Xiao Jinshin and Xiao Jianzhou. Here, your third aunt made these cords for you. Don't dislike them. Xiao Jianzhou examined them with great fondness. They're so beautifully made by third aunt. How could we dislike them? We love them. Xiao Jinshin thanked her earnestly. Xiao Jianzhou, hearing his brother's thanks, quickly added his own and immediately replaced the jade token at his waist with the new cord. It does look much better. His showy manner made Qiniang laugh. Third sister-in-law, you don't know. Ever since he saw the little trinkets you gave the other 3 at the family gathering, this boy has been coveting them. He pesters me daily, but where would I find such skill? It's truly kind of you, third sister-in-law, to be so busy yet still think of making these for them. The second madam offered her thanks with a smile. Whether sincere or not, Qiniang accepted the thanks with a smile. She hadn't done it for the second madam anyway. Though one boy was reserved, and the other lively, both had honest hearts. The old madam took out some red envelopes from her sleeve and distributed them to the children. This is Yasui Qian. Grandmother wishes you all peace and joy through the years. Since Inen was still small, the old madam gave hers to Nurse Li. Thank you, grandmother. The children accepted happily. Then the old madam handed a red envelope to Qiniang with a smile. This is for you. Qiniang felt a bit embarrassed. Even Xiao Ling, who was unmarried, didn't receive one. Why her? Mother, I'm not a child anymore. The old madam laughed. How are you not a child? You haven't even reached your coming-of-age ceremony. You're still a child, and children all get Yasui Qian. Qiniang's cheeks flushed. She glanced instinctively at Xiao Zhan, who also looked a little uncomfortable. If mother gives it, just take it. Only then did Qiniang accept it, her face still red. Thank you, mother. Come, this is from your second aunt. May you all have a safe and peaceful journey through life. The second madam handed red envelopes to the 3 little ones. Qiniang quickly brought out the envelopes she had prepared. She had asked Nurse Li earlier about the usual amount for Yasui Qian. She had feared her money box would be depleted again, but fortunately it was the same as in the Yun mansion. 100, when symbolizing a long life of 100 years. Third aunt wishes you all a brilliant future. Thank you, third aunt. The 2 boys accepted Qiniang's envelopes. Then Xiao Ling led the younger children to set off firecrackers and fireworks in the courtyard, filling the air with laughter and joy. But the old madam, advanced in years, grew weary after the hour of high. Mother, we should return to our courtyards now. Please retire early. Xiao Zhan spoke first. The boys were still eager to play, but a stern look from Xiao Yin made them bow and take their leave. Grandmother, please rest early. The old madam chuckled. Thank you, grandmother. Xiao Jinzhou's eager thanks drew laughter from everyone. On the way back, the night was already deep and the children couldn't help but feel a little frightened. Xiao Zhan carried Unin in one arm and Yuanjia in the other, walking with exceptional steadiness. Yuanjia rested on Xiao Zhan's shoulder, her nose tingling with emotion. This was the first time in her memory that her father had held her. Who goes there? Beneath the chilly moonlight, she stepped forth as gracefully as an immortal, then approached Xiao Zhan with a delicate, tender air. Marquis, I am Lady Lu. On this New Year's Eve, I have come to burn incense and pray for your blessings. Lady Lu's voice was soft and mellifluous, brimming with gentleness. Xiao Zhan frowned at her, then handed the child Yuanjia in his arms to the wet nurse beside him. Take the second miss back to rest first. It's cold, don't linger outside, and let her catch a chill. Madam. She bent low and offered another bow to Qiniang. After Yuanjia departed, Anin cast a curious glance at Lady Lu before burying her head back into Xiao Zhan's embrace. Don't wander about in white robes so late at night, Xiao Zhan said coldly, then carried Anin into the Qingfeng courtyard. Lady Lu stood frozen staring at his retreating figure. Qiniang almost felt a pang of sympathy for her, who knew how long she had waited here in such bitter cold. In this freezing weather, Lady Lu, your devotion is truly touching. But when praying for the marquis, you must also mind your own health. Please return to your room and warm yourself. Having said this, Qiniang turned and walked back to her own courtyard without waiting for Lady Lu's reply. At the entrance of the Qingfeng courtyard, Lady Lu's composure nearly crumbled. She felt like a clown, with every maidservant and elderly woman casting looks of contempt upon her. After Qiniang settled and washed up and crawled into her own bed, she was utterly exhausted from the day's events and longed only for sleep. From now on, you must set some rules for them. Don't let them wander about idly with nothing to do, Xiao Zhan said, his mood still somewhat gloomy. In theory, he should be at the prime of his youth and vigor, but at this moment, he felt no such impulse. He found it rather pleasant to stay in the room and tease his new wife. Qiniang softly replied, yes, Marquis. I will instruct them. Then there was silence. Qiniang paid it no mind at all. Once Xiao Zhan left in a couple of days, even if she told them to come out at midnight, they'd refuse because of the cold. The person in the bed had said only that. Xiao Zhan waited a while for a second sentence, but none came. He couldn't help turning his head to look. Had she fallen asleep? After all, she was still a young girl, unaware of these women's schemes. Xiao Zhan shook his head, gently put down his book, extinguished the lamp, and lay down as well. Opening her eyes, Qiniang had grown much more accustomed to waking up in this place. She quietly slipped back into her own bed, her heart no longer fluttering. Clearly her sleeping posture had been perfect before. Although it was the first day of the new year, Qiniang had already begun packing Xiao Zhan's luggage after returning from the old madam's place. Tomorrow she would visit her natal family, and the day after he would depart for the northern frontier. Packing was simple enough: a few changes of clothes, and some easily preserved dried meat for him to eat on the road. After a moment's thought, Qiniang sat on the couch and crafted an exquisite piece, not placing it in the luggage. Though she had never seen him wear such things, it was a token of her sincerity. She also added a set of clothes sent by Lady Lu and a pair of shoes made by Lady Qing. When she went to the old madam's place that afternoon, the second madam was also there. Second sister-in-law. Yes, I've finally finished my busy work, so I came straight to mother's place, the second madam replied cheerfully. Indeed, you've worked hard these days. Take a good rest. Tomorrow you can all return to your natal homes. The second madam smiled and replied, everything is ready. I thought third sister-in-law might not be familiar with our gift-giving customs, so I had steward Wang show the list to third brother. He was quite satisfied. The old madam smiled faintly without comment. These were all set protocols. What was there to be satisfied or dissatisfied with? Second sister-in-law is always so thoughtful, Qiniang said, not minding it, and offering a compliment with a smile. Tomorrow we're visiting relatives. You need to dress up beautifully, Xiao Jianzhou teased Cheng'er from the side. Cheng'er hung his head in silence upon hearing this, while Yuanjia, beside him, pretended not to hear. You child, why say such things to Cheng'er? The second madam scolded Xiao Jianzhou lightly, then turned to Qiniang. This boy speaks without thinking. Qiniang gave a faint smile. Second sister-in-law, what are you saying? Dressing up beautifully for a visit is a sign of respect for the hosts. Zhou'er is not wrong. Cheng'er, would you like to come with us to visit relatives tomorrow? Have you thought about what to wear? And Yuanjia, would you like to go? Yuanjia was taken aback, not expecting Qiniang to ask for her opinion. Cheng'er's eyes lit up. He glanced at the old madam, who gave him a slight nod. Cheng'er spoke up happily. Mother, I want to wear my sapphire blue robe. It's newly made, and I've never worn it before. I'll wear the little tiger tassel you gave me. It'll look great. His meaning was clear. He very much wanted to go. Our Cheng'er can even coordinate his own clothes now. He couldn't help shooting a triumphant glance at Xiao Jianzhou, who wasn't angered, but instead chuckled and teased him. I think the tassel third aunt gave me is the prettiest. Yours doesn't have a little tiger. Cheng'er refused to be swayed, insisting his was the best. This made the old madam laugh, drawing him into her arms and gently rubbing his little head. And Yuanjia, would you like to go with your brother and sister? Qiniang asked Yuanjia. Yuanjia certainly wanted to go. In all her life, she had never visited relatives. But she didn't know if her mother would allow it, so she dared not speak up. Qiniang felt a pang of sympathy for her. Seeing the girl's hesitant demeanor reminded her of herself, and she understood her reservations. So she did not make any forceful demands. What's the trouble with that? You can all go to your maternal grandmother's house for a day. I recall your eldest sister has a son, doesn't she? About the same age as Cheng, the old madam said, squinting as she thought. Mother has such a... Cheng'er grew even more excited. He and Xiao Jianzhou were far apart in age, and he treated Yuanjia and Enin like younger sisters to be protected. He had never had a proper playmate before. Yuanjia lowered her head, her heart brimming with joy. This was a decision made by the grandmother herself, but surely her mother wouldn't object now. On the second day of the new year, Sister Yuan wore a pink padded jacket draped in a large red cloak, her hair tied into two small buns, porcelain-skinned and delicate, standing beside Lady Qin as they entered the flower hall. Our Sister Yuan looks so beautiful today, Qiniang smiled upon seeing her. Sister Yuan performed a proper bow toward Qiniang mother. Lady Qin also bowed respectfully beside them. Thank you, madam. The second miss has never left the manor before. A thank you for allowing her to visit relatives. Upon hearing this, Qiniang's brows furrowed involuntarily. Lady Qin seemed quite inept at speaking. Sister Yuan calling me mother is entirely natural when accompanying me to my ancestral home. Lady Qin has overstepped again. Qiniang's tone carried a sharp edge. Enough, get up henceforth, concubine, you should be more mindful of your conduct and demeanor, Qiniang said. Today she was returning to her natal home and had no intention of making things difficult for her. Lady Qin rose timidly. Meanwhile, concubine Lu remained silent these past days, ever since being scolded by Xiao Zhan like a wilted eggplant after Frost, seemingly indifferent to everything around her. Yet Qiniang noticed her gaze drifting unconsciously toward the dining hall where Xiao Zhan was present. Qiniang let out a quiet sigh, finally understanding Dong Qingyin's helplessness. All of you may return now, we are about to visit the old lady, and will not keep you. Qiniang served tea to see them off. After the two concubines withdrew, she took Sister Yuan to the dining hall. The meal had already been laid out. Xiao Zhan sat holding an in, clearly waiting for Qiniang to join him for dinner. Father, greetings. Sister Yuan approached and bowed before him. Come sit and dine with us. Xiao Zhan's tone was always gentler when addressing his daughters. As they spoke, Li Dong already lifted the curtain and Qingge entered. Father, mother, greetings. Qingge bowed respectfully. Xiao Zhan gave a soft hum. Qingge, have you eaten yet? Qiniang took his hand and led him inside. No, mother, not yet. Qingge's face flushed slightly. He was so overjoyed that after getting ready he reported to the old lady and rushed straight to Fengqin courtyard. Perfect, we were just about to eat. Bailu, prepare chopsticks and a bowl for the young master, Qiniang instructed softly. The family bade farewell to the old lady and boarded the carriage heading toward the Yun residence. Yunling arrived around the same time. When Qiniang arrived, Yunling's family had just alighted from their carriage, greeting the three Yunxiong brothers at the entrance. That must be Seventh Sister's carriage, Yunxiong asked quietly upon seeing the approaching carriage. Li Shizhao glanced over and replied, yes. The marquis's carriage was easily recognizable. The group descended the steps as the carriage drew near. Xiao Zhan was the first to lift the curtain and step down. The marquis has arrived, they greeted enthusiastically, unable to maintain their elder sibling demeanor. Xiao Zhan arrived with a calm expression and bowed to Li Shizhao. Elder brother-in-law has also arrived. Among them, only Li Shizhao was slightly older than him. Li Shizhao looked utterly flustered, stammering, why yes, I arrived a moment before the marquis. Xiao Zhan then turned to Yunling, elder sister. Yunling responded cheerfully, I'll quickly help Seventh Sister down, it's terribly cold outside. At this moment Qiniang peered out, having just adjusted Anin's cloak. Elder sister, elder brother-in-law, three uncles. Yunxiong had been hoping Xiao Zhan would call him second brother, but Qiniang's voice interrupted him. Xiao Zhan also let out a quiet sigh, though among the three rascals only Yunxiong looked somewhat composed. He simply couldn't bring himself to call them that. Seventh Sister, quick, come inside, oh let's chat properly. Yunling said happily from below with curious Quan Gu beside her. Qiniang, holding Anin, lifted the curtain and stepped out, followed by Qingge and Sister Yuan. Yunling's group paused for a moment, stunned, but soon recovered. Xiao Zhan first cradled Anin, then helped Qiniang down from the carriage, and with one hand, each lifted the children down. Yunling nodded inwardly, who said the Dingwa Marquis was a cold-blooded killer. He was quite considerate after all. Qingge, Sister Yuan, Anin, this is your eldest aunt's husband, and your second, third, and fourth uncles. Qiniang softly introduced to the children. Qingge and Sister Yuan were now more mature. Sister Yuan performed a graceful bow, while Qingge also bowed deeply. Greetings to eldest aunt's husband, and three uncles. Anin was still held in Xiao Zhan's arms, yet she softly called out, Auntie Fufu uncles. She couldn't yet navigate the title for aunt-in-law, so she simply mumbled, Fufu. I'll look at how well these children have turned out. Yunling laughed, pushing Quan Gu forward. Quan Gu, this is your seventh aunt and seventh aunt's husband, please greet them. Quan Gu bowed respectfully. Seventh aunt's husband, greetings. Quan Gu had begun his education and appeared even more mature. Quan Gu, these are your younger brothers and sisters. They've come specially to play with you. You must take good care of them, Qiniang said, quite fond of polite Quan Gu. Quan Gu puffed out his small chest. Don't worry, seventh aunt, you all take good care of my younger brothers and sisters. Yunling laughed delightedly and stroked her son's head. Yes, that's how an older brother should be. Let's go inside quickly, it's bitterly cold outside, and we don't want the children catching cold, Yunxiong offered with a smile. Look at me, so happy to see Seventh Sister, I forgot. We must all enter the residence quickly. Yunling smiled softly. Li Shizhao had finally regained his composure and warmly invited Xiao Zhan, Marquis, please after you. Elder brother-in-law after you. Xiao Zhan handed Anin to Mother Li, and the two brothers-in-law entered the Yun residence together. Yunling affectionately linked arms with Qiniang from behind. Gu proper, as ever, walked beside Qingge, introducing him to others. Yunzheng and Lady Yun were waiting in the main hall. Watching their group enter, they showed no surprise at seeing Qingge and the others, but internally, they praised Qiniang for her excellent conduct. The two sat in their main seats and calmly accepted the New Year's greetings from their two sons-in-law. Lady Yun produced pre-prepared red envelopes, giving one to each child. Today we've just come to get acquainted. We hope to visit our ancestral home often. Thanks to Lady Yun's warmth, Qingge and Sister Yuan's nervousness finally eased. Thank you, grandmother. Anin didn't understand all that, as she only knew there were many people and it was lively. What Qiniang hadn't expected was that fifth sister had prepared everything thoroughly. Each child had a small gift. As she wasn't yet married, she didn't need to give red envelopes. The children were very polite as they accepted the red envelopes and gifts, bowing their heads to express their gratitude. The Dowager Lady has taught these children so well. In the future, Qiniang should take the opportunity to learn from her. The Dowager Lady possesses great wisdom. Even a fraction of her teachings would be invaluable to you for a lifetime. Madame Yun looked at the children, praising them repeatedly. Qiniang smiled and replied, "Yes, mother, I will study hard." Yun Ling smiled. Upon hearing this, Madame Yun also laughed and said, "That's true. Qiniang is truly the one who gives me the least trouble." Oh, fifth sister, you see how mother speaks as if we have caused her so much worry. We should reflect on this. Only you can talk like that. Your two younger sisters are much easier to manage than you are. Madame Yun playfully scolded, tapping Yun Ling's forehead with her finger in a gesture of affection. Yun Wu and Qiniang stood by, laughing quietly. "Lord Marquis, are you leaving for the northern border tomorrow?" Yun Zheng, as the father-in-law, still referred to Xiao Zhan as Lord Marquis. "Yes. There have been some minor disturbances in the northern border, and I need to return soon to take command." Xiao Zhan nodded gently. Yunkin was excited again. "You're leaving tomorrow. Can I go with you to see it?" He was his legitimate brother-in-law. It was normal to not use honorifics. Yunkin felt a small sense of pride. "What trouble would you cause?" Yun Zheng glared at him. "Do you think the Lord Marquis is going on a pleasure trip?" Yunkin cautiously glanced at Xiao Zhan, noticing he showed no displeasure, and muttered softly, "Of course I know he's not going for fun. I just want to go and see for myself." Yun Zheng was furious, blowing his beard and widening his eyes. He wasn't opposed to letting them travel. For a man, it was good to see the world. But where did this rascal think the northern border was? Yunkin was no longer a child. His studies were a complete mess, and that was not his interest either. He needed to find a path for himself, and he was worried about it. But this rascal was determined to join the military, which could easily cost him his life. Father-in-law, if the third brother truly dislikes studying, he could train at the 5-city garrison. Xiao Zhan's tone was calm. "Really? Can I go to the 5-city garrison?" Before Yun Zheng could respond, Yunkin let out a joyful yell. The excitement of joining the 5-city garrison made him ignore that Xiao Zhan had addressed him as third brother. A hint of amusement colored Xiao Zhan's eyes, and he agreed readily. "Yes. I met with Director Wu of the 5-city garrison yesterday and arranged for my younger brother to join. However, you will all have to start as low-ranking soldiers. Your future depends entirely on your own abilities." Yun Zheng reacted quickly. Xiao Zhan said it depended on their own abilities, but with this connection, superiors would surely show favor. Meritorious promotion would be effortless. "Quickly thank the Lord Marquis." Yunkin bowed to Xiao Zhan with joy. "Thank you, Lord Marquis. And once I get my monthly salary, I'll buy flowers for Sister 7. Madame Yun was also delighted. Yunkin's future had always been her greatest worry. She feared he would indulge in frivolous pursuits. Now finally he had a position. With Xiao Zhan there was hope for the future. "You're thinking about getting paid before you've even started." Madame Yun gently scolded Yunkin. "Don't get too proud. Once you're there, do your duty properly, and don't bring shame to the Lord Marquis. Hey, mother, don't worry. As long as it's not studying, I'll work hard." Yunkin found even the sight of books headache-inducing. Yun Zheng glared at him. Back in the day, he himself had passed the imperial examinations with top honors. He wondered which side of the family this boy took after. "Well, you've finally been relieved of the burden of frowning all day." Yun Sun genuinely delighted for his younger brother. Yun Imo remained silent beside them, quietly glancing at Xiao Zhan before lowering his head. He was not confident in his scholarly abilities and did not know what his future held. Yet seeing Yun Zheng and Madame Yun seemed unconcerned, perhaps they intended for him to rely on Yun Sun to handle miscellaneous tasks. He felt some resentment, but given his status, this might be his fate for life. Qiniang also looked at Xiao Zhan with confusion. Was he arranging a position for Xiao Ling? How could she not have heard about it? The Dowager Lady did not appear to know anything either. "I had no time to inform Mother and Xiao Ling yesterday. I plan to tell you tonight." Xiao Zhan seemed to sense her confusion and explained in a low voice. Qiniang nodded lightly. She supposed he had noticed Xiao Ling's idleness during the new year and thus devised this plan. Third brother, do well. The 5-city garrison is a promising post. Although the ranks inside are not high-performing, well could lead to transfers elsewhere. It has great potential. Li Shizhao also smiled as he spoke. He finally understood the benefits of having a good in-law. His father's official rank was already high, but there were many officials with higher positions in the capital. For instance, while he served in the palace, every person around him had connections. However, after Qiniang married the Marquis of Dinghua, his treatment had noticeably improved. Everyone treated him with more courtesy, even his superiors showed him special respect. Thus he could now be considered as riding the crest of a wave. Yes, I will work hard. Once I get my monthly salary, I'll host a banquet at Wanju, a restaurant, and treat everyone to a good meal. Yunkin smiled and promised. We don't even know how much monthly salary you'll get, yet you're already making so many promises. You look like a spendthrift. Yunling scolded him lightly, then turned to Madame Yun. Mother, you must manage him more. Madame Yun laughed lightly. He's happy to have a position. Let him manage the salary for the first 2 months himself. He can buy whatever he likes. Yunkin was even happier. Don't worry, I'll buy flowers for all of you. Yunwu looked at the exuberant Yunkin, then at the silent Yun Mo, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Her brother was truly too awkward. Qiniang watched Chang'er and the others standing obediently by the side, wondering if they might find it boring. Chang'er, why not let Quaner take you around to play? He was quite— What do you two have to do? I'll take you to set off firecrackers. Yunkin winked at the two boys, feeling particularly joyful. Madame Yun instinctively looked at Xiao Zhan. These were his legitimate sons. Yunkin was getting carried away. What if something went wrong? It's too dangerous. What kind of firecrackers? Go and listen to your third uncle. Madame Yun and Qiniang spoke at the same time, and everyone in the room looked over them simultaneously. Seeing that Xiao Zhan remained unmoved by Qiniang's words, and merely nodded slightly towards brother Cheng, Lady Yun felt a measure of relief. Yet she still reminded Yunkin, keep an eye on them, make sure no one gets hurt. Oh mother, I know. Am I really that unreliable? Yunkin waved dismissively, then called to the two boys as he prepared to head out. Yunling naturally had no concerns, as she was delighted to see the closeness between Quaner and Cheng. After they left, Lady Yun led Qiniang and the others to the rear courtyard, bypassing the formal reception hall and heading straight to her own chamber. A small Kong bed platform in the outer room offered warmth. Yuanjia and Unin sat on it, playing, while Wunyang entertained them with Cat's Cradle. Seventh sister, the Marquis's fourth son, is of age, isn't he? Have there been any discussions about his betrothal? Yunling asked Qiniang in a casual conversational tone. Qiniang immediately thought of Li Waner from the Li mansion. I haven't heard mother mention it. It seems there's no rush, she replied softly. Yunling nodded. Sensing Yunling's probing gaze, Qiniang answered in a low voice. Mother likely has plans, though she's never spoken of them. The Marquis has just assigned him a post, so I imagine they're waiting for him to stabilize first. Xiao Ling was the old madame's late-born son, and it was clear she doted on him excessively. His marriage was not only a concern for the old madame. Even the empress in the palace would deliberate over it. How could she possibly interfere? I see the Marquis treats you quite well. Qiniang blushed faintly and murmured, the Marquis is magnanimous and generous. What silly things you say. The Marquis spends his days on the battlefield. Naturally, he is a cold-faced demon to his enemies. Would he treat his wife and children the same way? Lady Yun smiled at Qiniang, genuinely surprised that such a young girl had already won the Marquis over so completely. Once she came of age and blossomed further, and their marital bond deepened, who knew what favor she might enjoy. Qiniang nodded and teased Yunling in return. And I see brother-in-law is most attentive to you, eldest sister. Hearing this, Yunling's face lit up with joy. Li Shizhao was indeed good to her. But glancing at Yuanjia and Enin, she couldn't help but sigh. Your brother-in-law and I are harmonious in our marriage, but there is one small regret. We've always wanted a daughter, yet these past few years, for some reason, I just can't conceive. Now seeing these soft, adorable little girls, I'm so envious I could drool. I wish I could take one home to raise. Li Shizhao was a decent man, as so far he only had one concubine taken during Yunling's pregnancy. You're too impatient. Children can't be forced. Let nature take its course, Lady Yun comforted her. Qiniang had no say on the matter of childbirth, so she simply watched Wunyang play with Unin and the others. Wunyang, too, remained silent. Nanny Yao, go and summon Concubine Shun and Concubine Chu. They will join us for the midday meal, Lady Yun ordered. Before long, the two concubines arrived at Lady Yun's chamber. They respectfully paid their respects. Nanny Yao must have informed them that Enin and Yuanjia were present, as they had prepared small gifts for the two girls. Lady Yun had them sit at the lower seats. Concubine Chu, how is your health? Qiniang asked. Her address was much more familiar than when Qiniang had last visited after her marriage. She is truly fortunate. Most pregnant women suffer from terrible morning sickness, but she has almost no reaction. Your father says this child must be well-behaved and sensible, Lady Yun remarked, her expression calm. Lady Yun's face was serene. When Qiniang had previously said she would remember her brother's kindness, Lady Yun had been skeptical. Raising a child cost little enough. The children of our Yun family are naturally exceptional, Qiniang said with a gentle smile. I never knew our seventh sister could be so shameless, praising herself along with everyone else. Yunling teased. But I think seventh sister isn't wrong. What do you think, fifth sister? Wunyang nodded with exaggerated seriousness. With mother's guidance, how could they be otherwise? Lady Yun laughed heartily, a rare sight, and said to the two concubines, do you see? Our young ladies are all quite unabashed. Time waits for no one. In the blink of an eye, these little girls have grown up, Lady Yun sighed. And Qiniang is already married. Mother, I heard that the Tingyuan Earl's family intends to seek a marriage alliance. Yunling asked as if casually. Wunyang's face immediately turned pale. Lady Yun, as if she hadn't noticed, nodded lightly. Yes, they sent a matchmaker before the new year. But Wunyang was raised by my side, and your father has long planned to choose a man of noble character from among this spring's examination candidates for her. So I told them directly that Wunyang is absolutely out of the question. Qiniang saw Wunyang's complexion ease. Lady Yun had deliberately brought up the matter in Wunyang's presence, to reassure her, and also to inform Qiniang, for among these sisters, she and Wunyang shared a certain bond. But they were eager for the match. Our family's sixth miss is also stunningly beautiful, more than a suitable match for their son. They were delighted and readily agreed, only waiting for sixth miss to arrive for a formal meeting. Lady Yun spoke of sixth miss with a detached air. Concubine Chu's eyes flickered. She understood the madam's meaning. Those who displeased her were subject to her will. A masterful stroke of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. It disciplined sixth miss, and her mother served as a warning to Concubine Chu and reassured Wunyang, ensuring her gratitude for the favor. Qiniang sighed inwardly. It seemed today's events were a deliberate revelation from Lady Yun to the assembled company. As Xiao Zhan was scheduled to leave the capital the following day, Seven Lady did not linger at the Yun mansion. After finishing her midday meal, she boarded the carriage, returning to her residence. Upon arriving at the Marquis' residence, the children were already asleep. The carriage proceeded directly to the entrance of Qingfeng Yuan. Given the heavy winter clothing, Xiao Zhan worried that the maids might not hold them securely, so he first carried Unin back to their room, followed by Qing'er, arranging for them to sleep together. Turning back, he carried Yuan Jie toward Wudong Yuan. Seeing Xiao Zhan personally carrying Yuan Jie, Aunt Qin felt overjoyed, her face glowing with radiance. My lord, such a menial task need not trouble you. The maids could have carried her back. Xiao Zhan no longer bothered to correct her. Was carrying his own daughter to her room considered a menial task? Ignoring her, he gently removed Yuan Jie's cloak and placed her on the bed, then softly instructed Aunt Qin, remove her outer clothing, so she may sleep more comfortably. Aunt Qin exclaimed excitedly, yes, my lord. Xiao Zhan frowned, speak softly, who do not wake her. Hearing the slightly irked tone, Aunt Qin dared not speak further, merely murmuring a quiet affirmation before sitting at the bedside to undress Yuan Jie. Xiao Zhan lifted the curtain and stepped out. As soon as he left Yuan Jie's room, he saw Aunt Lu hurrying toward him. My lord, you have come. Her voice trembled with unshed tears. Xiao Zhan had to remind her softly again, Yuan Jie is asleep, do not create a disturbance here. Aunt Lu bowed her head in agreement, reaffirming her determination to bear the Marquis a child. Even a daughter would suffice. If nothing else, return to your own room. As Xiao Zhan spoke, he began to walk away, and Aunt Lu did not dare to call after him. Xiao Zhan went directly to the outer courtyard. He had promised Yun Can to arrange his position at the Five Cities military office, so he needed to ensure everything was settled. Upon reaching his study, he personally wrote a letter and summoned manager Wang, instructing him to deliver it to Minister Wu personally. He was leaving the next morning if it was impossible for him to visit in person. Watching his departing figure, Aunt Lu clenched her teeth and whispered to Cui Guo beside her, let's go find the mistress. After settling Chang'er, and Unin Seven Lady was about to retire for a short rest, when Li Dong approached to report. Mistress, Aunt Lu has requested an audience. She says she has important matters to discuss. She raised a slight eyebrow. Important matters. Have her wait in the flower hall. Seven Lady was quite curious about what urgent business Aunt Lu could possibly have. Returning to her room, she first changed into casual attire before proceeding to the flower hall. As soon as she took her seat, Aunt Lu knelt before her. What is the meaning of this, Aunt Lu? Seven Lady raised an eyebrow, wondering if perhaps there was some family matter. Aunt Lu bit her lower lip slightly, though it was difficult to speak. She resolutely declared, Mistress, I dare to ask for your mercy. I know you and the Marquis are newlyweds. By convention, the Marquis should be with you. Yet you are still young while the Marquis is at the height of his vigor. Therefore, I dare to ask for your mercy. With these words, the room fell into silence. Seven Lady felt no anger, only profound embarrassment. If she had used her own means to persuade Xiao Zhan to visit her quarters, that would have been one thing, but here, she came seeking Seven Lady's help to persuade him to go to her room. This put her in a difficult position. Aunt Lu had spoken so openly. If Seven Lady refused, would she not be seen as lacking consideration for the Marquis? Yet she could not bring herself to ask him to do so. Aunt Lu, this matter rests entirely with the Marquis's own wishes. I cannot influence his decisions. Seven Lady felt her words burning her lips. Mistress, the Marquis respects you, so he refrains from breaking propriety to put you in an awkward position. I beg you to consider the Marquis's thoughtful intentions. As Aunt Lu spoke, she prostrated herself, fully playing the humble servant. Seven Lady fell silent. Had she never noticed before how articulate Aunt Lu had become? Aunt Lu was satisfied with this response and immediately said, I understand. Good, you may return and await further news. Seven Lady's tone was utterly flat, yet Aunt Lu bowed joyfully and departed. Mistress, why agree to something that only causes yourself trouble? Bailu asked, observing Seven Lady sitting silently. Bailu seemed to feel some sympathy. Seven Lady let out a soft sigh. She is not entirely wrong. The northern frontier is harsh and cold. The marquis truly has no one to attend to him. Never mind, help me prepare my bath and change my clothes. 7 Lady gave the instruction calmly. Usually she bathed after her afternoon nap to avoid having damp hair overnight. But today she had no desire to sleep at all. Shunhe reported to the old lady that the children had gone to sleep and would pay their respects upon waking. The old lady replied that they should all come to see Ming Hall for dinner. 7 Lady gave a distracted reply, still contemplating how to bring up the matter with Xiao Zhan. Unexpectedly, Xiao Zhan did not return to Qingfeng Yuan that afternoon. Instead, she took the children directly to see Ming Hall. Along the way, Cheng'er's eyes sparkled with excitement. He knew that Xiao Zhan had carried him down from the carriage. Upon arriving at the old lady's residence, everyone paid their respects. The old lady asked Cheng'er. Cheng'er nodded happily. Yes, Cousin Li was wonderful. He let me play with his bows and arrows, and third uncle took us to set off firecrackers. The old lady lovingly stroked his head. Then you must have had a wonderful day today. Cheng'er nodded vigorously. He was indeed happy, and today his father had even held him though he had been asleep and unaware at the time. Soon after, Xiao Zhan and Xiao Ling arrived. Mother third brother secured me a position at the 5 cities military office. Do I begin my duties on the 6th day? Xiao Ling seemed unusually excited. Oh, what position have they arranged for you? You seem quite pleased. The old lady teased with a smile. Mother, as a newcomer, I must start from the bottom ranks, otherwise how could I earn everyone's trust? But please rest assured I will surely advance quickly through my own abilities. Xiao Ling had shed his previous gloom, now filled with anticipation. Though the old lady doted on him greatly, she was not foolish about major matters and would never allow him to mix with idle rich youths. Thus he was genuinely bored. I am glad you have this confidence, though I believe you will succeed. The old lady had no objections to this. Given his family's influence, he could have easily petitioned the empress directly for a leisurely post, as many noble families in the capital did. Yet they chose not to, demonstrating their firm principles in raising their children. And according to third brother, my sister-in-law's elder brother will also be joining me on duty. Xiao Ling glanced at Qiniang and smiled. At least I'll have some company. Oh, which brother of yours is that? The old lady looked at Qiniang with curiosity. In reply to mother, it's my third eldest brother. He has a restless nature and dislikes studying. When he returned home today, he even said he wanted to follow the marquis to the northern frontier to seek his fortune. Father was furious, saying he dares to boast about following the marquis with just a few clumsy moves. Qiniang spoke with a hint of helplessness. The old lady chuckled softly. It's good to have such ambition, but your family is one of scholars after all, and you're a bit lacking in martial arts. No wonder your father is anxious. Exactly. So the marquis suggested he first gain some experience at the 5-city military command. He was overjoyed at not having to study anymore, and it also relieved my parents' worries. We truly have the marquis to thank for his timely assistance. Qiniang spoke with a playful tone. The old lady was evidently pleased with Qiniang's straightforwardness, which was far better than those who sought the marquis's help while feigning reluctance and putting on airs. Studying really is quite dull. Xiao Ling nodded in agreement. See, here's another one who dislikes studying, and he says it with such conviction. The old lady shook her head helplessly at her youngest son. Although fourth brother also doesn't enjoy studying, I've heard, he's quite learned. Moreover, his martial arts skills are formidable. My third brother only knows some half-baked moves he picked up from others. When you serve together, we'll have to rely on fourth brother to look after him. Qiniang said with a smile. Rest assured, sister-in-law, I'll take good care of third brother. Xiao Ling promised, patting his chest. He was truly overjoyed today. Xiao Zhan felt like frowning, but seeing such a joyful occasion, he refrained from dampening the mood and wisely kept his mouth shut. The old lady cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Ling and said to Qiniang, don't listen to his boasting. Although he has trained under a master, he's never been out in the world. His skills might not even be as useful as your brother's unorthodox methods. Who's to say who will be looking after whom? Mother, Xiao Ling protested loudly. Hearing the old lady's words, Xiao Zhan cast a glance at Xiao Ling and said calmly, Mother is right. Don't think you're superior just because you've trained. When you're out there, never underestimate your opponent. Underestimating the enemy is the greatest taboo in military strategy. Xiao Ling dared to act spoiled with his mother, but did not dare to refute Xiao Zhan. He immediately wilted and lowered his head in agreement. Just then Xiao Yin and his family arrived. After the family had performed their greetings, the second madam spoke affectionately. Mother Qiniang and the others were playing a bit too wildly, so we returned a little late. It's fine. You've worked hard for so long, it's good for you to relax properly, the old lady said with a light laugh. Nearby, Xiao Ling was excitedly telling Xiao Yin about his new position, and the second madam overheard. Oh, third brother found a position for fourth brother. What rank of official is it? The second madam asked with keen interest. At these words, the smile on the old lady's face faded slightly. Second sister-in-law, one can't just become an official right away. He has to start as a common soldier. Xiao Ling muttered discontentedly. Haha, with our family's status, why should you have to be a common soldier? The second madam said dismissively. What's wrong with being a common soldier? My third brother started out as a common soldier too. If you don't let them see your true abilities, who will respect you? Xiao Ling retorted. Xiao Yin glared at the second madam. What nonsense are you talking? Mother has always taught us not to flaunt our family background, but to be cautious in word and deed. Have you already forgotten that? The second madam then realized that the old lady detested arrogance and conceit the most. She glanced guiltily at the old lady who remained expressionless and muttered softly, I only said it jokingly among our own family. I've never said a word about it outside. You shouldn't even have such thoughts. For a family like ours, the greatest taboo is arrogance. One misstep can lead to immense disaster. The old lady said calmly. The second madam quickly bowed in deference. Mother's instruction is correct. Your daughter-in-law will be cautious in word and deed from now on. But inwardly she was somewhat dismissive. After all, their family status was evident, why put on airs? Knowing her nature, the old lady was too weary to say more and casually changed the subject. Tomorrow, third brother departs for the northern frontier. Tonight's banquet will be held here. Consider it a farewell for him. Qiniang then sent Bailu to fetch Yuan. After dinner, the old lady kept them for a while longer to chat. By the time they returned, it was already late. Xiaozhan still carried his two daughters back. Qiniang had something on her mind and remained silent for a moment. With an and Yuan present, she didn't know how to bring it up. At the entrance of Qingfeng courtyard, Xiaozhan handed Yuan to her wet nurse and was about to carry an into her room. Nanny Li, please take an inside first. I need to speak with the marquis for a moment. Qiniang called him to a stop, then turned to coax an in and be good. Mother and father need to talk for a bit. I'll come tell you a story soon. Go with Nanny Li to wash up, alright. Anan obediently nodded. Okay. Then she reached out her little hands to Nanny Li. The surrounding maids and servants, seeing that the masters had something to discuss, all dispersed. Seeing Qiniang's serious expression, Xiaozhan was a bit puzzled. Qiniang said softly. Xiaozhan said nothing, waiting for her to continue. Qiniang bit her lower lip and finally spoke. This afternoon Concubine Lu came to see me, wishing to invite the marquis to her chambers for a talk. I know I cannot fully relieve the marquis's worries. If the marquis wishes to go to Concubine Lu's, I certainly have no objections. Oh, Concubine Lu came to see you. Doesn't she know the rules? Since she doesn't, it is your duty as the wife to instruct her, not mine. This is a matter of the inner quarters. Xiaozhan's tone was unreadable. Qiniang couldn't gauge his meaning for a moment, but still explained softly. Concubine Lu was merely concerned for the marquis's well-being. My wife has taken excellent care of my health. Her concern is unnecessary. A lump of cotton seemed to clog his chest, and he had no one to vent his anger on. His wife was truly virtuous and kind, but what did she take him for? This marquis. It was the first time Qiniang had heard Xiaozhan use that title. Was he angry? If he didn't want to go, he didn't have to. What was there to be angry about? Qiniang shook her head, dismissing the thought, and called for Shunhe. Go to Wutong courtyard and tell Concubine Lu that the marquis is tired today and has retired to the main house. After coaxing Anin to sleep, Qiniang returned to the main chamber. Xiaozhan was leaning on the couch, brows slightly furrowed as he read. Unable to decipher his serious expression, Qiniang turned and quietly entered the washroom. Xiaozhan felt a surge of irritation. Was there nothing to explain? At least he could have offered a gentle word, hadn't he? Having finished her ablutions, Qiniang prepared to rest for the day. Without a noon nap, she now felt weary. Cough. Xiaozhan gave a soft cough. Qiniang glanced at him, his expression still holding a trace of displeasure. Your lordship, we must leave tomorrow. Rest early, Qiniang whispered softly as she moved toward the inner side of the bed. Hearing these words, Xiaozhan felt a lump in his throat. Your lordship, Zigua from Concubine Lu's quarters has reported that Concubine Lu wishes to speak with your lordship and request his presence, Lingdong reported softly at the door. Upon returning to the Wutong courtyard after her report, Concubine Lu's silver teeth nearly ground to dust. It must be that Yun Xionyang dismissed me. She certainly did not inform your lordship. Concubine, she is the mistress of the household. Even if she deliberately concealed this from your lordship, we would not be able to see him. Suegua echoed her words. Concubine Lu paced anxiously. No, she only had this one chance. Your lordship would return to the northern frontier tomorrow, and no one knew when he would come back. Suegua, go to the main chamber, and directly say that your lordship has matters to discuss. I shall see how she conceals it. Concubine Lu gritted her teeth, resolving to take a risk. Suegua accepted the order readily. As Concubine Lu was not favored, she was lower in rank within the household. Moreover, she had been sent by the head of the Lu family to assist her. Her parents were indeed slaves of the Lu family. As Xionyang crawled toward the inner side of the bed, she heard Lingdong's report and instinctively looked up at Xiaozhan. His brows were furrowed so deeply they could have crushed a fly. After waiting a while, Xiaozhan showed no sign of speaking. Xionyang felt exasperated. Will you go or not? At least give a response. Your lordship, Xionyang asked softly. Let her come to the lady tomorrow to discuss matters. I am unavailable. Xiaozhan spoke loudly to the outside. If she continues to harass, return to the Lu family tomorrow. The words were quite impolite. Suegwa standing outside heard them clearly and turned pale. It seems avoiding the Wutong courtyard was truly your lordship's intention. Yes, your lordship, Lingdong answered readily. Afterward, he turned toward Suegwa. Walking slowly up to her, he whispered softly, you heard as well. It would be best not to anger your lordship further. Suegwa nodded, dazedly bowed to Lingdong in a daze and departed. Watching Xiao Zhan's angry face, Qiniang sighed softly and advised, "Your lordship, do not harm your health." Concubine Lu was merely momentarily misguided. Hearing her words, Xiao Zhan raised his brows to scold a few words, but upon seeing her somewhat youthful face, he swallowed the words on his lips. He sighed softly before speaking gently. "You are the mistress of them all. You should display your authority. Do not let them think you are easy to deal with. Moreover, the Lu family are merchants. They are adept at judging people by their circumstances. You will." Hearing his tone, Qiniang sensed his displeasure toward the Lu family. She wondered if the Lu family had taken advantage of the Dinghua Marquis Manor's reputation to do something. "Yes, I will remember your lordship's instruction." Seeing that he did not wish to speak further, Qiniang did not press the issue but obediently agreed with his words. Looking at her youthful face, Xiao Zhan ultimately said nothing. "Your lordship, yes, you rest well too." Seeing she looked equally weary, Xiao Zhan could not bear to say more. After his words there was no reply. Glancing sideways, he found she had fallen asleep. Xiao Zhan found it both amusing and exasperating. Though she truly possessed a childlike nature, nothing could keep her from sleeping. He also extinguished the lamp lying quietly beside Qiniang. He silently calculated the time until that fragrant body leaned against him, then closed his eyes in satisfaction to fall asleep. Suegua repeated Xiao Zhan's words verbatim to Concubine Lu. Upon hearing them, Concubine Lu turned pale. "Your lordship despised her to such an extent. He even said she should return to the Lu family." A sense of sorrow welled up within her. Back then she had joyfully entered the Marquis Manor waiting for your lordship's return. Though your lordship had been distant toward her, they had finally consummated the marriage, and now he did not even wish to enter her room. She was nearly 20 now, still in the prime of her youth. By the time your lordship returned next, she would be over 20, making it even harder to retain him. As she thought of this, tears streamed down her face, though she dared not make a sound. Having suffered such humiliation, if anyone heard her weeping it would only invite more ridicule. The next day, when she went to pay respects to Qiniang, her eyes were still reddened with dark circles beneath, suggesting she had not slept a wink. "Your lordship will leave the manor at noon to depart. You also go serve in the dining hall. You and Jie dine with your father," Qiniang said, without comment, her tone calm as she instructed them. When Xiao Zhan left, even if they went to see him off at the entrance, they could only follow from a distance. "Yes, thank you, madam, for your kindness." Concubine Qin bowed first to thank her. Concubine Lu also bowed, though her expression carried a hint of resentment. Qiniang sighed inwardly. Perhaps she did not know that normally such an appearance might evoke sympathy, but now she looked haggard, as if deliberately trying to show Xiao Zhan how worn she was, with the dark circles under her eyes unmasked, and making such an expression was truly hard to bear. Qiniang led the way with Yu and Jie, the two concubines following behind, and the group headed together to the dining hall. Concubine Qin behaved normally. After bowing to Xiao Zhan, she joined the maids to set the meal, while Concubine Lu, after bowing, stood there with a resentful look. Xiao Zhan, holding an in, frowned slightly. "Cough. Concubine Lu." Qiniang's voice carried a slight seriousness. Concubine Lu seemed to snap out of it, quickly moving to Concubine Qin's side to busy herself. During the meal, Concubine Lu also stood beside Xiao Zhan, attempting to serve him. "I don't need you to serve me. Go attend to the two young ladies." Xiao Zhan spoke in a light tone. Concubine Lu curtsied softly, her voice weak. "Yes, your lordship." "Father, may you be well. Mother, may you be well." At this moment, Shunhe also approached. "Shunhe has just the right timing. Come sit down and have a meal with us." Seven Yang smiled and spoke. Shunhe obediently sat in his seat. After finishing breakfast, Xiao Zhan did not wait for Seven Yang and others to go together to the old lady's quarters, but left after finishing his meal himself. That Concubine Lu really made him quite irritated. After Xiao Zhan left, Seven Yang instructed Qin Concubine to withdraw, first leaving only Concubine Lu for a reprimand. "Can you explain your actions last night?" Seven Yang said coldly. Concubine Lu immediately knelt down. "Madam, I'm sorry. I was momentarily bewitched and didn't think things through. Afterwards I felt very regretful." "Didn't think things through? You think I'm just brushing you off?" Seven Yang got straight to the point. "Concubine Lu, you must understand who I am. Even if I brush you off, you must endure it. You keep provoking me. Do you think I won't punish you?" "I dare not. Madam, I truly acted foolishly and made a mistake. Please, madam, do not hold a grudge against a lowly person and spare me this time." Concubine Lu pressed her head to the ground. Last night's provocation. This morning putting on a show before the Marquis, knowing he was about to set off, yet causing him annoyance. Concubine Lu, after the Marquis leaves at noon, you will stay in your room and reflect on your actions. Copying the virtues and precepts of women 50 times within half a month. Dismissed. Seven Yang announced her punishment in a cold voice. Concubine Lu gritted her teeth secretly. The Marquis was about to leave, and this Yun Seven Yang was already putting on airs. However, she did not refute anything, but bowed her head and agreed. Seven Yang said nothing more to her, taking the children to the old lady's quarters. When they arrived at Siming Hall, Xiao Zhan had already gone to the front yard. "Has his luggage been packed?" the old lady asked Seven Yang softly. Replying to mother, "It is prepared. I have prepared some change of clothes and some food for the Marquis. This morning I had the maid send them to the front yard." Seven Yang replied softly. Yes, just preparing some things for the road. The rest are available in the northern frontier, though the things may not be good, but he is not going there to enjoy himself. The old lady nodded. At this moment the second madam brought Xiao Jinshan and Xiao Jinzhou as well. Third brother is probably about to set off, let's go to the front. The old lady stood up. Although Xiao Zhan did not allow her to see him off as a mother, she could not help but feel reluctant. The group arrived at the main gate. Concubine Xin and Concubine Lu also rushed over following behind the crowd. Xiao Zhan and his attendants were standing at the gate. Their majestic horses stood aside with luggage already on their backs. He was talking with Xiao Yin and Xiao Ling. Mother, such cold weather, why have you come out? Xiao Zhan hurriedly approached. It's fine, I'm wearing thick clothes. You must be careful on the road and take care of yourself. The old lady could not help but remind him for what seemed like the 100th time, I know, mother. I will definitely take care of myself. Xiao Zhan quickly responded. You must behave at home and not make grandma angry, understood? Xiao Zhan looked at the children. Shunhe quickly nodded. Father, rest assured I will take care of grandma and my 2 younger sisters. Third uncle, rest assured we will take care of our younger brothers and sisters. Xiao Jinshan and Xiao Jinzhou quickly answered as well. Xiao Zhan looked at Seven Yang's gentle expression and ultimately said nothing. Mother, it is getting late. I must leave now. Xiao Zhan looked at the old lady. Matters regarding the household will still rely on your concern, mother. I am ungrateful. The old lady shook her head lightly. Rest assured you can focus on fighting the barbarians in the northern frontier. As long as I am here, nothing will go wrong. Time is tight, you must set off quickly. Yes, mother, take care. Xiao Zhan mounted his horse, his gaze sweeping from the old lady to Seven Yang, wondering if he was looking at the children or someone else. His gaze did not linger long. He waved his horse whip and departed with his guards and attendants. Seven Yang watched his receding figure, feeling somewhat dazed. They had only spent a few days together, and there was no real attachment, just a bit of sighing. When his figure disappeared, Xiao Yin approached the old lady. Mother, it's cold. Oh, let's go back to the room. Seven Yang and the second madam walked beside her. A concubine, what's wrong? A startled cry halted everyone's footsteps. Looking in the direction of the sound, it was Tigwa who had cried out, while What happened? The old lady asked, frowning. Tigwa first looked fearfully at Seven Yang, then quickly lowered her head, stammering. Replying to the old lady, our concubine did not sleep last night. Perhaps she fainted due to weakness. The old lady turned to the second madam. Go summon the household physician. She did not mention sending her back to the Wudong courtyard. The second madam had someone summon the household physician, while her eyes darted between Seven Yang and Concubine Lu. The girl's eyes clearly held something suspicious. The household physician lived in the outer courtyard and arrived quickly. As he approached, Concubine Lu weakly opened her eyes, seeing everyone looking at her, and weakly tried to rise to apologize. All right, let the doctor examine your pulse properly, and don't let people think the marquis' household is harsh on his own people. The old lady's voice was emotionless. Concubine Lu then stopped moving, weakly leaning on Tsuegua's arms. The household physician knelt down, feeling Concubine Lu's pulse through a handkerchief, then stood up to report to the old lady. Replying to the old lady, the concubine did not rest well yesterday, had inner turmoil, and thus fainted from weakness. There is no serious illness, she just needs to rest well and recover. Mother, it is cold, you should go back to your room first. Concubine Lu said pitifully. Seven Yang slightly frowned. Concubine Lu, you are merely unwell, why apologize? Madam, I'm sorry. Concubine Lu remained silent, merely apologizing repeatedly. Seven Yang frowned at her, realizing just now that something was off, and now she understood her intent, as she was quite displeased, her voice carrying sternness. Concubine Lu, you do not need to apologize to me. You upset the marquis, and I have already punished you. From now on, be more careful with your words and actions, and do not do anything outrageous again.